Chapter 835, Teach Me How to Make You Feel Good, R18, Part 1. Disclaimer. This chapter contains R18 scenes. You already know what this is about, so I don't need to tell you what is going to happen. However, for the sake of formalities, those who are not comfortable with reading these sensuous scenes should just skip this chapter. By the next day, Lilith and Razel had made a full recovery. After thinking about the mishap that happened the day before, Razel realized that she would need a different method in order to acquire what she needed from Lilith. She originally thought that her body was strong enough to help her succeed in her plan, but she had greatly underestimated the Amazon princess's full potential, which led to the two of them to experience a world of pain. Razel would never want to experience that kind of pain again, so she was taking this matter seriously. Today, let's do an experiment with the two of you, Razel said. Maybe it will work if William is the one to do it. Lilith unconsciously shuddered when she remembered the otherworldly pain that she had suffered when Razel attempted to borrow something from her. She then glanced at the young beauty in front of her with a troubled look. Be honest, you just don't want to experience the backlash if it ends in failure, right? The young beauty immediately folded under Lilith's unforgiving gaze. Seeing that Razel didn't plan on getting hurt the second time, the Amazon princess could only sigh as she gazed at William with a doubtful expression. The half-elf, who had no idea what the two girls had been through, could only tilt his head in confusion. This is an important part of our plan, and we need to find a way to make it happen. Razel decided to strike while the iron was still hot. Just give it a try once. I think that the probability of it succeeding with the two of you together is very high. Don't worry, I will explain the method to William. All you need to do is open yourself up to him, Lilith, like you did with me. Lilith could only reluctantly nod her head in agreement before looking at William with a determined expression on her face. There were only the three of them in the shelter because Kathy and Zenobia had once again taken the rest of the Glory Shelter survivors out to gather resources. For Razel, this was the best opportunity for them to perform their experiment, without worrying about others accidentally discovering what they were up to. Okay, this is what you need to do, Will. The young beauty explained the step-by-step process on how to succeed in the task that he needed to do. At first, William was flabbergasted by Razel's daring approach. Even he didn't think that such a possibility existed. With a face filled with doubts, he faced Lilith and asked her a question. Is this really going to work? We will never know until we try. Don't worry, you two, there's a first time for everything. They say that the third time's the charm. Lilith lightly pinched the young beauty's cheeks as she voiced her complaint. This is only the second try. Are you telling me that we still need a third try in order to succeed? I misspoke. The second time's the charm. You'd better have. Rubbing her pained cheeks, Razel looked at William with a face filled with injustice. You better succeed, okay. My happiness is counting on you. William shook his head helplessly as he held Lilith's hand. Let's do it. I don't know if it will succeed, but it won't hurt to try. Oh, trust me, it will hurt, Lilith replied, but she held William's hand firmly. I hope you're ready for this. Half a day later, William leaned weakly on the couch, while Lilith was slumped on the bed. The Amazon princess was bereft of strength, while the half-elf was overflowing with it. Why, you finally succeeded, Razel said as she placed her hand on William's chest. She could feel the power radiating from the gem on William's chest and confirmed that the experiment worked. You really did it. After 6 attempts, yes, William replied as he tried to stabilize the power in his body. How long do you think you can hold it in? The shortest is half a day. The longest will be a day, but no more than that. Razel nodded her head. Half a day is more than enough. At most, we will only need a few hours. The young beauty helped William stand up and supported his body. The two of them walked towards the bed, where the Amazon princess was still panting for breath. I'm giving it back, William stated as he and Razel helped Lilith into a seating position. This power was not something he could hold onto for a long time, and the sooner he returned it to its owner, the sooner both of them would recover from their abnormal conditions. 2 hours later, Lilith leaned on William's chest as they soaked in the bathtub. After the experiment had ended, the half-elf and the Amazon princess were able to recover quickly. In fact, both of them were able to recover to their peak condition with just an hour's rest. After eating dinner, Razel decided to stay inside her room to rest, while the two went to the shower room to wash the sweat off their bodies. They had washed their bodies in silence, before tacitly stepping into the bathtub together. The two didn't say anything and simply held each other in an embrace that spoke volumes. A few minutes passed, before Lilith raised her head and looked up at William with an affectionate gaze. The half-elf then lowered his head and kissed her soft lips. The kiss only lasted for a few seconds, but it was more than enough to convey his feelings to her. "Thank you for not running away," Lilith said as a tear streamed down the side of her face. "I didn't know that I would feel this way towards any man. In the past, I looked down on the Amazons who chose love over strength. Now, I know better." The Amazon princess pressed her hand over the gem embedded on William's chest, as she gazed at a pair of light green eyes that were looking at her with tenderness. "Do you promise to love me as well?" she asked. "I promise," Will replied. Lilith smiled. "I think, if not for the workings of a little Cupid, the two of us being together like this would not be possible, don't you think?" William nodded. "I will not deny it. I never saw you as a love interest. All I saw was an Amazon who was after my drop-dead gorgeous genes." "You're being too honest. Can't you hold back a bit?" "I think honesty is important in the relationship we have now. I believe that both of us will be able to walk forward hand in hand, if we are not afraid to speak what is in our hearts to each other." Lilith smiled because she also thought the same way. Right now, her heart felt warm and fuzzy. Looking at the handsome man looking down at her with tenderness was enough for her to know that her decision to take that final step was the right choice to make. The Amazon princess lightly caressed the side of William's face before rising up to kiss his lips. This time, the kiss was long and passionate, and both of them returned each other's feelings in full. A minute later, their lips parted. Lilith then cupped William's face and planted a kiss on his forehead. "Love me, Will," Lilith said softly. "Mark me as your lover." She then wrapped her arms around William's head as she raised her body until William's face was at her chest level. William pulled the plug to drain the water as he opened his lips to kiss the pink tips that were presented to him. He kissed, licked, sucked, and rolled the tips around with his tongue, marking them as his own. It was not only William's lips that were sending shivers down her spine. His left hand caressed her backside, while his right teased her forbidden fruit. Lilith tried to endure the half-elf's relentless assault on her beautiful body, that had known no man, but it was futile. This was the first time she was experiencing something pleasurable like this. Clearly, she was no match for the half-elf, who had fought fierce night battles with his wives on a weekly basis. Lilith's body uncontrollably shuddered as she reached her first climax. The waves of pleasure that washed over her body were so powerful, that she almost fell out of the bathtub. Fortunately, William was supporting her body, so she didn't fall. After she regained her composure, she looked at William with a face filled with yearning. "Teach me," Lilith said. "Teach me how to make you feel good." "Okay." William smiled and kissed her lips before telling her to kneel in front of him. William told her what she needed to do, and the Amazon princess performed her task to the best of her abilities. Although she had already seen William's little brother on several occasions, this was the first time she was seeing it up close. Her sensuous lips parted as she planted a kiss on its tip. Soon Lilith found herself falling into a daze. She licked, kissed, and at times, put William's inside her mouth. It was at that moment when William realized that Lilith was seriously doing her best to learn how to make him feel good, which made him very happy. Although she was a bit clumsy, and at times accidentally brushed her teeth against his, William knew that the beautiful lady in front of him would surpass even Sidoni's sexual expertise the more he trained her. The half-elf felt that he was about to reach his limit, so he lightly patted Lilith's head to tell her to stop. This was the first time that they would do it together, so he wanted to do it properly, and release it inside her womb, rather than have her drink it through her soft and sensuous lips. Chapter 836, Teach Me How to Make You Feel Good, R18, Part 2. William dried Lilith's body and carried her out of the shower room in a princess carry. They didn't head back to Razel's room. Instead, they went to the room that was near the shower area. The half-elf had prepared this room in advance because he knew that Lilith was a bold and aggressive lady. If the Amazon princess were to really want to do intimate things with him, William knew that he must not reject her feelings. William laid Lilith on the bed, whose body was only covered with a bath towel. Her face was still flushed due to the things they did earlier, and her gaze was telling him that she wanted more of his affection. This time, it was William who took the initiative to kiss Lilith. He pried her soft lips open with his tongue, and gave her a long and passionate kiss that took her breath away. His right hand entered the bath towel and playfully teased the tip of Lilith's left breast. He flicked, pinched, and pressed down on it, which made the Amazon princess pull back on William's deep kiss as she panted for breath. Looking at her dazed expression, William unfurled the bath towel that covered her seductive body. As a warrior, Lilith's body was very fit, and her muscles revealed how much she had trained in her life. William unconsciously swallowed as he appraised the Amazon princess's body. He could feel the strength it radiated, and yet, her womanly curves weren't compromised by it. Instead, it even enhanced them, which was a stark contrast to the bodies of his wives who were fair and delicate. The only one that came close to Lilith's physical charms was the adult Wendy's body, who was a captain of the Valkyries in her past life. The Amazon princess looked up at William with eyes filled with desire. Her sensuous lips moved to form words, asking the half-elf if he liked what he saw. "You're beautiful, Lilith," William replied as he kissed her forehead. "Very beautiful." William gave her lips a brief kiss, before moving his head downwards. Lilith's lightly tanned body shuddered as William's lips left a trail of kisses on it. "You love my breasts," Lilith commented as William sucked on her left breast, while playing with the other with his right hand. "Are they better than Sidoni's?" The half-elf momentarily released the pink tip that was standing firm inside his mouth and answered her question. "Sidoni is Sidoni, you are you," William replied as his right hand lightly pinched Lilith's. "Why are you always trying to compete with her?" "I don't know," Lilith replied as she held William's head and guided it back to her left breast. "I just feel that among your wives, she is the greatest threat that stands in my way. Usually, you should be the one to tell me to not think of other women while we make love," William smiled. "But, don't worry, after I'm through with you, you will realize that you don't need to compete with her. After all, both of you are my women." William opened his lips and sucked on the firm tip that he had neglected earlier. He wanted to let Lilith know that she shouldn't feel insecure about Princess Sidoni's seductive body, because her own body was quite attractive as well. In time, William's head traveled downwards. He kissed the outlines of Lilith's abs, as his hands grabbed hold of her legs and parted them. William kissed her lower abdomen repeatedly, as if marking it as his own. The Amazon princess wasn't aware that she had stroked William's inner desire for conquest. Usually, it was the Amazons who felt this way. For them, conquering men and dominating them were the true traits of an Amazon warrior. However, right now, the roles were reversed. It was William who wanted to conquer Lilith, and the latter offered herself to him in sweet surrender. Suddenly, a gasp escaped the warrior princess's lips when William's tongue licked her entrance. The half-elf was doing his best to hold himself back, as he prepared his lover for their first union. The new wave of pleasure made Lilith subconsciously hold William's head, allowing his ministrations to reach deeper inside her. The fire burning inside her chest was growing stronger, while her entire being shivered under William's sensual attacks. A few minutes later, her body shuddered and her world turned white as the half-elf brought her to the peak of pleasure. When William looked up to check her condition, he was surprised to see that Lilith had actually fainted after reaching her climax. "She's so sensitive," William mused as he lightly tapped Lilith's cheeks to wake her up. "It's too early for you to sleep. We're just getting started." Since Lilith was a warrior, she was able to regain her consciousness in half a minute. However, she couldn't move her body because she felt like jelly. "Did it feel good?" William asked as he lightly caressed her face. "Yes," Lilith replied in a daze. "It is the best thing I ever experienced in my life." "Well, there is a first time for everything. I will also be taking another one of your firsts. Are you ready?" Lilith nodded as she looked up at the handsome half-elf whom she had chosen to become her life partner. She knew that when this night was over, she would no longer wish to share him with her sisters back in the Amazon Empire. "Make me yours, Will," Lilith said in a voice filled with love and affection. "Give me your baby." As if a string had snapped inside William's consciousness, the half-elf rubbed his manhood on Lilith's entrance, which was now soaked with her desire. When William pushed his hips forward, Lilith clenched the bed sheets with her hands, as both of them became one. She was told that the first time would be painful, but the pain she felt was only fleeting. It was similar to how it felt when William drank her blood. After the brief pain, pleasure followed, and Lilith found herself sighing as the half-elf pushed deeper to reach her deepest part. With every thrust, Lilith could feel that her body was slowly learning William's shape and size. The Amazon could feel her insides melting due to how hard and hot the half-elf's manhood was inside her. Soon, William's movement became rougher, and she could instinctively tell that he was nearing his limit. Her breast swayed with every thrust, and her moans echoed inside the room, fueling the half-elf's desire to release everything inside her. Lilith wasn't aware that her legs had subconsciously wrapped themselves around William's waist, and her hands were holding onto his arms. Her lower half wasn't touching the bed, and was raised to meet his every thrust, as if to ensure that it would be able to take all of his essence without spilling a drop. It was at that moment when she heard William's gasp, followed by something hot seeping directly inside her womb. Lilith held William's manhood in a gentle and comfortable tightness that encouraged him to release more of his essence inside her, making the half-elf feel as if his very soul had accompanied his seed into Lilith's womb. After panting for a full minute, William pulled back slowly as he finally regained the ability to speak. This was the first time he had experienced a release this strong, and it scared the heck out of him. Meanwhile, he noticed that the Amazon princess had fainted once again. William could not bear to continue while his lover was unconscious, so he decided to stop here for the time being. He scooped Lilith up in a princess carry and brought her back to the shower room to clean her up. Even with the water falling on her beautiful body, the Amazon remained unconscious. William made sure to clean her up properly, before bringing her back to the room. He laid her on the nearby couch while he quickly changed the bed sheets that were stained by their love-making and put them off to the side. Picking Lilith up in his arms once more, he lay on the bed beside the Amazon princess and held her securely in his protective and loving embrace. As he listened to his lover's sleeping breaths, he could not stop his thoughts wandering over to the young beauty whose hair color resembled his, and whose eye color resembled Lilith's. He knew that if they hadn't met her, neither of them would have crossed the final line and taken their relationship to the next level, because the Amazon princess had only been after him for his seed, while he had been solely focused on lifting the curses on Est's, Ian's, and Isaac's bodies. Their priorities were different, and yet, after being trapped inside the Deadlands, and meeting Razel, the two found themselves questioning whether they should take their relationship seriously or not. In the end, both of them made a choice, and this choice led to their current situation. William subconsciously caressed Lilith's lower abdomen, where her womb was located, and wondered if he had gotten her pregnant. It was not like he hadn't thought of the possibility of having kids when he made love to his lovers, but this occasion was different. With the possibility of Razel being their future daughter, William had been more conscious when it came to making love with Lilith. He didn't know when his lover would conceive, but a part of him was looking forward to holding their precious baby in his arms. The half-elf made a vow then and there that he would be a good father, and make sure to kill any boy who dared to even touch his daughter's hands. With these tender thoughts inside his head, William fell asleep holding Lilith in his arms. Neither of them were aware that somewhere within the glory shelter, a young beauty was praising herself for a job well done. Chapter 837, Teach Me How to Make You Feel Good, R18, Part 3. When Lilith opened her eyes, she found herself wrapped up in William's embrace. She was still half asleep, so she was confused when she woke up to such a scene, but a few seconds later, the images of what they did last night flashed inside her head. All the remnants of sleep vanished without a trace as her face turned beet red from the scenes that she remembered. I know that I am bold, but I never thought I was that bold. Lilith wanted to cover her face with her hands out of embarrassment, but her current situation prevented her from doing so. She could still remember when she took the initiative to ask William how she could please him better. She remembered how she kissed and licked his manhood, and even put it inside her mouth to get a better taste of it. Lilith never thought that she would go that far for a man, even offering herself up completely to him without any resistance. I failed as an Amazon, Lilith thought as she buried her head on William's chest. Even so, I don't regret it. The Amazon princess felt safe and warm in William's embrace, and the beating of his heart calmed her senses. After regaining her calm, she tried to remember everything that happened that night. Her memories were quite vague because she had been lost in the waves of pleasure that took control of her senses. The last thing she remembered was the hot and powerful essence that was shot deep inside her, which made her lose consciousness. Lilith's hand touched her abdomen as she closed her eyes. Amazons had a special ability that allowed them to know if they had conceived a child through lovemaking. Usually, they would be able to sense if they had been successful in getting pregnant after 24 hours. Right now, only several hours had passed, so Lilith couldn't tell if she was indeed pregnant or not. While she was deep in her thoughts, she noticed that something hard was poking her belly. Lilith's body immediately stiffened when she realized what it was. Wait, this could work in my favor, Lilith thought as she gently broke away from William's hold on her. She then lightly pushed the half-elf until he was lying on his back. After checking if he was still asleep or not, Lilith decided to put what she had learned into practice. A few minutes later, William opened his eyes. He could feel a familiar sensation and his hand moved subconsciously to lightly pat the head of the girl that was servicing him so early in the morning. Sidonie, you're up so early. William blinked when he realized that it was not the lustful princess who was taking care of his little brother. A pair of amber eyes looked back at him, and the half-elf knew that he had made a terrible mistake. The Amazon princess took out William's from her mouth and stared at the half-elf with a wronged expression. I'm sorry, Lilith, William said as he tried to do some damage control. I was still half asleep, so I don't need your excuses. Sidonie does this to you every morning. Well, not every morning, but every time we sleep together. Surprisingly, Lilith only nodded her head in understanding as she pinned William back to the bed. Don't worry, you don't have to say anything, Lilith said as she sat on top of William. I am now one of your women, correct? You will marry me, right? Absolutely. Then it's fine. Lilith smiled as she guided William's eager little brother to her entrance. Soon, William felt the tightness that he had experienced last night as the Amazon princess took his entirety inside her. I'm sorry about last night, Lilith said. I fainted after doing it once. I will make it up to you today. Why, you don't have to force yourself, William answered. It is only natural because it was your first time. Lilith shook her head firmly as she lowered her head to kiss him. I am an Amazon, I need to recover some of my dignity, Lilith replied. Just lie there and tell me how to make you feel good. Soon, the sound of spring echoed inside the room. It would be another 2 hours before William and Lilith met up with Razel to have their late breakfast together. The young beauty didn't say anything as they ate together, but the sweet smile that was plastered on her face made William and Lilith unable to taste the food they were eating. After who knows how long, the breakfast finally ended, and Lilith found herself being dragged by Razel towards the shower room, leaving William behind. The half-elf knew that the two girls would be having some girl talk by themselves, and decided to go and see Xianxia for the time being. There were things that he needed to ask the Death Lord in regards to the current situation in the Deadlands. Fortunately, he didn't need to look for long and saw the Death Lord alongside Kathy as the two of them checked the inventory of their food supply in the warehouse they made inside the stadium. Well, only 5 mirrors remained out of the 9, so you can understand that the leaders who still haven't found any of the mirrors are starting to feel restless, Xianxia said. Because of this, we decided to take a break today and not go out to gather resources. Although there is a non-aggression treaty between the shelters, human nature is a very difficult thing to overcome. It is better to lie low for the time being and allow the other leaders to cool down. William nodded his head in agreement to Xianxia's words. According to Morax's promise, they would get 1 week of reprieve with every mirror they obtained. Since they had gathered 4 mirrors, they had earned themselves a month of peace. Okay, Kathy, please, tell everyone not to move outside of the shelter for a few days, William stated. This will allow the other leaders to understand that we are not going to compete with them in regards to finding the mirrors. Understood, Kathy replied. We have enough resources to last for a month. Even if we don't scavenge for a week, we will still be fine. A week, Xianxia muttered as she passed a canned drink to William. Well, I guess that is enough time for a honeymoon. Don't you think so as well, Will? The half-elf almost dropped the canned drink in his hand after Xianxia threw a bombshell at him at point-blank range. He didn't know how to answer her inquiry, so he decided to just keep his silence and drink the canned juice that was offered to him. Kathy, who was standing beside the Death Lord, blushed and gave William sidelong glances. On their way to the shower room last night, Kathy and Xianxia passed by the room William and Lilith were in to consummate their love. Since the shelter was mostly quiet during the night, any kind of noise could be easily heard in the quiet hallways. Naturally, since they were unable to use magic to seal the sounds coming from their room, Kathy, Xianxia, and another lady from the shelter heard their passionate love-making. They were aware that William had come to this world alongside Lilith, so they had already thought that the two of them were a couple. However, the two newcomers had hit it off with their leader, Razel, which led them to make the conclusion that a love triangle had been born. Kathy was even tempted to tell William that if he needed one more lady to add to his harem, she would volunteer herself as one. However, Her skin wasn't thick enough to do such a thing, so she just kept her silence and watched things unfold from the side. Well, they say that great men have great women supporting them from behind, Zenobia commented. Will, now that you and Lilith are an item, are you perhaps aiming to add Razel to your harem? This time, William spat out the juice that he was drinking and coughed a few times to clear his throat. That's not going to happen, William replied after he regained his composure. Razel is like a little sister to me. I do not see her as a love interest. You girls better remember that. Zenobia raised an eyebrow, while Kathy gave the half-elf a doubtful gaze. Everyone in the shelter knew that William, Lilith, and Razel slept together every night. Even if the half-elf told them that there was nothing going on with him and Razel, they were not fools who would believe his words so easily. Seeing that their discussion might lead to something unexpected, William decided to leave the warehouse in a hurry to get some fresh air. He had more important things to think of, and had no time to bother with the fantasy of the two ladies, who were currently looking at his retreating back with mischievous smiles on their faces. Chapter 838, When the Past, Present, and Future Intersect. While William and Lilith were trapped inside the Deadlands, a certain little fairy was making her way towards the seventh sanctum. After resting in the port city of Alabaster for a day, Chloe once again resumed her mission to find William's whereabouts. Holding a small blue jewel in her hand, she arrived in the vicinity of the Forbidden Ground and activated it. Immediately, she saw several footsteps leading towards the seventh sanctum, which signified that William had indeed entered the Forbidden Ground. Chloe stored the blue jewel in her storage ring, and took out a red jewel in its place. This jewel allowed her to directly communicate with the headmaster of Hestia Academy, Byron. A few seconds later, a projection appeared in front of the little fairy, showing Byron's troubled expression. It seems that your hunch was correct, stingy old man, Chloe reported. Will entered the seventh sanctum. Should I follow him inside? Byron frowned. Now that his suspicion was confirmed, he had no choice but to send Chloe inside the Forbidden Ground to look for the half-elf who played an important role in the world of Hestia. Go and look for him, Byron ordered. Once you go inside the seventh sanctum, all forms of communication will be lost. You will no longer be able to contact me or anyone in the outside world. You have 1 month to find William. After 1 month, Celeste will forcefully summon you back regardless of whether you have found him or not. Do I make myself clear? Chloe nodded. Don't worry, I will find him without fail. After closing the connection, Chloe immediately entered the seventh sanctum to look for her disciple. Although it didn't show on her face, she was quite worried about William. This was why she agreed to Byron's request to look for his whereabouts. After entering the Forbidden Ground, Chloe found herself surrounded by dense purple mist. She couldn't see anything in front of her, but the little fairy had encountered similar things when doing missions for the academy. This was why she didn't panic and just continued flying in a straight line. After an hour, Chloe broke through the purple mist. She found herself inside a forest, with trees towering all around her. This should be where Will, Chiffon, and Lilith appeared after entering the seventh sanctum, Chloe muttered as she scanned her surroundings. As someone who had fought many powerful beings who were stronger than her, Chloe's battle sense had reached very high degree. She was capable of discerning if there was something dangerous lurking around her, so there were only a handful of beings in Hestia who could launch a surprise attack against her. Seeing that there was no immediate danger in the vicinity, Chloe took out the blue jewel from her storage ring and activated it. A faint line similar to a passing breeze appeared on her left side. The blue jewel was an artifact that Byron had made to specially track William. After what happened in Antilia Island, the headmaster of Hestia Academy knew that he would need tracking tool to find the half-elf's whereabouts if something similar were to happen again. Byron just didn't expect that the first time his invention was going to be used was to look for the missing half-elf, who had decided to enter the Forbidden Ground without informing the Academy. If he knew what William was up to, he would have definitely rejected his request to leave the Academy to go sightseeing. Several hours passed as Chloe followed the faint line that showed the general direction of where William and his group had gone. She had encountered several myriad beasts along the way, but she was too small to be of interest to them. Most of them related Chloe to an insect and paid her no mind. Their only concern was to find sizable prey for them to sink their fangs into. Footsteps. The faint blue line had led Chloe to the traces of William's journey inside the seventh sanctum. They went northwest. Chloe frowned as she flew following the trail of footsteps in front of her. Suddenly, the tracks that William had left behind were buried by the footprints of other monsters. As someone who was also proficient in tracking, Chloe could tell that the number of monsters headed in the same direction as William surpassed 100. The little fairy's expression became grim as she followed the footsteps, while increasing her flight speed. The traces left behind were several days old, so she knew that whatever was following William's group had definitely met up with them by now. "Don't die, Will," Chloe said as she sped up towards the northwest regions of the Forbidden Ground. "I am coming to save you." Shrine inside Hestia Academy. "I can't see anything." Shannon tilted her head in confusion as she looked at the blank canvas in front of her. Usually, she would see events unfolding anywhere in Hestia and she would paint them as they happened. She was like a historian that could record the important events of history in real time. However, right now, her canvas remained blank, which confused her greatly. "Is there nothing interesting happening in the world today?" Shannon frowned before shaking her head. "Impossible. The world is so big, so it is impossible not to see anything. Maybe I'm just tired." The young lady closed her eyes and pressed her brush over the canvas. She remained in that position for several minutes, as if waiting for something to happen. Finally, after waiting for almost half an hour, her brush started to move. Shannon's eyes remained closed as she waited for her brush strokes to stop moving. Only when her hand stopped moving completely did she open her eyes to look at the message that was written on her canvas. "When the past, present, and future intersect, the lives of mortals and gods will start to connect," Shannon said softly. "When heroes are stranded in a world between life and death, the fate of several worlds will hang by a thread." Chapter 839, Swiper's Fears. William casually rode a bicycle as he headed towards the Black Tower alone. Now that Lilith and Razel were feeling better, he decided that it was time for him to meet with Morax. According to Razel, Morax's true goal was to take full control of the Black Tower, and use it to manipulate the souls of the dead in any world that the Black Tower would appear in. This meant that if someone were to die in that world, their soul would head to the Black Tower, instead of the cycle of reincarnation. Morax would then gain an unprecedented power that could turn the inhabitants of an entire world into his undead army. Only William, Lilith, and Razel were aware of this truth. They didn't dare trust anyone aside from the three of them, so they could only make plans on their own. Right now, Morax believed that no one was aware of his plans. This was why he was being generous and merciful to the leaders who had handed the mirrors over to his hands. As the half-elf traveled through the ruined city, he wondered whether or not they could actually beat Morax in a head-on confrontation. William believed that if Morax left the Black Tower, he would be able to fight him on equal terms. However, as long as the Dread Lord remained inside the throne room, the chances of winning were close to zero. Suddenly, an entourage of trucks appeared on the left side of the road. William glanced to the side and immediately frowned after spotting the demonic boar. "Oh, what's this? Are you taking a stroll by yourself?" Swiper asked. "By myself? No, I was waiting for your group to appear," William replied with a smile. This time it was Swiper's turn to frown. "Waiting for us?" Swiper inquired. "What do you mean waiting for us to appear?" William chuckled as he continued to pedal the bike, maintaining his current speed. "Because you are my tail," William replied. "Wherever I go, you're always there. Tell me, are you perhaps one of my fans? Do you want my autograph? How many would you like?" "Bullshit." Swiper spat on William, who easily dodged his petty attack with a smug expression on his face. "What, you're not convinced? Then tell me, why do you always appear wherever I go?" "Obviously, it is you who was following me and not the other way around." "Hemp, don't think too highly of yourself. It just so happens that this is the only path that leads to the other side of the city. This is just a coincidence." William rolled his eyes at the demonic boar that had just happened to meet with him by coincidence. "Well, what do you want?" William asked. "As you can see, I'm headed to the Black Tower. If you have something to say, just say it now." "Something to say to you?" Swiper snorted. "Well, since I'm in a good mood today, then I will give you a little advice." The demonic Borkin sneered at the half-elf who was not even looking in his direction. "Be careful of the leaders of the Alliance," Swiper stated. "They are planning something behind your back in order to dispose of you." "That's it?" William inquired. "That's all you have to say?" "Yes, that's all I have to say. So, you'd better watch your back. You filthy half-blood, thanks for the reminder. In return I will also give you a piece of advice. And that is..." Swiper raised an eyebrow. William smiled mysteriously before telling Swiper what he thought deep inside. Usually, the head of an evil organization always chooses beautiful ladies to be his right-hand men, I mean women, instead of an ugly demonic Borkin like you, William answered. Right now, you might think that you are important to him, but if you were to take Morax's place, would you rather have a demon by your side, or a beautiful elf to act as your secretary? You know, there is a saying in our world. When the boss has many things to do, it is the secretary who does it. When the boss has nothing to do, he does the secretary. Do you catch my drift? William smirked as he increased his speed and headed to a different street, letting Swiper's entourage continue heading down the street they were on. The demonic boar's face contorted in anger. Although he didn't want to believe William's words, the seed of doubt had already been planted in his mind, and right after he had handed the mirror he had found over to Morax, too. Although Morax had been very courteous and welcoming, Swiper was very sensitive when it came to matters pertaining to his position as one of the Dread Lord's loyal subordinates. He wasn't fooled by Morax's sugary words. Instead, he felt alarmed because he could tell that Morax no longer cared about him. Now that he had the other leaders of the Alliance at his beck and call, Swiper's usefulness to him had long reached its expiry date. Bastard! Swiper angrily slammed his fist on the interior of the truck, denting its surface. The demonic boar seethed in anger as his bloodshot eyes stared at the black tower in the distance. He had been doing his best to suppress the dreadful thought that had haunted him, even in his dreams. If I am going down, I will bring you down with me. Swiper vowed. Just you wait, I will make you regret crossing me. William wasn't aware that his load of crap had triggered the fears that the demon had been denying were at the back of his mind. His purpose for telling the demonic boar those words was to make Swiper feel threatened in his position. He didn't know that the demon had already been on edge as of late, and his words were the last nail that held the coffin in place. William's only thought at the moment was his meeting with Morax, and how to get back early, so he could continue his training sessions with Razel and Lilith. After getting past his embarrassment, William was able to quickly realize how ingenious Razel's plan was. Of course, neither of them expected things would go smoothly, but since the basic foundations were already laid out, all William needed to do was to adapt to it and increase his compatibility with Lilith. A few minutes later, he finally arrived at this destination. He stopped in front of the two Death Lords that were guarding the entrance with a smile. I'm here to speak to His Excellency, Lord Morax, William said. Can the two of you tell him of my arrival? Chapter 840, a question worthy of debate. While William went to see the Dread Lord in the Black Tower, Lilith and Razel were currently inside the young beauty's room, waiting for his arrival. How do you think their talks will go? Lilith inquired. Although she tried to hide it, the faint trace of anxiousness in her voice didn't escape Razel's ears. Don't worry, he will be fine, Razel replied. I'm more interested in that juicy story that you're not telling me. Will you give it a break already? You've been asking me that all morning. Razel pouted as she clung to Lilith like a spoiled child. But, I'm interested. I want to know. Silly girl. Sooner or later you will experience it as well, Lilith stated. Clearly, she had no intention of telling the young beauty the details of her first night with William. Knowing my great-grandpa, and papa, me and my sisters are probably going to be single until our hairs become white. Well, with the exception of my other sisters whose hair was naturally white when they were born. Razel protested. No one dares to bring up the notion of marriage in front of them. It's like a death sentence. Anyone who dares to approach us gets beaten half to death the next day. Lilith couldn't help but giggle at Razel's non-stop complaints about her unreasonable great-grandpa and papa. Ask a different question, Lilith insisted. I can't possibly tell you what you want. Stingy. Say whatever you want. I'm sure even William will nag at you if he learns about this. Razel pouted as she lay her head on Lilith's lap. Fine, I will no longer tell you stories about my family, Razel said firmly. Lilith nodded. Then tell me about your mama. Ah, my mama is stingy, and has a big butt, Razel giggled. Papa even said once that if mama tried, she could probably train herself to walk using just her butt for the rest of her life. Lilith lightly pinched the young beauty's waist, which made the latter choke on her laughter. Meanwhile, in Mimamator's shelter, Avril glanced at the beautiful blue blade in her hand. It was a sword, made purely out of a special crystal that could only be found in hell. Beautiful, simply beautiful, Avril sighed as her hand lightly touched the blade's surface, making it glow brightly. Morax really knows how to please people. I guess it is not a bad idea to accept his invitation. Avril's ruby-colored eyes glowed faintly as she looked at the blade's surface that almost looked transparent. Still, the wait is a bit long, Avril said softly. 5 more mirrors to go before I get to claim my prize. Soon, I will be rid of this ugly world. The beautiful elf walked towards the window of her room, which was located in the highest place in the Mimamator shelter. She gazed at the ruined city in the distance with a mocking smile on her face. 3 years, Avril muttered. I've been in this place for 3 years, and I'm already sick and tired of it. Elves had a very long lifespan. For them, a year passes so swiftly that they could take a nap and let it pass them by. Unfortunately, Avril didn't have that liberty. Ever since she had arrived in the Deadlands, she had risked her life time and time again, to attain her current position and to live another day. For her, Morax's offer was very tempting, but she was sure that she would be delusional to think that she was the only one that the Dread Lord was trying to bring into his inner circle. Ildan and Wade are ambitious, perhaps too ambitious even, Avril sneered. Lindir is too straightforward and stubborn. He just won't do. As for Swiper, I hate ugly things. Demons are the most disgusting creature in the world, second only to that person. Several images appeared in Avril's head and a frown appeared on her face. No matter. Once the mirrors are gathered, I don't have to worry about him again. I will be able to stand above tens of thousands, and be subservient to only one. At the end of the day, it's not a bad deal, at least on the surface. Avril knew that she was just trying to convince herself in order to make a decision. I guess I'll just wait until all the mirrors are gathered, Avril mused. Let's see if His Excellency is not all talk and actually has substance. Avril once again gazed at the blue crystal blade in her hand. She could see her beautiful reflection on it, and yet, her face wasn't smiling. Only a cold and indifferent expression, that treated everyone around her like stepping stones, was reflected on the blade's surface. Only you make my stay in this world worthwhile, Avril said softly. I will be taking you with me wherever I go. Avril looked at the blade as if she was looking at her beloved. My love, I will make you spend eternity with me, whether you like it or not. It was at that moment when a sweet smile filled with love appeared on Avril's beautiful face. This was a genuine smile that came from her heart, which she no longer showed to anyone in the Deadlands. In this land that was governed by the undead, and the law of the jungle was the only rule, Avril had learned to close her heart to everyone. This is especially true even for her trusted subordinates. A flash of lightning snaked around the black tower, blocking the light coming from the sun. Avril's ruby-like eyes crossed the distance, and yet, she couldn't penetrate the tower walls and see what was happening inside. The beautiful elf sighed because she could tell that the end of this endless cycle was now at hand. Only one question remained unanswered. Which side has the highest chance of tempting fate? Avril mused. Now, that is a question that is worthy of debate. Chapter 841. Let's see who deceives who in the end. So, you've finally come, Morax said as he looked down on William from his dragonbone throne. Well, what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Of course, I've come for my reward, William answered. You're going to give me my reward, right? Well, technically, you were not the one who found the mirror, Morax grinned. It was one of the members of the Glory Shelter. Also, only the leaders of the shelters may ask me for a request. Last time I checked, you were not one of them. William arched an eyebrow as he eyed Morax. The two stared at each other for half a minute before the half-elf snorted and turned his back to leave. Morax watched him go with a smile. Fool, you think you can take advantage of me? Dream on. William didn't even glance back at Morax and left the Black Tower without saying a word. You're done already? The Death Lord that was looking after William's bike asked in confusion. Usually those who met with his master would spend some time inside the Black Tower in order to have their request granted. He could have sworn that it hadn't even been 10 minutes since William had stepped into the throne room and now he was leaving. William didn't reply to the Death Lord and simply rode his bike away from the Black Tower. After traveling for half an hour at full speed, the half-elf arrived at the Glory Shelter and hurried towards Razel's room. After closing the door behind him, the half-elf scratched his head in irritation. What happened? Lilith asked as she handed William a cup of tea. Did Morax agree to your request? William shook his head. Even better. He didn't even bother to hear it. I'm irritated right now because we've gone to all that trouble to brainstorm a request, and he didn't even bother to listen to it. Razel giggled after seeing William's irritated expression. This was the first time that she had seen him react this way and she found it very funny. Well, at least that's one problem over with. Lilith stood up and gave William a light shoulder massage. Good job, Will. The Amazon princess then lowered her head and planted a kiss on William's cheek, which surprised both the half-elf and the young beauty inside the room. What? Lilith asked in confusion after seeing that the two were staring at her. Nothing. William coughed lightly. I didn't know that you were someone who would openly show your affection to me. Lilith smiled as she sat on William's lap. Trust me, I won't do this kind of thing in public. I'm not like Sidonie, or Chiffon, who will cling to you for the whole world to see. I'm not that kind of lady. But, you just did it in front of Razel. That's right, I'm right here. Razel doesn't count, Lilith replied with a smile. She then traced William's lips with her finger and whispered something in his ear. Do your best, Papa, Lilith whispered in a seductive tone that wouldn't lose to Princess Sidonie. I am looking forward to holding my daughter soon. William could tell that Lilith was very serious, and he couldn't help himself from glancing at the young beauty that was sitting across him. What? Razel asked. Is there something on my face? No, your face is just fine, William replied as he wrapped his arms firmly around Lilith's waist who was still sitting on his lap. Razel felt conflicted. A part of her didn't want to see William and Lilith showing PDA in front of her because it left her feeling hot and bothered. The other part of her, on the other hand, was giving them a thumbs up in her heart. Fortunately, William and Lilith behaved and simply stayed in their current position. As I was going to the Black Tower, I took a detour and observed the movements of the other shelters, William explained. Except for Avril, all the other leaders, including Swiper, were still hard at work in trying to find the mirrors. Also, the demonic boar told me something interesting. Razel frowned. Something interesting? That demon just spouts absolute nonsense. William chuckled because he wanted to agree to Razel's words. But, he knew that there was something behind Swiper's words that deserved merit. You're right, but I think he spoke out because he was starting to get worried, William said. I think the alliance is falling apart. That is why he told me to be careful of the leaders of the alliance because they are planning something behind our backs to dispose of us. William then made some hand gestures, which Lilith and Razel instantly understood. So, you're telling me that someone, or some people, in the alliance wants to eliminate us? Absolutely. I think this idea isn't far-fetched, don't you think? Lilith, who was seated on William's lap, hummed in agreement. So, who do you think is targeting us? Razel asked. William smiled as he leaned lazily on the couch. I think it's either Ildan or Wade, William answered. Perhaps both of them. That's some serious accusations you have there, Lilith commented. As far as our relationship with them goes, we don't have any quarrel with either of them. William nodded. And this is why it makes them the best suspects. Usually, those whom you think are harmless are the ones who will stab you in the back. Well, anyways, enough with this talk. We will deal with them once they make their move. Now, let's have lunch. Sounds like a good idea. William smiled as he eyed Razel, who was eyeing the door the whole time. When the young beauty held up her hand in a peace sign, William and Lilith both nodded their heads. They had prepared the necessary bait, and if the latter still didn't take the bite then they would probably start to doubt Morax's intelligence. Back in the Black Tower. So, such a thing is going on. How intriguing, Morax muttered as he opened his eyes. So much for the so-called alliance. The Dread Lord sneered as he cut his connection with his spy inside the Glory Shelter. Ildan and Wade, is it? Morax rubbed his chin. Why not? It will be more interesting that way. I'll play along with this little game of yours, half-elf. Let's see who deceives who in the end. Morax laughed in amusement. I'd like to see the look on your face when everything you hold dear in this world disappears, right in front of your hateful eyes. Chapter 842. I didn't know you swing that way. 3 days had passed after William met with Morax, and an unsettling atmosphere settled in the Deadlands. Swiper, who had been actively looking for the mirrors, had just ordered his men to gather resources as their primary objective, placing the finding of another mirror as a secondary objective. Avril and the elves had also been very low-key. Similar to what the Glory Shelter was doing, they didn't leave Mimamator Shelter, and allowed the others to freely explore the Deadlands uncontested. After the last haunting, the other leaders had returned to their own shelters to manage their territories as they had in the past. Ildan and Wade had been invited by Morax to visit the Black Tower together. Whatever the three men had talked about, nobody knew, but after the two leaders returned to their respective domains, they had temporarily transferred the day-to-day management of their shelters to their trusted subordinates. Both of them had then holed themselves up in their rooms, as if contemplating something very important. 2 days later, the fifth mirror had been found by one of Wade's subordinates, leaving only 4 mirrors up for grabs. While this was happening, William and Razel continued their experiments, leaving Lilith to keep watch on the spy that was doing their best to be as low-key as possible. Razel, although it's a bit late to say this ability of yours is quite something, William said as he eyed the young beauty who was lying on the couch, who didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Don't worry, Will, Razel replied. I'm only showing you this because I trust you. Although she couldn't move her body, talking was not an issue for her. I know, William replied as he carried Razel to the bed to let her rest properly. But it is easy to abuse this kind of power. I just hope that you don't use this to play pranks on people. The corner of William's lips twitched because he could tell that the mischievous girl had indeed used her powers to prank people in the past. After settling the girl down, William went to open the door and looked down the empty hallways. A minute later, Lilith appeared and entered the room without saying another word. It was her turn to look after Razel, while William went to find something to eat for the 3 of them. When he arrived at the kitchen, William found Kathy humming a song as she busied herself with cooking their lunch. The meals in the Deadlands were pretty random, and most of them were just canned goods and biscuits that they found in abandoned convenience stores. This time around, the pretty lady, who seemed to be in her early 20s, was just reheating canned soup for everyone in the shelter. I didn't know you were a good cook, William teased as he approached the pretty lady, who had an appointment with him later in the evening for their regular blood-drinking session. Kathy smirked as she eyed the half-elf whom she would be meeting tonight. This is nothing, Kathy replied. She then wagged her finger at William with a mischievous smile. If I only had proper ingredients to work with, then I would be able to let you taste something that would make you fall in love with me all over again. But, I'm not in love with you. I'm just giving an example. Why are you taking it seriously? The two stared at each other before chuckling. Clearly, the two of them had a good relationship, so they were able to joke with each other so casually. Any news about the other shelters? William asked. Kathy tasted the soup to see if it was still edible before answering William's question. Aside from Wade getting the mirror, nothing else of importance floats in the Deadlands, Kathy answered. Ah, I almost forgot. We will be resuming our resources gathering tomorrow. Although we still have plenty of food, it is always best to have more here in the Deadlands. William nodded in understanding. All of you, be careful when you go out there. Try not to go to the outskirts. Just stay as close to the shelter as possible. Are you finally worried about me? Of course I am worried about you. Can you add 2 more scoops to my bowl? I'm pretty hungry. Kathy clicked her tongue and lightly punched William's arm with her closed fist. I knew it. You only think of me as your food supplier. Well, you're not wrong, William replied, chuckling as he defended himself from Kathy's ladle strikes. It was at this time when Zenobia entered the kitchen and gave the two a weird look. Am I interrupting something? Zenobia asked as she looked at Kathy, who had pinned William down on the table in a suggestive pose. Kathy hurriedly backed away like a frightened squirrel, while giving William the "I'll deal with you later" glare. William just scratched his head before he picked up the 3 bowls of soup to be brought back to the room where Lilith and Razel were waiting for him. Just as he was passing Zenobia, he whispered something in her ear, and the Death Lord nodded her head in understanding. I didn't know you swung that way, Zenobia said in a teasing tone. What's this? You're already tired of making love with live girls and now you want to experience necrophilia. You sure are something, boy. Kathy, who was busy transferring the canned soup to different bowls, froze when she heard Zenovia's mischievous words. She then looked at William weirdly as if trying to determine if there was something wrong in his head. Look what you did. You scared poor Kathy. William snorted as he eyed the Death Lord, who had a wide grin on her face. Just remember, right after the sun sets, got it? William left the kitchen pushing the food trolley down the empty hallway. He, Lilith, and Razel had holed themselves up in the training room, only leaving for short breaks at a time. Although it doesn't show on their faces, they were feeling a bit anxious because the mirrors were being gathered faster than their initial estimate. Fortunately, we managed to alter the mirror in time, William thought. Now that everyone is paying attention to the last 4 remaining mirrors, it will be harder to do anything without arousing suspicion from Morax. The bastard had been sending his scouts to monitor the shelter these past few days, and it is getting annoying. The half-elf was very sensitive to the undead, so it was very easy for him to tell if they had infiltrated the glory shelter day or night. In the past 3 days alone, there had been a total of 12 attempts to spy on them, which William thwarted successfully. I'm sure that his surveillance will increase as more of the mirrors fall in his hands. William sighed. We don't have much time left. The red-headed teenager walked the empty hallways, while thinking of the inevitable final showdown that was about to come. According to Razel's estimate, the most optimistic outcome was that the mirrors would all be gathered in a month. However, all 3 of them agreed that it was quite possible that Morax would have all of them in less than 2 weeks. Not only that, the alliance was already crumbling, and although there were no signs of infighting between the shelters, the 3 of them were already preparing for the worst-case scenario. A scenario that none of them wanted to see. Chapter 843. I don't mind being a jester sporting a crown. Inside the dwarven shelter, Ildan and Wade sat opposite each other as they played a game of chess. So, are you going to accept Morax's proposal? Wade asked as he moved his pawn forward. What about you? Ildan asked back as he moved his knight sideways. It's impolite to ask to answer a question with another question. It's fine. You're taller than me, so you should be more generous. Wade rolled his eyes at the dwarf who always used his height to avoid answering important questions. The problem with you is that you always play safe, Wade said as he used his bishop to take one of Eldon's pawns. You don't take the initiative and always wait for others to make their move. Didn't it cross your mind that they will also do the same? When are you going to grow a pair? Ildan brushed off Wade's taunts like a passing breeze. He didn't take anything the human said to heart because he and Wade were born from different races and viewpoints. Dwarves cared about stability. Although they wouldn't hesitate to go to war to protect their homelands, their actions would always be a reaction to an external force. Humans were different. They actively sought to expand their domains and attack their weakest neighbor in order to gain as much advantage as possible. This was why humans were the most dominant race in the world. Not only did they reproduce quickly, but they were very greedy as well. For humans, they would not settle for anything less when they could have the best. They would not settle for an inch, if they could get a mile. The same thing was happening in the Deadlands. Wade was the most recognized leader of the human faction. For them, Razel was just a little girl playing house. Although she had the strength to protect the glory shelter, she didn't have any ambition. Wade, on the other hand, had a surplus of it. You met with Morax earlier. What did you ask of him? Ildan asked in order to shift the topic of conversation. Wade snorted because he knew what the dwarf was trying to do, but he didn't voice his dissatisfaction at the dwarf's timid approach to the current structure of power in the Deadlands. Nothing much, just things I'd like to have, Wade replied with a devilish smirk. You like a lot of things, Ildan replied. Which one are you referring to? Why don't you make a wild guess? No need to make a guess. You're just after what is under Avril's skirt. The smirk on Wade's face stiffened after the dwarf revealed one of his secret fantasies. Close, but no cigar, Wade replied as he took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. After taking a long drag, he exhaled the smoke towards the dwarf who immediately glared back at him. Both of us know that Avril doesn't wear skirts, Wade commented as he pointed his cigarette in Eldon's direction. Also, that is not what I asked Morax. Of course she doesn't, Ildan answered as he waved his hand away to dispel the smell of cigarette that lingered in the air around him. You and Swiper would be howling like dogs if she did wear one. So, what did you ask him? Something you will never wish for. Ah, world peace. Wishing for it is just a pipe dream. Wade shook his head because both of them were now just talking in circles. He had personally gone to visit Ildan because he wanted to know what his stance would be after Morax had gathered all the mirrors. Every leader of the various shelters were not stupid. They knew that once Morax collected the mirrors, their role in the Deadlands would also come to an end. There were only 3 outcomes for them. One was to leave and return to their worlds as per agreement with Morax. The second was to join his side and start a conquest that they could only see in their wildest dreams. Or third, get in his way and be crushed like a bug. There was no fourth option, and everyone was either hoping that they would have a smooth transition back to their home worlds, or become Morax's lackeys and follow him for life. As for the third option, only fools would do that. Wade was not a fool. He knew that he would not stand a chance if he fought against the Dread Lord, so his only choice was either one of the first 2 choices. Naturally, Morax had extended an invitation to the two of them. He wanted them to become his subordinates, and promised them rewards that they would never have back in their respective home worlds. So, what is your final answer? Wade asked as he moved his queen. He only needed 2 moves in order to end the game as he eyed the dwarf who still had an indifferent expression on his face. My final answer is this. Ildan moved his own queen and placed it right next to Wade's king. Checkmate. The human leader frowned because he didn't notice the bishop that was hiding at the corner of the board, which supported Eldan's queen to checkmate Wade's king. Thank you for the game, friend, Ildan said as he stood up from his seat. I still have matters I need to discuss with my subordinates. I will not see you out. May you have a good day. The dwarven leader left the room with steady steps. Although he was shorter than the average human, Wade noticed how broad Eldan's back was. It was a back that had seen many hardships in the world, and no longer wanted to participate in the game of intrigue that was now becoming apparent in the Deadlands. What a fool, Wade thought. When the time comes, there will be no neutral ground to stand on. Morax will not allow people to sit in the fence and watch this show unfold. Only he has the qualifications to do that. Wade stood up from his seat and flicked Eldan's king, making it fly off the chessboard. He then watched as the chess piece shattered into pieces as it hit the wall of the room. There is only one king on this chessboard, and that person is the one sitting on that dragon bone throne in the Black Tower, Wade muttered. Everyone else is just a jester sporting a crown on their head. They are there for comedic relief, and once he no longer finds them amusing, they no longer need to exist. Wade left the room behind with a sneer. He had discovered the answer to his question, so he no longer needed to visit the dwarven shelter in the future. Ildan watched Wade's truck disappear in the distance as he stood on the roof of his shelter. This is the problem with you humans, Ildan said softly. You all forget something important. When the king is on his deathbed, who do you suppose will take his place? Will it be another king? Of course not. The dwarven leader looked in the direction of the glory shelter as he crossed his arms over his chest. You always stare at the person wearing the crown, but in the struggle for the throne, it is always the prince who has the last laugh, Ildan stated. I don't mind being a jester sporting a crown. If that is the only way to survive, I don't mind dancing the courtship dance that won me the love of my life. Ildan closed his eyes as he thought of his significant other who was waiting for him back home. No matter what happened, he would find a way to escape this hell hole without selling his soul to the devil. Chapter 844, I'll just ask for compensation in the future. How is it? Zenobia asked after William finished his regular check-up on her sea of consciousness. Everything is fine, William answered. I don't see any signs of collapse or corruption. That's good to know. I still feel anxious knowing that Morax could possibly take control over my mind and body again. Relax. With me around, he won't be able to do anything to you. Zenobia smiled as she looked at the half-elf that was looking at her with a smug expression on his face. Well then, I'll take my leave, Zenobia stated as she walked towards the door. By the way, should I call Kathy for you? William glanced at the clock on the wall and noticed that it was just 6:30. The sky, outside the window was starting to darken, which affected the half-elf's vampiric powers. Tell Kathy to have her dinner first, William replied. All right, I will tell her that you plan to have her for dessert. You're such a sinful man, you know that. Well, you are not the first, nor the last lady to tell me that, William replied as he flicked his hair. What can I say? I'm simply irresistible. Zenobia snorted as she closed the door without saying another word. The smugness on William's face disappeared as soon as he deemed that the Death Lord had gone away. I knew it, Zenobia was not the spy, William thought as he gazed outside the window of his room. I've made a full sweep of her sea of consciousness several times already, and I can say with confidence that Morax no longer has his hold on her. That could only mean one thing. William, Lilith, and Razel had already thought of the possibility that several members of the Glory Shelter had fallen under the Dread Lord's control. Their only problem was that they were still unable to pinpoint who they were. Should I bite all of them? William mused. This was his last resort in order to ensure that their plan wouldn't be compromised. If he couldn't find the spire spies before Morax gathered all the mirrors, then there was a high risk of the Dread Lord discovering their plan. While William was deep in thought, the door of the room opened and a pretty lady walked in with a smile. It didn't take long before she stood beside the half-elf who was looking outside the window, while thinking of ways to solve his problem. I thought I told Zenobia to tell you that you should have dinner first, William said in a teasing tone. He then glanced at the pretty girl beside him and poked her nose with his finger. "Are you that excited to be eaten by me?" Kathy giggled as she batted her eyes on William. She then walked towards the bed and sat on top of it, crossing one leg over the other. "Well, I'm always ready to be your main dish," Kathy said as she lazily gazed at William, who was still standing in front of the window. "But, you and I know that I'm just a convenient woman, at your beck and call, isn't that right, Will?" William walked towards Kathy and sat beside her. "I'm sorry," William apologized in a serious tone. "I didn't know that I made you feel that way. I will no longer drink your blood from today onwards. Now that you're tired of me, you're just going to throw me away." "Boo-hoo, what a pitiful lady I have become. I knew I should have taken my eye drops with me. Without tears, my acting skills aren't as effective. Hey, do you have eye drops on you? Let me borrow it for a while." William wasn't able to react to Kathy's silly solo performance because he suddenly felt drowsy. He tried to force his eyes open, but it was no use. The urge to sleep was so strong that even if he used his willpower to fight it, he was unable to form any kind of resistance. "What's this? Now you find me so boring that you fall asleep in front of me?" Kathy complained as she pinched William's left cheek. Are you really going to sleep on me?" That's not it, Kathy." William struggled to hold on to his consciousness, but he was slowly losing the battle. As an act of desperation, the half-elf bit the tip of his tongue, letting blood spurt from it. However, something unexpected happened. The pretty lady seated beside him suddenly kissed his lips and drew in the blood that had spurted out from between his lips. The half-elf suddenly felt weak as Kathy absorbed his strength, rendering him unable to move. As the thoughts of shock and disbelief flashed across his mind, he felt himself falling downwards into a bottomless pit. Kathy managed to pry his lips open wider and take his tongue into her mouth. She sucked hard on his tongue and William finally lost consciousness, his last thoughts worried about what was to come as the pretty lady continued to hold onto his body and drink his blood. "Rise and shine. How long are you planning to sleep? Oi, sleepyhead, wakey wakey. You still don't plan to wake up. I guess I have no choice but to do this seriously. Mister, I am giving you 10 seconds to wake up. If you don't, I'll cut off your ding-ding-dong and stew it." William opened his eyes, and saw Kathy's pretty face looking down on him. His thoughts were still in shambles, so he couldn't understand what had just happened. The last thing he remembered was, what was it again? William blinked once then twice and blinked again. He couldn't form a coherent thought no matter what he did. "I guess she did a number on you on a subconscious level," Kathy muttered as she poked William's nose repeatedly. "Oi, can you hear me? Can you understand me?" William wanted to reply, but the mere thought of replying even slipped from his mind like sand falling in an hourglass. Kathy sighed as she pulled William into a sitting position. The scene that appeared in front of him was a blue sea that reflected an equally blue sky. The scenery was quite familiar and the words, "Sea of Consciousness," passed through his mind for a brief moment before disappearing completely. "Even sitting you up does nothing." Kathy pouted as she let go of William's hands, letting his body fall until he was facing upwards. "You've been very careless, Will," Kathy sighed as she caressed the side of William's face. "Morax used the powers of the mirrors to set a trap in Zenovia's Sea of Consciousness. He knows that you are a hindrance to his plans, so he decided to incapacitate you until all the mirrors were gathered." Kathy pinched the unresponsive half-elf who was still looking at the sky above him, unable to reply to her complaints. "I guess I have no choice," Kathy mused. "I can't let Morax succeed in his plans." Kathy's clothes fell off her body as she gave William a complicated look. She knew what she needed to do, but she was still annoyed that the half-elf wasn't in the right state of mind to appreciate what she was about to do for him. "I'll just ask for compensation in the future," Kathy sighed. "He won't be able to pay me back if there is no future anyways." Chapter 845, She is Waiting for You. William dreamed, a dream that he had never had before. Haleth, Amelia, Pearl, Priscilla, a pretty lady with a single horn on her forehead, a green-haired beauty with a tail that resembled that of a lizard, and a halfling who looked like a doll that was only a little more than 3 feet tall held onto his body. All of them caressed him in different places, and murmured something in his ears, but he was not in a condition to understand what they were saying. All he knew was that the places they touched made him feel warm, and at peace. It made him feel that everything was going to be alright. William didn't know how long he spent in that world, in the company of these ladies. But, with each day that passed, he was starting to grasp his fleeting thoughts. Day by day, he felt strength returning to his body. In time, he was able to understand what they were saying. They were words of encouragement, telling him that he must stay strong and not give up hope. They all looked at him with affectionate gazes, as if they had known him for a very long time. They would kiss his forehead, his ears, nose, cheeks, neck, hands, fingers, feet, and every other part of his body, except for his lips. "It's time to go, Will," Haleth said lovingly as she kissed his cheeks one last time. "They are waiting for you, she is waiting for you." Each of the ladies gave William a hug, and kissed him one last time before turning into particles of light. The half-elf unconsciously reached out to hold onto them, but they had already disappeared completely. "You're finally awake," Lilith cried out as she hugged William's body. The half-elf was still in the gesture of reaching out to something when he realized that he was no longer inside his sea of consciousness. Razel joined Lilith in hugging William, with tears streaming down her face. "We thought that you were not going to wake up," Lilith said as she lightly pounded William's chest with her fist. "We were scared, very scared. What happened to you?" "I'm sorry," William said as he held the heads of the two girls who were bawling their eyes out because of him. "I got careless." A few minutes passed before Lilith and Razel were able to regain their composure. William asked them to tell him everything that happened, while he was sleeping, and the two girls complied without leaving out any details. "You've been sleeping for 2 weeks, Razel explained. During that time, Kathy would come to see you every 3 days to feed you some of her blood. 7 of the mirrors have already been found, and only a small part of the deadlands has been left untouched. It's possible that they would discover the 8th mirror any day now." Lilith, who was holding William's hand, also joined in explaining the current situation. Conflicts have broken out between the shelters due to the intense competition that is happening. The demonic shelter suffered a joint attack from 3 of the shelters that still haven't found any of the mirrors because Swiper keeps getting in their way. If not for Ildan, mediating between the 4 parties, the demonic shelter might have already ceased to exist. William's expression became grim as he listened to Razel's and Lilith's narration of the events that had transpired while he was out of commission. "How about Zenobia? Where is she?" Zenobia had locked herself up in her room, refusing to come out, Razel sighed. "She discovered that her thoughts were being manipulated a day after you fell asleep. Because of this, she decided to lock herself in and forbade us from interacting with her." William tried to stand up from the bed, but his body had become very stiff and he was finding it hard to move. In the end, he had to ask the 2 girls by his side to help him sit in a more comfortable position. "It's possible that the mirror will be found today or tomorrow," William stated. "We have to prepare for the worst. Fortunately, our preparations are almost complete." William looked at Razel, and the latter nodded her head in acknowledgement. "We've done everything we can," Razel replied. "There's nothing we can do now except to make last-minute preparations." William clenched his fist as he thought of Morax, who had successfully trapped him in his own sea of consciousness. If not for the 7 ladies who did their best to wake him up, he might have remained unconscious until Morax's plan had come to fruition. The half-elf didn't even want to think of what fate would have befallen Lilith and Razel, who had no way of protecting themselves, once the Dread Lord had taken full control of the Black Tower. "Fortunately, I woke up at the last minute." William shuddered at the thought of losing the 2 ladies by his side, who played an important role in his life. "We can still do this. Okay, for now, listen to me," William said as she held Lilith's and Razel's hands. "We will continue to make Morax think that I'm still asleep. Don't let anyone visit this room, especially the people from other shelters. By the way, has anyone visited me during those 2 weeks?" "All the leaders came to visit a day ago," Razel replied. "Even Swiper came, but we didn't allow him to step foot inside the stadium. We know that he has a grudge against you, so we didn't dare take any chances." William nodded. "For now, don't let anyone visit. If someone asks, tell them that I'm still unconscious and haven't shown any signs of waking up." The 2 girls nodded. They are in agreement that William's condition must be kept secret no matter what. "I will try to regain my body's functions as soon as possible, so when the operation starts, we will be ready," William added. "Don't let anyone inside the room." "How about Kathy?" Razel asked. "You are scheduled to drink her blood today. You can let her in." William had already spoken before he even realized it. However, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what he said, so he decided to put it aside for the time being because he was thinking of other ways to pay back the Dread Lord for what he had done to him. Lilith and Razel also had no complaints about letting Kathy enter the room. The pretty lady was the one that informed them of William's condition, and was also the one who had zealously supplied him with blood, while he was unconscious. Chapter 846, I can only cheer for you in places where you couldn't see. Kathy, can you tell me everything that happened back then? William asked as the pretty lady arrived in his room. Lilith and Razel decided to leave them alone because the half-elf had said that he needed to have a private conversation with Kathy. Both of the girls trusted William enough to know that this might be something that he couldn't tell them, so they decided to give way and respect his request. You suddenly felt drowsy and lost consciousness, Kathy answered. After that I panicked and called for help. William eyed the pretty girl who had sat beside him on the bed. I've indeed heard from Lilith and Razel that you were the one that informed them that I had lost consciousness, William stated. But, before I lost consciousness, I can still remember what you did. But, why did you do that? Are you referring to the time that I kissed you and sucked the blood that was gushing out of the tip of your tongue? Yes, I admit that I might have still fallen unconscious even then, but I still didn't understand why you did that. Kathy smiled as she gazed straight into William's eyes. I just thought that since you were the one always drinking my blood, it would be interesting to know what would happen if I drank yours as well. By the way, your blood doesn't taste too good. The trace of complaint in Kathy's voice made the corner of William's lips twitch. Girl, you were the one that drank my blood without my permission. Now you have the gall to complain to me. William was about to voice his counter-complaint, but Kathy's delicate finger pressed on his lips, preventing him from speaking. Listen, Will, and listen well, Kathy said softly. When the past no longer illuminates the future, the spirit walks in darkness. But, no matter how frail hope is, it can never be killed. Kathy then cupped William's face, as her eyes teared up a bit. Will, you are very pitiful. I pity you so much that my heart aches for you. Even now, you have forgotten many important things. Things that you can no longer take back. Kathy, just what are you talking about? William asked. He wanted to take the pretty lady's hands away from his face, but for some reason, he couldn't muster enough strength in his body to even move his hands, which were clenching the bed sheets firmly. Sorry, I got carried away. Kathy removed her hands from William's face as she returned back to her usual self. I pity you so much that I have a strong urge to give you a good beating just for the sake of venting my frustrations. How unreasonable can you get? William rubbed his face with both of his hands. Can you answer my question seriously? For some reason, he was starting to feel drowsy again, but it wasn't as strong as the one he felt before he lost consciousness. But, I already did. That's not the answer I am looking for. Kathy giggled because she felt that William was being unreasonable. Even so, she noticed that the half-elf was starting to feel drowsy again. Because of this, she decided to finish the important issue first. I'll answer your question next time, Kathy said. Also, in the future, I will ask you to repay your debt to me. What debt? You'll know in the future. Hello, can you speak human? William sighed. Why are you being vague? If I owe you something, tell me what I owe you, so I can pay it back. Kathy giggled as she presented her neck on William. The pretty lady wrapped her arms around William's head, holding him in place. Don't worry, Kathy whispered. You will pay me back in full, all in good time. For now, just drink and sleep. You still haven't fully recovered, and you need to rest properly. When morning comes, the 8th mirror will be found, and this theatrical performance will soon come to an end. William stopped caring and finally bit into the pretty lady's neck to draw blood. The drowsiness he was feeling instantly disappeared as soon as Kathy's sweet and delicious blood passed through his lips. Take your time to drink, Kathy whispered. I'm not going anywhere, so drink until you are full. This might be the last time you will be able to drink my blood, so savor it completely. Last time, William thought as he steadily drank the rich blood that was vibrant with life. He had to admit that Kathy's blood was the best that he had tasted so far, and thought that it would be a waste if he were unable to drink it again. In the past, it didn't strike him that Kathy was someone special. He only found out that she was a very lively and optimistic person after interacting with her during his stay in the Glory Shelter. If not for the scarcity of blood, Razel wouldn't have resorted to asking Kathy to become one of William's helpers when he needed to drink blood. A few minutes later, William finally finished drinking, and the pretty lady kissed his cheeks before tucking him to bed. Kathy, just who are you? William asked. Please answer me honestly. Even if I tell you who I am, You will not believe me, Kathy answered as she sat beside the bed. Try me, your future wife. Lies. See. Kathy covered her lips and chuckled. I told you so. Be serious, Kathy, William replied as he eyed the pretty lady suspiciously. Kathy shook her head. I can't be serious, Will. If I do, I will take you away from this world, and keep you for myself. Both of us know that it's not going to work out that way. Since that is the case, I'll just go with the flow, at least for now. The room descended into silence as William and Kathy stared at each other's eyes. Both looking for the answers to their questions, that could only be found at the deepest recesses of each other's minds. Kathy, are you my enemy? William inquired. No, Kathy answered as she planted a kiss on William's forehead. I am forever by your side, because you represent me, Will. The pretty lady stood up and walked towards the door. However, right before she was about to leave the room, she glanced back at William and smiled. I will lend my help, but the help I can give you in this world is limited, Kathy stated. The two people you can rely on the most at the darkest hour are none other than Razel and Lilith. Truth be told, I envy them. At least, they will be able to fight side by side with you. My role is to forever be on the sidelines. That is why, I can only cheer for you in places where you cannot see. Good night, Will. I pray that when tomorrow comes, you will have fully recovered your strength. Kathy waved her hand before closing the door. When Lilith and Razel returned to the room, they saw William sleeping snugly in bed. The half-elf was sleeping so peacefully that both girls couldn't find it in their hearts to wake him up. Kathy, who was walking through the empty hallways, finally stopped in front of a room where the sound of someone pounding the wall could be heard. Time to solve the issue with this problem child as well, Kathy muttered as she opened the room to Zenovia's room. Will is already having a hard enough time as it is. He will need all the help he can get. Chapter 847, A Gamble Worth Taking. This is what you get for getting in my way, Morax sneered as he used the power of the 7 mirrors to scry on William's current condition. The image of the half-elf sleeping on the bed appeared in front of him, and it made the Dread Lord extremely satisfied. Although he had received the report from Wade, and the other leaders, that the red-headed teenager was still in a coma a day ago, he was still not convinced, so he decided to confirm it himself. After seeing that the half-elf was indeed still in a comatose condition, he felt as if a thorn had been dislodged from his chest. He no longer worried about any kind of resistance from the denizens of the Deadlands because more than half of them had already sworn fealty to his side. With this matter settled, the Dread Lord felt confident that he could secure not only the Black Tower, but the entire Deadlands under his control. The reason why he started to have ambitions to acquire the Deadlands was due to one simple matter. No gods could enter this world. Morax had sacrificed most of his divinity until he had regressed to the peak of a demigod. Even then, the injuries he received from the pursuit of the gods of hell left him unable to leave the Black Tower, or else his existence would crumble to dust. This was why he manipulated the undead to do his bidding, and even had to stoop even lower in order to befriend the leaders of the shelters. He needed them to help him acquire the mirrors, which would allow him to return to his peak strength, and once again step into the ranks of the gods. As if he was laughing at William's current condition, one of the Death Lords under his command barged inside the throne room bearing a message that made the smile on Morax's face widen. Your Excellency, the 8th mirror has been found, the Death Lord reported. Excellent. Morax laughed and ordered the Death Lord to bring the mirror to his hands as fast as possible. The Death Lord bowed respectfully before leaving the throne room in haste. One more. Morax chuckled. Just one more and I will be invincible. Morax rejoiced for the time he had envisioned was close at hand. Now, whose domain should I visit first after I regain my powers? Morax rubbed his chin in a good mood. Ah, I know who to visit first. The Dread Lord smirked as he remembered the irritating Grand Marquis of Hell that had played an important role in his downfall. Amen, I will start with you. Morax smashed his fist on the armrest of his dragon throne. I want to see your expression as you watch your precious daughter getting defiled right in front of your eyes. Ah, yes, that girl, that cursed girl that was born from the union of a cursed god, and a god that was about to meet her end. Such a happy union, I dare say. But, alas, you dared to offend me, so I'll make sure you regret it for the rest of your life. Morax raised his hand and a golden goblet appeared out of thin air. A moment later, a beautiful elf with long green hair, and a pair of beautiful ruby-colored eyes, poured wine inside the goblet. How are the preparations going? Morax asked. Everything is in order, Your Excellency, the beautiful elf replied. Good. Once the last mirror is acquired, you will get everything you ever wanted, Morax promised. Not only in this world, but in all the worlds where I will reign. So, serve me well. I will, Your Excellency, the beautiful elf replied. I look forward to seeing your glory. Lindir sighed as he sat on his makeshift throne in the Swamptide shelter. Even after exhausting everything, he wasn't able to find any of the mirrors in the Deadlands. The morale of his shelter was also at an all-time low because several of the leaders in the Alliance had started to switch camp to Morax's side, which made Lindir and the other neutral leaders feel anxious. The only thing he could hope for now was that Morax would honor his promise to open the doorway that would allow them to leave the Deadlands. As long as he could return to his homeworld in one piece, he would be able to start over and rebuild his tribe, which had been destroyed during an intense struggle for territorial expansion. While the lizardfolk were thinking on what to do next, an unexpected visitor appeared in front of him. Xenovia, what are you doing here? Lindir asked in confusion. Did something happen to the glory shelter? Did that boy, William, wake up? Even when Xenovia was still a living, breathing, human, she and Lindir never had a close relationship. Although they don't antagonize each other, the lizardfolk had no idea why the Death Lord would come and visit him. William's presence in the glory shelter gave Lindir hope that he would act as a deterrent, just in case Morax went back on his word to let the people of the Deadlands free. However, after the red-headed boy fell into a coma, they started to suspect that it was Morax's way to eliminate all opposition. Even Swiper, who hated William to the bone, felt alarmed when he heard of the half-elf's comatose state. Although they didn't get along, the demonic boar had recognized William's strength. Swiper hoped that the half-elf would help balance the playing field to prevent the scales from tipping in Morax's favor. Lindir eyed Xenovia with a guarded expression as he did his best to prevent his inner feelings from showing on his face. I'd like to talk to you in private, Xenovia replied. This is a very sensitive issue, so I hope that you will listen to me just once. Lindir pondered for a bit before nodding his head. Right now, he wasn't doing anything special, so he was more than willing to hear Xenovia's purpose for coming to visit him. Half an hour later, Xenovia left the Swamptide shelter to return to the Glory shelter. Lindir didn't escort her outside, but remained inside his room to digest the Death Lord's proposal. I guess I'll just have to take a gamble, Lindir muttered through gritted teeth. I just hope I will get to live after everything has come to pass. If not, I will be one of Morax's undead minions, who are stripped of their free will to serve him for all eternity. Lindor hated gambling the most because he wasn't good at it. Now that something big was at stake, with the odds stacked up against him, he was feeling helpless. Even so, he was willing to take a gamble. There was only one problem. Was it a gamble worth taking? Chapter 848, You're not getting any sleep tonight. Standing inside his sea of consciousness, William looked up at the sky with his arms crossed. Over his chest, he could see the image of Morax looking down on him from on top of the ceiling of the room. A sneer could be seen on the Dread Lord's face, which made William sneer back at him in return. After a few minutes, Morax's scrying ended and William could tell that the Dread Lord was gone for good. Seriously, you should have just told me, Kathy, William muttered. The pretty lady had somehow managed to force the half-elf into deep sleep, which allowed him to trick Morax into thinking that he was still out for the count. Suddenly, two ladies appeared inside his sea of consciousness, and they were none other than Lilith and Razel. Will, what's wrong? Lilith asked as she held William's hand. I'm surprised that you called out to me using the earrings. Sorry, everything happened so fast that even I had no time to react. William squeezed Lilith's hand. Morax gained the ability to scry on others when he gained the 7th mirror. It is also highly possible that the 8th mirror will be found today. We can no longer rely on normal means, so we will do the exercise in my sea of consciousness. If everything works out properly, we still have a chance to turn everything around. Razel looked around William's inner world with great interest. So, this is what your consciousness looks like, Will, Razel said, as she gazed at the countless weapons that were embedded in the surface of the sea. It's nothing special, William replied. Now, let's get back to business. Morax now thinks that I'm no longer a threat to him, so this will work in our advantage. Unfortunately, the rest will have to rely on the both of you to make the plan succeed. Lilith and Razel nodded their heads in acknowledgement. After finding the 8th mirror they will definitely go all out to find the last one, Razel smirked. Unfortunately, it will not be that simple. Unfortunately, it will take a few days for them to find it. William shook his head. 3 days. In 3 days, the last mirror will be found. William scratched his head in helplessness as he gazed at the two ladies who were looking back at him in disbelief. A little bird will tell Lindir where it is located, William replied. He will make a move in 3 days. Lilith's and Razel's expressions became extremely serious. They thought that the last mirror would allow them to buy some time to make the necessary preparations, but the half-elf was telling them that they only had 3 days to get everything ready. Do we have enough time? Lilith inquired as she looked at Razel. Razel crossed her arms over her chest. Theoretically, we are ready to carry out our plan anytime. But, why does it have to happen in 3 days? William smiled. It's because a bird told me that this is the day which has the highest chance of success. Wait, is that bird the same bird that told Lindir where the 9th mirror could be found? No, this one is a different bird. A rather eccentric one, but she meant us no harm, maybe. Lilith raised an eyebrow. Maybe. The red-headed teenager coughed lightly because the eccentric bird had forbidden him from sharing her identity. Although William had a feeling that everything would still be fine even if he told Lilith and Razel about her, he still decided to play it safe and only said what he was allowed to say. Whether we are given more days or not, it doesn't really matter, William stated. Our plans are already set, so it will be best for us to settle this sooner rather than later. Besides, I don't like pretending to be in a coma for a long time. Razel sighed but still nodded her head in agreement. Very well, we will carry out our plan on the 3rd day. Should we tell Lilith the full extent of our plan? William and Razel looked at the Amazon, who looked back at the two with a confused expression on her face. Lilith, how good are you at acting? William asked. The Amazon princess frowned because she wasn't really good at acting. Although she could exert some effort in making it work, acting had never been her forte. Just average, Lilith replied honestly. Why, do I need to act to make things more convincing? Yes, but since you can't do it, let's just scratch that plan. William patted her shoulder. I'm sorry, but it will be best if we keep you out of the loop for all of our sakes. Razel could only smile apologetically at Lilith, who had a dissatisfied look on her face. Even so, the Amazon princess still nodded in the end. Will, I trust you, Lilith said. If you really think that it is best not to tell me anything, then I will support your decision. But, this will be the first and last time that you will do this to me. In the future, you will not keep anything from me, and just give it to me straight. Do we have an agreement? William nodded and kissed her cheek. Sorry, I promise that I will not do it again in the future. I'll forgive you just this once. Razel, who was feeling left out, moved closer to the two and gave both of them a hug. We're all in this together, Razel said, but her voice carried a trace of anxiousness. Don't worry. Everything will be fine, William assured the anxious young beauty. I believe in you, Razel. How about me? Lilith interjected. The half-elf chuckled as she looked at the Amazon princess, who was still feeling pouty. Of course I believe in you as well, William stated. As long as the 3 of us are together, there's nothing that we can't do. Can I tell you guys something? Razel asked. William and Lilith looked at the young beauty whose face was still blushing. It was very rare for Razel to take the initiative to open up to them, so the two were more than willing to listen to her. Go ahead, William replied. Lilith nodded her head and waited for Razel to tell them what was on her mind. You see, I just want to let the two of you know that my ma and pa conceived me in that strange world that they were trapped in during their youth, Razel said. She was unable to look at William and Lilith, whose faces had started to turn weird. That's why we should do our best, Razel said in a voice that was so low that it almost sounded like a mosquito buzz. All of us, especially the two of you. Please, do your best. After throwing a bomb at the two people who were very dear to her, Razel turned into particles of light and left William's sea of consciousness in haste. William and Lilith stared at the empty space where the young beauty had stood a moment ago with complicated expressions on their faces. Lilith, you don't have to say anything. You can just sleep, and I'll handle the rest. All you need to do is make sure that it stays up. William didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Lilith's determined words. Clearly, the young beauty was just instigating something, but the Amazon princess had taken it seriously. Let's just do it in moderation, William replied. We still have a job to do. Relax. Lilith gave William the, "You're not getting any sleep tonight," smile, which made the half-elf feel like he was about to fight a wrestling match with her. A match that would definitely not end in his favor. Chapter 849, The Calm Before the Storm, Part 1. When Lilith opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the man that she had chosen to be her partner for life. She gazed at his peaceful sleeping face, and brushed the hair that was covering his face with her hand. The Amazon princess hadn't believed in love before, but now she was sure that she was starting to truly fall in love with William. Of course, she knew that the half-elf also hadn't expected a day like this would come. Both of them didn't really see each other as a potential love interest. That all changed after they had arrived in the Deadlands and met Razel. Without her, neither of them would have taken that final step. That step that allowed them to grasp a possibility that they never knew existed. "I love you," Lilith whispered in William's ears as she gave him a kiss on the cheek. Lilith then propped herself from the bed, letting the blanket fall from her sensuous naked body. Last night was a bit intense because she was the one that took the lead in everything. Even now, she felt that William was still inside her and it made her blush, despite just having woken up. She then removed the blanket from William's lower half, and kissed the one responsible for making her feel good. "I love you too," Lilith said as she gave the little Will a smooch, which made the latter very lively. Lilith stood up from the bed and did a few stretches to let the blood flow inside her body. If not for the fact that they were facing a very dangerous situation, she would have loved to continue making love to the red-headed teenager to ensure that she became pregnant with his child. "Unfortunately, I can't do that," Lilith sighed as she took out a bath towel to wrap William up like a spring roll, before lifting him up from the bed. She carried the sleeping half-elf towards the shower room in order to clean him up from the aftermath of their intense night battle. Just as she was about to enter the shower room, she heard the voices of people talking inside the room. Lilith was surprised, but she wasn't too concerned because she was familiar with the voices of the two ladies. As soon as the Amazon princess stepped inside the shower room, Razel and Kathy glanced in her direction. The pretty lady wasn't able to stop the chuckle that escaped her lips when she saw the wrapped-up spring roll in Lilith's hands. Razel, on the other hand, wasn't able to stop the wide grin that spread across her face. However, if one were to look closely, her face was starting to redden. "He's still asleep?" Kathy asked. She eyed the half-elf whose sleeping face made her wish that she could lock him up in her own room and suck him dry. "You're spoiling him too much, Lilith. If you continue like this, he's going to end up as a no-good person in the future." Lilith chuckled as she chose a place that was far from the two ladies to wash him, while preventing them from seeing her lover's naked body. If this was in the past, she wouldn't have minded sharing William with her sisters in the Amazon Empire. However, right now, she was feeling possessive, and no longer had the intention of letting others see something that belonged to her. Seeing that Lilith had no intention of letting them see some eye candy, Kathy shook her head helplessly as she soaked inside the bathtub. Razel on the other hand was humming in her brown bathtub. Clearly, she was feeling very happy at the moment, and Kathy knew that it was best to not poke fun at her happiness. A few minutes later, the two ladies left the shower room because both of them had duties that they needed to attend to. It was also at that moment when Lilith came out of the shower, carrying William in her arms. As much as she wanted to soak with William in the bathtub, she couldn't do that right now. Morax might use his scrying skills to check on his condition anytime, so she didn't dare to take too much time in cleaning him up. A few minutes later, both of them returned to the room right next to Razel's. After dressing the half-elf properly, Lilith laid him on the couch for the time being. She then changed the bed sheets, as well as the blanket that they had used the night before. Only after finishing these two things did she return William to the bed and laid down beside him. Lilith still needed to train inside William's sea of consciousness to check how long William would be able to use her powers. The Amazon's divinity was the key to overturn Morax's plans. William's body needed to learn to contain Lilith's divinity for a period of time to ensure that their strategy would succeed. "Okay, we will resume looking for resources today," Kathy said with determination. "Everyone, please, do your best. Be careful," Razel said as she gazed at the gloomy skies of the Deadlands. "It seems that a storm is coming." Kathy also glanced at the dark gray sky with a calm gaze before nodding her head in agreement. "We will not be away for too long," Kathy replied. "At most, we will return after 3 to 4 hours. Razel looked worriedly at Zenobia, who had her arms crossed over her chest and leaning on the truck. "Don't worry, I'm fine now." Zenobia grinned at the young beauty who was looking at her with concern. "Besides, We can't let Kathis group wander around the Deadlands with such high tension in the air, right? Razel nodded. Be careful. At the first signs of trouble, immediately return to the shelter. Got it, Zenobia replied. A few minutes later, the Glory Shelter's scavenger team moved out to look for resources. Although no one said anything, they could feel that something was different in the Deadlands today. There was some kind of invisible suppression that was coming down from the sky. They couldn't help but think that something bad was going to happen, and that something was going to happen very soon. Chapter 850, The Calm Before the Storm, Part 2. Such ominous clouds, Ildan said as he gazed out the window of his shelter. It seems that the countdown to the end of the world has finally started. Do you feel that way as well? Lindir, who had visited the dwarven shelter so early in the morning, clicked his tongue in agreement and irritation. I hate being treated like a chess piece by people, Lindir complained. For someone of my status to stoop this low, I think I'm going mad. Ildan laughed as he walked towards his friend and patted his shoulder. It's good to be mad every now and then. Only the crazy people in the world can do the crazy things that people deem impossible. You're crazy, too, Lindir hissed in anger. Why are you being stubborn? I know that dwarves are stubborn, but you are on a whole new level. I came here so that you could convince me to side with Morax, so that I don't have to go through this madness. You went to the wrong shelter. You should have gone to Wade's or Avril's instead. But I hate those two-faced bastards. Ildan shrugged as he sat on the chair opposite the raging lizardfolk. Lindir sighed before drinking the cup of water on the table. After quenching his thirst, he once again glared at the dwarf who had started to play with his beard. Look, I'm not asking for too much, Lindir said in a voice that reeked of anxiety. Just, what are our chances of winning? Close to zero. Fuck this, I'm out. The lizard stood up and walked towards the door. He then opened the door and turned his head to look at the dwarf who was still playing with his beard. Aren't you going to stop me? Lindir asked in disbelief. Ildan raised his head to look at the lizardfolk whose green scales had started to change to red. Why would I stop you? Ildan asked. It's your life, so it's your choice. The last thing that I want to happen is to have someone scream in my ear, I shouldn't have believed in you. As I am facing death. You're old enough, Lindir. You, everyone, need to take responsibility for their own choices. Whether it leads to defeat or victory, you should do it with the knowledge that it is the choice you made, and no one else's. Fuck this, I'm out, Lindir growled as he slammed the door shut. Ildan shook his head as he picked up the beer on the table. Just as he was about to enjoy his beer, the door of the room opened and Lindir barged in once again. Only this time he was not alone. Tell me, dwarf, Swiper said in a voice that reeked of anxiety. What are your chances of winning? The corner of Eldon's lips twitched as he looked at the demonic boar kin and the irritating lizardfolk who looked at him as if they would die if he didn't give them a proper answer. Close to zero, Ildan repeated the answer that he had given Lindir. Fuck this, I'm out, Lindir said for the third time as he walked out of the room. Damn, I don't want to be on the losing side. I'm out of here, Swiper declared as he, too, went out of the door and slammed it shut. Ildan watched them go as he opened his canned beer with a pop. The dwarven leader had just taken a sip of his beer when the door of his room once again opened. Swiper and Lindir walked towards him with serious expressions on their faces. Hey, do we really have no chances of winning? Lindir asked. Fess up, old dwarf, Swiper glared in anger. I hate to be on the losing side. If you think that you have a chance of winning, say it now or I swear that I will haunt you if I die here in the Deadlands. The demonic boar then grabbed the beer from Eldon's hand and drank all of its contents in one go. After he was done, he crumpled the can and tossed it aside before glaring at the dwarf who was looking at Lindir and him like they were dead people. Ildan stood up from his chair and summoned his sledgehammer. You bastards, Ildan roared as he gripped his weapon with both hands. Stop asking me and think using your own goddamn minds. Eldon's mighty roar reverberated inside his shelter. He then swung his weapon, in order to pulverize the two pests that kept on pestering him. Unfortunately, Swiper and Lindir had expected this to happen and had already started to run away. Although the lizardfolk and the demonic boar had no redeeming features, neither of them would lose in the running away for their lives department, which almost made Ildan suffer from aneurysm as he chased after them with his weapon held high. Morax gazed at the 8 mirrors hovering in the air as they projected the images of the people in the Deadlands. He watched with amusement as the enraged dwarf ran after Swiper and Lindir with the intention of beating the crap out of them. The Dread Lord even laughed out loud when Ildan almost smashed Swiper's face after the demonic boar accidentally tripped on the stairs, in his desire to run away from the dwarf whose beer he had drank without permission. After having his fill of the trio's antics, the Dread Lord gazed at William, who was currently lying in bed with a beautiful Amazon by his side. Morax had labeled the half-elf as a variable in his plans, so he made sure to cripple him during the most crucial moment. Now that the half-elf was out of the equation, he no longer felt any threat from the inhabitants of the Deadlands, even if they all ganged up against him. Only William, whose vampiric power could be boosted by the Black Tower, posed the most serious threat to Morax's desire for conquest. As long as the half-elf remained asleep, no one in the world could stand in his way. Morax shifted his gaze to the other mirrors, which showed him the people from the other shelters still frantically looking for the last mirror. The Dread Lord looked at them with appreciation because without their help, he wouldn't have been able to collect them in such a short time. 2 hours later, the Dread Lord finally grew bored of watching the goings-on in the Deadlands and raised his hand. The mirrors flew towards their respective pedestals and remained motionless. Only their surface rippled with power as they waited for their ninth brethren to join them to fulfill the purpose for their creation. Everything once again settled down in the Deadlands as if the eye of the storm was passing through. Morax knew that after that brief moment of reprieve, his dreams and aspirations would finally become a reality. 3 days later, Lindir stood on the rooftop of his shelter with his hands behind his back. He watched as a lone figure made her way in his direction under the cover of dawn. Today was the promised day, and Lindir had to make an important decision. He had spent the last few days trying to convince himself that he should just join Morax's side and get it over with. But something deep inside him was resisting and unwilling to hold hands with the Dread Lord that had tempted him with promises beyond his wildest dreams. Lindir sighed as he gazed at Zenobia, who had landed a few meters away from him. "I came here for your answer," Zenobia said. "What is your decision?" Lindir clenched his fists as an internal battle waged inside his head. Zenobia crossed her arms over her chest and waited patiently for Lindir's answer. Right now, the main actors were about to take center stage. Whether this story would lead to a happy or sad ending, would all depend on how they played their part in the bigger picture. Zenobia eyed Lindir with a devilish smile from where she stood. If Lindir agreed to their proposal, then everything would be fine and dandy. However, if Lindir backed out, then they would go with Plan B. Kathy had told Zenobia that if Lindir didn't agree to their proposal, she had permission to beat the lizardfolk up until he agreed. This was their Plan B, no matter what happened. The only answer they would accept from Lindir's lips was yes, or yes. Chapter 851. Let it be known that on this day, we dwarves had kept our oath. Lindir dove deep into the sea in search for the last remaining mirror that would put an end to his nightmare. After a brief internal struggle, he finally agreed to Zenovia's proposal. However, what surprised him was that the Death Lord actually had a dejected look on her face, as if she was deprived of her favorite toy. An hour later, he and the rest of his shelter were all searching underwater for the mirror that would decide their fate. As Lindir dove in the murky darkness, he caught a brief ripple of power, which caught him by surprise. "It's over there." Lindir propelled himself deeper in the water as his senses locked onto the object that had caught his attention. Soon, his hand grasped the edges of the mirror that had been lying at the bottom of the sea, for who knows how long. His subordinates had noticed their leader's sudden movements and followed behind him. When they saw that the famed mirror was within his grasp, all of them celebrated and circled around him in delight. If in the past, Lindir might have felt smug about this achievement. But now, he just felt empty inside. He even had the thought of breaking the mirror in his hands to prevent Morax from attaining his goal, but he knew that it was impossible. Why? Because the mirrors were indestructible. Sighing in his heart, Lindir made the long journey back to the surface with the last mirror in his hands. Back in the glory shelter, Kathy opened her eyes and sighed. "The time has finally come," Kathy said softly as she bit on the tip of her finger and placed it on the sleeping half-elf's lips. "Well, it's time for you to wake up. The time of reckoning has come." Lilith and Razel were also in the room with her, but both of them were busy looking outside the window and didn't notice Kathy's gesture. As the drop of blood entered William's lips, his eyes slowly opened. He looked up at the pretty lady who was looking down on him with a finger pressed over his lips, as if telling him not to say anything. Soon, Kathy withdrew her finger, which had already healed, and placed her hand to the side. She mouthed the words "good luck" before leaving the room. Just as she had told William, there was very little that she could do to help him. Her role was to be a spectator, but she wasn't able to remain indifferent after seeing that the half-elf had fallen into the trap that Morax had laid out inside Zenovia's sea of consciousness. William watched her go with a complicated look on his face. He had many questions to ask Kathy, but now was not the time for it. He, Lilith, and Razel had things to do, and this was not the right moment to interrogate the pretty lady who seemed to have a knack for leaving William at a loss for words. "Lilith, can you leave the room for a bit?" William said, to the surprise of the two girls who didn't expect him to wake up at this moment. Truth be told, they hadn't even sensed Kathy's departure from the room, which added to their confusion. "Okay," Lilith replied, "I will be waiting outside. Just call for me when you need me." William nodded and gave her a kiss on the cheeks to assure her that everything was going to be fine. As soon as the door closed, Razel approached the bed and looked at William with a serious gaze. "It's now or never," Razel said with a determined look on her face. William just smiled and held her hand. "Don't worry, I got this." Razel took a deep breath to calm her senses before lowering her head. They had done everything they could leading up to this moment. No matter what happened, they couldn't afford to fail. A minute later, Razel took a step back with her eyes firmly closed. William was lying on the bed just like before, as if he had been asleep the whole time. 5 minutes passed before Razel finally opened her eyes. She then lowered her head to kiss William's left cheek and whispered that everything was going to be fine. "It's showtime," Razel said as she walked towards the door with steady steps. The moment of truth has arrived, and as the main actress of the show, she needed to play her part and play it well. Lilith, who was waiting outside the door, looked at the young beauty with a smile. "Did the two of you finish whatever you were doing?" Lilith asked. "Yes," Razel said with a complicated gaze as she held Lilith's hand. "Come with me to the rooftop." "What about Will?" "Let's look for Kathy to look after him." Lilith could only nod her head as Razel led her towards the empty hallways. While this was happening, the sky above the Deadlands had started to darken. The faint rumbling of thunder could be heard from the heavens, as Morax's laughter reverberated across the land. "Everyone, today is the day that you will remember for the rest of your lives," Morax declared. "It is the day that all of you will witness the birth of a new world order. Come, I invite all of you to partake in this grand event. I will be waiting for all of you on the outskirts of the Black Tower." Swiper gazed in the direction of the Black Tower with dread. His hands started to shake with anxiety and fear. Even so, he forcefully clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "I hate to be on the losing side," Swiper cursed. Internally, in order to prevent his subordinates from losing their morale, he forcefully held back the words of anxiety in his chest as he continued to gaze at the Black Tower in the distance. His subordinates, who were standing behind him, shivered as they gazed at the tower that filled them with dread. It was as if they knew that if they did something stupid, all of them would end up dead. Eldon's gaze was solemn as he and his men started to don their armor one by one. All of them were dwarves, and they were a race that was known to stand against evil in any form. After he finished putting on his armor, he scanned the faces of his subordinates, who had supported him up to this day. "Today might be our last day here in this world," Ildon said. "We've had our fair share of ups and downs, but today, all of that will end. Either we return to our home worlds, or return to the embrace of the Earth Goddess. Regardless of the outcome, I, Ildon Dragonfrey, stand before you now as your brother, your friend, and your comrade." Ildon raised his sledgehammer high up in the air. "Glory to the Earth Goddess." For the Earth Goddess, Ildon marched outside of his shelter followed by his trusted subordinates. All of them had prepared themselves for the worst, so they marched proudly as they faced the greatest battle of their lives. "Hope, let it be known that, on this day, we dwarves have kept our oath," Ildon said softly as he led his men to battle. "Just as our forefathers did in the days of old." Chapter 852, I Don't Want to Be Cannon Fodder. On the day the ninth mirror was found, everyone alive and dead in the Deadlands started to stir. Morax stood on the tip of the Black Tower with his eyes glowing with a golden color. The air picked up and powerful gusts of wind buffeted the surroundings, but aside from his hair and clothes, the Dread Lord was unfazed and smiled with delight. Wade, Lindir, and the other leaders who switched to Morax's camp, stood at the base of the tower looking at this sight with fear and expectations. All of them were aware that, right now, Morax was the most powerful person in the Deadlands and nothing could stop him from doing whatever he wanted. Only fools would fight against such greatness, Wade thought as he gazed at his fellow leaders that had switched sides long ago. He then shifted his attention to Lindir, who was looking up at the Dread Lord with a calm expression on his reptilian face. As the one who found the last mirror, he was given special privilege to join Morax's side at the last minute. No one found this surprising because, for them, this was the best choice that the leader of the Swamptide shelter could make at the moment. "Greetings, friends, why don't you all come a bit closer?" Morax said in a teasing tone. "Relax, I won't bite." The demonic shelter, led by Swiper, and the dwarven shelter led by Ildan stood on the outskirts, just outside the domain of the Black Tower. Swiper and Ildan didn't comment and simply made their stand. Not far from them, two beautiful ladies stood on the rooftop of a small cafe, and observed the Black Tower from afar. "Lilith, take this," Razel said as she handed Gleipnir to the Amazon princess. Lilith didn't take the golden lasso that could change into a golden rope or chain depending on the wielder's will. Instead, she looked at the young beauty in confusion. "Why, isn't this your weapon?" Lilith asked. Razel shook her head. "The way I am now, I cannot bring out Gleipnir's full power. Only you can do it, so it should be in your hands." "Then what about you?" Lilith inquired. Razel smiled as she raised her clenched fist. "I may not look like it, but I'm very good at hand-to-hand combat. Actually, this is my specialty. I just use Gleipnir so that others will think that it is the only weapon I have in my arsenal." As if to prove her point, Razel punched at the building across them, without moving from her spot. Suddenly, a meter-wide crater appeared in the wall of the building, proving that she was capable of dealing serious damage with just her bare fists. Lilith nodded her head in acknowledgement and no longer argued about Razel's decision to lend Gleipnir to her. She could indeed use the artifact's true power, which only the members of the Amazon royal family could activate. "Let's go, we will assist Ildan and Swiper," Razel said as she jumped off the roof. Lilith didn't have any complaints and followed behind her. Their priority was to stop Morax from taking full control of the tower, and in order to do that, they must deal with his lackeys first. Tisk, 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 Morax sneered at the insignificant mortals that were trying to get in his way. "Why resist? Don't you know how futile your resistance is?" Morax laughed. "Why don't you just join me instead? That way, you can also witness something that will be remembered for eternity." Ildan took a step forward and pointed his sledgehammer at the Dread Lord, who was looking down at them, as if they were as insignificant as ants. "The only thing I want to see is how I will smash my hammer on your face," Ildan declared. Morax gave an exaggerated sigh as he opened both of his hands wide. "As expected of a dirty dwarf. You smell like dirt. I don't need your despicable race in my new kingdom." "What kingdom? The only thing you will see is kingdom come. Wade, teach these dwarves how to be human. They lack class." Wade and the other leaders summoned their weapons, with the exception of Lindir, who just crossed his arms over his chest. "What, are you not joining?" Wade asked. "Do you perhaps hate the idea of hitting your dwarf friend?" Lindir snorted as he brushed off Wade's taunt. "Don't tell me you can't handle a mere dwarf and a few demons." "Oh, wait, are you perhaps afraid of Ildan? Are you afraid of that trash, Swiper?" "Fuck you, lizard." Swiper wasn't able to tolerate Lindir's total disregard for him. "Don't let me get my hands on you later. I'll barbecue you and eat your bones." Lindir shrugged. "This is what I hate about you, Swiper. You're all talk and no bite. Come here, you fucker. I will destroy you." Swiper took out his weapon and took a fighting stance. Lindir just ignored the taunt and even gave Wade the, "Why are you still here?" stare. Wade and the others looked at Lindir with contempt, but none of them voiced their opinions. If they really couldn't handle Eldon's and Swiper's forces, then they would lose face in front of Morax, who was watching this scene with an amused expression on his face. Bone dragons hovered above the tower, as well as countless undead gargoyles and specters. On the ground, skeleton warriors, and every undead creature in existence propped up from the ground, numbering in the thousands, just like a horror movie. "Dwarf, if I die here, I swear I will haunt you for life," Swiper said as he prepared himself to fight for his life. "Just why am I standing on your side? I want to be on the winning team, damn it." "Then don't die." Problem solved, Ildan grinned as his sledgehammer started to glow. "Also, no one asked you to stand on my side. You can still go over to their side, you know." "I don't want to," Swiper replied. "Anywhere where Avril and Wade are, I don't want to be on that side." "And why is that?" "They're just cannon fodder. I don't want to be cannon fodder." Ildan laughed as he gazed fearlessly at the overwhelming number of enemies that were in front of him. Soon, Two ladies appeared on his right side, and the dwarf gave them a brief nod of acknowledgement. "Where is the boy?" Ildan asked. "Sleeping," Razel said. "This fight is so boring for him that he just couldn't be bothered to appear here." "Is that so?" Ildan muttered. "It's a shame, I want to have a drink with him when this is all over." Lilith smiled as she held Gleipnir in her hands. "Don't worry, you can have a drink with him later. For now, let's handle the small fries." Ildan nodded. "Aye. Sounds like a plan." Morax pointed at the fools who stood before him and gave his order. "Kill them all," Morax ordered. "If they don't want to serve me when they are alive, they will serve me in death." With the Black Tower almost in his grasp, the Dread Lord treated this small interlude as a show for entertainment. After all, once the power of the Deadlands had been harnessed by the mirrors in the Black Tower, he would open the void and bring everyone, living and dead, back to the celestial realm where he would personally take his revenge. Chapter 853. The title will be a spoiler, so I place the real title at the bottom of this chapter. Glory to the Earth Goddess. Kill. Ildan roared as he charged forward. Lilith, Razel, Swiper, as well as the members of the dwarven and demonic shelters ran to meet their enemies in battle. "Kill them all," Wade ordered. "Leave no one alive." Although he felt pity that the two beautiful women were going to die at their hands, he just shrugged it off as if it was not important. "If it's just women, I can have my fill after I leave this place," Wade thought as he raised his weapon. "The only thing I need to do is show merits in battle in order to gain Morax's good graces." As the two forces were about to collide, Lilith jumped high in the air with the golden lasso twirling around her. "Bind the firmament, Gleipnir." Lilith shouted, and the golden lasso in her hand extended like a giant golden serpent out for blood. Lilith lashed out on the oncoming enemies and sent them all flying with one strike. Even Wade didn't expect Razel's weapon to be used in such a manner, and he was caught completely by surprise. Even so, he was a seasoned fighter, so he was able to block in time and use the momentum of the blow to propel himself backwards. "This is good as well, the undead will weaken them first before I go for the kill," Wade sneered as he landed hundreds of meters away from the front lines. He then glanced at the other members of his shelter. They had suffered serious injuries from Lilith's surprise attack, and the smugness he felt earlier disappeared completely. Ildan sent a Death Lord flying with his sledgehammer. Although he wasn't even 5 feet tall, and his reach wasn't that far, his sledgehammer made up for those losses and made him a mean fighting machine on the battlefield. Anyone that got hit by his sledgehammer either got smashed to pieces, or turned into meat paste. As the leader of the dwarf race, his innate strength was similar to Chloe's in her transformed form. Swiper, whom Lindir teased as trash, slashed everything within his strike range. Although he wasn't as strong as William, Lilith, Razel, and Ildan, he was still stronger than the other leaders in the Deadlands with the exception of Avril. Ildan laughed as he fought back to back with the Borkin, who was showing his tenacity. "As long as you can keep swinging your sword until the end, you will not die." "Shut up, dwarf. Don't jinx it." Razel delivered several punches and kicks at those surrounding her, practically obliterating the skeleton warriors that had come at her from all directions. Her face was calm and her gaze was steady. It was as if being outnumbered 1,000 to 1 was not a big deal to her. Suddenly, a Death Lord riding a bone dragon descended from the sky and charged in her direction. Lilith was busy dealing with the monsters around her, but she was still able to spare some attention to the young beauty that was very dear to her. When she saw the bone dragon attacking Razel's blind spot, she immediately lashed Gleipnir like a whip in order to protect her from the sneak attack. The golden lasso extended and wrapped itself on the bone dragon's body. With one mighty shout, Lilith pulled and smashed it to the densely packed undead like a giant wrecking ball. Razel glanced at Lilith's direction, giving her a brief nod for helping her evade an attack from behind. Not long after, the young beauty heard the sounds of wind whistling and immediately glanced at her right side. Another bone dragon with a Death Lord was flying towards her location, but this time, she was prepared. With a loud shout, Razel stomped on the ground, sending rock flying in all directions. After that, she used her foot to propel herself to the air, just in time to land on the bone dragon's back. "Die!" the Death Lord shouted as it slashed its weapon at the young beauty who had hitched a ride on its mount. Razel stepped to the side, dodging the Death Lord's blow by a few inches. The dragon flew high in the air as the Death Lord and the young beauty fought on its back. The two exchanged several blows at each other before Razel found an opportunity to kick the Death Lord of the bone dragon's back, sending its body crashing towards the ground. Lilith, who was paying close attention to the battle, smiled when she saw Razel get the upper hand. However, the smile instantly disappeared on her face after she saw that someone else had appeared on the back of the black dragon. "Behind you!" Lilith shouted with all of her might, but it was too late. Razel's expression twisted in disbelief as a blue crystal blade pierced through her chest from the back. She stared at the sword for a few seconds before the light in her eyes dimmed, and her body lost its strength. Immediately, her attacker supported her body, preventing it from falling off the dragon's back. The attacker was wearing a black cape that had the ability to turn its wearer invisible. This was one of the gifts that Morax had given Avril, alongside the blue crystal blade in her hand, for swearing fealty to him. "No!" Lilith roared as she used Gleipnir to propel herself toward the bone dragon that was carrying the hateful elf who had attacked someone very dear to her. "Get your filthy hands off my daughter!" Lilith shouted as Gleipnir transformed into a golden dragon that was out for blood. With a mighty roar, the golden dragon flew towards the bone dragon in a fury. Avril sneered as she held her prize in her loving embrace. As soon as the golden dragon was about to hit the bone dragon, it was sent back by a powerful punch that came from the Dread Lord, who had remained a spectator until a moment ago. "Enjoy your reward," Morax said. "Let the others handle the rest." Avril slightly bowed her head as she gazed at the Dread Lord who had honored his part of the deal. "Thank you, Your Excellency," Avril said. "It's just a simple thing. I look forward to your performance in the future. I will not disappoint you, my lord." After saying her words of gratitude, Avril guided the bone dragon towards the Black Tower. Lilith was about to follow her, but Morax flicked his hand and sent a red lightning bolt towards her. The Amazon princess was forced to block it using Gleipnir, and the impact sent her hurtling towards the air, far from her precious daughter, who had died in Avril's hands. The Amazon smashed on the ground, creating a crater. However, she ignored her injuries and shouted with all of her might. "Give her back to me!" Lilith shouted. "Give me back my daughter! Give Razel back to me!" Her anguished cry spread across the battlefield, but no one paid her any mind. Not even the Dread Lord, who had prevented her from taking her daughter back from the beautiful elf, who'd had her eyes on the young beauty ever since she had taken a leading role in the Deadlands. Title: Get Your Filthy Hands Off My Daughter. Chapter 854, Will She Be Really of Any Use? Inside the Black Tower. "Finally, you now belong to me," Avril caressed the young beauty's face lovingly. "I've waited for this day for so long, now, you're finally mine." When Avril had given Morax the mirror, her wish was to make Razel hers. However, she didn't plan to have a master and servant relationship. What the beautiful elf wanted was Razel's everything, including her soul. Morax agreed to her request and crafted her a blue crystal blade that had the power to enslave the souls of others. As long as that person's heart was pierced by the blade, they would lose control over their entire body, and their soul would be sealed by the power of the blue crystal blade. "I'm very sorry, Razel," Avril said lovingly. "I didn't want to hurt you, but this was the only way we could be together. Don't worry, I promise that I will not mistreat you. I will not allow you to get hurt by anyone, you will be safe with me." When Razel first appeared in the Deadlands, Avril didn't pay her much attention. However, the beautiful elf started to take notice of her when Zenobia had died. The young beauty had done her best to protect the glory shelter all by herself, and Avril watched her the entire time. Her bravery, her youth, and beauty started to pluck the heartstrings of Avril's heart, which left her obsessed with the red-haired young lady. At first, Avril decided to get close to her by asking her to become her right-hand woman. The beautiful elf even offered to take care of the entire glory shelter as long as she could have Razel by her side. Unfortunately, the young beauty politely rejected her offer with the excuse that Zenobia wouldn't want that to happen. On the surface, Avril accepted her reason, but deep inside she lamented that a dead human had prevented her from taking what she wanted. Every week that passed, Avril's obsession with Razel grew. In the end, she herself found this to be abnormal because no matter how much she cared for the young beauty, she still felt that her obsession was getting out of hand. Avril had a unique ability of being able to sense the strong power hidden in the bloodline of people. This was how she had recruited powerful warriors to serve under her when she was still in her homeworld. When she became trapped in the Deadlands, she thought that this ability of hers was gone because she felt nothing towards the people that had found themselves stranded in this strange world like her. Aside from being able to sense the power of hidden bloodlines on other people, Avril had another ability. That ability was to temporarily copy that person's power for a short period of time by drinking their blood. Naturally, she didn't plan to drink Razel's blood because she adored her. She only wanted to have the young beauty by her side and possess everything she had, including her soul. Razel, my lovely Razel, I love you, Avril said as looked into the young beauty's dimmed eyes, which contained no consciousness of their own. Tell me, you love me too, right? Just nod your head, my love. That is enough. The blue blade glowed briefly in Avril's hand as if issuing an absolute command to the lady she wanted to have for herself. Razel nodded her head, which made Avril very happy. I knew it. Avril smiled happily. I knew that you loved me, too. Overcome with happiness, the beautiful elf kissed Razel's forehead and cheeks. Avril's hand then moved downwards, stopping on Razel's chest as she held it fondly. My love, today I will take your everything, Avril said as her hand continued to move downwards and stopped at Razel's abdomen, which she lovingly rubbed before looking at the young beauty's eyes that were devoid of consciousness. Including your most precious possession. She then grabbed Razel's hand and led her towards the bed. Avril took off her clothing first, then Razel's before making her sit on top of the bed alongside her. I order you to love me, Avril said, and the blue crystal blade that floated in the air once again glowed briefly. Make love to me, my beloved. You don't have to worry about the meaningless battle that is going on outside, just focus on me, and me alone. Razel moved and pulled Avril's naked body close to her. Avril didn't resist, and even enjoyed the sensation of Razel's body pressing against hers. A moment later, the young beauty's hands wrapped around the elf's body, holding her in place. Razel then lowered her head to kiss Avril's neck, repeatedly, which made the beautiful elf sigh in pleasure. Suddenly, Avril felt a piercing pain in her neck which put her in a daze. Darling, is this how your race shows their love to another? Avril asked, and glanced at the glowing crystal blade in the air. Since the power of the blade was still in effect, she thought that this was part of Razel's culture when professing their love to their beloved. Soon, the pain disappeared and a blissful expression spread across Avril's face. Why yes, this is it, this is what I want, Avril said as she held Razel's head against her neck. Give me more, make me feel good. A minute later, Avril started to feel lightheaded. It was at this moment when she realized that something was amiss. Stop, Avril ordered. Razel, stop now. The young beauty ignored her and kept on drinking the beautiful elf's blood. I said stop. Avril mustered her strength to push Razel away, but the latter had locked her in a firm hold, preventing the beautiful elf from breaking free. I order you to stop. Stop, stop it. The blue crystal blade glowed brightly as if reinforcing Avril's command, but the young beauty ignored her and kept on sucking the life force from her body. Soon, Avril felt faint as her consciousness started to blur. Santo, stop, place, please, street, stop, Avril begged as she found herself about to lose consciousness. This was the moment that the beautiful elf realized that the blue crystal blade wasn't affecting the young beauty, whose soul she had thought to have been under her complete control. Her hands were still trying to push Razel away, but they no longer contained any strength in them. Soon, her hands fell to the side as her body slackened completely. Only the sound of someone sucking blood echoed inside the closed room. 10 minutes later, the young beauty finally pulled her fangs out of the neck of the no longer beautiful elf, who had almost turned into a dry husk. Razel pushed the body aside indifferently, making it fall to the ground. You dare covet my daughter in this manner? Razel's words were deep and menacing. Unforgivable. The young beauty then picked up her clothes from the floor and put them on as fast as she could. William, who was possessing Razel's body, was doing his best to calm the killing intent that was rising from his very soul. As someone that had been enslaved by the collar of wisteria in the past, the half-elf had gained full immunity to all kinds of enslavement spells, including those that target the soul. Currently, Razel's body was still under the enslavement spell, but William's soul had overpowered the blue crystal blade's influence and had taken full control of Razel's body. William then grabbed the hateful sword that was floating in the air and smashed it with his bare hands. The blade shattered into countless pieces before turning into particles of light. The spell that bound Razel's body had finally been broken, making the half-elf's anger subside by a small margin. After making sure that the enslavement spell had been broken, William gave the lifeless elf on the ground a sidelong glance before leaving the room. He still had things to do and couldn't be bothered in dealing with the elf that had tried to make someone very precious to him, her personal plaything. Razel, I'm inside, William said as she walked the abandoned hallways of the Black Tower. Once I am in the throne room, we will proceed with the second phase of our plan. Hurry up and go to your mother. I'm sure that she's gone ballistic by now. Razel, who was possessing William's body, jumped from roof to roof as she headed in the direction of the Black Tower. The moment her original body was captured, she left the glory shelter in order to meet with Lilith. "Pa, be careful," Razel replied as the blue gem on William's chest glowed. "I am on my way. Don't worry about me." William's voice reached her ears. "I'm more worried about your mother. She's probably going all out right now in order to get your body back." A brief silence passed between the two before Razel asked William a question. "Is Avril dead?" Razel asked. "No," William replied. "I was very tempted to kill her, but since you told me to spare her, I just transformed her into a vampire and made her my eternal slave. She won't be moving anytime soon because I ordered her to not move a muscle until I tell her to do so." "Thank you, Pa. Will she really be of any use?" Razel smiled as she neared the battlefield. "In time. Let's deal with the Black Tower first." Razel's eyes locked on the Amazon princess whose blood and tears had merged with Gleipnir, allowing her to wield the artifact's power to its fullest. Her heart ached knowing that her mother was going all out for her sake, but this was something that needed to happen. Only by combining their full powers would they have a chance to stand against the Dread Lord, whose divinity was returning and would allow him to return to the realm of the gods. Chapter 855, Hurry. Save her. Save our daughter. Lilith's tears fell like rain as she smashed every undead in her path. She was doing her best to get near to the Black Tower, in order to save Razel, but Morax was preventing her from doing so with a devilish smile on his face. Clearly, the Dread Lord was enjoying the Amazon princess's anguish, and using it to entertain himself, while the Nine Mirrors were absorbing the power of the Deadlands. "Get out of my way!" Lilith roared as the golden dragon charged towards the Dread Lord. She had done this many times, and every time she did, the Dread Lord would simply repel it as if he was merely dealing with an insect. This was Lilith's strongest attack. However, she was not fighting against a demigod, but a pseudo-god. With a flick of his finger, the golden dragon shattered, sending a backlash into the Amazon princess's body. Blood streamed down the side off Lilith's lips as she bit her lips in frustration. "You said she was your daughter, right?" Morax asked with a smile. "Well, if you really want to be by her side, I can make that happen." Lilith held Gleipnir firmly as she tried to muster her remaining strength. She ignored the Dread Lord's words because she knew that Morax was just trying to break her spirit and resolve. The last thing the Amazon princess wanted was to give the Dread Lord the satisfaction he was looking for. Even if her body and bones broke, she would never allow Morax to break her spirit. Lilith knew that if she broke down now, she would never see her daughter again. "There's only one way," Lilith gritted her teeth as she transformed Gleipnir into a golden dagger. "I will sacrifice half of my lifespan to smash that tower to pieces and save Razel." Morax raised an eyebrow because he didn't know what Lilith was planning to do. However, he wasn't too worried. His powers had far surpassed anyone in the Deadlands, and no matter what they did, it would still be futile in the end. Shatter the firmament. Lilith held the golden dagger with both hands and aimed it at her chest. Gleipnir. Lilith brought the golden dagger down with all her might to stab it into her chest as she closed her eyes, and yet, the pain didn't come. Unsure of what was happening, she opened her eyes and saw a hand firmly holding the blade of the dagger, preventing it from reaching its intended goal. "Will?" Lilith asked as she looked at the handsome half-elf who was looking at her with an affectionate gaze. "You will go this far for me," William said softly as he took the dagger of Lilith's hands. Morax frowned when he saw the half-elf appear on the battlefield. He didn't expect the single variable that stood in his way to wake up from his comatose state at the last moment. "Will, Razel got taken," Lilith cried as she grabbed William's arm. "Hurry, save her, save our daughter." William pulled Lilith closer to him and whispered in her ear. "Don't worry, Razel is safe," William replied. "Come with me." William didn't wait for Lilith's reply and simply carried her away from the battlefield. When Ildan saw the half-elf taking Lilith away, he immediately shouted and ordered everyone to retreat. Swiper, who was fighting side by side with the dwarf, also commanded his subordinates to run away from the battlefield. Ha ha ha, Morax thought that the half-elf was going to fight him, but seeing his fleeing figure made him laugh out loud. In the end, in the face of absolute strength, all tricks are meaningless. Go after them, don't let them escape. The swarm of undead as well as the leaders of the shelters all ran after the retreating warriors who had dared to fight against them. Morax watched them go and laughed out loud. It had been a while since he had been entertained to this extent, and he wanted to savor it until the very last minute. "What are you doing?" Lilith shouted as she struggled within William's embrace. The half-elf was carrying her in a princess carry and jumping from rooftop to rooftop, trying to gain as much distance as he could from the vicinity of the Black Tower. "Ma, don't struggle," William said. "It's me, Razel. Stop talking nonsense," Lilith replied as she smacked William's chest with her closed fist. "This is no time for jokes." "I'm not joking." William landed on top of a rooftop and allowed Lilith to stand on her 2 feet. "It's really me. I switched bodies with Papa. The one that Avril captured was him. Give me proof. If you don't give me any, I'll go to the Black Tower with or without you." "Proof? That's easy." William lowered her head and whispered something in Lilith's ears. A moment later, the Amazon princess's eyes widened in shock as she looked at the half-elf in disbelief. She had spent a lot of time with Razel, and she had told the young beauty many of her secrets. Right now, the red-headed teenager in front of her just told her some of the things that she asked Razel to keep secret. It's really you, Razel." "Yes, it's me, Mama," Lilith cried as she hugged her daughter who was currently inside William's body. She had been so desperate trying to advance earlier because she was worried about her condition. "You're worried about me, but you're not worried about Papa?" Razel asked in a teasing tone. "Why should I worry about that idiot?" Lilith complained. "If he had only told me about your plan, I wouldn't have been this anxious. But, if we had told you, you wouldn't have acted the way you did. Both of you are cruel. Do you know that my heart almost broke when I saw you get stabbed? How can the two of you do this to me?" Lilith complained as she shed bitter tears while hugging William tightly. "I'm sorry." William patted Lilith's back in order to comfort her. "However, the battle is not yet over. Ma, I need it now." "Are you talking about that?" "Yes. After you and Papa became one, his body gained the ability to contain your power, Mama. Now is the time to put it to use and show that Dread Lord that the one who will have the last laugh will be us." Lilith nodded. "Pay him back for the suffering I experienced. Papa will pay him tenfold." Razel nodded with a smile. She then lifted Lilith's chin and pressed her lips over hers. Lilith's body glowed briefly before it lost all of its strength. Razel supported the Amazon princess's body and held her tight. "Pa, I'm ready on my side," Razel said. "How about you?" Several skeleton bones littered the ground as William made his way to the empty throne room. The reason Morax always sat on the Dragonbone throne was due to the fact that it was the main control mechanism that controlled the Black Tower. Currently, Morax had already gained full control of the tower, so he no longer needed to sit on the throne. The 9 mirrors were in the process of gathering all the laws of the Deadlands, and merging it into one single law that would be absorbed by Morax, giving him power over life and death. The Dread Lord was currently unaware of what was happening inside the Black Tower because it was enveloped by a barrier that prevented anyone from getting in, with the exception of the Dread Lord himself. After dealing with the Death Knights that were guarding the throne, the young beauty sat on it and closed her eyes. "I'm ready," William replied. "How is your mother?" "She's complaining to me and says that she will murder you later," Razel replied with a giggle. "Sounds like she's fine." "She is, but she's currently unable to move." William smiled. He knew that Lilith might be very angry with him right now, but there was nothing he could do about it. For now, he set aside the Amazon princess's wrath and focused his attention on the matter at hand. "Razel, be careful." "I will. Let's switch now." "Papa." The young beauty sitting in the throne room slowly opened her eyes. She then briefly scanned her surroundings before resting her hands on the armrest of the Dragonbone throne. Now that she was safely inside the Black Tower, it was time to move on to the third phase of their plan. Razel narrowed her eyes as she started to snatch control over the Black Tower right under the Dread Lord's nose. Chapter 856. There is nothing in this world that I can't steal. When William opened his eyes, he found himself holding the Amazon princess in his embrace. The half-elf's heart ached when he saw Lilith's tear and blood-stained face. "I'm sorry, Lilith," William said softly. "I hurt you." Will. Lilith gazed at him in confusion. "Where is Razel?" "She's inside the tower. We swapped bodies in order to proceed to the third part of the plan." "Will she be safe?" William shook his head. "I don't know, but I believe in her. After all, she is our daughter, right?" The half-elf used his robe to wipe away the tears and blood stains on Lilith's face. He could tell that she was very weak right now, and his heart ached more knowing that all of this happened because they didn't tell her about their plan to infiltrate the Black Tower and wrest it away from Morax's control. So, the reason you gave me Gleipnir earlier was to protect yourself. It is a weapon that can only be used by the Amazon royal family, so it was best to have it on your side while we infiltrated the tower. Lilith could only sigh after hearing William's explanation. Because of Gleipnir, she was able to wreak havoc on the battlefield. The only one that could stop her rampage was the Dread Lord who was far above her league. How about that bitch, Avril? I want to kill her. You don't have to worry about her. I killed her for you. You should have left her to me. I would have strangled that bitch to death. William patted her head as he held her tight. Technically, he didn't lie to her. Avril was indeed dead because the half-elf had sucked almost all of her blood and transformed her into a vampire. If not for Razel's request to spare her, William would have definitely given the elf a gruesome death. Merge with me, William ordered. I don't know if it will work, but I have a feeling that it is possible. Although he couldn't talk to Optimus, or see his status page, William was confident that Lilith had already been registered as one of his familia members. Right now, the Amazon princess was very weak and he would be worried sick if he left her all alone while he fought off the undead. It was better to take her along so that he could have some peace of mind as he waited for the moment when he would give Morax his just desserts for hurting the members of his family. William kissed Lilith, and the latter kissed him back. Soon, the blue gem on his chest started to glow, and a familiar feeling washed over the half-elf's body. Lilith turned into particles of light and entered the crystal in William's chest. Although he didn't receive any powerful boosts like what he did when he merged with his wives, he was fine with it. The only thing on his mind was to ensure that Lilith would be safe from harm as he helped Ildan and Swiper resist the undead army. Are you regretting it now, Ildan? Wade asked. If you weren't so stubborn, you wouldn't be in your current situation right now. Why are you only asking the dwarf and not me? Swiper complained as he glared at the man who had stepped forward to antagonize them. In my eyes, you're just cannon fodder, Wade shrugged. No one cares about you, Swiper. You fucker, I'll kill you. Can you? Wade laughed when he heard the demonic boar's angry words. For him, Swiper was just a clown strutting around the Deadlands. He was not like Ildan whom Wade considered an equal. Look at you acting so smug, Ildan sneered. Do you think that you've already won? Wade chuckled as he made a gesture around them. There were undead as far as the eyes could see and they had trapped the dwarven and demonic warriors in an encirclement. Wade was confident that no matter what the two did, they wouldn't be able to escape this place, so he found Eldon's words very funny. I don't think we've won, Wade replied. We have won. Surrender now and Lord Morax might find it in his heart to show mercy on you all. Refuse and you will still be joining us, but as undead. Either way, we will still be comrades in the end, so why continue to resist? Before Wade could continue his lengthy persuasion, a commotion broke out in the east as several skeletons were blown high into the air as they broke into pieces. A few moments later, a lone figure broke out from the encirclement and casually strolled towards Ildan and Swiper. Sorry, I'm late, William said with a smile. Well then, shall we get this party started? Morax watched William from afar. He would love to personally smash the half-elf with his own hands, but he couldn't leave the Black Tower at the moment. 8 mirrors floated around the tip of the tower, while the 9th hovered at its center. Morax floated 100 meters above the 9th mirror. A moment later, the Black Tower pulsed with power. The dark clouds hanging above it parted, revealing a blood-red moon. Morax sighed as he watched this scene because he knew what was going to happen next. The Dread Lord glanced at the 7 glowing mirrors and knew that the time was close at hand. When the 8th mirror finishes collecting the Law of Rebirth, all 8 mirrors will then transfer the laws they collected to the 9th mirror, merging them all into one, Morax mused. 7 have been collected thus far, which means that the eclipse will start right about now. As if waiting for that moment, the bottom corner of the blood-red moon started to darken. The lunar eclipse, that opened the pathways to the different worlds, would allow Morax to travel freely without being detected by the gods. Just a little more, Morax thought. Just a little more and I will be unstoppable. Just a little more, Razel thought as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. She didn't try to take control of the Black Tower right away. Instead, she familiarized herself with the important functions of the tower. If she tried to hijack the tower, Morax would immediately feel it and stop her from getting in the way of his plans. What Razel wanted to do was to use a blitzkrieg attack that would render the Death Lord momentarily helpless. "Papa, has the lunar eclipse started?" Razel asked as she finished analyzing the Black Tower's basic functions. "Yes," William replied as he smashed a Death Knight to pieces. "Right now, it's halfway finished." "Understood." Razel took a deep breath as she readied herself for the next phase of their plan. During this time, she would be vulnerable to all attacks. So, if Morax decided to attack her, she would have no means to defend herself. As if sensing her fears from their connection, William's teasing voice echoed in Razel's head. "Are you scared?" William asked. Although he couldn't see his daughter, he could guess what she was thinking at the moment. The throne room inside the Black Tower was a cold and lonely place. It was very easy for people to lose their warmth and think of negative thoughts while sitting on the Dragonbone throne. William wished that he could take her place, but he also had an important role to play. The only thing he could do was give Razel words of encouragement that everything was going to be all right. "A little," Razel replied. "Don't be," Lilith's voice suddenly interjected between their conversation. "The three of us are in this together. You are not alone." Razel felt something warm spread inside her chest as she gripped the cold armrests of the Dragonbone throne with shaking hands. Truth be told, she was very scared, to the point that she couldn't stop her body from trembling. Even so, Lilith's voice and love reached her, so she was starting to regain her composure. "It's almost time, Razel," William said. "The eighth mirror has nearly collected the laws of rebirth. It's now or never." Razel took a deep breath as she held the armrests of the throne firmly. Now was not the time to think of scary things. "Ma, Pa, I will wait for both of you, in the future," Razel said as she fully activated the power of Lilith's divinity of greed. "Just you wait, Morax. There is nothing in this world that I can't steal." Chapter 857. Today, I shall be the king of this world. Morax's gaze was focused on the eighth mirror that was slowly being filled up by the law of rebirth. The Deadlands had 8 laws, and the laws of death and rebirth were the most important of them all. Above his head, the lunar eclipse was almost complete, and it would take at most a half a minute for everything to fall in place. William glanced at the Black Tower as he fought off against the undead alongside Ildan and Swiper. He knew that Razel would make her move at the last minute in order to thwart Morax's plan for complete domination. Suddenly, the Deadlands was covered in darkness. Only the glowing mirrors and the Black Tower, which was pulsing with power, were the only light sources in the area. "It's time," Morax grinned as the first mirror shot a beam of light towards the 9th mirror, which was floating above the tower. One by one, all of the mirrors did the same and transferred the power of the laws that they had collected to the 9th mirror in order to merge them together. The Black Tower glowed, and pulsed like a beating heart as the 9th mirror completed the merger of the laws of the Deadlands. A concentrated golden ball appeared on its surface as it faced upwards, reflecting Morax's triumphant gaze. "Today, I shall be the king of this world," Morax declared as he raised his hands in elation. "Tomorrow, I will be the conqueror of worlds." Morax's laughter spread across the Deadlands as the 9th mirror glowed brightly. Clearly, it was about to shoot out a beam of light that would infuse the power of the Deadlands in Morax's body. This power was more than enough to heal all of the injuries he had received from the gods, and allow him to return to his peak. As a former god, Morax had long wished to return to the celestial realm, and take revenge on those that had plotted against him. With a sound that resembled the shattering of 1,000 crystals, the 9th mirror released the powers that it had gathered into its body. Morax closed his eyes in ecstasy as he waited for the power to surge inside his body. It was at that moment when an explosion erupted on the battlefield where William and the rest were fighting. Ildan and Swiper looked in awe as the red-headed teenager floated in the air, bathed in a golden light that illuminated the entire Deadlands like a sun. "Good job, Razel," William said softly as a devilish grin appeared on his face. A series of notification sounds echoed inside William's head and rows upon rows of text appeared on his status page. "Vampiric Necromancer has reached its maximum level. Automatic class ascension initiated. You have changed your job class to Vampiric Prince. Vampiric Prince has reached its maximum level. You have changed your job class to Vampire King. Due to the power of the Deadlands, your job class Vampire King will be upgraded to its ultimate class, Vampire Progenitor. Do you wish to proceed?" Although this was the first time that he had heard about an ultimate class, William didn't hesitate and chose yes. He knew what he was up against, and he needed all the power he could muster in order to stand toe-to-toe with a pseudo-god. Immediately the blood vessels in his body bulged as the power of the ultimate class spread across his entire body. William was familiar with this feeling, because it was the same feeling he felt when he had merged his job classes together and obtained the Aenarion job class. Morax, who felt that something was amiss, opened his eyes and saw the ninth mirror shoot a beam of golden light towards the half-elf who was fighting on the outskirts of the Black Tower. Impossible! Morax gasped in shock at the unbelievable scene that was happening in front of him. This is impossible. What is happening? The Dread Lord looked at the ninth mirror in disbelief because he couldn't understand what was happening. Everything was going according to his plans, but at the last second, the power he had gathered for himself was now being given to his mortal enemy. Bastard! Morax shouted as he smashed the ninth mirror into pieces, but it was already too late. The laws of the Deadlands were now merging with William's body. Even from afar, Morax could feel the half-elf's power rising at an incredible rate. A few seconds later, Morax felt his connection with the Black Tower slowly start to weaken. It was then he realized that someone had tampered with the tower's settings and ruined the plan he had painstakingly made over the years. You hateful wench! Morax roared in anger when he sensed Razel's presence inside the throne room. I'll kill you! Morax immediately descended from the sky with fury with every intention of ripping the young beauty to shreds for getting in his way. Razel immediately raised the defenses of the Black Tower that were under her command, but all of them were broken by the enraged Dread Lord, who had punched a hole in the tower itself in order to reach the throne room as fast as possible. The young beauty had just managed to take over 50% of the Black Tower's functions, so she wasn't able to fully use its maximum capabilities. Even so, she still managed to slow down the Dread Lord's descent, buying herself some time to acquire more of Black Tower's abilities. Die, wench! Morax hurled two black spears that pierced through the Black Tower's floors and descended upon the defenseless lady sitting in the throne room. A pained cry escaped Razel's lips as the two spears penetrated her chest and shoulder, pinning her to the throne. The young beauty managed to move aside at the last second, preventing the black spear from piercing her heart directly. Razel bit her lips, until it bled, to prevent herself from screaming. Her blood stained her clothes, and her attempt to seize full control of the tower came to a complete halt. Due to the injuries she received, the defenses that she had erected all shattered, allowing Morax to descend to the throne room unhindered. You whore, how dare you get in my way? Morax has thrust his clawed hands towards the girl's chest with the intention of ripping her heart out from her body. However, before the Dread Lord's hand could even touch the young beauty's body, a foot suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Everything happened so fast that Morax didn't have time to process what happened. The only thing he knew was that he felt pain at the center of his face, before his entire body slammed into the wall of the throne room. You! Morax roared as he pointed at the half-elf who was currently pulling out one of the black spears from the young woman's body. I should have killed you. I should have ended your life long ago. The Dread Lord's hateful shouts passed through the half-elf's ears like a passing breeze. After pulling out the two spears that had impaled his daughter, William started to heal her injuries using the power of his blood. A few seconds later, the gaping wounds regenerated completely, leaving no scars behind. Sorry, I'm late, William said as he patted Razel's head. Don't worry, you're safe now. Razel's tears streamed down on her face as William's warm hand washed away the fear and pain that had taken hold of her body a few moments ago. Lilith, look after Razel, William stated as he faced the Dread Lord whose face had already contorted into that of a beast due to extreme anger. The Amazon princess appeared beside William. She then hurriedly went to hug Razel and wrap the young beauty in her protective embrace. Kill him, Lilith ordered. Make him pay for hurting my daughter. William nodded. Don't worry, I planned to do that from the very start. He had no intention of letting Morax live after what he had done to Razel. Not only did the Dreadlord make a weapon that would enslave his daughter's soul, the hateful Avril wanted to take everything from her as well. This had crossed William's bottom line and he had been feeling murderous long ago. Although he was still not a match against the pseudo-god in front of him, it was only a matter of time before the power of the Deadlands finished merging with his body. When that time came, the half-elf believed that he would have the power to smash Morax's body and soul to a pulp, using the laws that governed life and death. Chapter 858, Does this look like the face of mercy to you? The Black Tower trembled as two figures fought inside it in close combat. The powerful shockwaves buffeted the Amazon princess and the young beauty that was seated on the throne. William was doing his best to mitigate the damage that was being sent in their direction by using his body to deflect the shockwaves that were supposed to hit them. The half-elf's powerful regeneration ability was able to heal the damages that he received from exchanging blows with Morax. The Dread Lord knew that William was only buying time for the power of the laws to merge with the half-elf's body completely. In order to slow down the merging process, Morax had unleashed several attacks at the two ladies, forcing William to go to their defense, which made him suffer serious injuries. Razel and Lilith were not being idle either as they worked together to take control of the Black Tower. Currently, the Amazon princess's divinity was inside Razel, so she was using her connection with the power of greed to halve the pressure that the young beauty was facing. Together, they managed to make great progress as they took over 70% of the Black Tower's authority. "Well, I'm sending you and that bastard outside of the tower," Lilith said via telepathy. "I know you can't fight him to the fullest because you are busy protecting us." "Okay," William replied, "do it now. He is charging a powerful attack, and I may not be able to block it in time." Just as the two finished talking to each other, the Dread Lord raised his hand to unleash one of his ultimate moves. Infernal Flare, Morax shouted. He planned to unleash a hellfire and burn everything in the throne room to ashes. He no longer cared about the tower, his only desire was to kill the insects that had gotten in his way. A powerful explosion rocked the entire Deadlands as a blazing inferno raised a quarter of the undead army, obliterating them completely. Swiper, who was near the area of the explosion, was blasted away by the scorching gusts of air that made him scream in fear and pain. "Back away," Ildan ordered as the dwarves under his command ran towards the opposite side of the battlefield. The sudden attack caught him and everyone else by surprise, and the only thing they could do was to get away from the Dread Lord who no longer had an amused expression on his face. "I knew I should have killed you earlier." Morax gnashed his teeth in both anger and regret as he glared at the half-elf in front of him. "If only you hadn't arrived here in the Deadlands. If only you were not here." William didn't comment and simply hovered in the air, allowing the Dread Lord to shout at him. It was at that moment when he noticed movement out of the corner of his eye. A certain pretty lady casually walked towards the entrance of the Black Tower with a charming smile on her face. Upon noticing that William had noticed her, Kathy gave the half-elf a playful wink before disappearing in its interior. The corner of William's lips twitched because he didn't expect Kathy to be so carefree, while all of them were fighting with their lives on the line. There were still so many things that he didn't know about her, but there was one thing that he was certain of. The mysterious lady was on their side. "I have had enough of this farce," Morax declared. "If I can't take it then none of you can have it. I will destroy everything in this world. No one shall leave this place alive." Morax's body enlarged as he activated the power of his god core. After staying in the Deadlands for many years, half of his injuries had recovered. Even so, it was still not enough for him to get back to his peak strength. Even so, the Dread Lord was still a former god of hell. He had sealed his domain when he was driven out of hell, so most of his forces were still intact. Now that it had come to this, he would forcefully open the door of the Deadlands to allow his minions to descend upon the world. "I will show you the power of a god," Morax roared. A blazing flame engulfed his entire body, as a powerful pressure descended from the heavens. Ildan, Swiper, and their subordinates were forced to kneel on the ground because of the divine power that was crushing their bodies like a mountain. A few minutes later, the flame receded. A humanoid bull wearing red armor and wielding a great axe appeared in front of everyone. It breathed fire from its nose as it locked its gaze on William, who was looking back at him with a weird expression. "Rejoice, half-elf. You have forced me to show you my true form." Morax sneered. "You can die knowing that it was a god of hell that ended your miserable life." Morax pointed his finger towards the eclipsed moon that was emitting a golden halo. Half a minute later, war cries spread across the battlefield as red portals appeared in the skies of the Deadlands. Demonic creatures with red skin, wielding many weapons fell from these portals like rain. Morax, the great Earl of Hell, had finally decided to go all out and take control of the Deadlands by force. Although the mirrors had been destroyed, they would reform again after 100 years had passed. The laws of the world would also return once he killed the hateful half-elf in front of him. If he could wait for another 100 years, his plan for vengeance was still a possibility. After making a quick detour, Kathy made her way towards the throne room, while dragging Avril's body that was almost like a dried husk. "You know, Will has many shortcomings," Kathy said as she walked with steady steps. He's far from being a perfect person. He can be very smart at times, and dumb on other occasions. Just like everyone else, he has a reverse scales. The pretty lady chuckled as she continued to drag Avril by her hair. Touch any members of his family and he will go on a killing spree. If not for Razel's reminder, you would have been dead by now. I'm sure you're wondering why you're still alive, right? Don't worry, you don't need to know the answer. Kath's devilish smile made Avril's body shudder uncontrollably. Those were the eyes of a person that was about to kill someone. Although I wasn't the one that gave birth to Razel, she is still William's daughter, Kathy stated. Meaning, she is also one of my daughters. You bitch, how dare you hurt a member of our family? She tried to open her lips to plead guilty, but a wave of Kath's hand sealed it completely. Save your breath, Kathy said as she pointed at her smiling face. Does this look like the face of mercy to you? Avril's eyes started to tear up because she knew, with absolute certainty, that the pretty lady that was smiling down on her would not stop until her very soul ceased to exist. Chapter 859, the strongest adversary that he had faced in his lifetime. When Kathy appeared in the throne room, Lilith, who was seated beside Razel on the dragonbone throne, looked at her in confusion. Kathy, what are you doing here? Lilith was about to ask more, but she noticed the person that the pretty lady was dragging behind her. Although Avril was almost unrecognizable in her current form, Lilith's hatred towards the elf had allowed her to know her identity instantly. Okay, calm down, Lilith, Kathy said with a smile. I know how badly you want to kill this bitch, but she still serves a purpose, isn't that right, Razel? Yes, Razel nodded. The young beauty stared hard at Kathy. The diary had briefly talked about her existence, but there had been no detailed reports about the things she did in the Deadlands. Her name would also be spoken by her mama Lilith from time to time, calling her a very sly person. Since she hadn't seen Kathy at all while she had lived with her family, she thought that the pretty lady was just someone his ma and pa had only met in the Deadlands. Razel didn't expect that Kathy would appear in the throne room, dragging Avril behind her. I think it's about time to put this bitch to good use, Kathy said with a smile. Things are getting quite problematic outside, and if we don't hurry, Will is going to get his ass handed to him. Were you always this crass with your words? Lilith blinked because this was the first time she saw Kathy acting like this. Her impression of the pretty lady changed as she watched her walk towards them. Well, there are many things you don't know about me, Kathy replied with a smirk. But, we don't have time to talk about that now. Razel, do the honors. The young beauty nodded her head. She then activated one of the abilities of the Black Tower that required a sacrifice to work. Avril's body floated in the air until it was securely placed on a floating pedestal. Forgive me, Avril forcefully opened her lips to beg for forgiveness. Spare me. Razel gazed at the elf who was looking at her with pleading eyes. Truth be told, she didn't know that Avril had planned to enslave her, because the only thing that was written in the diary were the words. Fortunately, I had swapped bodies with Razel on that fateful day. If not, I might have lost someone very dear to me forever. This entry in the diary had scared her when she had read it. She didn't dare ask her parents what it meant because they would become angry at her for stealing something that she shouldn't have taken. Because of this, she had done her best to master her soul-swapping abilities, until she was able to control it fully. I forgive you, Razel said, but I will not spare your life. I'm sorry. Gritting her teeth, she activated the power of the Black Tower. Several beams of light pierced through Avril's body making her shriek in pain. The young beauty averted her gaze because she didn't want to look at the horrifying scene of Avril being burned alive. Lilith and Kathy, on the other hand, watched this with undisguised satisfaction on their faces. They watched until Avril's entire body turned into ashes, leaving only a blue orb of light behind. Avril's soul hovered above the pedestal and glowed brightly. The entire tower trembled as several runes appeared on its exterior. The blue orb of light turned into particles of light as its soul power was all used up. After powering up the Black Tower, it shot a golden beam of light towards the moon in the sky. Petty tricks, Morax sneered at the Black Tower. He didn't know what Lilith and Razel did, but he had full confidence that he had the power to overcome all obstacles in his current form. In the air and on the ground, Morax's demonic legion had already made William's allies lose their morale. If it was only the undead, they could still muster some form of resistance with the half-elf by their side. Now that a demonic army that numbered in the millions had appeared in front of them, they felt as if they no longer had a chance of winning. Kill everyone, but leave this half-elf to me, Morax ordered. I will personally deal with you and make you wish you were never born. Is that so? William sneered as he flicked his arm to the side. It's not only you who can call for backup. I can also play that game. After the beam of light shot towards the sky, William's connection with his ring of conquest had activated. Although Morax had a million-strong army at his disposal, the half-elf didn't give a fart. Come forth and show these wannabes what a real army looks like. William ordered as several golden portals appeared around him. Soon, the denizens of the Thousand Beast domain appeared in the Deadlands. Lamasus flew in the sky, while countless goblins, revenant minotaurs, centaurs, and other beasts poured out of the portals on the ground. Urchatu, Soglav, Bastian, Fenrir, Skadrez, Sharks, Xerxes, Daz, Jareth, and all the other commanders of William's legion led their own forces in an organized manner. They were not new to the arts of war, so it was an easy task for them to rally their troops in preparation for a large-scale battle. Half a minute later, a giant red lobster exited one of the portals. Sitting on top of its head was a rainbow-colored anteater that was looking down on the demonic legion with an arrogant gaze. Come, Kasaganaga shouted in its arrogant voice. Let's show these small fries what we are made of. Over 1 million class Requiem ants, that were at their peak, poured out of the portals behind the anteater. Right now, all of the ants listened to Kasaganaga's commands in fear that he would treat them as a snack if they performed badly. These Requiem ants, which had taken the form of crabs, octopuses, and lobsters, were only a step away from becoming centennial beasts. This made them a force to be reckoned with, and not even William could gauge how destructive they would be once they had crossed into the centennial rank. When that happened, even a kingdom would find it hard to resist an attack of such magnitude. The boisterous demonic legion, which had been shouting their war cries a minute ago, all gazed in shock as an army that was on par with them made their presence known. You guys, take care of these small fries, William ordered his 1,000-beast army before shifting his attention to Morax. Out of all the forms you chose to take, it had to be a bull. Do you know, you just shot yourself in the foot. William didn't know if the suppression of the shepherd job class affected pseudo-gods as well. However, since his other powers had temporarily returned to his body, he no longer felt helpless when it came to fighting against the strongest adversary that he was about to face in his lifetime. Chapter 860, I want to know how it will all end. Inside the shrine in Hestia Academy, Shannon's brush danced on the canvas and images started to form on its pristine white surface. She worked tirelessly, giving life to scene that was forming right before her eyes. Her face had a flushed expression as she immersed herself in her craft, painting the scenes in her vision and creating a record for the world to see. A giant humanoid bull with red skin and eyes that glowed golden appeared on the right side of the canvas. In front of it was a teenage boy, with his robes flapping around behind him. Under them, a chaotic mess of men, beasts, demons, and undead, waged war against each other. Above them, bone dragons, gargoyles, lamasus, and birds with different colors like the rainbow, fought for supremacy. Shannon's breathing became ragged as the first portrait was finished. The canvas floated to the side and a blank once took its place. The young lady once again rested her brush on its surface and drew the next image that she saw. She was so occupied with her painting that she didn't notice that she was no longer alone inside her room. A handsome man with silver hair and blue eyes held the first painting she made and looked at it with a grim expression on his face. He recognized the humanoid bull, as well as the red-headed teenager that was facing off against it. Expressions of shock and disbelief appeared in the depths of his eyes, but he didn't doubt the image that the young lady had drawn. For that was the power that he had bestowed upon her, as a way to compensate the lady for her inability to walk outside and discover the world with her own two eyes. Morax, so you are still alive. Amon gripped the corner of the canvas, almost snapping it into two. Fortunately, he recovered himself at the last moment and managed to save the painting that the young lady had drawn. It was at that moment when he noticed that Shannon was looking in his direction, a confused expression on her face. What's wrong, father? Shannon inquired. The silver-haired man shook his head. Nothing. This drawing of yours is pretty good. Do you know where this scene is happening right now? Shannon shook her head. I don't know where it is. The only thing I do know is that I think it's not in this world. The young lady pointed at the canvas in front of her. Amidst the chaotic images of the battle that was raging on its surface, a certain black tower stood up in the background. The silver-haired man's eyes shrunk after he recognized the black tower in the painting. The Deadlands, I should have known, the silver-haired man muttered. Don't mind me, just continue to paint, I want to know how it will all end. Shannon nodded with a smile. It was very rare for her father to visit her, so she didn't mind painting for him. Once again, her brush danced on the canvas as if it was a living thing, and drew the world that was on the borders of life and death. Soglav and Swiper met on the chaotic battlefield, and the first thought that crossed their minds was, this person is just like me. We hate losing and we are afraid of dying. The demonic boar eyed the demonic dog before giving him a brief nod. Soglav returned his greeting as he shared his name with the creature that shared his characteristics. Soglav, Swiper, you're with that brat, William? Swiper asked. Soglav nodded as he slashed a death knight that tried to sneak attack him from behind. I've known him since he was a kid, Soglav replied. What's wrong? Can he beat that guy? Swiper glanced at the battle that was raging in the heavens. Currently, the half-elf was on the defensive side and was unable to even touch the humanoid bull that was swinging its axe with fury. When the demonic dog looked up, William's arm was cut off from his body and fell down from the sky. The demonic dog casually used a dark whip to grab the arm and pull it in his direction. After gaining possession of the half-elf's arm, he took a bite of it and immediately spat afterwards. Damn, wrong arm, Soglav complained as he threw William's arm back to its owner. Oi, Will, next time you get one of your arms cut off, make sure that it's not the left one. The half-elf caught the arm, and reattached it to his body before giving Soglav the middle finger. After doing so, the half-elf moved to the side, barely dodging the follow-up attack of the Great Earl from Hell. The corner of Swiper's lips twitched after seeing this unbelievable act of camaraderie between the demonic dog and the half-elf. For a brief moment, he wanted to slap himself to know if he was dreaming. Well, see you around, Soglav said before jumping towards a densely packed formation of low-leveled undead. Even in war, the demonic dog chose to play it safe and only bullied the monsters that were weaker than it. Swiper watched him go while clenching his fists. I knew I didn't choose the losing side, Swiper muttered as he rejoined his subordinates in battle. Although the half-elf seemed to be suffering from a one-sided beating, the demonic boar believed that his side wouldn't lose no matter what. Damn, as expected this bastard is strong, William thought as he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks at the humanoid demon that had been bullying him since the beginning of the battle. Although his suppression worked, it merely lowered Morax's strength to that of a demigod that was at its middle stages. Right now, he was currently a vampire progenitor, the sovereign of all vampires, and yet, his rank was only at the peak of the myriad realm. Although there was only one tier between a myriad beast and a demigod, the gap between the ranks was similar to heaven and earth. Only William's powerful regeneration ability was helping him cope with the damage that was slowly stacking up on his body. Morax blocked William's attacks with his weapon and prevented any blow from landing on his body. I need a weapon, William thought. His great axe is a divine weapon, and although he can't unleash its power due to his current rank, it is still sharp enough to slice me in half if I'm not careful. The half-elf was unable to summon any of his weapons, so he was only using his bare hands to fight the monster that was slowly pushing him into a corner. He knew that if this went on, Morax would definitely triumph over him, so William was busy thinking of ways to disarm him and put an end to his one-sided beating. The small wooden mallet that William and Lilith had found in the Deadlands started to shake. Lightning snaked across its surface and a metallic hum echoed inside the room. It was as if it was being called by someone who had fought alongside it, several thousand years ago. Chapter 861, Calling a Friend Across Time and Space. Lilith, Razel, and Kathy were watching the battle through a projection inside the Black Tower. They saw how William was unable to get the upper hand in his clash against Morax. The battle on the ground and air, however, was the complete opposite of what was happening in the fight between the leaders of the two sides. William's thousand-beast army had the upper hand because, not only did they have quantity, they had quality as well. The undead army's ranks were pretty chaotic, which ranged from Class D monsters up to millennial beasts, bone dragons. The weakest on the demonic legion's side, on the other hand, were Class A monsters with several millennial demonic commanders ordering them. If these combined forces were to attack a kingdom, then the outcome would be total annihilation. This was also why Ildan and Swiper had almost lost all hope when the demonic legion arrived on the battlefield to aid Morax in this battle for dominion. Fortunately, William's own army entered the scene and came to their rescue. What really surprised them was the teamwork of the monsters in William's army. The goblins dealt with the undead army, while the Requiem ants, the undead revenants, Urchatu and Bastian, and the beasts under William's command, dealt with the demonic legion. The hundreds of Lamasus in the sky had all stepped into the centennial rank. Although they were weaker than the bone dragons, their numbers made up for the gap in ranks. The rainbow birds, being the obnoxious birds that they were, rampaged in the heavens as they shot magic bullets, acid sprays, acid bombs, and profanities at their enemies. B1 and B2, in their phoenix form, led the assault as they zigzagged across the skies, destroying everything in their path. What truly made things hard for Morax's aerial units was that Skadres, the Blood Eagle, was carrying Kasaganaga on its back to help deal with the bone dragons. These terrors of the undead race were no match for the rainbow-colored anteater's rolling attack that smashed their heads to bits. If not for Morax constantly reviving them with his powers, the skies would have already been won by William's aerial army. "Give it up, you won't win," Morax snarled as he swung his weapon at the half-elf who was busy reviving the demonic legion under the Great Earl's command, and converting them to his own fighting force. "Don't you bad guys have other phrases you can use?" William sneered. "Those words have been said to me countless times already by scum like you. What do you think happened to them in the end?" Grah. Morax swung his axe, creating hundreds of crimson blades headed in William's direction. The half-elf clicked his tongue because Morax had been trying to reduce the number of his army by attacking his forces on the ground and air. William pressed his hands together and hundreds of bone shields floated in the air, blocking the blades completely. Morax swung his weapon at full power towards Eldon's and Swiper's location, which created a gigantic golden wind blade that was meant to annihilate everyone and anything in its path. Seeing that the others were in danger, William immediately flew in their direction with the intention of blocking Morax's deadly attack. The humanoid bull sneered as he flew in the direction of the Black Tower. "This is your weakness, half-elf," Morax grinned. "You have too many people to protect, which prevents you from going all out against me. If I can capture those girls in the throne room, and regain control of the Black Tower, this will still be my win." William roared in anger when he understood Morax's intention. Right now, he was forced to make two choices. The first one was to abandon Ildan and Swiper, then fly after Morax and protect the Black Tower with everything he had. Or save the dwarf and the demonic boar, gambling on Razel's and Lilith's ability to block Morax's advance using the power of the Black Tower. "Damn you, Morax." William hatefully smashed the upcoming golden energy blade with his fist, making it explode into hundreds of pieces. The aftermath of the collision sent William tumbling in the air for hundreds of meters, while golden fireballs descended towards the combatants on the ground. The resulting impact obliterated the undead, and grievously injured the demonic legion, as well as those of William's forces who were caught up in the explosion. The attack of a demigod was nothing to sneeze at. William's left arm had almost been completely incinerated and his body had received serious injury as well. If he hadn't blocked Morax's attack using his full strength, Ildan, Swiper, and their subordinates would have been erased from the face of the Deadlands. William glared hatefully at the bastard who was aiming for his family members, as he did his best to hasten the regeneration of his body. Unfortunately, his recovery was happening at a very slow rate because of the divinity that was infused in the demonic Earl's full-powered strike. Although Morax's rank had been suppressed to the middle stages of the demigod rank, his attacks still contained the divinity of a god. If not for the fact that the laws of the Deadlands were protecting William's body from total annihilation, he would have been turned into charred coal by now. As the ladies inside the Black Tower saw this outcome, they stared daggers at the petty humanoid bull, who resorted to dirty tactics in order to harm their loved one. "Strengthen the barrier now," Lilith ordered. "We need to buy time until Will comes to save us." Lilith understood Morax's intention. The demonic Earl had decided to use them as hostages in order to coerce William to surrender. This was something that she didn't approve of. Lilith knew that they had to resist no matter what. Razel also knew the gravity of the situation and activated the barrier of the Black Tower to its limits. Kathy simply stood beside the throne with both arms crossed over her chest. She had a calm expression on her face because she knew that William would stop at nothing in order to save his family. William gritted his teeth as he forced his regeneration abilities to speed up its process. Undead gargoyles descended from the sky in order to attack him, but the angry birds and lamasus made sure that they didn't come close to their master. "I need something to be able to fight him head-on," William muttered. "I need the power to contend against a god." Morax had arrived at the Black Tower and was attacking the barrier like a berserk bull. Although the barrier was holding up for now, several small cracks were starting to appear on its surface. Clearly, it was only a matter of time before the barrier broke, and when that happened, Morax would be able to capture his family members. The half-elf closed his eyes in order to calm himself down. More than anything else, he knew that he needed to think clearly because this was a crucial moment. "What should I do?" William asked his heart. "What can I do?" It was at that moment when the strand of darkness that had infiltrated his body long ago started to stir. It had remained dormant for years, waiting for an opportunity to strike. However, before it could make its presence known, dark clouds covered the sky in William's sea of consciousness. Thunder roared in the heavens, and lightning bolts struck the sea repeatedly in defiance. The entirety of William's being was in uproar as if trying to call something from beyond its borders. Suddenly, the memory of the last battle in Asgard appeared in William's memories. Odin, Thor, Loki, and Heimdall had already fallen in battle, along with his beloved wives whose lives had burned up like fireworks in the sky. It was at that moment when he found himself standing on the battlefield surrounded by countless foes. And the raging flames of destruction had started to creep upon Yggdrasil's body, and he could hear its woes. In that dark moment, when no hope was no longer in sight, a hymn of time long forgotten broke through the sanctity of the night. William's tears streamed down his face, as he raised his hand to call a friend across time and space. "Bring in the hammer to sanctify the bride." On the maiden's knees let Mjolnir lie. From the heavens I can hear Mjolnir's roar, and in the thunder I can feel the heart of Thor. From somewhere far away, a metallic hum answered his call. A distant friend had come, to smite them all. Chapter 862, Do you know the first law of the universe? Thunder rumbled across the skies of the Deadlands and lightning descended like rain. The small wooden mallet in Razel's room broke through the windows, and flew in the direction of the person that had shared the last moments of Asgard. With it, in the span of a few heartbeats, the small wooden mallet landed in William's grasp, and with it, a powerful shockwave blew away all the foes that surrounded him. "Fight for me, one more time, dear friend," William said softly as he gripped the wooden mallet firmly in his hand. "This time, we're not fighting for Asgard, but for the future." The wooden mallet hummed as if to reply to the half-elf's words. A second later, its body transformed into the divine artifact that only those it had chosen could wield. William raised Mjolnir towards the sky, and all the lightning bolts in the world descended upon him as if to pay tribute to their master's call for conquest. William's charred arm immediately recovered, as did the rest of the injuries his body had received. Golden lightning snaked around his body, and a metallic suit of armor, that once belonged to the god of thunder, covered him completely. "Let's go, old friend," William muttered. "It's time to smash the face of a god once again." Mjolnir hummed in agreement as William transformed into a golden lightning bolt that streaked towards the demonic earl who was trying to harm the people who were important to him. Morax, who had witnessed the whole thing, roared as he swung his divine axe towards the golden lightning that was about to strike him down. A sound that resembled a clap of thunder reverberated across the battlefield as a powerful shockwave blew Morax and William away from each other. "This strength," Morax muttered as he eyed the small hammer in William's hand. "A divine weapon, here in this god-forsaken place? Impossible." William, who was not aware of the confusion that was plaguing Morax's mind, once again transformed into a lightning bolt and reappeared in front of the giant bull's face. Without any warning, the half-elf smashed his hammer on Morax's face, but the demonic earl was someone that was well versed in the art of war. Although he was surprised by William's newfound power, he was a god and had fought against other gods in hell. Morax shrunk his body until it was only 2 meters tall in order to avoid William's frontal attack at the last second. However, before the demonic earl could celebrate his genius move, a hammer struck the top of his head, which sent him crashing towards the ground, screaming in pain. After hitting its target, the hammer flew back to William's hand, and the half-elf once again transformed into a lightning bolt to deliver another strike at the bastard who dared to harm his family. He didn't intend to show Morax any mercy. There was only one thing in William's mind, and that was to pound the demonic earl's face to oblivion. Morax forcefully controlled his body as he landed on his feet, just in time to block William's attack that shattered the ground under the demonic earl's feet. You're still not in the ranks of the demigods and yet you are able to fight on par with me. How can this be? Morax shouted. Answer me. On par with you? You must be joking. William sneered as lightning snaked around Mjolnir's body. I fought against a god in the past using a mortal's body. Right now, you're not a god but a demigod, and you still have the guts to say that I'm on par with you. Did that strike to your head earlier rattle your brain? Morax roared as he tried to push William away. However, what confused him was that, instead of getting the upper hand, he was the one being pushed down by the red-headed teenager whose strength was rising at an alarming rate. Then a realization hit the former god which made his blood run cold. Don't tell me that he has successfully merged with the laws of the Deadlands. Morax's face became grim as he thought of the possibility. This was the only explanation that he could think of. Even if William acquired a divine weapon, the demonic Earl was also wielding a divine weapon. Also, his rank was above the half-elf by more than a full tier. One was at the peak of the myriad realm, while the other was at the middle stages of a demigod. Even with a divine weapon in William's hand, the gap shouldn't be that great. This forced Morax to think of another possibility, and that was that the laws of the Deadlands had finally been absorbed by William's body, making him the god of this world who hovered between life and death. As if proving his greatest fear, the air around the two combatants trembled as space started to contort. Do you know the first law of the universe? William inquired as a devilish smile appeared on his face. The first law states that the normal laws of physics do not apply when I hold this hammer. What nonsense are you talking about? Morax gritted his teeth as he tried to use his strength to overpower the half-elf, but it was of no use. You still don't understand? Then let me show you. William sneered as he flew upwards to distance himself from Morax. He then raised his hammer as the entire world heeded his command. Soon, the undead on the ground as well as the demonic legion under Morax's control all floated in the air as if gravity stopped existing. The power I wield will obliterate one and all, William declared in a domineering voice. Pierce through the darkness and hear my call. The world was enveloped in a bright light that drove the darkness away like a tide. William's army, Ildan, Swiper, and the other people in the Deadlands shielded their eyes from the blinding light. It was also at that moment that they lost their ability to hear. However, they were considered the lucky ones, because William had only shielded his allies from an ear-shattering pain that followed after the world was engulfed in light. Morax, who was the only one capable of piercing through the veil, saw everything in real time. He had once witnessed the end of a world, and the scene in front of him made him remember that awe-inspiring sight. Cries of pain and suffering reverberated across the land, as Morax's prided demonic legion that served him for thousands of years, bathed in a sea of lightning bolts. Chapter 863, Let's Rumble Part 1. Lightning snaked in the depths of William's eyes as he swung his hammer downwards. The world obeyed his command and countless lightning bolts fell en masse, covering the Deadlands in a blinding white light. Morax raised his axe and blocked the lightning bolts that were headed his way, stopping them completely in their tracks. Unfortunately, his undead and demonic legion couldn't do the same. The low-tier monsters instantly turned to charcoal the moment the lightning bolts hit them. As for the stronger monsters, they suffered a world of pain as their bodies received heavy injuries from the hellish scene that the half-elf had painted around them. When the light receded, the smell of charred corpses reached everyone's nose. The bodies of the surviving undead and demons fell to the ground. Those who didn't die from the crash were killed by William's army as they laid in wait. It was a one-sided massacre, and Morax's eyes turned bloodshot when he saw what had happened to the armies that had served him for years. You're just a mortal, Morax roared in anger. How dare, I dare, William interjected before the demonic Earl could even finish his words. Weren't you looking down on everyone earlier because of how strong you are? The half-elf floated down from the sky as lightning bolts coiled around his body. It must be nice to look down on mortals, William said. Knowing that you can end their lives with just a wave of your hand, but I think you are forgetting something very important. A merciless glint passed through the half-elf's eyes as he looked down on the demonic Earl who had lorded over the Deadlands as if it was his own backyard. Without mortals, you wouldn't exist in the first place. William sneered. You're just an insect, Morax shouted. You know nothing. You don't know anything about the world. William didn't agree or deny Morax's words because frankly, he really didn't care what the demonic Earl thought of him. You can shut your trap, William replied as he pointed Mjolnir on Morax's face. The only thing I know is that I won't stop until I smash your face. William and Morax clashed against each other in the heavens, while pandemonium ensued on the ground. Wade found himself being besieged from all sides, as he kept on using his allies as meat shields to prevent himself from getting seriously injured. The only reason he was still standing was because he had activated an artifact to deflect William's lightning bolts and keep them from hitting his body. This was also why he had been able to avoid suffering any injuries during that nightmarish event that had wiped out nearly half of his subordinates. As he was about to make his escape, a dark whip coiled around his foot, stopping him from running away. "Is this him?" Soglav asked. "Yes." Swiper nodded. "Now hold him in place. I'm gonna murder this bastard." Wade's face became grim when he saw a Swiper charging at him with the intention to kill. He had always looked down on the demonic boar in the past because, for him, Swiper was just a clown that was only there to amuse him. The leader of the human shelter gritted his teeth and prepared to defend himself from the charging boar who wanted him dead. However, before the two of them could even clash, a rainbow-colored wrecking ball fell from the sky and hit Wade's back, taking his breath away. His defense instantly crumbled, and a panicked expression appeared on his face. The scene of Swiper's blade slashing across his neck was the last thing he saw before his world descended into complete darkness. Morax was trying to break through William's dogged assault to help his army stage a comeback. Unfortunately, the half-elf was like a rabid dog that didn't allow him to help anyone. Time and time again, they clashed. Every blow they exchanged was strong enough to instantly kill a millennial beast. A trail of golden light and streaks of lightning zigzagged across the heavens without stopping. In the end, Morax realized that he wouldn't be able to break the stalemate unless he made some sacrifices. Morax roared and a red aura covered his body. William felt that something was wrong, so he immediately ceased his attack and observed his enemy from a safe distance. "It's time for you to understand why you should never anger gods." Morax growled. "I will teach you a lesson that you will never forget in your lifetime." William looked at the arrogant demigod in front of him with a calm expression. In the past, he only wished for happiness, but that wish wasn't granted. He died in Midgard before he could even keep his promise to Ash. He died in Asgard while fighting alongside his wives. All of them were just living their lives in peace, but the gods didn't allow them that small happiness. So, why should he back down against the anger of a god? Especially a god who wished to hurt the people that were important to him. When Surtur and his minions descended upon the 9 realms, the only thing they cared about was destruction. Whether someone offended them or not, they didn't care. All that was left in their wake were regret and ashes of the dead that were scattered across time and space. Mjolnir hummed in William's hands because it understood what the half-elf was thinking. It had been there when its wielder died, and watched as the world was engulfed in raging flames. When there were beings that wished for destruction, peace was a reality that only the strong could enjoy. To those that didn't have any strength, peace was just a fantasy. A dream that they could enjoy in their sleep. "Come, you insect," Morax roared as he pointed his axe at William. "I will make sure that you witness how I deal with your women after I'm done with you." Morax activated the power of his god core to forcefully break through William's suppression. From the middle stages of the demigod, his rank climbed up to its peak, and once again stopped at the pseudo-god rank. The giant humanoid bull's body turned golden as the power of divinity covered it completely. Morax couldn't stay in this form for long because he still hadn't recovered from the injuries he received in the past. He was currently using the souls of his subordinates that had died in battle to temporarily raise his power to the pseudo-god rank in order to deal with William. Die. Morax vanished from where he stood. A second later he appeared behind William as he swung his axe sideways. Just like always, Morax chose to attack on a side that was disadvantageous to William. If the half-elf dodged his attack, the ones that would be annihilated were the half-elf's allies. "What a petty god," William said as he did a backhand blow to block the axe that was meant to kill those who were fighting on the ground. Hammer and axe collided, creating a shockwave that blew both fighters away. The half-elf knew what Morax intended, so he immediately decided to withdraw his army in order to prevent them from dying under the enraged demonic earl's hand. "All of you, return," William ordered. William's army all turned into beams of light that shot towards his body. He wouldn't allow any of them to die because of Morax's dirty tactics that forced him to meet his blows head-on. Seeing that his hostages were decreasing at a rapid rate, Morax teleported to the ground, right in front of Ildan, who was ordering his subordinates to retreat. "I liked you, but you chose not to submit." Now perish. Morax shouted as he swung his axe downwards. You think too highly of yourself. Ildan roared. Don't look down on dwarves. The sledgehammer in Eldon's hand shone brightly as it met the demonic earl's attack fearlessly. Morax sneered at Eldon's futile attempt to resist the inevitable, but the sneer on his face froze when the impact sent him smashing towards the buildings right behind him. Even William, who was about to help the dwarf, paused in mid-flight after seeing the unbelievable scene in front of him. So what if you're taller than me? Ildan spat on the ground. That doesn't mean that you are stronger than me. The weapon that Ildan was wielding was a memento their family handed down from generation to generation that was personally forged by the dwarf god. The sledgehammer had a special ability inscribed on its core which allowed it to become stronger the more powerful its opponent was. The name of Eldon's weapon was Godbreaker. It was one of the few weapons in the entire multiverse that had the power to fight against gods. Seeing that his attack had completely baffled Morax and William, Ildan felt smug about himself. He then pointed his finger at William and made a gesture. Oi, you, boy, come here, Ildan said with a smile. William pointed at himself because he was unsure if Ildan was referring to him or not. It's you I'm calling, boy. Ildan nodded. Come here, there's something I need to tell you. William landed beside the dwarf leader who was appraising him from head to foot. Although we have met a couple of times, I didn't really look at you properly, Ildan said as he nodded his head in appreciation. So, you're the one who's going to be my future great-granddaughter's husband. Not too shabby. Future great-granddaughter's husband. You don't have to worry about this. Although we dwarves prioritize picking our race when we are going to marry, that doesn't mean that we can't make a family with other races. William had a weird look on his face as he shifted his attention to Morax, who had already recovered from the unexpected counterattack that he had received from Ildan. Well, what I'm trying to tell you is that in the future, when the two of us meet, you better not make my great-granddaughter cry. Ildan then arrogantly pointed his chin at the demonic earl who was looking at him with disbelief. Or else, god or no god, your fate will be the same as that bastard. William didn't have to be a genius in order to connect the dots together. Among his wives, only Chiffon matched Eldon's claim. When you say great-granddaughter, are you referring to my wife Chiff? Lad, don't say anything. Just know that if fate wills it, we will meet in the future. Let's just deal with this bastard who looks down on mortals first. We can talk after this mess is over. The half-elf nodded his head because he knew that Ildan was right. For now, take your men inside my domain, William proposed. I will deal with him myself. Sounds like a plan, Ildan agreed. Although I regret not being able to whack him a few more times, we're just pulling your leg down if we remain. William nodded and waved his hand. Using the power of the world, he forcefully sent Ildan, Swiper, and the rest of his allies inside his thousand-beast domain. After making sure that no one was left behind, the half-elf faced Morax with a devilish smile on his handsome face. Now, it's just you and me, William said. Let's rumble. Chapter 864, Let's Rumble Part 2. The Deadlands was a world that hovered between the borders of life and death. Those who appeared in this world had their own circumstances and goals, but there was one thing that all of them had in common. They all wanted to live. The same could be said for the great Earl of Hell, who had escaped the pursuit of the other gods who had intended to kill him. Currently, Morax was looking at the half-elf who had taken part in the destruction of his plan to regain his godlike powers, and to take revenge on those that had made his life miserable. If only you hadn't appeared here, Morax said as he gritted his teeth. He didn't know how many times he had said this out loud and in thoughts. His hate for William had now surpassed his hatred to the gods that had forced him to hide in this god-forsaken place. If looks could kill, the half-elf would have died many times over. Morax, who had already absorbed the souls of his subordinates, didn't respond to William's words. He simply held his axe that had been forged in the fires of hell. Its name was Fleshrender, Destroyer of the Night. He couldn't unleash its full powers because it was a weapon that only gods could activate. Right now, he had forcefully raised his rank to the pseudo-god realm, which allowed him to use some of its abilities. Morax didn't even think for a moment that he would need to use his powers to deal with a mortal who only stayed in the Deadlands for a little over a month. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but it was something that he had to accept. You want to rumble? Morax laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with anger and frustration. For a mere mortal to treat him like Some second-rate villain that the half-elf could easily beat made the demonic earl's blood boil like lava. Very well, Morax stated after he finished laughing. Time for you to understand what it means to fight against a god. This time he no longer cared about the consequences of his actions. The only thing in his mind was to obliterate the annoying insect that was standing in front of him. Devastate all opposition. Morax raised the blood-red axe with both of his hands. Fleshrender. A shrill sound that resembled fingernails scratching a chalkboard made the entire world shudder. Space cracks started to appear on the sky, on the ground, as Morax activated the power of his divine weapon. Die half-elf. Morax hatefully roared as he swung his axe in front of him. William immediately turned into a lightning bolt and flew towards the sky. A second later, a powerful explosion shook the entire battlefield, which sent dust and smoke flying upwards. The half-elf glanced at the gigantic crack that formed on the ground, which had split a quarter of the deadlands into two halves. Unfortunately, Morax didn't give him time to observe the destruction he had made, before appearing in front of the half-elf mid-swing. William raised Mjolnir and met Morax's attack head-on. A loud cracking sound was heard as the two weapons collided. A few moments later, the half-elf crashed on the ground, with blood gushing out of his mouth. Before William could even understand what happened, the Earl of Hell had once again reappeared in front of him with Fleshrender going down for the kill. Mjolnir. William roared as the hammer exuded lightning sparks from its body. William's body was pressed down on the ground, creating a crater over 100 meters wide. Morax didn't relent his barrage and pummeled the half-elf with the intention to kill. Each and every time their weapons clashed, the bones in William's hand and arms broke. If not for his powerful regeneration, and the laws of the world reinforcing his arms would have definitely turned into meat paste. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to launch a counterattack at his current situation, the half-elf turned into a lightning bolt and skid across the ground in order to gain some distance from his enemy and to break Morax's momentum. However, the demonic earl didn't allow him to take a breather and followed after him in a beam of golden light. Every second that passed, William was being pushed back without gaining the ability to counterattack. Earlier, he was able to match Morax's strength because of his suppression that had forced the god's rank to plummet to the middle stages of a demigod. Now that his enemy had forcefully absorbed his subordinate's soul, the disparity between them became apparent. A pseudo-god might not be a god, but it is the closest thing to being one. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Morax sneered as he continued to deliver deadly blows that could cut a demigod in half. William's body was in an endless cycle of breaking down and regeneration. He noticed that Morax was forcing him to enter one of the spatial cracks that he had created around the deadlands. If not for the fact that he could turn into a lightning bolt and dodge the spatial cracks, he might have already been sent somewhere in the vast multiverse, leaving his important people behind. This one-sided pummeling continued for nearly 20 minutes before William stopped retreating and smashed Mjolnir into Morax's chest, sending the demonic earl flying. Okay, warm-up is over, William declared as blood spilled at the corner of his lips. I gave you the chance, but you weren't even able to hurt me. Weakling. Kathy, who was inside the Black Tower, felt a strong urge to smack the half-elf's head at the moment. However, since this was not the time to do that, she just stood in the center of the throne room as she passed the calculation power of the Black Tower into the red-headed teenager's head. William had learned the second law of the Deadlands, and this allowed him to repel Morax's relentless attack with a single blow. However, this required extreme and complicated calculations that the half-elf wasn't able to do. In order to utilize this law, he needed the calculation abilities of the Black Tower, which Kathy had passed to him. Morax, who had been pushed back by William, glanced at the half-elf in confusion. However, this only lasted for a brief moment before he once again charged at the half-elf who was hovering above him. Too slow, William sneered as he vanished from his spot. This time around, Morax saw the half-elf appear in front of him with Mjolnir in mid-strike. He immediately raised his weapon to block, but Mjolnir had already smashed into the side of his face before he could even raise his axe to defend against the attack. Just like he did to William earlier, the half-elf didn't stop and unleashed a barrage of attacks that smashed every part of Morax's body. The second law of the Deadlands was vector manipulation. This allowed William to have complete control over anything that moved in his vicinity. He could forcefully slow or increase the speed of anything that moved. For example, if he threw a rock, that rock's speed could reach almost the speed of light, thereby making a devastating weapon in the half-elf's hands. Unfortunately, this required precise calculations, which William was unable to do on his own. The Black Tower was like a supercomputer that managed everything in the Deadlands. With Kath's help, these calculations were passed over to William. All he needed to do was execute them like a program, and the effect would work instantly. Die. William unleashed a full-powered strike that had been imbued by the third law of the Deadlands. However, before his attack could land, a crack appeared behind Morax, letting his body disappear in a tear in space. William didn't stop his attack and fired a powerful lightning bolt at the tear of space, in the hope that it would hit the blasted Earl of Hell into pieces. After William's attack ended, the spatial tear disappeared completely, leaving nothing behind. William scanned his surroundings. He believed that Morax had only relocated himself somewhere in the Deadlands using the power of space. Because of this same power, the demonic Earl managed to escape the pursuit of the other gods and managed to save his life by directly appearing in the Deadlands. This power should have been mine. Morax's hate-filled voice spread across the surroundings. It should have been mine. You stole it from me. William frowned because even with his acute senses, he wasn't able to perceive where Morax was currently at. The only thing he noticed was that the number of spatial cracks in the Deadlands had increased. I didn't want to resort to this, but you forced me to. Morax reappeared in one of the spatial cracks that he had created and stared at William from afar. The demonic Earl held a blood-red crystal in his hand and activated it. I agree to your proposal, but I have one favor to ask, Morax said as an image enveloped with flames appeared within the crystal. And that is? A cold voice inquired. William's body unconsciously shuddered when he heard the voice coming out of the crystal. The voice was very familiar to him. The owner of the voice was someone that he wished he could strangle in his dreams. I need you to take the Black Tower, Morax stated. It is important to me. Very well, the cold voice replied. Give me your coordinates. Morax obliged and a sneer appeared on his face. A few seconds later, a gigantic spatial tear appeared on the skies of the Deadlands. From within it, two burning eyes that spoke of destruction appeared and gazed at the world of life and death with contempt. Chapter 865. You want to steal my job? Surtur. William roared as he unleashed the most powerful lightning attack that he could unleash with the authority that Mjolnir had given him. Since the half-elf wasn't its rightful owner, he could only use half of its full power. Even so, this power was more than enough to contend against foes that were many times stronger than him. The lightning bolt charged at the giant spatial crack in the sky, like a deadly serpent out for the kill. A second later, a blinding light followed by a powerful explosion shook the entire world that sent Morax tumbling hundreds of meters in the air. When the light receded, a gigantic, smoking hand appeared in the sky. The hand was so big that William estimated that it was around 20 meters long. Mjolnir, the flame giant, Surtur, also known as the god of destruction, that raised Asgard to the ground, said in a nostalgic voice. The tear in the sky widened and the upper half of a giant appeared. You look a little different, but I still remember who you are, Surtur said as he eyed William. The last Aenarion whose pitiful last struggle gave us a form of entertainment. I see, so you are here in the Deadlands. Surtur's gaze told William that the giant had indeed recognized him, but that was all. For the god of destruction, the Aenarion was just one of the countless beings that had tried to resist the army of destruction and failed miserably. If you were the true owner of that hammer, then perhaps you can even give me a scratch. Surtur laughed. Even at your full strength, you can't even tickle me. Morax, who saw this scene, sneered at the half-elf that was giving him a hard time. In front of a true god, even if William had control over the Deadlands, he would still not have a chance against the god that had destroyed countless worlds. Secure the Black Tower first, Morax reminded Surtur. We can proceed with the next phase of our plan after we have it. Right, Surtur agreed as he fixed his eyes at the Black Tower in the distance. His hand extended towards the Black Tower with the intention to pull it out from the world, but its protective barrier stopped the giant's hand from doing what he wanted. Still resisting, Morax laughed. It's no use. This farce is over. Morax didn't want to resort to asking Surtur for help because he wanted to have the Black Tower for himself. However, right now, he didn't have a choice. William had already learned 2 of the laws of the Deadlands. If given more time, he would learn them all, and by then, Morax would have no chance of defeating him. This was why, even though he would be at a disadvantage in his agreement with Surtur, he still decided to ask his help to get the Black Tower. As long as he could wait for 100 years or so, he would be able to regain his godhood and be on equal terms with the god of destruction. I won't let you. William raised his fist and a gigantic hand made of earth punched Surtur's hand away. He was using the third law of the Deadlands, and that was world manipulation. Now that he was the owner of the Deadlands, he could control the entire domain as he pleased. He could even use it as a weapon against his enemies if he wished to. Surtur clicked his tongue because he couldn't use his full power through the spatial tier. He was very far away from the Deadlands and was merely using his strength as a god to brute force his way to crossing the boundaries of space. This was similar to what Morax had done when he created a spatial tear to escape to the Deadlands. Their powers were reduced in this domain because no god could rule this place. Even so, William was using everything he had to stop a single arm from the god of destruction from getting to the Black Tower where his girls were currently hiding. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Morax attacked William, which forced the latter to divert his attention. Scram! William roared as he threw Mjolnir towards the incoming demonic earl that sent the latter skidding hundreds of meters away. This brief pause in concentration was something that Surtur didn't pass up. Using his divinity, he shattered the giant hand made of earth and punched the barrier that protected the Black Tower, shattering it completely. This tower is mine, Surtur declared as he grabbed the Black Tower and began to pull it off from the ground. No, William shouted as he smashed Mjolnir on the giant's hand, but it only created a shower of sparks. It would take some time for him to summon the Earth Hand once again. Time that he didn't have right now. The Black Tower creaked as the ground at its base started to crack. With one mighty pull, Surtur managed to unearth it and started to pull it back to the spatial tear in the sky. William gathered all his strength and the power of the Deadlands for an all-out attack of desperation. He didn't mind if the Black Tower was taken by the god of destruction. However, Lilith, Razel, and Kathy were still inside it. He would not allow them to be taken away from him by the same god who had not only destroyed the 9 realms, but also ended the life of his wives thousands of years ago. Let them go, Surtur. William charged at the spatial tear with the intention of fighting to the death. However, before he could unleash his attack, the hand that was holding the Black Tower was cut off completely. William used the laws of the world to catch the Black Tower and carried it away from the spatial tear. You overstepped your bounds, Surtur, an arrogant voice declared. This place is not for the likes of you. A cloaked person wielding a scythe hovered between the god of destruction and William, who was standing in front of the Black Tower. You are the god of destruction, that is the role you have to play, the cloaked person said in a chilling tone. Are you planning to change professions now? You want to steal my job? Surtur looked at his hand, which was lying on the ground, and snorted. A few seconds later, the hand turned into a blazing inferno and rose towards the sky. It then reattached itself to the giant's arm as if the incident earlier hadn't happened. What are you talking about, death? Surtur asked in a teasing voice. I just came here to admire the Black Tower. Since I've already seen it with my own eyes, I will take my leave. Surtur's hand reached out to grab Morax, who was looking at the Black Tower in regret. Now that the Master of Death had arrived, they could no longer take the tower under his watchful gaze. This was his domain. In the face of death, even the gods of hell and destruction knew that there were certain boundaries that they couldn't cross. Aenarion, I smell the scent of a dying world in your bones, Surtur said as he glanced at the half-elf who was looking at him with hatred. Sooner or later, our paths will cross again. I look forward to seeing the despair on your face when that time has come. Morax was also looking at William with a sneer. This is not over. Morax laughed. The next time we meet I will make you pay for all the losses I incurred here. I will torture your soul for all eternity. Just you wait. After saying his last words, the spatial tears in the Deadlands disappeared and the light of the moon slowly spilled out across the land as the darkness started to recede. The cloaked figure then turned around to look at William. The half-elf couldn't see anything except darkness where the cloaked figure's face would be, but he knew for certain that he was facing one of the most ancient gods that had power over death. Since time immemorial, the Deadlands has been a place where those who have fought to escape death have gathered, the cloaked man said in a cold voice. There are only 2 ways for people to leave this place. The first way is to die and enter the cycle of reincarnation. The second way is to die by my hands and enter the cycle of reincarnation. So, what choice are you going to make, boy? William unconsciously gulped as his body shuddered uncontrollably. Although the cloaked figure was standing a good distance away from him, he felt as if his very soul was being held at the palm of that person's hand. He had no doubt in his mind that this being in front of him was stronger than Surtur. A being that could easily end his life by simply looking at them. So, boy, are you ready to enter the cycle of reincarnation? The cloaked figure asked. Sir, isn't there a third option? William inquired. I'm still too young, and too handsome to die. I still haven't had any babies with my wives yet. I can't possibly die here, right? The cloaked figure raised his scythe high up in the air. Very funny, the cloaked figure replied. Just be glad that I will be the one to personally send you off to the afterlife. The cloaked figure mercilessly swung his scythe to end William's life. It was at this moment when a young lady with long red hair suddenly appeared in front of William and pushed him away. William's eyes widened in shock as he saw Razel smile back at him just as the death scythe slashed her body. I love you, Papa. Take care of Mama for me. Those were the last words that escaped Razel's lips before her body was sliced in half by the god of death, who was well known for not showing mercy to anyone. Chapter 866. I will not let anyone take anything from me. Not even death. Razel. William reached out to grab his daughter's body which had been cut in half. The young beauty eyes were open as she stared lifelessly in front of her. Those beautiful amber eyes that had looked at him mischievously in the past, had lost all of their luster. No, why? William glared at the cloaked figure in front of him. We didn't do anything wrong. Why are you doing this to us? Why? I never said you did anything wrong, the cloaked figure replied. There's no right or wrong in death. I don't care if you are a good or bad person, nor do I care if you are poor or rich. Everyone is equal in the face of death. If that girl didn't die right now, she would have died still once I was done with you. The order of people dying in the Deadlands doesn't matter. As long as they die then my work is done. I'll kill you. Ha, you, kill me, I'd like to see you try, boy. Lilith, who saw everything from inside the throne room, screamed in anger and pain. If not for Kathy holding her down, the Amazon would have definitely exited the Black Tower and fought the cloaked figure to the death. Using her authority as the one that hijacked the Black Tower, Razel had instantly teleported herself in front of William to push him away. The Amazon princess wasn't able to do that, so all she could do was watch as her precious daughter died in front of her eyes. Let me go, Lilith cried out. I'll kill him, I'll kill him. No, Kathy shouted. If you go out right now, Razel's sacrifice would have been in vain. I said let me go. I won't. The two ladies wrestled inside the throne room. Lilith was desperately trying to break free from Kathy's hold to have her revenge. Kathy, on the other hand, was doing her best to stop her from throwing her life away. While this was happening, William's rage soared to its limit as he smashed Mjolnir into the cloaked figure's face. The cloaked figure was about to block William's attack with a finger, but then hastily backed away to avoid it completely. The cloaked figure was the god of death, which allowed him to see the souls of every creature in existence. No one could hide in the face of death, so he was able to see the divinities that were inside William's soul. Frankly, the god of death didn't care for the life of the candidates chosen by the gods. However, there was something within William's soul that made him change his mind. Okay, I won't kill you, the cloaked figure said. But, I will still kill those two ladies hiding inside the Black Tower. You can't stop me. As soon as the cloaked figure said those words, something snapped inside William's head. The entire Deadlands trembled as if a powerful earthquake was shaking heaven and earth. The strand of darkness in William's sea of consciousness pulsed like a beating heart as the half-elf's eyes turned pitch black. I will not let anyone take anything from me, William said in a voice that made the sky of the Deadlands crack in two. Not even death. Just as the half-elf was about to lunge at the cloaked figure in front of him, a delicate hand covered his eyes from behind, stopping him in his tracks. I don't like cheating, a sweet and silky voice stated. I had a deal with someone, and I don't want her nagging at me and telling me that I cheated. While it is regretful, I can't turn a blind eye to this and see what is about to happen under my watch. A second later, William fell on the ground unconscious. The cloaked figure stared at the otherworldly beauty in front of him for a brief moment before bowing his head in respect. Mother, I had no intention of getting in your way, the cloaked figure said. I already said that I wouldn't kill him, but he still attacked me. The otherworldly beauty sighed as she caressed the face that was hiding underneath the cloak. I know, the primordial goddess replied. But, like I said earlier, I made a deal with someone. So, give me that young lady's soul. It's not her time to enter the cycle of reincarnation yet. But, the rules, are you going to defy me? And no, of course not, Mother, the cloaked figure hurriedly replied as he raised his hand. Soon a dazzling red orb of light appeared on the palm of the cloaked figure's hand. "Thank you," the primordial goddess said sweetly. "You are indeed my beloved son." The otherworldly beauty held Razel's soul in her right hand and waved her left hand to make the young beauty's body that had been split apart merge together. "You are lucky," the primordial goddess said as she returned Razel's soul to her body. "Although I don't know what the future holds, the fact that you are his future daughter allowed you to cheat death once, but this will be the first and last time it will be happening. Treasure your life, for no one knows when it is going to end." A few seconds later, a gasp escaped Razel's lips as she once again took a breath of air. She was still unconscious and didn't know that she had been given a second chance of life from an unexpected source. After making sure that there was no lasting damage to her body, the primordial goddess placed the young beauty right beside the unconscious William, who had tears streaming down his face. Clearly, Razel dying in front of him triggered the darkness that had accompanied him since he had chosen to become a dark mage. The primordial goddess sighed as he patted the cloaked figure's shoulder. "The Black Tower will no longer be safe here in the Deadlands." Morax had already memorized this domain's coordinates and could visit anytime he wanted. "It will be best if you take it back with you and create a new domain that will serve as the new Deadlands." The cloaked figure nodded. He then raised his hand and ejected the two ladies who had fallen unconscious inside it. The primordial goddess had put the two of them asleep before she made a move to keep William from attacking her son. "Ha, I'm a bit envious," the primordial goddess smiled as she dumped Lilith's and Kath's body on top of William. "Let's go. This place no longer serves any purpose. Ah, but before that, won't you be a dear and open the stairway for the mortals to leave this place? Since I came all this way to interfere, I should do it until the end." "Of course, mother," the cloaked figure said as he pointed at the moon that was shining brightly in the sky of the Deadlands. The moon then transformed into a giant golden portal that connected to the entirety of the multiverse. Anyone who stepped on it would be teleported back to their home worlds. After the portal appeared, several stairs made of light extended from the portal towards the ground. "Very good," the primordial goddess nodded her head in satisfaction. "Let's go. Our duty here is done." The otherworldly beauty turned into particles of black light and flew towards the heavens. The cloaked figure gave William a sidelong glance before he, too, turned into particles of black light. He didn't know what his mother meant when she said that she had a deal with someone. But one thing was for sure. The half-elf who currently had a face scrunched in discomfort, after having two ladies dumped on his chest, was someone that his mother thought of highly. Since that was the case, he was willing to bend the rules once for her sake. But he would only do it once. The next time that he crossed paths with the red-headed teenager, he would do his duty without fail. During that time, even if his mother stood in front of him, he would no longer budge in his decision. After all, he was the one who lorded over death. Not even his mother would be able to save the half-elf from his grasp when the time for him to return to the embrace of the cycle of reincarnation finally came. Chapter 867. I'm not dreaming, right? In a dark world, where no light could be seen, William flew into the endless abyss. He was chasing after a young beauty whose red hair fluttered behind her. The half-elf was desperately flying towards her, but the large gap between them remained. Even so, he didn't stop. William felt that if he really gave up on chasing after her, he would never see the young beauty ever again. "Razel, don't go," William shouted. "Come back to me." The girl didn't reply and continued to move farther and farther away from him. In one last-ditch effort, William used all of his strength and willpower to increase his speed exponentially. It was at that moment when the distance between them shortened until he was merely 3 meters away from the girl he was chasing. "I'm not letting you go anywhere," William cried out as he reached out his hand to grab the object of his affection. "I won't let you go." When William opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a pair of amber-colored eyes looking back at him in a tender gaze. The half-elf didn't even pause to think as he hurriedly hugged the figure in front of him. He held her so tight, that the young beauty felt like her bones were going to break. Even so, she endured. For she knew that the person who had locked her in a protective embrace was someone that would go to hell and back for her sake. Razel wrapped her arms around William's head and patted it gently. She could feel something wet streaming down her back as the half-elf held her tight. "This isn't a dream, right?" William asked with a trace of anxiousness. "I'm not dreaming, right?" "You're not dreaming," Razel answered. "I am here with you right now, and I'm very much alive, but I might just kick the bucket if you hug me any tighter, ha. William immediately loosened his hold on the young beauty, and used a diagnostic spell to check her current condition. After seeing that there was nothing wrong with her, he was finally able to sigh in relief as he held her hand. What happened? William inquired. I was so sure you died. That was the last thing that I remembered before I attacked the cloaked figure. I don't know what happened after that. Razel shook her head. I don't know what happened as well. The last thing I remembered was pushing you away. After that, I felt a brief moment of pain before everything turned dark. William held the young beauty's hand and gave it a light squeeze. Although he didn't know how she was revived, he was more than happy to hold and talk to Razel again. As if waiting for that cue, the door of the room opened and the Amazon princess arrived carrying a tray of food. It's good to see that you're finally awake, Lilith said as she placed the food cart beside the bed. You've been asleep for 2 days. 2 days. William gasped in shock because he didn't expect that he had been sleeping for such a long time. Wait, what happened to the cloaked figure? Lilith shook her head as she sat down on the bed and pulled Razel to her embrace. When I woke up, only you, Razel, and Kathy were around. Even the Black Tower had disappeared. William took a deep breath as he massaged his face with his hands. There were things that he wanted to ask, but he needed to calm himself first, so that he could think properly. After regaining his composure, he asked Lilith to explain everything that happened while he was unconscious. After that cloaked figure sliced Razel in half, you confronted it, Lilith explained. That was the last thing I remember before I lost consciousness. I asked Kathy, but she said that she also lost consciousness just like me. When I came to, I and Kathy were lying on top of your body. There were no signs of the cloaked figure as well as the Black Tower. However, something unbelievable happened. A golden portal had appeared in the sky. Kathy believed that it could help us all leave this place. The members of the Glory Shelter had already climbed the stairs that led towards the sky and entered the golden portal. Although none of them returned, Razel said that there was no cause for concern. William looked at the young beauty that was currently in Lilith's embrace. Clearly, Razel was loving the care and attention that she was receiving from the Amazon princess. Don't worry, the golden portal will indeed take us all back to our home worlds and timelines, Razel said with confidence. It will last for 3 more weeks, so Pa, you still have plenty of time. Plenty of time for what? William asked. Plenty of time to merge with the laws of the Deadlands, Razel answered. Right now, the Deadlands will no longer host the wandering souls that tried to defy life and death. Without the Black Tower, this place is just another abandoned plane of existence with no future. It will be best if you properly learn the laws of this place before you integrate it with your Thousand Beast domain. William nodded in understanding. During his battle against Morax, he was only able to learn 2 of the laws that governed the Deadlands. Although he wouldn't be able to use them to their full potential when he returned to Hestia, the abilities would still prove useful when facing difficult situations. Where is Kathy? William asked. As soon as he asked this question, Lilith and Razel quieted down and both of them had complicated expressions on their faces. Kathy is currently resting, Lilith said after a minute had passed. She said that she would need all the strength she could muster when you woke up. Ha, what do you mean? Well, she said that you will become extremely hungry when you wake up and that if we're not careful, you might suck both Razel and I dry. William was about to tell the Amazon princess that she shouldn't believe everything Razel was saying. However, before he could even do so, he immediately covered his lips with his hand. A strong sense of bloodthirst threatened to take hold of his consciousness. After feeling relief that Razel hadn't died, the stone that had been weighing down his heart disappeared completely. This led to his other senses returning to their normal functions, which made the half-elf feel an extreme craving for blood. He was currently a vampire progenitor, and his need for blood was stronger than ordinary vampires. Even after switching his job class to a different one, the bloodthirst still remained and it made William feel very uncomfortable. Where is she? William inquired as he averted his gaze to the 2 beautiful ladies in front of him. His bloodthirst was so strong that just looking at Lilith and Razel was enough to give him the urge to bite them. She's currently in her room, Lilith replied. Do you know where it is? William nodded and hurriedly left the room. He was afraid that if he stayed a second longer, he would really sink his fangs on the 2 beauties' tender necks and suck all of their blood. Chapter 868, The answer is yesn't. So you're here, Kathy said as she made a gesture for William to come closer to her bed. Come, our battle will be legendary. The corner of William's lips twitched as he looked at the carefree woman who was looking back at him with a confident smile on her face. Girl, what kind of battle are you talking about? Even so, he still went to her because his bloodthirst was truly getting out of hand. William believed that in his current depraved state, only Kathy would be able to quench the thirst that had taken hold of his senses. A sigh escaped Kathy's lips as she patted William's head. The half-elf was doing his best to not greedily drink her blood in one go because he was afraid that he would sink his fangs too deep and cause irreparable damage to her body. William sparingly drank the pretty lady's blood in a controlled manner, which made Kathy sigh in pleasure. You're treating me like those boxed fruit juices with a straw, Kathy complained. Well, I don't really mind, but I'm afraid that you will suffer a bit in the future. After we leave this place, you won't be able to drink my blood for a long time, so make sure to enjoy it to its fullest. William had already thought of a possibility that Kathy was on a different timeline from their own. For a brief moment, he felt a little sad because he would no longer be able to drink the most delicious blood that he had tasted since a part of him had become a vampire. As if reading his thoughts, the pretty lady giggled and continued patting his head. Timelines are a very funny thing, Kathy said. In this place, you were able to meet people from the past, present, and future. Some of them came from different worlds, while others came from the same world as you. William momentarily pulled back as he looked at the pretty lady who was looking at him. With a smile, are you also from Hestia? William asked. We can talk later, Kathy replied. You still have many things to take care of after you drink my blood. Things like what? Well, for starters, you still haven't released the people that you sent inside your thousand-beast domain. I'm sure that Ildon and Swiper might be getting worried. William's eyes widened because he had indeed completely forgotten about the people in the Deadlands that he had tossed inside his thousand-beast domain, so that Morax wouldn't be able to use them as hostages against him. Don't think about them for now, Kathy stated as he pulled William's lips closer to her neck. Just finish the business you have with me first. You still haven't drunk your fill, right? William silently agreed to Kathy's words as he once again returned to drinking her blood. This lasted for a full 5 minutes before the half-elf pulled back after healing the wound on Kathy's neck. Kathy, be honest, William said as he stared at the pretty lady with a serious expression on his face. Are you from Hestia as well? Have we already met? Are you from the future, just like Razel? What is this? An interrogation? Kathy pouted. After you had your fill, you toss me aside like those canned drinks that you drink at night. Sorry, I didn't mean it to sound like I am interrogating you. But, you are interrogating me. Well, you're not wrong, William admitted. Kathy snorted as she laid down on the bed with her back facing William. An awkward silence fell in the room and it made William feel that he had done something wrong. Just as he was about to apologize to Kathy, the pretty lady sighed and cut him off. You asked me if I'm from Hestia, the answer is yesn't, Kathy replied. You asked me if we have already met, the answer to that is yesn't as well. You also asked me if I'm from the future, the answer is also yesn't. After hearing the pretty lady's reply to his questions, the half-elf had a strong urge to pinch her waist. However, due to the fact that he had just drank her blood, he just massaged his temple as he tried to pry answers from her. You said that you are my future wife, William said. Is this true? This time, Kathy turned around to look at him. She was still lying on the bed, but her eyes were fixed on Williams, who was looking back at her with a complicated expression on his face. Yesn't, Kathy answered with a snort. William wasn't able to stop himself from pinching the pretty lady's cheeks because all of his questions were answered with a yesn't. The pretty lady counterattacked and also pulled on William's ears. For 5 whole minutes, the two idiots fought each other over the bed, leaving them panting for breath. What's wrong with you? Kathy asked as she sat on William's abs. You asked and I answered. Now you pinch me all of a sudden because you thought I was just teasing you, right? Well, sorry, the answer to all your questions is really yesn't. I don't understand, William replied as he looked up at the pretty lady who was looking down at him with contempt. Are you telling me that we did meet and didn't meet at the same time? Kathy shook her head. What I'm telling you is that we've met, but you didn't know that it was me that you've met. William frowned as he searched for Kathy's face in his memories. He had a very strong ability to recall things. Even without the system, he could dig out things from his past by simply thinking about them. After 2 minutes of trying to recall whether he had already seen Kathy in the past, William finally came to a conclusion. Wait, Are you telling me that you're Ariadne? William looked at Kathy in disbelief. Among the people that William had met, it was only Ariadne whom he couldn't remember the face no matter how hard he tried. Just in case you guys forgot, Ariadne is the oracle of the Minotaurs, who is also Eve's current teacher. Kathy didn't answer. She looked at William with a calm expression on her face, which neither confirmed nor denied his guess. You're Ariadne, right? William asked. Although he wasn't 100% sure, he had a feeling that his guess was right on the mark. Suddenly, William remembered the first time that he had drank the blood of a living being. The first one that offered him blood was none other than Ariadne. The memory of that time when had first sunk his fangs on her tender neck resurfaced. The half-elf was then filled with a realization that the taste of Kathis' blood was similar to Ariadne's. That same delicious blood that had spread warmth in his body and gave it strength, during the war in the southern continent. You're Ariadne, William said with more conviction. Fess up and tell me the truth. It was at that moment when a teasing smile spread across Kathis' face as she lowered her head until her head was only mere inches away from William's. The answer is yes'nt, Kathy replied. Don't worry, I will appear before you when the time is right. You don't have to look for me. I will come to you on my own accord. After all, you will have to take responsibility for taking my first. William was about to ask what first she was talking about when the pretty lady stood up from the bed and left the room. The half-elf tried to run after her, but when he arrived at the hallway, not even the shadow of the mysterious lady could be found. Chapter 869, How many wives do you have? The sound of merry-making could be heard inside the glory shelter as humans, dwarves, lizardfolk, and the demons ate and drank their fill. After seeing the golden portal that would take all of them back home, everyone decided to have one last celebration party in the Deadlands, before they returned to their home worlds. Ha, the taste of victory is awesome. Swiper burped after drinking the bottle of wine in his hand. I knew that I was born a winner. Ha 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 ha. Ildan chuckled beside the drunk demonic boar as he drank the wine that he had been saving for a special occasion. Lindir ate the barbecued meat with gusto as he stared at the demonic boar with contempt. The Swamptide shelter had formed an alliance with the dwarves and the demons before the battle. They only followed the plan that they had formulated beforehand, to backstab Morax's troops, when they were about to crush Eldon's and Swiper's resistance. Lindir believed that among the leaders, Ildan was the wisest of them all. Because of this, he had decided to side with the steadfast dwarf, and it proved that his trust wasn't misplaced. Now that everything is over, you can come clean, Ildan, Swiper said as he glanced at the dwarf that was drinking beside him. What do you mean? Ildan asked with a look of confusion on his face. You've been so stubborn when it came to rejecting Morax's invitation. This could only mean one thing, and that was that you were sure that his side was going to lose, right? Swiper smiled evilly. Even if you deny it, I won't believe it. So just hurry up and spill the beans. Ildan chuckled before drinking the remaining wine in his cup. Well, to be perfectly honest, I was very close to joining Morax's bandwagon, Ildan replied. If not for a little bird that visited me in the dwarven shelter, I would have definitely become the Dread Lord's subordinate. This much is true. Swiper and Lindir, who were drinking wine while listening to Eldon's explanation, spat it out on each other. The two leaders were too surprised to even bother with the wine that was trickling down their faces. What? Who was that little bird? Swiper. Who was that person? Lindir narrowed his eyes as he waited for Ildan to answer the demonic boar's question. Sorry, but I promised that I wouldn't tell anyone, Ildan replied as he looked at a pretty lady that passed behind Swiper and Lindir. Kathy winked at Ildan as she walked towards William's table, carrying several canned juice in her arms. Swiper and Lindir clicked their tongue, but they decided not to pry further. The important thing was that they didn't join Morax's side and managed to survive the battle in the Deadlands. The party went all through the night, and people could be seen sleeping on the floor, from being dead drunk due to overeating and drinking. On the roof of the glory shelter, William looked at the golden portal that was glowing in the distance. According to Razel, they still had plenty of time before the portal closed, so he wasn't in a hurry to leave. A drunk Lilith also reminded him that she was still not pregnant, and would not leave the Deadlands until William did his job properly. Fortunately, the Amazon princess only told this to William after he carried her back to Razel's room in a princess carry. Razel, who was walking beside the half-elf as he carried Lilith, looked at the walls of the hallway as if she was touring a museum. Even in the dark hallway, William could see the redness in the young beauty's face, as she pretended not to hear their discussion. Naturally, the half-elf didn't have any objections and promised Lilith that he would make sure that she got what she wanted, before they left the Deadlands, which made Razel's face turn redder. After laying his lover in the bed, and kissing his future daughter in the forehead goodnight, William went to the roof of the Glory Shelter to organize his thoughts. Many things had happened, and he was still in a state of disbelief and denial. While he was deep in his thoughts, he heard a set of footsteps walking towards him. William didn't even bother to turn his head in the direction where the footsteps were coming from, because he had already identified who it was through the person's aura. Ildan, the leader of the dwarves, sat beside William carrying 2 bottles of beer in each hand. "Would you like some?" Ildan offered. "Yes," William replied as he turned to look at the dwarf beside him. With beer in hand, the 2 people gazed at the golden portal in the distance, enjoying the cold breeze that passed through their bodies. "I have a 4-year-old granddaughter." Ildan suddenly broke the silence as he placed the bottle of beer beside him. "I was out on a hunting trip looking for a gift to give to her on her birthday, when an earthquake suddenly struck out of nowhere. When I opened my eyes, I was here." A minute of silence passed between the 2 men as the dwarf finished the rest of his beer before continuing his story. "What I want to say is thank you," Ildan said. "If not for you, I may not have been able to see my family again. In this dead-infested world, it's very hard to find the kind of warmth that you can get from your loved ones. I really miss my granddaughter. She would always ask me to carry her whenever I came back from my hunting trips." "May I ask what your granddaughter's name is?" William inquired. Although he had a feeling that he already knew the answer to his question, he still asked it in order to clarify the vague feelings in his heart. Ildan smiled like a proud grandfather as he said his granddaughter's name. "April. Her name is April." William felt as if a lump was stuck inside his throat. He had seen how Chiffon's mother had died in the demonic lands, and knew that he couldn't possibly tell Ildan the sad fate that befell his granddaughter under the hands of Chiffon's father. The only thing he could do was to keep these memories inside his heart, as he continued to listen to the tale of the dwarf who missed his wife and granddaughter. "A little bird told me that in the future, you will become my great-granddaughter's husband," Ildan said in a grumpy manner. "I don't know what will happen in the future, but I'm pretty sure that I wouldn't let anyone touch my great-granddaughter without whacking their head once with my sledgehammer." Beads of sweat started to form on William's forehead. He had seen how Ildan had sent Morax flying, and he had no doubt in his mind that he would definitely feel a world of pain if the dwarf were to make his threat a reality. "Tell me, is my great-granddaughter as charming as her mother?" Ildan asked. "Is she a kind and loving person?" "Yes," William gave his heartfelt answer as he thought of his wife, Chiffon. "She's all that and more." Ildan laughed and patted William's shoulder after hearing the half-elf praise his great-granddaughter. Is she perhaps, that pink-haired girl I saw in your domain?" Ildan asked. When he saw Chiffon in the Thousand Beast domain, he felt a strong attraction to her that he couldn't describe. Although he had only stayed in that world in less than 5 minutes, seeing the pink-haired girl made Ildan feel as if he had seen a glimpse of the future. "Yes," William replied. "Do you want to know her name?" "Please." "Chiffon. Her name is Chiffon." Ildan let out a deep breath when he heard his great-granddaughter's name. He then looked at William with a serious expression as he summoned his sledgehammer. "You better take good care of her, got it?" Ildan said as he pointed the tip of the sledgehammer to William's nose. "If in the future I found out that you were bullying her, I'll make sure to give you a piece of my mind." Instead of feeling threatened, William smiled because he felt Eldon's genuine love and care for his great-granddaughter, whom he had met in the Thousand Beast domain. "I promise to love and protect her with my life," William replied. "Although I don't know what the future holds, I will do my best to make her happy." Ildan harumphed before unsummoning his weapon. "How many wives do you have?" Ildan asked as he rubbed his chin. "F4, William replied. He had a feeling that if he said more, Ildan would once again summon his sledgehammer and whack him for real. 4. Ildan stopped rubbing his chin and glared at William. "Aren't you a bit too greedy? Lilith is also your lover, are you planning to marry her as well? So that makes 5, right? Tisk. If I really find out that you are mistreating Chiffon in the future, I will clobber you good." William then tried to stir the topic away from his personal life and focused on asking Ildan about his family. The half-elf was worried that if they continued their talk about his lovers, he would make a slip, which would lead to Ildan giving him a piece of his mind. Fortunately, The dwarf was more than happy to brag about his beautiful wife, daughter, and cute granddaughter. William made a mental note of the place where Ildan lived in Hestia. If he didn't have too many things on his plate, he would go and visit him and let him meet his great-granddaughter in the flesh. He had seen how Chiffon had grown up in the demonic lands, deprived of the love of a family. If he could bring her to where her grandparents were, the pink-haired girl might experience what it was like to be held in a loving embrace, by the family that she hadn't had the chance to meet in her current lifetime. Chapter 870, The Time of Farewell. I guess this is farewell, Ildan said as he shook William's hand. Visit me in the future, okay. I want to see my great-granddaughter. The dwarf nodded his head as he shook Razel's hand. You know, I've always admired how you were able to keep the glory shelter the way you did after Xinovia died, Ildan stated. You did well, lass. Thank you, Ildan, Razel replied. I know that you have been secretly helping me from the shadows. I pray that you will be happily reunited with your family. Ildan grinned. I wish for that as well. I'm not really good with goodbyes, so I will be taking my leave. The dwarf glanced at his subordinates one last time as he pressed his closed fist over his chest. It has been an honor leading all of you, Ildan said with his head raised high. The time to part has come, and I pray that all of you will be able to return to your own world safely. I'll be taking my leave first. Let's all see each other again if fate permits it. After imparting his speech, Ildan started to climb the stairs that led towards the golden portal in the sky. The other dwarfs followed behind him, for they too would embark on their homeward journey as well. Not many words were shared between us, but if there is an opportunity to meet again in the future, I, Lindir, will welcome you with open arms, Lindir declared as he patted William's shoulder. Goodbye, half-elf. I will remember you for the rest of my life. May you have a safe trip. William patted Lindir's shoulder with a smile. Till our paths cross again. Lindir grinned as he nodded his head. He then walked up the stairs that would lead him back to his homeworld. Just like Ildan, he still had people waiting for his return. All the lizardfolk gave William a bow of respect before following their leader. A few minutes later, Swiper and his group also climbed the stairs. He didn't bid William words of goodbye, or even talk to any of the other survivors of the Glory Shelter. The only people that he said his farewells to were Ildan and Lindir, who had treated him as their equal. Halfway up the stairways that led to the golden portal, Swiper turned around to look at William. There's one thing I hate the most aside from losing, and that is to be treated as cannon fodder, Swiper shouted. Rejoice because I had chosen to side with you during the darkest moments of your life. If not for me, we wouldn't have won, so make sure to remember that I had stood on the front lines of war and fought for what I believed in. The corner of William's lips twitched as he looked at the demonic boar who was spouting a load of hogwash. You don't need to thank me, Swiper snorted. I did it because I am that awesome. Ha 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 ha. The demons who were behind Swiper had the strong urge to cover their faces out of embarrassment. If possible, they wanted to pretend that they didn't know the guy, but no one in the Deadlands would believe them. Swiper, William shouted at the demonic boar who was tooting his own horn. I just want you to remember one thing. No swiping. Ha, the demonic boar looked at William with a dumbfounded expression on his face. What in tarnation are you talking about? William didn't answer and simply crossed his arms over his chest. He didn't like Swiper, that much was true, but since the demonic boar had fought on their side during the war against Morax, the half-elf had renewed his impression of him. Although he didn't know if he would meet Swiper again in the future, he hoped that in their next meeting, they wouldn't be fighting on different sides. Because, if that were to happen, he would definitely show no mercy. After seeing that the half-elf had no intention of saying anything, Swiper snorted and continued his climb towards the golden portal. This time, he didn't look back and passed through it without another word. After the other shelters had gone up the portal, the survivors of the Glory Shelter all thanked Razel and Xinovia for keeping them safe during their stay in the Deadlands. Tears and hugs were shared among the group before they all went away. In the end, only William, Lilith, Razel, Kathy and Xinovia remained in the Deadlands. Are you sure you don't want me to purify your soul so you can enter the cycle of reincarnation? William inquired of the Death Lord, who was looking at the golden staircase with a sad expression on her face. No, Xinovia replied, nothing is waiting for me back home. Also, I still haven't lived long enough. Although I am now an undead, I still want to see many different sceneries and experience new things. Since that is the case, I decided to become one of your subordinates. You don't mind, right? William smiled and nodded his head. Of course I don't. However, my life is like a roller coaster ride. It has its ups and downs. Are you sure you want to experience something like that? Well, it's still better than becoming a crying and pooping baby for several years. Zenobia laughed. Also, I'm sure that you will meet Morax again. I still have a bone to pick with that guy. I won't be able to rest unless I give him a good smack on the face. The half-elf sighed because he knew that Zenobia was right. There would come a time when he would cross paths with Morax and Surtur, and when that time came, the battle that had happened in the Deadlands would pale in comparison. Welcome aboard, William said as he extended his hand for a handshake. Thanks for having me. Zenobia gripped William's hand and shook it. Before I forget, I'll just remind you that I'm not a big fan of necrophilia. If you are interested in me, you better get me a new living body, okay? William could only give the Death Lord a bitter smile as he felt Lilith's arm wrap around his waist. He definitely didn't have that kind of fetish because he was more than happy to spend time with his lovers. The portal would still remain open for quite some time, and he had decided to properly learn the laws of the Deadlands before they left. Also, he was very curious to know what would happen if he transferred the Deadlands to his Thousand Beast domain. Perhaps, after using the God Shop, he would be able to repair the entire city, and enjoy the luxuries of the modern world that couldn't be seen anywhere in the world of Hestia. Chapter 871, Holding the Future in His Embrace. William held Lilith's body as he lightly patted her back. The Amazon princess had fallen asleep with her arms wrapped around William's head, and her body resting on his lean and toned body. Just like always, their love-making session was intense. It even surpassed the ones the half-elf had with his succubus wife, Princess Sidoni. William could feel Lilith's anxiousness, and perhaps even desperation, as the promised date of their departure drew nearer. He knew why his lover was feeling this way, and hoped that she would get what she wished for, as he accompanied her every night. During the day, Lilith would spend her time with Razel. The two were nearly inseparable as they toured the Deadlands with just the two of them. They would sometimes visit the Mimamator shelter, which had been a theme park before it was used as a shelter by the elves. After learning 5 out of the 8 laws of the Deadlands, William gained the ability to power up the theme park, and allowed the ladies to enjoy the rides like the roller coaster and Ferris wheel. At times, William would accompany them at Razel's request. He could tell that the young beauty was also doing her best to spend as much time with them as possible. It was as if Razel was embedding these memories inside her very soul as she spent each and every day in their company. One day, William asked Razel to have a private talk with him. He asked her what the future was like, but the young beauty's lips were sealed. No matter what he did, Razel didn't budge, so in the end, he let her be. Even so, he clearly felt that there was a hint of sadness when she hugged him that day. Time and time again, he felt that Razel was about to tell him something, but she would always hold herself back at the last moment. In the end, William only did what he could do at that moment, and that was to hold her tight and pat her head. He held her trembling body, and wiped the tears in her eyes. As the day where they would part neared, Razel spent most of the time in their company. Lilith was more than happy to spend time with her, while Kathy made herself scarce. The pretty lady would only reappear in the glory shelter whenever William's bloodthirst was at its peak. After giving him her blood, she would once again disappear as if she was a ghost that only made its presence known when it was needed. Right now, William firmly believed that Ariadne and Kathy were the same person. Of all the people that he had contact with, it was only Ariadne's face that he couldn't remember. He made a mental note to look for the Oracle of the Minotaurs when he returned to the southern continent. Perhaps by then, he would be able to uncover the secrets of the mysterious lady who seemed to know everything about him. Only a week remained before the golden portal closed, and William had already learned 7 out of the 8 laws of the Deadlands. The last law, the law of rebirth, was the most powerful of all laws. It was also the hardest to learn, and William wondered if he had enough time to learn it. Just as he was thinking these thoughts, the door of his room opened and the pretty lady whom he hadn't seen for several days appeared in front of him once again. "Sir, your food delivery has arrived," Kathy said in a teasing tone. "According to our company, you have ordered several vials of blood without even paying a cent. What do you have to say for yourself, mister?" William raised both of his hands as he looked at the girl who had both of her hands on her waist. "Guilty as charged," William replied. "How much do I owe your company? I will definitely pay in full." Cathay smirked as she walked towards William. Since Mr. is being cooperative, we will give you a discount, Cathy declared as she sat on William's lap. All you need to do is pay 99 trillion gold coins and your debt will be cleared. Isn't that too expensive? After drinking such low-quality blue ouch. William cried out in pain after Cathy bit his right shoulder hard. Low quality? You dare say that my blood is low quality? Cathy asked like a feral cat that had her tail stepped on. You're courting death, mister. William glanced at the teeth mark on his shoulder before shifting his attention to Cathy, who was showing her pearly white teeth in full display. There's more where that came from, you know. Are you a dog? So, you've chosen death. Just like always, the two once again rumbled like two idiots who had nothing better to do with their lives. In the end, William waved the flag of surrender as the pretty lady sat on his chest. For some reason, he couldn't stop himself from acting childish in front of Cathy. It was as if, whenever he was around her, he could just forget about all of his problems and just act like a kid without a care in the world. Cathy stood up and extended her hand towards the half-elf that was lying on the ground. William grabbed her hand firmly as he propped himself up before sitting back on the couch. Once he was properly seated, the pretty lady sat on his lap and stared straight at his eyes. Are you really one of my future wives? William asked. You will naturally know in the future, Cathy replied. When in the future will we meet? At the right time. William sighed as he brushed away the hair that was covering the nape of Cathy's neck. Won't you really tell me anything? William asked as he lowered his head to kiss Cathy's neck. Please. Cathay sighed. You don't need to think of the future, it will come soon enough. Right now, you should enjoy the present, for it is the time that will never happen again. With every second that passes, the present you have now is becoming your past. A minute later, this time will also be part of your past. The pretty lady pulled back as she caressed William's face. I've told you once that you don't need to look for me, for I will be the one to come to you. As to when we will meet again, it will always be at the time when we should meet. All I can promise you is that I will never be early, or arrive late. I will come exactly on time, so all you need to do is wait. Just like now. Cathy kissed William's forehead as she once again presented her neck to him. I have one last question, William asked. Answer me this honestly, and I will no longer ask you any questions. And your question is, I already have 4 wives. I don't know when I will be marrying Lilith, but she would definitely be my 5th. If you are my future wife then. A soft and delicate finger pressed over William's lips, preventing him from finishing his words. You're such a spoiled child, Cathy said. But fine, I will answer the question you wish to ask. But after this, no more questions, okay? William nodded before holding Cathy's hand on his own. He then stared at her eyes that seemed to have all the colors of the rainbow, and more within their depths. He gazed at her long, silky black hair, which reflected the light inside the room. And wondered how long he would have to wait before he could see her again when he returned to Hestia. After admiring her features, he once again shifted his gaze on her pretty face as he waited for her answer. Cathy batted her eyes at him in a teasing manner before moving close to whisper something in his ears. I am your 9th wife, Cathy whispered. There will be several tribulations along the way, but if it's you, I know you will be fine. After all, you represent me. William still had a few more questions to ask, but he promised Cathy that he would not ask anything else after his question was answered. In the end, he bit on her delicate neck, and held her tight as he drank her lifeblood that had wormed its way to his heart. Since she had already made a promise, then he would wait till their reunion in Hestia. When that time came, he knew that no more secrets would be kept between them, and he would once again hold his so-called future wife in his embrace. Chapter 872, Raisel's Last Goodbye. William, Lilith, Raisel, and Cathy had breakfast together inside the Glory Shelter. It was their last day in the Deadlands and all of them would leave after they finished eating. Raisel proposed that they should have one final breakfast before they go. Zenobia was already at the stairs, waiting for their arrival. Since she decided to come with William, she would enter the Thousand Beast domain, instead of going through the golden portal. The 4 of them ate in silence as if they no longer had words to say to each other. Everyone had calm expressions on their faces, but deep inside, their feelings were in turmoil. Half an hour later, William, Lilith, and Raisel walked hand in hand with the young beauty at the center. It was as if they were a family of 3 taking a stroll through an abandoned ghost town like those in apocalyptic novels. Kathy walked a few steps behind them and observed the three in front of her with a calm expression on her face. Deep inside, she wanted to join the four of them, and walk hand in hand, but she knew that this would just ruin the mood, so she kept her distance. It was not the right time for her to hold the half-elf's hand in public, for their timelines still hadn't intersected with each other. Even so, she was still happy. She had been waiting in the Deadlands for a very long time. Shedding many faces, as to not let anyone know what she really looked like. In fact, Kathy herself had forgotten what she really looked like. Kathy was just one of the many names she had used in countless lifetimes. However, right now, this was her name. Kathy, a name that she would use when the world descended into darkness, and no hope could be found. When the four of them arrived at the base of the stairway, Lilith stopped walking, making William and Razel look at her. "I can't after all," Lilith said as she looked at William with a serious expression. "I can't leave just yet. Do you still need to ask?" Lilith complained with a beet-red face. "Must I spell it out to you before you understand?" William blinked as he connected the dots in his head. Lilith had no attachments to the Deadlands. The half-elf was sure of this, which means that there was only one reason why she refused to leave, and that was. William and Lilith looked at Razel, who had a devilish smile on her face. The young beauty giggled as she walked 4 steps up the stairway before facing the 2 most important people in the world to her. "The Deadlands is a dead place," Razel said with a smile. "It means that it's impossible to create a life in this world." "What?" William and Lilith looked at the young beauty who had stuck out her tongue at them. The two then glanced at each other in disbelief before their faces turned red as a tomato when they realized that the two of them had been duped. In order to conceive the mischievous young beauty in front of them, the two had been doing it like rabbits for the past few days until their hips ached. "Come here, you little girl," Lilith roared as she ran after Razel, who had started to run up the stairs while laughing merrily. Kathy chuckled as she walked beside William and held his hand. "Your future daughter is a troll. I wonder where she inherited that trait from." "Definitely her mother's side of the family," William answered in a heartbeat. Zenobia whistled as she walked towards William with a scrutinizing gaze. "What is this I see? An affair?" Zenobia laughed. "You sure have guts, I'll give you that, Will." William smirked. "What can I say? Being handsome is a sin. Tisk, I'm starting to regret my decision of becoming your subordinate. You can still back out, you know." Zenobia chuckled as she shook her head. "Nah, I'll see how this fairy tale of yours will end. I'm a sucker for happy endings, so make sure to give me that." William smiled. "No promises. The future looks very bleak." "Right, even so, I want to see it until the end." "Good, I also want to see how it will end." After their little bit of small talk, William sent Zenobia to his 1,000-beast domain. Having her around would definitely bolster his forces, so he was very glad to have her join his army. "Let's go," Kathy said as he pulled William up the stairs. The half-elf hummed as he started to climb up the staircase with her. They walked casually, as they took in the sights of the Deadlands. "Are you bringing everything with you?" Kathy asked as he gently squeezed William's hand. It was her way of telling him that she would miss him after they parted. The half-elf nodded as he also held her hand tightly. "Lilith and Razel enjoyed the theme park. I was thinking of repairing it completely, so that we will have our own private theme park that we can use anytime." "Sounds wonderful, you do that." "I will." As they neared the mother and daughter pair who were standing 3 stairways away from the golden portal, William let go of Kathy's hand as he turned his head to look at the entirety of the Deadlands. This was the first time that he was looking down on it in its entirety, and it filled him with awe. He didn't know how the Deadlands were created, but he was sure of one thing. The buildings, and other establishments, definitely came from Earth. William knew that the only one that could tell him how this world was created was the cloaked figure who had killed Razel in front of him. If possible, he didn't want to meet him a second time. The half-elf breathed in deeply as he spread his arms wide. Sweat formed on his forehead as he raised his hands at the same time. As if to answer his summons, the entirety of the Deadlands rose up in the air, leaving only the sea behind in its wake. "Merge," William ordered as he made a pulling gesture. The Deadlands then transformed into particles of light and flew towards the gem on his chest. It was a beautiful and surreal scene that awed Lilith, Razel, and Kathy. A full 5 minutes passed before the entirety of the Deadlands had been absorbed by the gem in William's chest. Closing his eyes, he used his consciousness to place the Deadlands at the west of the 1,000-beast domain, shocking those who had made the domain their home. He knew that his subordinates would definitely explore this new addition to their world, and was even looking forward to their reactions once he had repaired the entire city. This would be his future project, and it would probably take a long time to have it up and running. William was not in a hurry. He still had many things to do, and knew where his priorities were. When he opened his eyes, the Deadlands were no more. The only thing that was left were the memories they had left behind. "Well then, it's time to take my leave," Kathy said. "See you when I see you, Will." Kathy gave Lilith a sidelong glance before tiptoeing to kiss William's lips. The kiss only lasted for a few seconds, before the pretty lady pulled back. She then walked towards the golden portal with a smile on her face. "Let's all meet again in the future." Kathy said those parting words before stepping inside the portal, leaving William, Lilith, and Razel behind. The young beauty then took a deep breath, as she pulled William's and Lilith's hand. William and Lilith shared a knowing glance and they both wrapped their arms around Razel, hugging her tightly. "I won't say goodbye," Razel said as she felt the warmth and love of the two people by her side. "The only thing I will say is see you soon." Lilith kissed Razel's forehead and cheeks lovingly as she tried hard not to cry. "Yes, we will see each other soon," Lilith replied. "Definitely." William nodded his head, as he too kissed Razel's forehead and cheek. "Razel, just tell me one thing," William said with a serious expression on his face. "Was I a good father?" Razel nodded her head. "Although you have many shortcomings, you are definitely the best father I could have wished for." "How about me?" Lilith felt competitive and decided to ask the same question as William. "Was I a good mother?" "The best mother in the world," Razel answered with a smile. "Who do you love more?" Lilith inquired. "Me or your father?" William suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Something inside him was dreading the answer to Lilith's question. "Secret." Razel giggled. "Not telling." William sighed, while Lilith pouted. One felt relieved, while the other was disappointed. "Let's go, Ma, Pa," Razel said softly. "I want to hold the two of you again, in the future." William closed his eyes as he enveloped the three of them with a gentle breeze that made them float towards the golden portal while they continued to hold each other. As they passed through the golden portal, the three of them found themselves in what seemed to be a golden tunnel. Razel's body, which was locked in their protective embrace, slowly started to turn into particles of light. Lilith cried out in panic, but the young beauty only shook her head as she gazed lovingly at the Amazon princess. "I belong in a different timeline, so it's only natural that I cannot accompany both of you to where you are right now," Razel stated. "Ma, do not cry. Like I said earlier, this is not goodbye, but see you soon." "Yes," Lilith replied as the tears in her eyes fell like rain. "I'll see you soon." Razel smiled as she turned her head to William. "Pa." Once again Razel hesitated as she bit her lip. "It's fine," William said as he held her tight. "You don't need to say anything. Whatever happens, I will face it with everything I have." Razel closed her eyes as tears streamed down the side of her face. A sigh escaped Razel's lips as her entire body turned into particles of light, headed towards the light that would bring her to the future. Lilith buried her face on William's chest as she cried her heart out. The red-headed teenager hugged her tight, as their bodies slowly turned into particles of light. Headed towards the present, that would pave the path to the future. Razel covered her eyes with the palm of her hands as she cried bitterly. She had once again reappeared where she had been before she appeared in the Deadlands. A few moments later, growling and snarling sounds reached her ears as countless myriad beasts encircled her delicate and frail figure. She had entered a different forbidden land in search of a treasure that was very important to her. However, after searching for it for a very long time, she fell into a trap and found herself surrounded on all sides by monsters that she had no hope of defeating. The young beauty brushed away the tears on her face as she summoned Gleipnir. She then turned it into a golden lasso that encircled her like a viper. Although she knew that this was a futile action on her part, she would not allow herself to die without honor. She was an Amazon princess, and until she drew her last breath, she would never surrender till the bitter end. "Come," Razel shouted, "I will take you all to hell with me." That was the last thing she said before the monsters lunged at her, with the intention of feasting on her body until not even her bones were left. Chapter 873, A Place That Was Out of His Reach. Shannon pulled the brush back from the canvas and panted heavily. She felt very drained, and felt that she could collapse at any moment. Even so, she stared at the painting in front of her, where three people hugged each other in front of a golden portal. Within the depths of her purple eyes, she felt a little envious of them. For a brief moment, the girl who had spent most of her life inside the shrine, wished that she was with them. Shannon wished that she had also been there in that unbelievable world that hovered between life and death. Seeing her condition, the silver-haired man immediately supported her body to prevent her from falling over. "You did well," the silver-haired man praised. "Now, let's put you to bed so you can rest." "Yes," Shannon weakly replied as she allowed herself to be carried to the bed by her father. After lying on her bed, it didn't take long before she fell asleep because she was truly exhausted. The silver-haired man covered her body with a blanket as he returned to the drawing room where his daughter usually stayed during the day. He once again looked at the finished paintings that hovered in the air around the room and closed his eyes. "Morax is alive, and now he's with Surtur," Amon muttered. "This sure complicates things." The silver-haired man turned into particles of light as he disappeared from the world of Hestia. He needed to return to Hell in order to discuss these recent events with his allies. Amon hoped that after hearing his story, all of them would be able to come up with a solution for how to deal with the traitor that had collaborated with the god of destruction. William and Lilith reappeared in the place where they were before they appeared in the Deadlands. In the distance they could see Aldrich diabolical hell ape being mobbed by dozens of black-striped terror rats, which were also the ones that forced William and Lilith to fall into the river of samsara. Lilith understood. William kissed Lilith's lips and the latter transformed into particles of light and merged with the blue gem on his chest. Soon, a golden crown, studded with jewels, appeared on William's head, and clothes befitting an emperor covered his body. With a wave of his hand, several crystal spikes erupted from the ground and pierced the myriad beasts that were pinning down the diabolical hell ape's body. The terror rats screamed in pain as they shifted their attention towards the person that was interfering with their revenge. As soon as their eyes met William's, they felt the aura of a wild beast that far surpassed their ranks. The other terror rats, that had formed an encirclement to ensure that their target wouldn't escape, all panicked after sensing the half-elf's aura. Currently, William had equipped his vampire progenitor job class, which was at its max level. Meaning, the red-headed teenager's current strength was similar to that of a beast that was at the peak of the myriad rank. William didn't pay any attention to them and teleported beside Aldrich, whose body was littered with injuries caused by bite and claw marks. The half-elf punched and kicked the black-striped terror rats and sent them flying towards the river of samsara, which made them shriek in pain and fear. When the last terror rat that had mobbed the diabolical hell ape had fallen on the purple waters, the rest of their comrades cried out in panic as they fled in fear. After seeing the fate of their brethren, they no longer wished to exact revenge on the diabolical hell ape and just focused on escaping. They were afraid that if they didn't leave the place fast enough, the vampire progenitor wearing a crown would send all of them into the river, where they would enter several cycles of death and rebirth. William didn't bother to chase after them because this was not his priority. He glanced at the diabolical hell ape and switched job classes in order to help heal the injuries on his body. "Thank you," Aldrich said after returning to his human form. "I really thought I was a goner." "You're welcome," William replied. "Are you hurt anywhere else?" The half-elf was sure that he had already healed most of Aldrich's injuries, but he asked just in case he missed something. Aldrich shook his head as he told William that all of his injuries had been tended to, and there were no more problems with his body. "By the way, I saw both of you fall into the river. How were you able to survive that?" The diabolical hell ape wasn't able to stop himself from asking this question out of curiosity. He knew for a fact that those that had fallen in the river would undergo the trial of samsara, where they would live lifetime after lifetime, until they were able to break free from the chains that held their fates in place. "It's a long story," William replied. "I'll tell you some other time." Aldrich blinked in confusion. "What long story? You were in the river for 2 minutes tops before you came and helped me. Did you already experience several lifetimes in that short span of time?" The diabolical hell ape unconsciously shuddered as he gazed at the river of samsara. The terror rats that had fallen on it were nowhere to be found. Aldrich had no idea what happened to them, but one thing was certain. He wouldn't see any of them for a period of time. William smiled as he undid his union with Lilith. As soon as the Amazon princess reappeared beside the half-elf, the majestic crown, and the imperial clothes that he wore also disappeared. This was the first time that he had tried familia fusion with Lilith, and the outcome exceeded his expectations. However, before Aldrich could ask more questions, the Amazon princess gasped as she placed a hand over her chest. William wasn't feeling good either because a strange feeling of dread had suddenly washed over his body. It was as if he was about to lose something very important to him, in a place that was out of his reach. Chapter 874, Last for a Lifetime. That feeling just now, Lilith looked at William with an anxious expression. Could it be that something happened to our daughter? William wanted to say no in order to assure his lover that they might just be overthinking things, but something was stopping him from doing so. The only thing he could do was to hold Lilith tight, and wrap her in his protective embrace, while trying to calm down his own wildly beating heart. The image of the young beauty with long red hair and amber eyes flashed across Lilith's mind. A feeling of dread and suffocation gripped her entire being, as she buried her head in William's chest in order to fight off the tears that were threatening to fall. "What's wrong?" Aldrich asked as he stared at the two people who suddenly had grim expressions on their faces. "Did something happen?" The two didn't answer Aldrich's question because neither of them dared to open their mouths. They were afraid that once they did, the worries in their hearts would become real. The diabolical hell ape didn't pry any further because he felt that the two were not in the mood to answer any questions. In the end, he sat cross-legged on the ground and meditated, while waiting for William and Lilith to resolve whatever issues they currently had. Tears streamed down the side of Razel's face as she swung Gleipnir to repel the monsters that caused serious injuries to her body. Her left arm had been torn off by a wolf-like creature when it had attacked her from behind. Her clothes had long been stained by blood as a feeling of lightheadedness assaulted her due to blood loss. Razel didn't have the strength to fight off the countless monsters that encircled her. The only thing she could do was swing his only remaining right arm, to guide Gleipnir's trajectory and hold the beasts at bay for a second or two. As the young beauty raised her arm, the jewel embedded on her bracelet caught her attention. This was the parting gift that Lilith had given her as a memento of their meeting in the Deadlands. The bracelet wasn't magical or anything. It was one of Lilith's first creations when she was experimenting with the power of greed. The Amazon princess could mold any precious metals into any kind of object that she desired, and this bracelet was something that she had prepared to give to her first daughter when she was born. This bracelet was now on her wrist, proving that she was Lilith's first-born child. "I'm sorry, Ma," Razel thought as she gritted her teeth. "I'm sorry." A giant lizard-like creature swiped its tail at the young beauty that was using Gleipnir as a shield. Razel tried to meet its attack head-on, but she could no longer raise her right hand due to loss of blood and exhaustion. In the end, the tail broke past her defenses and sent her flying several meters away, crashing to the ground, and rolling several more meters before coming to a complete stop. Blood spilled at the corner of her lips as her sight grew blurry. The creatures didn't rush at her, and simply walked in her direction. It was as if they wanted to feed on her fear and desperation. They were like sadistic spectators who enjoyed the pain and suffering of others. Razel tried to move her arm in order to prop up her body, but her strength had finally abandoned her. In the end, a bitter smile appeared on her beautiful face as she closed her eyes to accept her fate. She had done her best, and fought until she could no longer fight. Razel thought of William and Lilith who had held her tight until the very last moment. She could still feel their warmth lingering in her body, and it gave her comfort. The young beauty held on to those happy and warm memories as her body started to turn cold. Although they were far apart, she felt at peace knowing that in her last moments, she was wrapped within their loving and protective embrace. Seeing that their prey had finally given up, the monsters finally decided to go on for the kill. Their intelligent eyes held a bit of disappointment because they thought that the young beauty would beg for them to spare her life. They wanted to see her groveling at their feet, begging them not to kill her. But Razel didn't do that. She simply fought with everything she had until the last embers of her life burned away. With a mighty roar, a giant golden lion lunged towards the lying girl on the ground. He was the king of all the myriad beasts in his domain, and anyone who entered his domain was his for the taking. As the giant jaws of death descended upon the young lady, who could no longer move her body, a portal opened right in front of the golden lion's path. Everything happened so fast that no one saw what exactly happened. The only thing that they saw was that the golden lion suddenly went flying in the opposite direction and slammed into the walls of the spacious Colosseum. A half-elf with short red hair, and eyes that glowed in a golden hue stepped out of the portal. Following behind him was a beautiful lady with long light brown hair and amber eyes that looked similar to Razel's. The pair ignored the monsters around them and went to hold the young lady whose body had turned cold. William pressed his palm over Razel's chest and passed his life force directly into her body. Half a minute later, the young beauty's eyes slowly opened as she looked up at the two blurry figures that were standing in front of her. Although she couldn't see what they looked like, her heart had already identified both of them. "Did you find the treasure you were looking for?" Lilith asked as she lovingly tucked the hair that covered her daughter's face behind Razel's ear. "No," Razel answered as she raised her right hand to show Lilith the bracelet on her arm. "But I found something better. Isn't it beautiful?" She was still feeling weak, but she no longer cared. Even if they were surrounded by countless myriad beasts, the fear in her heart had long disappeared, for she knew that even if the sky fell above their heads at this moment, her parents would carry it all on their shoulders. Indeed, Lilith smiled as she kissed her daughter's bloodied hand. "It is very beautiful, just like you, my love." William stopped transferring life force in Razel's body because he knew that too much would cause complications in the long run. Even the young beauty's left arm, that had been torn off, had regenerated, so the half-elf decided to stop the life force transfer and let Razel recover naturally. Now that his daughter was safe, William turned his head to look at the countless monsters that bullied his daughter and cracked his fists with a devilish smile on his face. "Fucking pieces of shit," William shouted as a powerful aura exploded around his body, which made all the hearts of the monsters tremble in fear. "How dare you bully my daughter?" Razel watched as a one-sided massacre took place in the domain that had trapped her for several months. Even though blood and pieces of flesh fell like rain, the young beauty found this sight to be a marvel to behold. Although she hadn't found the treasure that she was originally searching for, the thing she did find was so priceless, that she felt that she'd found enough love and happiness that would last for a lifetime. Chapter 875, Renewing Feelings of Love. "Are you feeling better?" Chiffon asked as she looked at Lilith, who was currently resting her head on William's shoulder with her eyes closed. The half-elf had wrapped his arms around her body in order to support her physically, emotionally, and spiritually. Both of them had decided to enter the Thousand Beast domain until the feeling of anxiousness disappeared. They had also brought Aldrich with them, which gave the diabolical Hell Ape a surprise when he saw the domain that belonged to William. After returning to the villa, the two of them reunited with Chiffon, who were very worried about their well-being. However, the pink-haired girl didn't ask them any questions because she instinctively felt that William and Lilith were suffering from something. In the end, she just sat across the two of them and observed them while drinking the tea that Charmaine had prepared for them. Color started to return to William's and Lilith's faces as the dreadful feeling in their hearts disappeared. Even so, they still feel anxious deep inside because they had a feeling that their bad premonition was somehow connected to their future daughter whom they had parted with not long ago. "Don't worry," William whispered in Lilith's ear as he held her hand. "I'm sure she's fine. Knowing the two of us, we will not allow anything to happen to her. Not now, not in the future." Lilith nodded her head in agreement. She knew her own character better than anything else, so she was sure that she would not stand by and allow anyone to harm her daughter. "You're right," Lilith said after calming down. "I think I just miss her." "Me, too." William patted her head. "But she's going to be fine. After all, she is our daughter." Chiffon blinked in confusion as she listened to William's and Lilith's talk. She had only been separated from the two of them for 10 minutes, and yet, she felt that many things had happened in that short period of time. Actually, Chiffon wanted to ask William about the dwarf that she saw not long ago. She felt as if she should know him, and yet, the pink-haired girl couldn't match his features to anyone that she had encountered in the past, which greatly troubled her. "I'll ask Will later," Chiffon thought as she looked at her husband with a curious expression. The pink-haired girl may not have spent a long time with William, but she was well aware of his gestures, especially gestures that were reserved for his wives and lovers. Seeing the way the half-elf held Lilith in his embrace made Chiffon wonder if Lilith would become William's next wife after Princess Sidoni. Frankly, she was happy because one of her sisters would be marrying her husband. However, Chiffon was feeling anxious about the custom of Amazons. Although she didn't mind sharing William with Lilith, she would definitely not agree to Lilith sharing her husband with her entire tribe. This was something that Chiffon would not agree to. This was why she decided to have a proper talk with Lilith in order to convince her that William wasn't someone that should be passed around like a tool for baby making. Half an hour passed, and the two felt that the anxiousness in their hearts had finally disappeared. Even so, they decided to rest in the Thousand Beast domain for a day before resuming their journey to find the Hall of Thunder. That night, William, Chiffon, and Lilith took a bath together. The half-elf and Amazon princess were surprised because they didn't see the reaction that they were expecting from the pink-haired girl, who seemed to be at fine with how things were. The three were soaking inside the bathtub, with Chiffon leaning against William's body, while the half-elf had his arms wrapped around his pink-haired wife. Lilith, on the other hand, soaked while seated opposite them. She had her eyes closed as she enjoyed the luxury of the warm water that had not been available to them while they were in the Deadlands. "Will, are you and Lilith now lovers?" Chiffon asked. Although she had a feeling that this was the case, it was still better to get confirmation from her husband, so that no misunderstandings would happen. "Yes," William answered. "Are you surprised?" "Just a little, only a little." Lilith, who kept her eyes closed, perked up her ears in order to not miss anything in the conversation. Although it didn't show on her face, she was a bit worried about how William's wives would react to her becoming their husband's lover. The half-elf had already told her during one of their love-making sessions that he would marry her. Even so, the Amazon princess was still feeling worried and inferior to William's current wives, especially Princess Sidoni. She had treated the beautiful princess as her true rival in being able to secure William's affections, so she was preparing herself mentally for their inevitable confrontation. "I know that beauty alone is not enough to move your heart, big brother." Chiffon subconsciously reverted to calling William big brother as she held his hands that were holding her small and delicate body. "Since that is the case, you and Lilith must have found something in common. I don't really know what happened, but after both of you returned, I felt that the feelings you have with each other have changed." Chiffon closed her eyes as she leaned on William's chest. "Since I separated from the two of you when the terror rats attacked, the way you look at her had changed," Chiffon stated. "I don't believe that such a drastic change could possibly happen in the span of a few minutes. Big brother, if possible, can you tell me what happened?" That night, William told Chiffon about what happened to them when the black-striped terror rats attacked. The half-elf patiently told her what happened in the Deadlands, and how Lilith had fallen head over heels over him, which earned him a snort and a kick from the Amazon princess that was seated across them. Chiffon gasped when William had revealed that they had met their future daughter in the Deadlands, which made the pink-haired girl pout. The adorable little half-dwarf began to ask William if he saw their future daughter as well, but the half-elf could only shake his head and do his best to pacify Chiffon, who felt jealous after hearing about Razel's existence. "Will, it's not fair," Chiffon said in a face filled with jealousy that he was seeing for the first time in his life. "Why didn't you see our daughter?" Chiffon knew that she was being unreasonable, but she couldn't help feeling left out after discovering that William had met his and Lilith's daughter in that strange world, where they had finally accepted their feelings for each other. "Don't worry," William said as he playfully rubbed the pink-haired girl's lower abdomen. "I'll make sure to make lots of babies with you as well. So, don't pout anymore, okay?" 3. Chiffon turned around to face William. Her small body pressed against his chest, and her pinkish eyes stared straight at him, allowing him to see his reflection in their beautiful depths. "Stop teasing me, Will." The half-elf kissed the pink-haired girl's lips before whispering words of love in her ears. That night, William renewed his feelings of love, not only to Chiffon, but to the Amazon princess whose passion had grown by leaps and bounds. William and Lilith both knew that they could enforce some things to happen. Even so, they were looking forward to the day when that young beauty that they had loved in the Deadlands would finally come their way. Chapter 876, Primeval Storm. Wolf Randall. After spending a night inside the Thousand Beast domain to calm their emotions, William, Chiffon, Lilith, and Aldrich once again set out to find the Hall of Thunder, which was the half-elf's main purpose in coming to the Seventh Sanctum. Now that the threat of the terror rats were over, the group of four passed over the rivers of samsara by creating crystal bridges using the power of Lilith's divinity. Right now, the Amazon princess was merged with William, and the half-elf was empowering her ability to make the bridges sturdier. After traveling for 2 days, the group finally arrived at a cliff overlooking a gigantic crater, where countless lightning bolts fell. The roar of the lightning and thunder were so strong that it was impossible to communicate with each other. The half-elf was also forced to purchase noise-canceling headphones from the god shop, and communicated with his lovers through telepathy. Aldrich, on the other hand, was a demonic beast, and being in close proximity to heavenly lightning made him feel very uncomfortable. Because of this, William decided to let him stay inside the Thousand Beast domain, while he looked for the Hall of Thunder. When they approached the crater, the lightning falling from the sky intensified and some of them even descended upon their location. This forced William to equip his prestige class, Prince of Thunder, in order to deflect the lightning bolts that were headed their way. Out of curiosity, Chiffon opened her mouth and absorbed one of the heavenly lightning bolts to taste what it was like. After eating one, the pink-haired girl burped and frowned. "What does it taste like?" William asked in curiosity. "It has a metallic taste to it," Chiffon answered. "It's so-so. Can you rate it?" 4 out of 10. Lilith wasn't able to stop her face from twitching, while listening to the telepathic conversation that the two were having. It was as if she was hearing the talk of two food connoisseurs that were looking for rare dishes to eat. After William and Chiffon finished their talk, the half-elf deemed that it was too dangerous for the two girls to accompany him, so he asked the two of them to wait for him in the Thousand Beast domain. Knowing that William was only doing this for their own good, the two girls agreed, leaving the half-elf alone beside the lightning-infested crater. After walking for over 100 meters, the ground suddenly trembled and a gigantic silhouette appeared in front of William. Within the chaotic lightning storm, a 10-meter-tall wolf that seemed to be composed of pure lightning eyed William from the center of the crater. The half-elf stopped walking and observed the majestic creature that he believed was in the middle stages of the demigod rank. Primeval Storm Wolf Randall. Guardian of the Hall of Thunder. Threat level, Calamity mid. Demigod. Cannot be added to the herd. When the seventh sanctum was created, the primeval storm wolf, Randall, was born to become its true overlord. It doesn't interfere with the lives within the Forbidden Domain and only stays in the northern frontier where the Hall of Thunder is located. As the demigod that rules over the seventh sanctum, it has the power to command all the beasts that reside inside it. Great care should be observed when dealing with these ancient and noble creature. "What is your purpose for coming here?" The storm wolf, Randall, asked using telepathy. "This is not the place for mortals to explore." William gave the storm wolf a brief bow as a sign of respect, before telling it his purpose for coming. "I came here seeking for the Hall of Thunder," William replied. "I wish to enter its halls in order to seek the help of the gods of thunder and lightning." The storm wolf gave William a weird look before laughing out loud, creating booming claps of thunder above the heavens. This lasted for a few minutes before the wolf started to walk in the half-elf's direction with a teasing smile on its feral face. "I'm sorry to say, but you came here in vain," Randall said. "The gods of thunder and lightning died thousands of years ago. The Hall of Thunder is merely a shell of what it once was." The storm wolf was about to say more when it noticed something peculiar on William's body. It lowered its head and took a whiff of the half-elf's scent and a frown appeared on its face. Could you perhaps," Randall was about to ask a question, but immediately dismissed the idea. "It's impossible. The Hall of Thunder won't open to just anyone." "What do you mean when you say that the Hall of Thunder won't open to just anyone?" "I mean what I said. Go back, boy, this is not the place for you." William didn't move an inch from where he stood and simply stared at the demigod who was looking down on him with an impatient look. "I came here because the gods told me to come here," William replied with his arms crossed over his chest. "Do you think I'm bored enough to take a stroll inside the Forbidden Lands?" Randall growled as it looked down on the half-elf who was starting to irritate it. "I don't know if you are bored or not. All I know is that if you remain stubborn, you will be courting death. It has been hundreds of years since I last saw someone come here, seeking for the Hall of Thunder, but he went back empty-handed. That person was a great person, probably one of the most powerful beings that I have met in my long lifetime. Even so, that didn't change anything. The gods of thunder and lightning are dead. No one can bring them back to life. I don't care what you say, I'm not going anywhere until I enter the Halls of Thunder." William replied stubbornly. "I gave you a chance, mortal." Randall sneered. "But, since you want to throw your life away, then I will gladly send you to the afterlife." William snorted. "Well, I don't see you doing that anytime soon." Although he was facing off against a demigod, William wasn't afraid. The reason for this was simple. According to the system, Randall was a creature formed from the pure force of nature. Its entire being was made up of heavenly lightning, which meant that it could only use lightning-based attacks that William wasn't afraid of. In fact, he even looked forward to it. He wanted to know if his current job class, Prince of Thunder, was capable of withstanding one of the primal forces in the world that was known to be destructive and unpredictable. Chapter 877. You understand how awesome I am. Two lightning bolts, one golden, the other blue, clashed repeatedly, creating powerful shockwaves every time they collided. After a quarter of an hour, the two figures backed away from each other. As expected, Someone who is looking for the Hall of Thunder will never be a simple person, Randall said as streaks of lightning covered its body. William smiled as he took a fighting stance. I can do this all day. Just like he expected, Randall could only use lightning bolts. Although he had to admit that the power of the heavenly thunder was truly powerful, the most it could do to him was tickle him. It's no use, half-elf. Randall growled. The only way you can enter the Hall of Thunder is when you defeat me. William smiled. Sounds simple enough. The half-elf raised his hand as a golden staff materialized in front of him. This was the first time he would be attempting to use this ability, and a part of him was feeling excited about it. I call upon the great sage, William chanted as the golden staff glowed brightly. Heaven's equal who looked down upon the world in disdain. Please, hear my call and descend upon the mortal realm. Show them the true power of the one and only handsome Monkey King. Sun Wukong. The thunder clouds parted and a flash of golden light fell on William's body from the heavens. Immediately, a golden tornado erupted around the half-elf, blocking him from Randall's view. Golden lightning snaked around the tornado, as an overpowering presence burst forth from inside it. When the tornado receded, a grinning Sun Wukong appeared holding Ruyi Jingu Bang in his hand. The Monkey King then picked on his ears using his pinky finger as if cleaning them in preparation for battle. This is the first time that you've personally asked me to fight for you, Sun Wukong said. You know that you can only use this ability once a month, right? Yes, William replied. However, having this awesome ability and not using it is a shame. The world should know the name of the mighty Monkey King, and let your stories be heard. Kakaka, this is what I like about you, Will. You understand how awesome I am. Yes, the word awesome was made to describe your greatness, your excellency. Sun Wukong was currently possessing William's body, which allowed the Monkey King to fully use his powers in the mortal realm. This was a skill that had been available to William for a very long time, but due to its long cooldown, he hadn't used it even once. Although Randall couldn't deal significant damage to him, he also couldn't deal significant damage to the Storm Wolf. A demigod was still something that he couldn't fight head-on. Fighting against Morax had only been possible because he had the help of Mjolnir as well as the laws of the Deadlands. Right now, he needed pure, brute force, in order to force the Storm Wolf into submission, and the only one that could help him do that was Sun Wukong. Randall frowned after seeing the monkey in front of it. As a demigod, it stood at the peak of the mortal realm. Even so, in front of the creature in front of it, it felt a threat that it had never felt before, which made all the fur in its body stand on end, intensifying the power of the lightning bolts that its body was releasing. My name is Sun Wukong. I didn't ask to know your name. I know, Sun Wukong smirked. I just want to let you know the name of the awesome guy who will beat you into submission. Randall growled. For an annoying primate, you talk a lot. Kakaka. The Monkey King laughed as he took a step forward. In that single step, he had crossed the distance between him and the Storm Wolf who still had no idea what it was up against. Reject humanity, Sun Wukong shouted as Ruyi Jingu Bang grew in size. Return to Monk. The golden staff smashed the side of Randall's face sending it hurtling towards the sky. Everything happened so fast that the Storm Wolf didn't understand what happened. As a being born from heavenly lightning, it was one of the fastest demigods in Hestia, and yet, it wasn't able to see Sun Wukong's attack even if its full attention was at the monkey the whole time. As the Storm Wolf was still reeling from the pain that it was feeling on the side of its face, a playful voice reached its ears. What's furry and dangerous and lives in the celestial realm? Sun Wukong asked. Time's up. The answer is, me. The Storm Wolf was once again hit in the side of its face, only this time, it was hit on the other side of its face, sending it crashing towards the ground. The Monkey King then held his golden staff and aimed it at the ground with a smirk. Monkey King War Art, first form, Sun Wukong said as he thrust his golden staff towards the ground. Heaven Piercer, a giant golden staff, the size of a castle, smashed down on Randall's body, pinning it to the ground and creating a massive crater in its surroundings. As the true owner of Ruyi Jingu Bang, Sun Wukong was able to unleash stronger and more devastating attacks, which would make William's usual heroic avatar pale in comparison. Randall is not dead, right? The half-elf asked as he felt his liver itching, after imagining what it was like to be on the receiving end of such a destructive attack. Nah, Sun Wukong replied. I only used 1/10 of my full power. If it can't take a hit like that then it can quit being a demigod. William's lips twitched as he looked at the devastated landscape through Sun Wukong's eyes. Seeing that the smug-faced Monkey King had bragged about holding back his power in order to not kill his opponent made William curse internally. After seeing that destruction in front of him, the half-elf believed that if he had summoned Sun Wukong back in the Deadlands, Morax would have definitely been flattened like a pancake. Chapter 878, I will watch over you from the stars. Give up, is he really not dead? William asked as he looked at the storm wolf whose eyes had turned completely white. Sun Wukong poked its head using his golden staff, but Randall was out cold. Well, maybe I should whack it one more time in order to wake it up. Sun Wukong pondered while rubbing his chin. I guess I'll just do that. As if sensing its impending doom, the storm wolf suddenly regained its consciousness and stared at the Monkey King in fear, as it tried to prop its body off the ground, but the golden staff that was pressed against its head held it in place. Where do you think you're going? Sun Wukong asked in a teasing tone. My boy, Will, wants to enter the Hall of Thunder. You're going to take us there, right? Randall nodded its head like a hen pecking rice. It was afraid that if it said no, the Monkey King would introduce it to a new world of pain. Even with its lightning-fast speed, it wasn't able to even dodge the incoming attacks, as if it was being held in place by an invisible force. Knowing that escape was not possible, the Storm Wolf decided to just give up and allow William to enter the Hall of Thunder that it was protecting. After being released from Sun Wukong's hold, the Storm Wolf raised its head toward the sky and howled. A minute later, all the lightning in the heavens congregated together to form a silver gate that hovered in the sky. An emblem of a lightning bolt was embedded in its center, marking it as the entrance to the Hall of Thunder that the half-elf was seeking. Go, Randall said in an almost pleading voice. I didn't lie to you when I said that trying to go inside it is useless. You will soon understand that you have taken this trip in vain. Sun Wukong just smiled as he somersaulted towards the gate and kicked it open. After the Monkey King entered, the gate immediately closed before returning to the storm clouds that hid it from plain sight. This is as far as I will go, Sun Wukong said. Just call me again when something interesting comes up, okay? Thank you, Your Excellency, William replied. I will definitely ask for your help again once I encounter something that is beyond my capabilities. Sun Wukong laughed before returning to the celestial realm. For now, the Monkey King would visit the Peach Gardens and look for something good to eat. As William walked across the empty hallways, he noticed that the Hall of Thunder was truly a dreary place. He could not feel anything from it, only a sense of nothingness, as if it had been abandoned for a very long time. As he walked past the murals, he could see images of times long forgotten. A time when the gods of thunder and lightning roamed the heavens, making everyone's hearts tremble in their wake. After walking for some time, he arrived at what seemed to be an altar. Judging from its looks, William was sure that this had once been a very important place, where people visited to pay homage to the gods and communicate with them to seek their counsel. As William stared at the emptiness around him, a small chirp reached his ears. The chirping sound continued, and the half-elf scratched his head in confusion because the sound was coming from his thousand-beast domain. Of course, he already knew who the chirper was, so he decided to summon the little guy to see what it wanted. Athon, come, William ordered, and a small portal appeared. The little wren that had followed William in his journey chirped happily before landing on his shoulder. Okay, why are you being lively today? Because you just felt like it. William chuckled because it had been a while since he had asked Athon to do anything for him. The wren usually spent its time inside the thousand-beast domain hanging out with the friends he had made along the way. After a while, the little wren flew towards the altar and landed on top of it. It then chirped at William, telling him to come closer. Since he had nothing better to do, the half-elf decided to humor the little guy and stood in front of the altar with his arms crossed. Well, I am here, William said with a smile. What do you want me to do? Hit the altar with lightning? Athon flapped its wings and circled William twice before landing on his shoulder. Okay, here goes nothing. William pointed his finger at the altar and shot out a lightning bolt. The moment the lightning bolt hit the altar, tendrils of lightning spread throughout the entire room, making the runes that were inscribed on the walls glow brightly. Soon, William was enveloped by a blinding light, which forced him to shield his eyes. When the light disappeared, the half-elf found himself in a mountainous region, surrounded by beautiful scenery. Suddenly, he heard the sound of two people speaking, which prompted him to look behind him. The moment his gaze landed on the beautiful lady with long, light blue hair, and purple eyes, William felt his breath catch in his throat. A glance was enough to tell him that the lady in front of him was not human, due to the two purple horns on her head. Even so, William didn't find them out of place. In fact, he found them quite charming. A ringing sound fluttered in the wind, as the silver bell on her neck shook softly. William was very familiar with that bell, for it was the same one that he had given to the one that helped raise him since he was a child. As William stood rooted in place, the handsome man who was standing beside the beautiful lady sighed as he held her hand firmly. "Are you sure that you won't change your mind?" The handsome man said, "I will be lonely without you by my side." The beautiful lady chuckled as he looked up at the man who was taller than her by a head. "You of all people will not be lonely," the beautiful lady said. "I'm sure that after I leave, you will sneak inside a nymph's abode and trick her into spending the night with you. Is my reputation that bad?" "Very bad." The man scratched his head helplessly as he gazed into her beautiful eyes that meant the world to him. "Will you really not change your mind, Amalthea? The world still needs you. I need you." The beautiful lady shook her head as she raised her hand to caress the handsome man's face. "Don't worry, I will watch over you from the stars," Amalthea promised. "I will also leave this with you. You can wear, or carry, it wherever you go. This will protect you in my place." The beautiful lady presented a robe made of skin to the handsome man. The man accepted it and held it in his arms with great care. "Does it have a name?" the handsome man asked. Amalthea nodded. "Its name is Aegis. Wearing it will give you a suit of armor. If you carry it, it will transform into a shield that will repel any attacks that fall on its surface. This is my last gift to you, so please, use it well." "I will take good care of it," the handsome man promised. The beautiful lady nodded her head as she resolutely took 2 steps back from the handsome man whom she cared for. "It's time for me to go." William didn't know if it was just a coincidence or not, but the beautiful lady glanced in his direction, and gave him a loving smile that seemed to hold a promise. A promise that she would definitely keep no matter how long it took. Chapter 879, Let me show you my hospitality. The beautiful lady, Amalthea, seemed to look in William's direction for quite some time, before she shifted her gaze back to the handsome man in front of her. "I'm going ahead first." Amalthea patted the handsome man's shoulder with a smile. "Don't miss me too much." The handsome man sighed. "You're asking for the impossible." Amalthea smiled mischievously as her body started to float. "Remember this, Deus," Amalthea said softly. "You never know how strong you are until being strong is the only choice you have. As to what you wish to do in the future, know that I will always be on your side." The beautiful lady then transformed into a golden beam of light and shot towards the heavens. The handsome man watched this scene with tears streaming down his face. A few moments later, several stars appeared in the sky, forming the constellation that would be later known as the zodiac sign Capricorn. William, who had watched everything unfold, felt an ache in his heart. Although this was the first time that he had seen the beautiful lady with long, light blue hair, he felt that he had seen her before. He believed that she was someone very dear to him, someone who had been with him for a very long time. As William stared at the bright stars that were shining in the sky, he could feel that someone was looking at him. Shifting his gaze to the handsome man who was standing just a few meters away from him, the half-elf realized that the man whose name was Deus was looking at him intently. Tear stains could be seen on his face, and yet, that didn't tarnish his good looks, which made him look more human. "Friend who doesn't belong in this era, why are you crying?" Deus asked. "Crying? I'm not crying." William wasn't able to finish his words because he had subconsciously raised his hands to touch his face. He could feel something wet on his fingers, and that was when he realized that he had cried without knowing that he cried. Deus smiled, as he wiped the tears in his own eyes as he tried his best to look composed and dignified in front of the stranger whom he was seeing for the first time. "Very few people are able to reach this place," Deus stated. "I can see that you are a mortal, albeit not an ordinary one. So, tell me, friend, did you come from the past, or perhaps the future?" Deus gave William a critical gaze as he pondered why such a person had arrived in one of the most secluded places in the world. The half-elf shook his head because he didn't know the answer to this question. After appearing in the Deadlands, his concept of past, present, and future had completely changed. The man in front of him was wearing elegant clothes that wouldn't look out of place in the world of Hestia, so he couldn't tell which timeline he was in. Seeing his discomfort, Deus chuckled as he walked up to William with a smile. The handsome man was taller than William, and his body was also more refined than his own. Dias radiated a powerful presence that William was very familiar with. The half-elf had no doubt in his mind that the person that was in front of him was a god, and a very powerful one at that. "See, can you tell me who that beautiful lady is?" William inquired. He really wanted to know the identity of the beautiful lady who had made his heart ache, just by looking at her. Dias immediately frowned after hearing William's question. The 2-meter-tall handsome man grabbed the red-headed teenager by the scruff of his neck and raised him easily with one hand. "Boy, I know that Amalthea is beautiful and no mortal is capable of taking their eyes off her," Dias said in a voice with a trace of anger, "but she's off limits. It will be best if you forget about her. Do I make myself clear?" Lightning crackled around the man's body and thunder boomed in the heavens. Clearly, Dias didn't like people who were trying to get any information regarding Amalthea. Knowing that he might get into trouble if he continued the discussion, William nodded, which prompted Dias to release him. "Sorry," Dias apologized after regaining his calm. "My emotions got the better of me." "It's fine," William replied. "I was being rude by asking for information about her out of the blue. Let me introduce myself first. My name is William Von Ainsworth. Just call me William." Dias nodded in acknowledgement. "Just call me Dias. Tell me, friend, what is your purpose for coming here? Do you need something from me?" William blinked once then twice before finally remembering how he had appeared in this strange place. He then told Dias the truth, in the hope that the handsome man would be able to help him unlock the final job class of his Prince of Thunder job class. "I came here through the Hall of Thunder," William answered. "I reached a bottleneck, and I need help in order to make a breakthrough. I am hoping that you can help me." Dias rubbed his chin as he eyed William from head to toe. "You said you came from the Hall of Thunder, correct?" Without giving any warning, Dias pressed his palm over William's chest and shot a powerful lightning bolt at point-blank range. The half-elf flew several meters away until he slammed into the wall of the mountain next to the one that they were standing on. Smoke rose up from William's chest, as he propped himself from the ground. The half-elf then looked at his burned robe in shock because even the heavenly thunder that he had faced in the 7th sanctum wasn't able to destroy it while his Prince of Thunder job class was equipped. Unknown to William, Dias was more shocked than him because he didn't expect that his strike was only strong enough to burn the half-elf's clothes. Although he didn't attack with the intention to kill, the lightning bolt he unleashed was still enough to give serious injuries to someone that was hit by it. The reason he had attacked William was because he thought the boy was lying. Only those that had the power to wield the power of thunder and lightning could enter the Hall of Thunder. Right now, the only one who could enter that sacred place in this world was none other than himself. Angered by Dias' sudden attack, William also fired a lightning bolt in the god's direction. The handsome man didn't move and allowed the lightning bolt to hit him. Although William expected it, he still felt pissed when the lightning bolt dispersed before it even hit Dias' body. "I see, so you hold considerable power as well." Dias nodded. "I now believe your claim that you have come from the Hall of Thunder." William wanted to slap Dias so badly. Gods were known to be able to tell if someone was lying or not. So, he didn't believe that Dias didn't know that he was telling the truth. Seeing his face filled with injustice, the handsome man raised an eyebrow. "Strange. I can't tell if he's lying or not," Dias thought. "Also, I can't read his thoughts. This is the first time that this has happened. I'm really curious about this mortal's identity now." After William changed his robes, he didn't dare move closer to the unpredictable god who seemed to be suffering from mood swings. "Since this is a special occasion, why don't you come with me, William?" Dias asked. "I will take you to a place to enjoy good food, wine, and women." "What do you say?" "Sorry, but I'll pass," William answered. Do you think I'm stupid? Why would I go with a crazy god like you?" Dias appeared beside William and pressed his hand over the half-elf's shoulder. "But I insist. Come, let me show you my hospitality." Before William could voice his rejection, Dias had already grabbed his waist and turned into a lightning bolt, streaking across the night sky. The red-headed teenager was powerless because the god held him in a vice grip, preventing him from breaking free. In the end, he decided to give up and just go with the flow. Perhaps after spending some time with this moody, yet handsome, man, he would find a way to break through his bottleneck and unlock the final form of his Prince of Thunder job class. Chapter 880, A Very Special Existence. William had no words to describe his current feelings as he sat on a cushy chair, being hand-fed grapes by a scantily dressed pretty girl, while another girl, similarly dressed, filled his cup with wine. He awkwardly ate the grape as he looked at Dias, who seemed to be drowning his sorrow with food, wine, and women. Right now, the handsome man was surrounded by 6 beautiful ladies, who were scantily dressed, and seemed hellbent on seducing him. Dias didn't reject or accept their advances. He merely sat there, and allowed them to feed him as they pleased. "William, your hair is very smooth." One of the 4 ladies who were serving William brushed his hair with her delicate hands. "How do you manage to keep it like this?" "I wash it every day with shampoo," William answered absent-mindedly. "Shampoo? It's a specialty of my hometown." "I see. I'd love to have one. Can you give me one as a gift in the future?" "No fair. I want one too." "I want one as well." William assured everyone that the next time he visited, he would give them all a bottle of shampoo. "It's not like I'm going to come here again, so might as well just say yes to everything," William thought as he drank the wine in his hand. He had drank a lot of wine in the past, but the wine he was drinking right now was incredibly delicious. Actually, it didn't taste like wine. It tasted more like a sweet nectar that revitalized every fiber of his being. "This wine is delicious," William said as he looked at the lady that had poured wine for him. However, after seeing the beauty in front of him, he realized that the one that had been pouring him wine earlier was now massaging his foot. "I'm glad you liked it," the beautiful lady with golden hair and blue eyes replied with a smile. "This wine is something I personally brewed, so it doesn't have a name." William could feel his apprehension being washed away by the wine's effects, making him feel at ease. "Although the wine doesn't have a name, it is still made by you," William commented. "May I know your name?" The golden-haired beauty smiled as she gave her name to the half-elf who was brought to their domain by her father. "My name is Hebe," Hebe answered. "Do you want some more wine?" William nodded. "Yes, please." As the feast dragged on, William ate and drank freely. He didn't even notice that it was already late in the night, and Dias was no longer around. The handsome man had retired to his chambers, bringing the ladies who were serving him earlier along. The other servants had also disappeared, and only Hebe accompanied William as the 2 of them exchanged stories. Perhaps due to the influence of the wine, William felt more bold and carefree and asked Hebe about the lady that he had seen alongside Dias. "Are you referring to Lady Amalthea?" Hebe asked. "Yes," William answered. "I believe that your father called her that." Hebe smiled and glanced at her surroundings. Although no one could be seen around them, she still decided to lead William to the guest chambers, so that no one would be able to overhear their discussion. William was feeling lightheaded, and couldn't walk straight. Because of this, Hebe supported his body until they reached their destination. After letting the half-elf sit on the couch, she sat beside and let the half-elf rest his head on her lap. "Lady Amalthea is a very special existence to Father," Hebe said as she gently brushed William's hair. "Due to certain circumstances, Father was taken away to a safe place to hide when he was newly born. It was Lady Amalthea that raised him. As he grew up, he treated her as his second mother. In fact, he loved her so much that she was the only one that could scold him, and get away with it." Hebe giggled as if remembering all the times her father had to run and hide because he had accidentally angered Amalthea one way or another. William felt slightly better knowing that the moody Dias had found someone that could make him flee as if his life depended on it. "Are they lovers?" William asked. He had been hesitant to ask this question. For some reason, a part of him didn't want to imagine the blue-haired beauty acting like one of the serving girls that were doing their best to offer themselves to Dias during the feast. Hebe firmly shook her head. "No, they weren't lovers. Lady Amalthea is the only lady in this world that Father doesn't dare to treat in that manner. Of course, I can tell that he wants her. However, he loves and respects her so much that he doesn't dare to touch her. This is only my opinion, but I think Father is afraid that if he crossed that line, he would never be the same again." William breathed out a sigh of relief after hearing Hebe's explanation. The golden-haired beauty noticed this as well, so she lightly pinched William's cheeks to show her displeasure. "Well, I can't blame you," Hebe said after releasing William's cheeks from her hold. "Lady Amalthea is indeed beautiful. If not for the fact that Zeus had declared that he would fight anyone who laid their hands on her to the death, the other gods might have tried to get into her good graces." William offered a short hum in reply to Hebe's explanation. He then asked the question that was bothering him. "Why did she choose to leave?" William asked. "Did something happen?" Hebe stopped brushing William's head, as a sad expression appeared on her beautiful face. "I only heard a rumor, but I don't know if it is true." Are you interested to hear it? Hebe sighed as she closed her eyes. She had pressed her soft and delicate right palm over William's chest, while her left hand continued to brush his hair. This rumor has been going around the residence as of late that Lady Amalthea started to behave strangely after meeting with the Oracle of Delphi, Hebe stated. She would look at the night sky every night, and mutter a word from time to time. The funny thing is, that word closely resembles your name. My name, yes. I even heard Lady Amalthea say it once when I went to see her in order to offer my homemade wine. She was so focused on her thoughts, that she didn't notice that I was standing right behind her. That is when I heard her say the word, will, over and over again. Hebe opened her eyes and stared at William, who was staring back at her. I don't know if she was using the word, will, like, will it happen? Or, will it come true? Hebe said firmly. Then, after seeing you appear here, I thought that maybe, the word, will, isn't really a word, but a name. The beautiful golden-haired beauty pursed her lips as she lowered her head until it was only a few inches away from William's. The half-elf could smell her sweet and fruity breath, which was similar to fresh apples. William was feeling lightheaded and carefree due to the wine he had drunk. He even had this sudden urge to take a bite of this apple and see what it tasted like. Hebe wasn't aware of William's thoughts because she believed that the mortal was too intoxicated by her homemade wine. She deemed that after some light prodding, she would get the answers to the questions that she was dying to ask. After seeing that William's gaze was starting to soften, she decided that the time was now ripe to go ahead with her plan. Tell me, stranger that came from another world, are you perhaps that person that Lady Amalthea was talking about? Hebe asked. Her clear blue eyes seemed to penetrate William's very soul as if seeking the answer to her question. As a god, she also had the power to detect lies, and read the thoughts of mortals around her, but just like her father, she wasn't able to hear William's thoughts. This made Hebe believe that there was only one explanation for this phenomenon. William didn't come from their world, so he wasn't bound by their laws. This made Hebe very interested in him, which prompted her to use her special wine to muddle his thoughts, and pry the answer she was looking for from his lips. Chapter 881, I don't want to be called a womanizer. I don't know, William answered Hebe's question. Even though today was the first time I saw her, I believe that that was not our first meeting. I feel like I have seen her before. I just can't remember when. William could tell that Hebe was trying to pry answers from him, but he didn't mind. He also had the same motive, so saying his sincere thoughts about Amalthea would help him gain Hebe's trust and allow him to pry more information from her lips. You feel like you've met her before? Yes, but I don't know where. How very peculiar. Hebe straightened herself as she leaned back on the couch. She continued to brush William's head with her hand, as she digested the information she'd gathered from William. The half-elf, in his drunken state, closed his eyes to enjoy the comfortable feeling. The two stayed in this position for quite some time before William drifted into a dreamless sleep, unaware that a certain handsome man was watching him from the shadows. The next day, William awoke when he felt several hands caressing his body in different places. It was then when he found himself in what seemed to be a spring, without his clothes on, and being washed by the four beauties that had accompanied him at the feast a few hours ago. The gears in the half-elf's half-asleep brain started to churn, while the four beauties giggled as they continued to touch and clean him everywhere. So, you're finally awake, a deep and masculine voice said from his right side, which made the half-elf turn his head to the side. Dias, who was being cleaned up by 8 naked beauties, gave William a confident smile in greeting. As William's brain tried to process everything that was happening around him, a set of choices appeared in his head. The first choice was to break free from the 4 ladies who were currently washing his body zealously, and run away. The second choice was to act as if everything was fine and chat with Dias about the weather. The third option was to politely ask the ladies if they could return his clothes to him, so that he could wear them. After a brief internal struggle, William smiled as he stared at the handsome Dias whose hands were actively groping the ladies, who were more than happy to receive his affection. Fine weather we are having today, William said as he gazed at Dias. I have to say, your hospitality is truly extraordinary. Girl, please don't touch my tra-la-la. I'm already married. After hearing William's words, the 4 ladies, as well as the 8 that were servicing Dias all giggled as if finding his words very funny. Dias was also smiling, but deep inside he was very impressed because William wasn't affected by the beauty of the nymphs. These ladies who had driven many men crazy due to their beauty were doing their best to seduce the red-headed teenager, but it had no effect on the half-elf. Well, Hebe's beauty didn't seem to affect him as well, so it is perfectly normal for him to be able to resist the advances of the nymphs, Dias thought as he continued to observe the young man who had covered with his hands to prevent the nymphs from groping it. "You're already married?" Dias asked. Dias gave the half-elf a knowing smile. "They say that great men have many wives. I myself have 7 wives," Dias said with a smug expression that was oozing of charisma. "How about you? How many wives do you have?" "Currently, I have 4 legally wedded wives," William replied. For some reason, a part of him wanted to compete with Dias, so he decided to add a bit more to his answer. "But, I have 6 other fiancés who are waiting for me to marry them." As the half-elf expected, the smile on Dias' face stiffened when he heard that William had more wives than him. For him, this was unacceptable, so he decided to fight back to show that he was manlier than him. "Actually, I have many other lovers," Dias stated. "I just didn't say it out loud because I don't want to be called a womanizer." The corner of William's lips twitched when he heard the reply of the handsome man, who was busy groping all the ladies that were pressing their bodies against his. For a brief moment, the half-elf even felt some regret on Dias' face, as if he was wishing that he had more hands, so that he could play with all the ladies around him at the same time. "I see." William nodded. The two stopped talking and only the giggles of the nymphs who were splashing their bodies with water could be heard in the spring. Half an hour later, Dias left, followed by his beautiful entourage. As William was pondering on what to do, Hebe strolled to the spring carrying a set of clothes for William to wear. "The clothes you wore last night are dirty, so I decided to have them washed for the time being," Hebe said. "Please, get dressed. There is someone who wants to meet with you." "Someone wants to meet me? Who?" William asked. He had just arrived yesterday and there was already someone who wanted to meet him. The half-elf found this affair very strange. "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you," Hebe answered with a complicated look on her face. Honestly, she didn't know why that person would ask to meet William. All she knew was that she had been given an order that she must fulfill no matter what. "Can I not go?" "You can't. You must go even if you don't want to go." William scratched his head, but in the end, he decided to meet the person who had asked to meet him. Hebe's complexion wasn't that good, so he believed that this was a person of great importance. Just who is this person that can make even a god feel anxious? William thought as he followed Hebe into the hallway of the residence. The two walked for 10 minutes before arriving at a dead end, where a 3-meter-tall black obsidian mirror, that reflected nothing, stood facing the two of them. Chapter 882, It is very rare for me to have guests. "Go," Hebe said as she patted William's shoulder. "She is waiting for you on the other side." William frowned, but he still decided to take a step forward. Right now, he didn't know where he was, or how he would be able to get out of this place. In order to break through his bottleneck, he went to find the Hall of Thunder, inside the Forbidden Ground. After successfully arriving at his destination, he was sent into this world where gods resided. "Maybe I'll find the answer beyond this mirror," William thought as he took another step forward towards the mirror. After arriving directly in front of it, he pressed his hand on its surface in order to test his theory. Just like he expected, his hand passed through the mirror without any problems. William took a deep breath before moving forward to enter the mirror. Only when he had disappeared from her sight did Hebe breathe out a sigh of relief. She really didn't know why that person called for William. "I better tell my father about this." Hebe hurriedly left to find her father in order to tell him what was going on. She hoped that Dias would be able to tell her why William had been asked to meet with the person who resided on the other side of the world. William found himself in a world that was in complete darkness. Even though he was a half-elf, his vision couldn't see past a meter in front of him. Just as he was about to conjure some light to guide his way when several floating orbs of blue light shone in the distance. "Come, oh, traveler from the future," a silky and seductive voice of a lady reached William's ears that made him unconsciously shudder. "There's nothing to be afraid of. I just want to talk." William took deep breaths in order to calm himself and his body. The voice had barely said a few words, but it was more than enough to make him feel faint. The half-elf knew that he was being subjected to a form of suppression. Even though he had a feeling that the owner of the voice meant him no harm, her mere words contained enough power to make his very soul shudder. Gritting his teeth, William followed the orbs of light and traveled that pitch-black world for several hours. He didn't know how long he had walked, but each step he took a toll on his willpower. It was as if the world of darkness was draining all the light, emotions, and life from his body. Just as he decided to remain still to catch his breath, his eyes broke through the darkness and saw an obsidian throne in front of him. Sitting on the throne was an otherworldly beauty that almost took William's breath away. The lady in front of him was so beautiful that no other lady that William had met in his lifetime could hold a candle to her. Not even the beautiful lady with light blue hair and purple horns that made his heart ache in sadness. "Come," the lady said with a smile that almost made William's knees turn to jelly. "Let me take a closer look at you." William stood his ground and didn't dare to move. He felt that if he took one more step, his legs would give way, which would cause him to collapse in this dark world that was colder than ice. Seeing that her guest didn't want to obey her command, the beautiful lady snapped her fingers. Immediately, several black chains coiled themselves around William's body. The half-elf tried to break free, but he couldn't muster any strength in his body. In fact, the more he resisted, the faster his strength waned. It came to the point when he simply hung limp in their hold, unable to move a muscle. The moment he stopped resisting, the chains moved and pulled him closer towards the throne, where the beautiful lady looked at him with great curiosity. "It is very rare for me to have guests," the beautiful lady said as she cupped William's face. "Especially someone that came from the future." William decided to make a last-ditch effort and unleashed all of the powers he could muster. The half-elf's body glowed as golden lightning bolts snaked around his body. He was planning to break free from the chains that bound him and escape by traveling at the speed of lightning. But, before he could execute his plan, the beautiful lady kissed his lips and drained all of the power that he had gathered up. Half a minute later, the beautiful lady pulled back, savoring the exquisite taste of William's existence. "I see, so it's really you," the beautiful lady caressed the side of William's face. "You are the reason why Amalthea decided to give up her immortality." The half-elf hadn't heard the beautiful lady's words because he had already lost consciousness after all of his strength had been drained from his body. The corner of the beautiful lady's lips curled up into a smile as she pulled William closer to her. The lady took off William's upper robe and kissed the blue gem that faintly glowed on William's chest. "I can sense a strand of darkness in your very soul, which means that you are connected to me one way or the other," the primordial goddess said with mild surprise, as if she had discovered a hidden gem among countless rocks. "Although I can't use my powers to see your memories, your soul feels familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Just, who are you? Why did Amalthea decide to give up her divinity for you?" The beautiful goddess pulled William close to her and made the unconscious half-elf sit on her lap. She then rested his head on her chest, while her finger lightly tapped the blue gem on his chest, making the light inside it grow dimmer every second. "Sorry, Amalthea," the beautiful lady said as she playfully brushed William's lips with her delicate finger. "I don't know who this child is, but I'll be sure to get to know him more from now on. For the time being, I'll indulge myself and have my fill first. It's your fault for trying to hide something so precious from me." It was at that moment when all the light in that dark world disappeared until nothing remained but total darkness. Chapter 883, A Place That Only Belonged to Him. Just as soon as everything descended into darkness, several bright lights suddenly appeared in the sky of the pitch-black world, which made the beautiful goddess frown. Soon, the lights converged, forming a constellation. A dazzling golden light shone down upon William's body, who was cradled in the beautiful goddess' embrace. A second later, the half-elf's body was covered by a golden barrier, which made the goddess' frown deepen. A moment later, Amalthea's projection appeared in front of the primordial goddess. "You shouldn't treat your guest in this manner," Amalthea said with a smile as she made a welcoming gesture to William's body. As if being pulled by an invisible force, the half-elf's body floated towards the blue-haired beauty. The primordial goddess could have held onto the red-headed teenager's body to keep him in place, but she didn't do that. She simply stared at the half-elf, who was now being held in a princess carry by the blue-haired beauty that she thought she would never see again. "You just became a constellation a day ago, and yet you appear just to save this boy from me," the primordial goddess stated with a smile that matched Amalthea's. "Well, your timing is perfect as well. I want to ask you a few questions. Just who is this boy? Is he the reason why you decided to become one with the stars?" Amalthea didn't answer right away. Instead, she pressed her hand on the pitch-black gem that was embedded on William's chest. All the light in William's body had been snuffed out. If she didn't tend to him soon, the boy would be consumed by darkness, and this was something that Amalthea didn't want to see. A few seconds later, the gem on William's chest glowed brightly, and pulsed like a beating heart. Only after the color of William's face returned did the blue-haired beauty shift her attention back to the primordial goddess, who watched everything unfold, while seated on her throne. "His name is William, and he is a very special existence to me," Amalthea replied. "You're right, the reason I decided to join the stars was because of him. I will appreciate it if you don't mess with him too much." "Too late," the primordial goddess said softly. "There is already a strand of darkness in his soul, and this strand came from the future. This means that I have marked him as my property. You should be the one that should back off, Amalthea. If I back out now, wouldn't my sacrifice be in vain? Sorry, but I'm not handing this child over to you." "I see, so we agree to disagree. How do you want to settle this?" Amalthea planted a kiss on William's forehead before raising him towards the sky. The constellation above her shone, and showered William's body with its radiance, pulling him upwards. "We are not the ones who get to decide his fate," Amalthea answered. "The one who will be making the decision is him." The primordial goddess rested the side of her face on the palm of her hand, as she stared at the lady in front of her. After briefly experiencing the exquisite taste of William's soul, her interest in the half-elf had grown by leaps and bounds. Also, she wondered why a strand of darkness had buried itself deep in the boy's sea of consciousness. She was sure that she had no recollection of doing something like this, which meant that it was something that had happened in the future. "Fair enough," the primordial goddess said after William's body had left her. "World of Darkness, I still don't know what kind of game you are playing, Amalthea, but I can somewhat understand your thoughts after spending some time with that child. He is a very special existence." Amalthea nodded. "That's right. Then, just who is he? If I tell you, will you keep it a secret for eternity?" The primordial goddess placed her delicate hand over her chest as she made an oath. "By my name, I swear that I will keep it a secret for eternity," the primordial goddess vowed. Satisfied, Amalthea nodded in acknowledgement. Making an oath using their names meant that they were binding their divinity to the promise. Breaking that promise would give them a very harsh backlash, which could cause them to fall from grace. "That child is an existence who was denied to be born in this world," Amalthea explained. The primordial goddess immediately fixed her posture as she looked at Amalthea in shock. "You mean to tell me that he is?" "Yes, he is him." A minute passed in silence before it was broken by the primordial goddess' bell-like laughter. "No wonder. So that's the reason," the primordial goddess smiled sweetly after realizing who William really was. "Well, I guess I have something to look forward to now. This will be a fun thing to watch." Amalthea shook her head because she knew that the primordial goddess had always been like this. "Promise me that you will not mess with him for the duration of his stay in this timeline." "Don't worry, I'm not that petty. You have my word that I will no longer touch him while he is in this world. I would rather wait to enjoy a grand feast than eat cookie crumbs." Amalthea smiled as she floated towards the sky, leaving that dark and cold world behind her. The primordial goddess lightly tapped the armrest of her throne with her finger. "William," the primordial goddess smiled. "I look forward to meeting you again in the future." William felt something softly caress the side of his face. A minute later, he felt someone lightly pulling on his ears. After that, his nose was poked repeatedly. It was as if someone was toying with him while he slept. Earlier, he felt very cold. So cold that he thought that he had turned into a block of ice, unable to move ever again. However, right now, he felt warm and at peace. The half-elf opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the face of the goddess that made his heart ache when he first arrived in this strange world. "You are Amalthea," William said as the beautiful lady poked his nose. "Yes," Amalthea replied. "Have we met before?" "Maybe." William felt a little emboldened as he raised his hand to touch the side of Amalthea's face. It was soft and smooth, which made the half-elf feel that he had indeed felt this familiar sensation before. Suddenly the memories of the world of darkness returned to him. He almost panicked, but Amalthea's gaze and touch calmed his senses. "Don't worry," Amalthea assured him. "You're safe with me." "Am I really?" William asked back. "Yes," Amalthea said with a smile. "But you can't stay here for long. There are still many people waiting for you in the future." William felt a pang of pain in his heart because he felt that he would part ways with this beautiful lady whom he felt was very important to him. As if seeing his discomfort, Amalthea planted a kiss on his forehead. Darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that, Amalthea said as she held William in her loving embrace. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. William didn't understand what Amalthea was trying to tell him, but he didn't resist being hugged by her. For some reason, he instinctively felt that this was the place where he belonged. It reminded him of the days during his childhood where he would snuggle against Ella's body to keep his body warm and safe. That was his special place, a place that only belonged to him. Chapter 884, When Love and Hate Collides. When William opened his eyes he found himself in an open field. After propping himself to a sitting position, he tried to recall how he arrived to where he was, but no matter what he did, he couldn't remember anything. The last thing I remember was eating and drinking with Hebe last night, William muttered as he subconsciously smacked his lips as if to recall the taste of the wine last night. However, the thing he tasted was different, which made him blink in confusion. Milk, William thought. I don't remember drinking any milk last night. Am I still drunk? The half-elf immediately rejected the idea because his mind was very clear right now. He could even observe the tiny particles that were rising up in the air because of his incredible vision. While the half-elf was still wondering how he ended in the open field, a lightning bolt landed a few meters away from him. So this is where you are, Diaz said as he walked towards William. I was getting worried because you've been missing for 2 days. Ha, William blinked. 2 days, are you sure? Diaz smirked as he extended his hand to help William stand up. The half-elf grabbed Diaz's strong hand and allowed himself to be pulled up. Just as William was about to ask some questions, Diaz's expression suddenly turned serious. The handsome man then sniffed on William's clothes, then his face like a dog. A trace of shock flashed across his face, which made William wonder if the handsome man had awakened a sniffing fetish. Why do you have the scent of Amalthea on your body? Diaz asked. His question had a trace of anger in it, and his mood was reflected in the sky above their heads as it started to darken. Thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. Diaz's eyes glowed brightly as tendrils of lightning sparked from its depths. Why do you have Amalthea's scent on your body? A loud clap of thunder reverberated in the heavens, and strong gusts of wind started to blow. William could tell that Diaz wasn't joking or anything, and was really angry at him for some reason. Amalthea, didn't she return to become one with the stars? William asked back. What are you talking about? Instead of answering his question, Diaz raised his hand and a lightning spear as red as blood appeared in his hands. I'll ask you one last time, why do you have Amalthea's scent on your body? Diaz asked in a deep and threatening tone. He was like a wild animal that was about to lunge at its prey to go for the kill. I already told you, I don't know what you're talking about, William replied. The last time I saw Amalthea was on the mountain when she bid goodbye to you. Liar, Diaz roared as he threw the lightning spear at point-blank range. William didn't bother to dodge because it was simply lightning. He was not afraid of lightning. However, what happened next caught the half-elf by surprise. The red lightning spear pierced through his body, and sent him flying towards the mountain several kilometers away. The force of the attack was so strong that the mountain was obliterated by Diaz's attack. William spat a mouthful of blood as his body crashed on the ground creating a crater. The spear that had embedded itself in the left side of William's chest pulled itself out of his body and flew through the air to return to Diaz's hand. William momentarily shifted his job class to Life Wizard and healed the injury in his body. To his surprise, the wound was recovering at a very slow rate, which alarmed him. He managed to pierce through my body using a lightning bolt even though I have the Prince of Thunder job class. William's face became pale as he forced himself to stand up. He once again changed his job class to Prince of Thunder. The half-elf felt that if he were to get hit by the red lightning bolt a second time without his current job class, the injury he would receive would probably be lethal. For now, his wound had stopped bleeding, but it would still take a while before he had a full recovery. It was at that moment when he heard a notification sound in his status page. You have unlocked Trial of Thunder. In order to break through your bottleneck, you must be able to surpass your current strength. Only by doing so will you be allowed to obtain the prestige class, Thunder Emperor. Requirement to advance: survive the Trial of Thunder for 30 minutes. Shit, William cursed internally. He had experienced only a single attack from Diaz and he had already received serious injury. Frankly, William didn't have the confidence to survive against Diaz for 30 minutes. However, since this was the only way to become the Thunder Emperor, he had to do it no matter what. So, You will still refuse to answer. Dias snorted. Very well, I will pry the answer out of you before you take your last breath. William's strongest job classes at the moment were his Aenarion job class and the vampire progenitor. However, lightning was the bane of all demonic and undead creatures. Using the vampire progenitor job class at this point in time would be suicidal. As for his Aenarion job class, William didn't dare to use it. He was fighting against a god, and he was afraid that before the trial's time was over, all of his memories about his past life might disappear completely because of the power of his adversary. There is only one thing that I can do, William thought. The half-elf raised his hand and a golden staff materialized in front of him. He held Rui Jingu Bang firmly in his hands as he prepared to fight against Dias seriously. Stormcaller and Soleil also appeared beside William and both weapons were posed to strike. Dias grinned evilly because it had been a while since he had fought someone. Amalthea was a special existence to him. He loved and respected her so much that he didn't dare to even make her his woman. However, this red-headed teenager that had appeared out of nowhere suddenly reeked of her heavenly scent. This information drove Dias crazy. Right now, the only thing he wanted to do was torture William and make him spill why he had the scent of the first woman he loved on his body. Before we start, let me ask you something, William said with a serious expression. What? Dias hovered in the air as the power of lightning and thunder enveloped his body. During the feast, aside from wine, did the nymphs serve me milk as well? William inquired. Dias' face contorted in anger when he heard William's question. He then raised the red lightning bolt in his hand and the world trembled due to his wrath. You bastard! Dias roared in fury. I'll kill you. His shout marked the beginning of a fight between two men who had a special relationship with the woman who had now become a constellation in the sky. Chapter 885, A Battle for Supremacy. Inside the world of darkness, a lady with otherworldly beauty watched the fight that was about to start with great interest. A fated battle that spanned thousands of years in the making, the beautiful goddess said with a smile on her face. Show it to me, child. Create a miracle, right here, right now. Hebe and the nymphs stood in the residence of the gods and looked at the two combatants with anxious expressions on their faces. The golden-haired goddess couldn't understand why her father was fighting against William. After the half-elf entered the obsidian mirror, he wasn't heard from or seen until today. What surprised her was that the first thing her father did upon meeting him was to strike him with his lightning bolt. This act of violence was something that she hadn't seen for a very long time because the gods had been at peace with each other for the past few years. What surprised her the most was that William was just a mortal, and he managed to survive a direct attack from her father. If she were to tell these things to others, none of them would believe her. There was simply no mortal who would be able to survive the lightning bolt that had ended the Titanomachy War. Die! Dias roared as he hurled the red lightning bolt toward William with all of his might. The half-elf turned into a golden lightning bolt and flew upwards to evade the attack, which obliterated the land he stood on a moment later. Hebe and the nymphs cried out because a powerful earthquake ensued after Dias' attack missed. William frowned, and immediately flew away, so that the girls wouldn't be involved in their battle. Dias sneered, but he didn't attack William when the latter chose to escape. Instead, he turned into a red lightning bolt to chase the half-elf who had crossed his bottom line. William flew towards the sea, in order to prevent anyone else from being affected by their battle. After making sure that they were now far away from land, he stopped retreating and charged towards Dias with the intention to smack his face to oblivion. Sweep away all adversaries, William shouted. Rui Jingu Bang. The golden staff in William's hand grew in size and extended towards the red lightning bolt that was hot on his heels. Dias didn't back down and thrust his red lightning bolt to meet William's oversized weapon. The clash of the two weapons created an ear-deafening explosion that split the sea in half. Quick shot war art fourth form. William roared. Grand Bazooka. A powerful blast erupted from the tip of Rui Jingu Bang which blew Dias hundreds of meters away. Tendrils of lightning seeped out of his body like flowing blood, but his injuries regenerated at a very fast rate. The lightning-like blood then merged with the red lightning bolt in his hand making its glow more deadly. This was the specialty of Dias' weapon. The more he was injured, the more powerful his weapon would become. The handsome man was about to counterattack when two glowing spears appeared in front of him. Stormcaller and Soleil unleashed a lightning storm, and a firestorm, at the same time, bathing the Dias in a lightning-infested inferno. Quick shot war art, first form. William aimed the giant golden staff at the blazing inferno in the distance to unleash another powerful attack. Destroy everything in your path. Seconds after William unleashed one of the strongest attacks of his quick-shot shepherd job class, the inferno exploded, creating a gigantic mushroom cloud that expelled the seawater from its point of impact, showing the seabed bereft of water. Stormcaller and Soleil returned to William's side just as Rui Jingu Bang returned to its original form. From the center of the chaotic inferno, a lone figure emerged. His upper clothes had been destroyed, and his body injured, but Diaz stood tall as if the injuries he received were merely scratches. Not bad for a person that is about to die, Diaz said in disdain. Now, it's my turn. The handsome man only took a single step forward, but when he appeared in William's sight again, he was already in front of William with his fist raised high. He was over 2 meters tall, so he towered over William and his fist slammed down on his chest, sending him crashing towards the sea like a cannonball. Disappear, Diaz shouted as he threw his red lightning bolt towards the boy laying on the seabed. A world-shaking explosion reverberated across the seas as the red lightning bolt created a 2-mile crater. Diaz was about to call his weapon back when something hard hit the back of his neck, which sent him smashing towards the sea where his weapon lay buried. Just before the red lightning bolt was about to hit him, William had teleported towards Soleil, which he had positioned behind Diaz. He had already started to swing his weapon when he initiated the teleport, giving the handsome man no time to dodge his sneak attack. Diaz landed with his feet firmly planted on the ground, preventing any further damage to his body. The handsome man stared back hatefully at the half-elf who was panting heavily while standing on top of a floating cloud. After activating his heroic avatar, William gained the power of Sun Wukong, including the Monkey King's sturdy and powerful body. However, even with the added boost in his strength, stamina, and resistance, fighting against a high-ranked god like Diaz took everything he had. Diaz retrieved the red lightning bolt and held it firmly in his hand. Lightning flashed in his eyes as he marked William with his divinity. Loud peals of thunder, which was the manifestation of Diaz's anger, shook the heavens, as the red lightning bolt in Diaz's hand grew. His lightning bolt was special. It was not only his injuries that made it powerful. More than anything else, his rage increased the power of his weapon as well. The injuries that William had given him was nothing in his eyes. Although it did hurt, and he received significant damage, it only fueled his desire to kill the bastard who dared to defile something precious in his eyes. William took a deep breath as he summoned a wooden mallet in his left hand. The wooden mallet then transformed into a small steel hammer that made the lightning bolts in the heavens strike William's body consecutively. Soon, William was covered in the armor of the thunder god that had been one of his close friends in Asgard. Mjolnir, help me beat this bastard, William said softly. Just this once, give me full authority of your power. Let's show this bastard the power of the god of thunder. Mjolnir hummed as it agreed to William's request. It had already detected that the person William was fighting against was a god of thunder, similar to its previous master, which made it feel competitive. Mjolnir shone brightly and the lightning in the heavens answered its call, bathing William's entire body in deadly lightning that would turn any mortal who dared to touch it into ashes. Diaz raised an eyebrow after seeing such a scene. He felt insulted that someone dared to manifest the power of thunder and lightning before him. Junior, you dare? Diaz asked as the red lightning bolt in his hand became bigger. Tell me, have you seen a world get destroyed right before your eyes? William asked as he wielded both Rui Jingu Bang and Mjolnir with both hands. You haven't, right? I have dared many things, even dying in the process. So, yes, I dare. I dare to fight an unreasonable god who dares to bully mortals like me. Come, you puny god. Let's see who the real god of thunder is. You, or the person whom I looked up to thousands of years ago. Countless lightning bolts snaked across the skies as if fighting amongst themselves. The two combatants were both eligible to call upon their powers. This created a rare phenomenon since one of the most primal forces of nature didn't know whom to side with. Diaz and William both took a step forward and clashed midair. For a short period of time, William was granted the power of the god of thunder by Mjolnir. Thanks to Sun Wukong's heavenly body, he had been able to reduce the tremendous load of divinity that rampaged inside his body. Two gods of thunder and lightning. One battle for supremacy. The gods and immortals of the world watched with bated breath as the two fighters clashed in a battle of epic proportions. A battle whose record would be preserved in the library of the gods, until the end of time. Chapter 886, Thunder God's Pride. The sky and land trembled as William and Dias clashed repeatedly, almost turning the sea into a boiling inferno. Gazing at the two mad lads from afar, several men and women chatted among themselves. "Just who is that boy?" a handsome man with short dark brown hair, holding a wine cup in his hand asked. "He's giving Dias a lot of trouble." "I don't know, but whoever he is, he's my type." A very beautiful woman with long golden hair and blue eyes looked at William with great interest. A teenage boy with short blonde hair, wearing winged sandals, chuckled after hearing the beautiful goddess words. "All handsome men are your type," the teenage boy said. The beautiful goddess shook her head. "No, this one is different. He has the strength to back up his looks. Men like him are on the top of my list. But he's not yet a man, though," the teenage boy replied. "He's only a teenager." "Even better. You never change. Still a cougar, I see." As the gods chatted among themselves, a cold-looking man with gray hair gazed at the battle from afar. He was holding an exquisite-looking helmet in his hand, and he was radiating a deathly aura around his body. "What are your thoughts about this?" the gray-haired man asked the handsome blue-haired man beside him that was holding a trident in his hand. "My thoughts?" the blue-haired man snorted. "I wish that those two bastards would show some common etiquette and not fight in someone else's house. Just who do they think they are? They've already destroyed this area and are spreading the damage to others as well. Why don't you stop them then?" "I can't. Both of them are going all out at the moment. If I'm not careful I might get hit by their lightning bolts. I'll just ask Dias to compensate me later." The gray-haired man smiled when he saw the frustration on the blue-haired man's face. Clearly, he didn't like what was happening in his turf, but he was powerless to stop the two madmen from their battle that was sending powerful shockwaves in every direction. Dias brandished his red lightning bolt and bashed William towards the sea, creating a gigantic tsunami, with him at its center. "Perish!" Dias threw the red lightning bolt in his hand to obliterate his hated enemy. However, William teleported to where Soleil was, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. "Not this time, punk!" Dias sneered as the red lightning bolt veered from its trajectory and hit William squarely on the chest, sending him hurtling towards the sky. The red lightning bolt didn't stop there and attacked William from every direction like a living creature out for blood. Sparks flew from all over William's body as his armor endured all of the attacks that the lightning bolt made. Even so, the half-elf still felt pain because of how powerful Dias' lightning bolt had become. It was now over 4 meters long, and its power was strong enough to obliterate a myriad beast at its peak with a single strike. If not for the fact that William had temporarily gained godlike powers, he might have turned into charcoal by now. "Two can play that game," William roared as he hurled Mjolnir towards Dias, who had his arms crossed over his chest. The handsome man sneered as he stretched out his hand to grab the flying hammer mid-flight. However, the moment his hand touched Mjolnir, he felt an unprecedented weight that he couldn't overcome. The back of Dias' hand smashed into his face when he failed to stop Mjolnir's advance. It sent him tumbling several hundreds of meters in the air before coming to a stop. Recalling his red lightning bolt, he swatted the hammer to the side, sending it swerving in the air back to William's outstretched hand. As soon as William held Mjolnir in his hand, he turned into a golden lightning bolt to clash with Dias. The latter also turned into a red lightning bolt as they collided several times in the air. After several exchanges, Dias backed away and threw his lightning bolt towards William. The half-elf didn't back down and threw Mjolnir to meet the red lightning bolt mid-air, creating another powerful explosion that blew both combatants away. The red lightning bolt and Mjolnir seemed to possess lives of their own as they continued to zigzag across the skies as if trying to determine who was the strongest between them. Seeing that both their weapons wouldn't be returning soon, William and Dias charged at each other, with the intention of beating the crap out of each other. Dias threw a punch at William, but the latter dodged it. In return, the half-elf swung Rui Jingu Bang to the handsome man's chest, splitting him in half. The severed body parts turned into 2 lightning bolts that attacked William in every direction. Suddenly, the 2 lightning bolts merged, making Dias materialize behind William. "Die!" Dias roared as he smashed his fist on William's back, sending him smashing towards the sea, making the waves rise up hundreds of meters in the air. Although the attack was painful, William remained uninjured thanks to Sun Wukong's powerful body. The half-elf's eyes glowed golden as he used the Monkey King's fiery golden eyes that could see through disguises, illusions, or transformations. Aside from these uses, the eyes were also capable of seeing things from great distances without any problem. From afar, he could see the red lightning bolt and Mjolnir duking it out in the heavens. The two powerful divine weapons seemed hell-bent to fight against each other until only one prevailed. William had no intention of pulling his helper back because he could feel Mjolnir's unwavering resolve to prove that it was the most powerful thunder and lightning-type divine weapon in existence. Dias shared the same thoughts, so he didn't recall his weapon. It was his pride and the symbol of his power. He believed that it wouldn't lose to a puny hammer that happened to also wield the power of thunder and lightning. The two weapons were not only fighting for themselves, but the pride of their respective owners. As the two divine weapons turned the sky upside down, William and Dias once again clashed, only this time, both of them were only using their fists to duke it out with each other. Which made the spectating gods look at them with serious expressions on their faces. Chapter 887, I will use any kind of means to achieve victory. The two smashed each other's fist against their opponent's body as they rampaged across the sky. As if agreeing to an unwritten rule, the two didn't use anything else aside from their pure physical strength. Dias was over 2 meters tall, so he towered over William. Even so, the half-elf didn't back away and met his attacks head-on. Both of them had ignored defense and just focused on pummeling each other. The gods who were watching from afar clicked their tongues in dismay upon seeing the barbaric method that the two were using against each other. Fool, do you think you can beat me in a fist fight? Dias sneered internally. I am the strongest among the gods. I will show you that you messed with the wrong person. William received Dias' punches and counter-attacked on his own, making the taller god's body shudder with each blow he delivered. Fool, you called it a punch. More like a tickle if you ask me. William eyed Dias in disdain and contempt. You dare challenge Sun Wukong's nearly invincible body in a fist fight? Delusional much. Sun Wukong's body was not only sturdy, but his strength was also out of this world. Back in the celestial realm, the Monkey King could easily lift 2 heavenly mountains, while doing his morning jogs. Dias might be strong, but his physical strength was no match for Sun Wukong, who dared to defy the heavens and fight the celestial army alone. After a quarter of an hour of brawling, Dias realized that he was starting to take significant injuries from his exchange with William. The half-elf, however, was still dishing out blows non-stop as if he was just using the handsome man as a warm-up. Dias felt his dignity being challenged by the red-headed teenager in front of him, so he increased the speed and power of his attack, but it was to no avail. William's body was so strong that Dias felt like he was punching his shield, Aegis, which was indestructible. After remembering his other regalia, Dias backed away and raised his hand. Soon, a golden shield appeared in front of him, blocking William's punch and making the half-elf's face wince. Loser. William snorted before backing away. Loser. What nonsense are you talking about? Dias sneered. In battles, any method can be used as long as it leads to victory. You are still too green. And you are a puny and petty god. And you are just a mongrel that I will crush with my fist. William made a come-and-get-me gesture at the handsome man who had lost all dignity in front of him. You've been trying to crush me from the beginning, but I'm still uninjured. William ridiculed. You throw punches like a girl. Weakling. A smile appeared on the gray-haired and blue-eyed man's face after hearing the red-headed teenager taunt their brother. That phrase alone is enough for you to forgive him, right? The gray-haired man asked. Well, not completely, but it is enough to lower the punishment that I will give him afterward, the blue-haired man replied. Deep inside, the two men had always wanted to say those words to Dias, but in order to keep the peace between the sky, sea, and earth, they had held their grudges in the depths of their hearts and dealt with each other in a civilized manner, befitting of their ranks. You really have a death wish. Dias roared as he used the shield to bash William's body. William had tried to punch the shield, but only felt pain on his knuckles afterwards. The handsome man then used this opportunity to kick William and send him hurtling towards the sky, right in the peanut gallery's direction. This fucking mofo is cheating. William cursed internally as he forced himself to stabilize his position. Just as he was about to regain his posture, his body was caught by a soft and delicate body. You are amazing, a seductive voice filled with temptations and carnal promise whispered in William's ears. How about you forget that brute and spend the night with me? Sorry, but I'll pass, William replied as he pried away the knotty hands that were in the process of removing his clothes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I still have things to settle with that weakling. William analyzed his current situation as he charged back to the fray. After several exchanges, with him being blown away by Dias' attacks, the half-elf finally understood what he was up against. My attacks can't break past Aegis, defenses, and this mofo is using that opportunity to counter-attack me, William thought. I guess I have to use that method. Dias sneered at William, who stood right in front of him. Have you given up? Dias asked in a tone filled with ridicule. No, William replied. Since you decided to play dirty, I will also play dirty. Let's see if your Aegis will be strong enough to block my attack. Prepare yourself, weakling. Dias snorted as he took a fighting stance. Play dirty. There's no such thing, Dias stated. I will use any kind of means to achieve victory. What a coincidence, William said as he summoned his secret weapon. I am in complete agreement with your words. After exchanging words, the two once again charged at each other. As Dias drew closer to William, his sixth sense was telling him that he was about to face something dangerous. The handsome man ignored this warning because he was confident that as long as Aegis was with him, he could take any attack that William could throw at him. When Dias was only a few dozen meters away from him, a devilish smile appeared on William's face as he brandished his weapon. Eat shit, motherfucker, William roared as he unleashed a devastating attack that would make anyone, even gods, feel like dying. Dias was still unaware what kind of sorcery his opponent was doing, but it didn't matter. He simply raised the shield to block his upper body from William's attack that made the beautiful goddess, who had caught the half-elf earlier, grimace in horror. After seeing the scene in front of them, the spectating gods all distanced themselves as far away from the battlefield as possible. Aegis only reacted to things that could potentially deal great damage to its owner. Anything that didn't dish out physical, magical, or spiritual damage would not activate its special ability. A mountain of night soil wasn't something that Aegis considered as a threat to its current owner. How can a god be injured by excrement? Ah, Dias! Disgusted scream echoed in the surroundings as his entire body was bathed in excrement. He didn't expect that his enemy would do something so disgusting, which made him want to puke. Well, that's a whole new level of playing dirty, the teenager wearing winged sandals said with a pale expression on his face. He then covered his mouth as if trying to prevent himself from throwing up the food he had enjoyed eating a while ago. The other gods nodded their heads in agreement. They glanced at the half-elf, who was holding a chamber pot in his hands, with caution. It was at that moment when all of them decided to not mess with the mad lad, who would go as far as to throw literal shit in other people's faces. Chapter 888, Lightning Thief. I will kill you, Dias roared as he raised his hand to retrieve the red lightning bolt that was still at war with Mjolnir above the heavens. After hearing its master's call, the red lightning bolt reluctantly returned to its owner. Mjolnir danced in the sky as if saying that it was the winner of their match before flying back to aid William in his battle. After retrieving his weapon, Dias dived into the sea to clean the filth off his body. He never felt so humiliated in his entire life, and this time, he was feeling murderous. He knew that the other gods were spectating in his battle, so the shame he felt was multiplied tenfold. Right now, the only thing he wanted to do was to kill William and feast on his blood. You have successfully angered me, Dias roared as he rose towards the sky. Thunder and lightning crackled around his body, which showed how truly angry he was. William scoffed at the god who was spouting bullshit. Like bruh, Dafuk, you've been angry at me from the start. Making you angrier wouldn't make a difference. Don't worry, there's more where that came from. William pointed his chamber pot at the arrogant god, which made the latter wince subconsciously. Come at me bruh, or I'll come at you. The half-elf held a chamber pot in his right hand, while Mjolnir hovered beside him. Clearly, the divine weapon had no intention of letting William touch it for the time being unless he properly washed his hands. William felt Mjolnir's reluctance to be held by him, so he didn't force the issue. Just as the two warriors were about to duke it out again, William suddenly felt his strength leaving his body. It was at that moment when he realized that his heroic avatar's duration had finally ended. Shit, William had completely forgotten that his heroic avatar had a cooldown. He could only watch helplessly as the red lightning bolt pierced through his body, sending him flying for thousands of meters in the sky, with his blood trailing the heavens. It was truly an unexpected development that even Dias, who had expected William to resist his attack, was caught by surprise. William could feel a searing pain in his body as the red lightning bolt dragged him about without mercy. As if leaves were falling from a tree, the half-elf saw his life pass before his eyes. Images of his childhood, family, his journey, battles, his wives and lovers, appeared in front of him. No, this cannot end here, William thought as he gritted his teeth. I will not let it end here. The red-headed teenager grabbed the red lightning bolt with both of his hands. Red lightning crackled into his entire body, tearing his flesh, but the half-elf endured it and held on. "I will not fall here," William roared. "I will not be defeated here." William used every fiber of his being in order to pull the red lightning bolt that had pierced through his body out. Blood started to pour from his hands, dyeing the red lightning bolt with the color of his mortality. Centimeter by painful centimeter, William roared as he pulled out the weapon that was sticking out of his chest. His blood trailed behind him, making him feel lightheaded, but he knew that he must persevere no matter what. Just as his eyesight was starting to turn blurry, a notification sound broke through the haze in his mind. "Congratulations. Requirements for job advancement has been met. Initializing upgrade. New prestige class acquired. Thunder Emperor." William's eyes glowed with power as he forcefully absorbed the power of the red lightning bolt inside his body. One of the ways to level up a job class was to meet its requirements. For example, the Sun Knight job class would only increase its level if William allowed himself to be bathed in sunlight. Right now, the red lightning bolt was like a supercharged battery that was being greedily absorbed by William's body in order to heal the injuries that it had received from it earlier. This time, the half-elf no longer tried to pull out the red lightning bolt, but simply held it in place. How could he possibly let something precious escape his grasp? "Congratulations. Thunder Emperor job class has increased a level." Several notifications appeared non-stop in William's status page as the red lightning bolt he was holding slowly shrank. Although its power was still overwhelming, it no longer dealt any damage to William's body. In fact, the red lightning bolt was doing its best to free itself from William's hold. If earlier, the half-elf was doing its best to pull it out, now, the red lightning bolt was trying to pry itself out of William's body on its own accord. Even so, the red-headed teenager was no fool. This was a golden opportunity to reach the max job level of his Thunder Emperor job class, so he wouldn't let his battery go until he had drained it completely. As if sensing his weapon's distress, Diaz snapped out of his daze and flew after William, turning into a red lightning. The half-elf sneered at the pursuing god, as he, too, transformed into a golden lightning bolt that flew towards the horizon. A grand chase that spanned the entire world commenced with William and Diaz traveling at the speed of lightning. They had circled the world several times over, making the spectating gods scratch their heads in helplessness. "Return it to me, you lightning thief," Diaz shouted in frustration. "If you do, I will forget everything that happened today." William ignored the handsome man's shout and juiced the red lightning bolt, until it reverted to its original size. Only after the final confirmation that his Thunder Emperor reached its max level did William stop his escape. He floated in the sky facing the god that had tried to kill him several times, over something that he couldn't remember. The red lightning bolt had lost its luster, and its color was now lighter. However, it didn't stop its efforts to free itself from William's body. It was like a wriggling snake in William's hand, that couldn't break itself free because it was being held in a vice grip. "Return it to me, now," Diaz said in a threatening manner. "And if I refuse?" William replied. Diaz was about to say that he would kill him, but stopped short because he had already tried and failed in doing so. "What do you want?" Diaz asked. He could tell that if the half-elf wished for it, he could drain the powers of his lightning bolt until it ceased to exist. It was the handsome man's most powerful weapon, and he didn't want it to be destroyed in the hands of the red-headed teenager that was on the verge of driving him insane. "Blood," William replied. "Lots of it." Diaz frowned. "What do you mean?" "I want to drink the blood of others," William replied. "The nymphs would do nicely." "Don't worry, I will only drink some of their blood. There will be no lasting damage to their bodies. You already saw it earlier, right? I'm just a mortal and I lost so much blood. If I don't replenish it soon, I might just use this lightning bolt as an alternative to recover my strength." Diaz's frown deepened. Although there were monsters that drank the blood of mortals to live, he didn't expect the half-elf to demand that he be given the blood of the nymphs that served under him. "Fine, but give me the lightning bolt first," Diaz stated. "I will let you drink your fill afterwards." William shook his head. "Make an oath first. Only after you finish making your oath will I agree to this trade. Don't push your luck, mortal." "All right, say goodbye to your weapon then." William sneered as he absorbed the power of the struggling lightning bolt in his hands. Although he had already reached the max level of his Thunder Emperor prestige class, that didn't mean that he couldn't continue to absorb the red lightning bolt's power. Seeing that his weapon was at its last legs, Diaz was forced to make an oath using his name. He stared at William with bloodshot eyes, while the latter returned his gaze calmly. "Here you go." William tossed the not-so-red lightning bolt to its owner, who held it firmly in his hands. Dias panted heavily as he forced himself to regain his calm. He then gave William one last death glare before flying back to his residence. The half-elf trailed behind him with a smile, but deep inside he was really nearing his limit. He had lost a lot of blood during the battle, and if he didn't drink some soon, he might enter a state of bloodthirst, which would make him lose control of his senses. That was how the battle between William and Dias ended. Although the half-elf got the upper hand, it was only due to the help of every ability in his arsenal. Without the heroic avatar in Mjolnir, he would have definitely suffered a world of pain under Dias' fury. With his goal of breaking through finally achieved, William would spend 2 days in Dias' residence to recuperate, surrounded by the nymphs who became addicted to having their blood sucked out by the handsome half-elf, who would be leaving their world in a few days' time. Chapter 889, We Meet Again, Pendragon. 3 days after William's battle with Dias. "This is the Hall of Thunder," Dias stated in an impatient tone. "Go. Just go and don't come back." As soon as he finished saying his words, he turned into a lightning bolt and left without even looking at the half-elf, who had made him lose face in front of the other gods. William watched him go before shifting his gaze to the teary-eyed nymphs who were begging him not to go with their pleading eyes. "I'm sorry, but I have to go," William said as he reached out to give all of them a hug. "All of you, take care of yourselves." The nymphs all hugged him back as they did their best to prevent the tears in their eyes from falling. They were very sad that William was going to leave and they would no longer experience that unbelievable euphoria that they felt whenever their blood was drunk by him. Hebe watched all of this with a sad expression on her face. It had been so long since she had a guest at their residence, and knowing William was about to leave made her feel that she would never see him again. "Thank you, Hebe." William smiled as he gave the golden-haired beauty a hug. "Your homemade wine is very delicious. It's quite unfortunate that I will not be able to drink it again." Hebe did her best to prevent her sadness from showing on her face as she returned William's hug. "You're welcome," Hebe replied. "If fate wills it, then our paths will cross again. Until then, may you be safe, always." A few minutes later, William stood at the gates of the Hall of Thunder and waved his hand one last time to the friends that he had met in this world. Although he would have liked to tour this beautiful world for a few days, there were still many people waiting for him in his own homeworld. He couldn't afford to let them wait for a very long time. William decisively turned around and entered the gates. The moment he was safely inside the temple, the Hall of Thunder shot towards the heavens and disappeared, leaving a certain grumpy Dias behind. Inside the Hall of Thunder, William's eyes widened in shock when he saw 3 beautiful ladies smiling back at him. One of them had long golden hair, and eyes as blue as the sky. The other had long, light brown hair, and eyes as green as emeralds. The third, and the youngest of the 3, had long silver hair, and gray eyes that seemed to see the depths of a person's soul. William had seen all 3 of them in a distant past, and his eyes teared up because he thought that they had also perished back then. "We meet again, Pendragon," the lady with long golden hair said with a smile. "It seems that life has been hard on you, just like it was in the past." "Yes," William said as a tear streamed down the side of his face. "Life has always been hard. But that's just how life is. Aren't I right, Erd?" Erd gave William a bitter smile as she made a gesture for him to come closer. The half-elf obeyed, and as he moved forward to hug one of the Norns that had counseled him thousands of years ago, the half-elf felt a flood of emotions rise up inside his chest, making his body shudder. "Sister, I think we came to see the wrong person," the light brown-haired beauty said in a teasing tone. "Pendragon has never been a crybaby. I think we messed up the timeline a bit." Even so, she still went forward to hug William, as the half-elf held onto Erd. Pendragon, didn't he already say that we should just skip formalities and call him Will?" The silver-haired girl, who seemed to be just a little over 12, pouted. Still, she also joined her sisters, on hugging the half-elf who was currently bawling his eyes out, not caring of what the 3 girls would think of him. "You're such a big baby, Will," Erd said. "Where is that Aenarion who bravely fought till his last breath? Skuld, can you say some encouraging words to make him stop crying?" The lady with light brown hair asked. "You should be the one doing that, Sister Verdandi," Skuld replied. "After all, you are the one that represents the present." The 3 Norns that had nourished Yggdrasil since time immemorial bantered with each other, as the half-elf wept within their embrace. Minutes passed before William finally regained his composure. The three ladies teased him for being a crybaby, but the half-elf didn't care. As long as they were alive and well, they could tease him as much as they wanted. After calming his senses, William sat on a floating chair, while Skuld sat on his lap, resting her head on his chest. The half-elf didn't mind and even held the mischievous young lady in place to prevent her from falling off his chair. Among the three Norns, Skuld was the most spoiled. She would do anything that she wanted, even if it caused Odin and the other gods to scratch their heads in frustration. "How did the three of you escape Ragnarok?" William asked. "Simple. We left before it even started," Urd answered with a sad smile on her face. Verdandi nodded her head as if to support her big sister's words. "Skuld told us what was going to happen, so we made preparations in advance and left before the flames of destruction even touched Yggdrasil. Are you disappointed that we left without putting up a fight?" Skuld, who was resting her head on William's chest, asked with her eyes still closed. "No," William replied as he patted Skuld's head. "Even if the three of you were there, the ending would still be the same. I'm just glad that the three of you are safe." Skuld hummed as she enjoyed William's hand that was making her feel good. Verdandi gazed at William with a smile as she raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you going to ask us why we came to see you?" William shook his head. "Even if I don't ask, you will still tell me why you came to see me." The Norns did not particularly interfere with the affairs of the mortal realm, unless it was of absolute importance. Urd represented the past, Verdandi represented the present, and Skuld represented the future. The three of them together held the strings of fate that foretold events that had happened, were happening, and would happen in the future. They would appear on rare occasions to give counsel to important figures that would play a bigger role in the grand scheme of things. Chapter 890, Under the Moonlight Where No One Could See. The sound of laughter echoed inside the luxurious hall as many men and women, dressed in beautiful clothes, chatted with each other. This was the place where the young elites of the country had gathered, and everyone was having fun, except for a young lady, who was surrounded by many good-looking men. They were doing their best to invite her to socialize with them, but the lady politely rejected their advances. Instead of getting dejected, the men didn't back down and considered it as a challenge to make the black-haired beauty's defenses crumble. Every man who was within the inner circle of society had long wanted to make her their lover. Even the sons of politicians had tried to pull some strings in the background to make the beautiful lady land in the palms of their hands, but it was to no avail. This only made her more precious because only a lady that couldn't be obtained easily was a prize worth having in their eyes. As the night deepened, the lady decided to head outside to take a breather. Due to her close friends' pestering, she had drank some wine during the party. It was not enough to make her feel intoxicated, but it was more than enough to make her face flush, making her beauty stand out from the rest. "This is why I hate parties," the beautiful girl said as she looked at the moon in the sky. The night breeze blew over her white dress, which made her skirt flutter. Her parents had personally chosen her dress for the party, which made her the star of the night. The beautiful girl didn't like the dress because it highlighted the curves of her body, and her back was laid bare for everyone to see. Normally, she preferred a more conservative dress, but she had made a promise to her parents that she would obey them this once, in exchange for not going through with the arranged marriage that they had been planning for her. The young lady's parents were worried because their daughter wasn't showing any signs of attraction towards the opposite sex. Even with countless good-looking men asking for her hand in marriage, she rejected them all without even batting an eye. This made her parents think that she was only interested in women, but after observing her for a long time, they didn't notice anything strange with her interactions with her girlfriends either. In the end, they thought that she was asexual, so they decided to take matters in their own hands and arrange someone to marry her. Unfortunately, the girl discovered their plans and immediately confronted them about it. After a lengthy discussion, both sides compromised that she would appear at the birthday celebration for the mayor of the city's second son. The birthday celebrant was one of her childhood friends, and they had a good relationship. Because of this, the beautiful lady agreed, and wore the dress that her parents had chosen for her. Naturally, her parents were also at the party and were observing their daughter from the third floor of the most prestigious hotel in the city. They watched as she became the highlight of the party, and even the birthday celebrant wasn't able to take his eyes off her. In the end, when the young man asked her to be his first dance, she reluctantly agreed in order to not make him lose face in front of his guests at the party. However, after the dance ended, the beautiful lady refused the other invitations by the other young men, who were also going to the same university as her. Her movements didn't escape the eyes of her admirers. One by one, they made excuses and followed her outside to the gardens, to the dismay of the other ladies in the party who were looking to form connections with the eligible young men within their circle. Sensing their approach, the beautiful woman decided to increase her pace and headed for the hedge maze that the hotel was very famous for. When the young men realized what she was planning to do, they deliberately slowed their pace to allow her to get a head start. This particular hedge maze had been featured in several magazines within the city, and was even listed as the biggest in the country. It spanned over 4,000 square meters, and an individual would take, at the very least, more than an hour to reach its exit. The hotel staff had already anticipated that some people might try to challenge the maze during the party, so they placed lighting in strategic locations in order to allow that someone to see their path clearly. After the beautiful lady had entered the maze, the young men glanced at each other with wolfish grins before entering the maze. Each of them only had one thought in mind, and that was to find the beautiful lady who had been the apple of their eyes for many years. If they were lucky, they would even have the chance to get ahead of the others, and make the most popular girl in the university their lover before the party was over. The black-haired beauty knew that if she followed the path that led to the exit, the people following her would catch up to her sooner or later. Because of this, she intentionally veered off path and headed to the places that her pursuers would overlook. Half an hour later, the men who had entered the maze had all separated from each other. This was not the first time that they had entered the maze, so they wouldn't get lost inside it even if they chose to go down the wrong path. The beautiful lady panted as she stopped at one of the small clearings in the maze that had a fountain. She was feeling lightheaded due to stress, exhaustion, and the drink she had earlier in the party. Just as she was about to catch her breath, she heard the sound of footsteps headed in her direction. Because of this, she immediately headed to one of the exits of the clearing in order to escape one of her pursuers. However, she had only taken a few steps when a hand wrapped around her waist, while another hand covered her lips, preventing her from screaming. She was then pulled into the dark area of the clearing, where the light wasn't too bright. Half a minute later, the birthday celebrant appeared in the clearing and scanned the surroundings, looking for possible traces of the young beauty that he was trying to catch. After seeing that his target had already moved on, he chose one of the paths heading west, and disappeared not long after. The beautiful lady tried to break away from her captor, but it was to no avail. The man was stronger than her, and no matter what she did, she couldn't escape his grasp. It was at that moment when a teasing tone reached her ears, and it made her body unconsciously stiffen. A beautiful lady wearing a dress as revealing as this and walking into a maze alone in the middle of the night is just asking for trouble, a teasing voice said. A delicious sheep like you out in the open will make any wolf go crazy. The black-haired beauty slowly turned her head to look at the man who was holding her in place. Suddenly, a tear fell down, followed by another as the beautiful girl gazed at the young man, with red hair and green eyes that looked back at her with a tender gaze. The young man smiled and removed the hand that was covering her soft and seductive lips. The same lips that he had kissed a few years ago. Am I dreaming? The black-haired beauty asked as she cupped the young man's face with her delicate hands. Is this a dream? A chuckle escaped the young man's lips as he pressed his hand over the young lady's right hand that was cupping his face. Actually, I was about to ask you the same question, the red-headed teenager said with a smile. Am I dreaming? If yes, then I don't mind staying in this dream for a little while longer. The tears on the beautiful lady's eyes fell like rain. The emotions that she had been holding back for the past year surged like a thunderous river that blew away all obstacles in its path. Me, too, the beautiful lady replied as she wrapped her arms around the head of the young man that had given his heart to her. If this is a dream, I don't mind dreaming a little while longer. The black-haired beauty tiptoed and pressed her soft lips on the young man's lips. The red-headed teenager returned the kiss eagerly and wrapped his arms around the young lady's body, feeling her warmth and fragrance that he had missed dearly. When he first saw her, he didn't recognize her right away. Such was the extent of the memories that he had lost over time. However, even if he couldn't fully remember who she was, his heart and body did. Before he could even do anything, his body had already moved on his own and grabbed hold of the black-haired beauty, pulling her in his embrace. Only when he had dragged her into the corner of the maze, and held her firmly in his arms, did the remaining memories of his past life allow him to identify her. The red-headed teenager's heart ached at the thought of no longer remembering the precious person he was holding in his arms. It hurt him so much that he threw caution to the wind, and simply let his love carve these new precious memories into his soul. Soon, the sound of kissing echoed in that small clearing. Both of them didn't care if they were discovered, and simply allowed themselves to let their emotions take over their senses. Under the moonlight, where no one else could see, two people who had been separated by an insurmountable distance, once again held each other in a loving embrace. Chapter 891, I'm Not Your Father. Are you feeling warm now? The black-haired beauty wore a robe over her dress, as she sat on the red-headed teenager's lap. After sharing several passionate kisses with each other, both of them realized that they weren't dreaming. William had to use all of his willpower to prevent himself from eating the little sheep that was right in front of him. He knew that this was not the right place and time for such a thing, so he reluctantly stepped down and simply held Belle, until his strong yearning subsided. How? Belle asked. It was a simple question with a single word, but this question poked at the heart of the matter, which made the half-elf frown. Actually, I don't remember how I got here, William replied. When I opened my eyes, you were already in front of me, and I thought that I might have accidentally stepped into heaven all of a sudden. A sweet smile appeared on Belle's face. Williams was unable to see it because the black-haired beauty was resting her head on William's shoulder and looking down. You've become a sweet talker, is that what you learned while spending time with your girlfriend, Wendy? Belle asked. Although this was an innocent question, a trace of jealousy could be felt in her words. She's no longer my girlfriend, but my wife, William said. It has only been a year since we saw each other. And yet, several years have already passed in your world. Are you really married now? Things happened. Start talking, mister. William chuckled nervously because Belle's hand was inching its way to his waist. However, before he could even start talking, he sensed someone approaching their location. Belle also heard some footsteps headed in their direction, but she didn't mind it. Now that the one she loved was here, she didn't care if she was seen by other men. Belle, stick this inside your mouth for a bit and don't move, William said as he gently placed a lollipop inside Belle's mouth. No matter what happens, don't say a word. After making sure that the lollipop was firmly in place, he also took one in his mouth. This was the black lollipop that allowed anyone who ate it to merge with the shadows. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing a suit appeared in the clearing. He looked rather worried and seemed to be searching for something. After seeing the man, Belle hurriedly took out the lollipop from her lips and called out. Papa, I'm here, Belle said as the shadows that shielded her from the outside world disappeared. Belle, I finally found you, I was getting worried. Belle's father, Raymond, hugged his daughter. He had assigned 2 of his bodyguards to follow her when she left the hotel. When they saw that she was headed to the maze, one of them returned to inform Raymond of what was happening, while the other followed her inside the maze. Due to Belle's effort of making sure that she went the wrong way, the guard following her was unable to find her. Raymond, on the other hand, immediately left the hotel after hearing what his daughter had done. More than anything else, he was her father. Although he wanted Belle to socialize with the young men of their circle, he would not allow any of them to force her to do something she didn't want to do. Even if Raymond was an easygoing man, if someone were to harm his daughter, he would snap their necks like twigs and make it look like an accident. William watched this scene from the shadows, unsure of what to do. In the end, he remained completely still and just watched the father and daughter pair reconcile. Father, there is someone I'd like you to meet, Belle said with a smile. William, please come out. I want you to meet my father. Raymond frowned because the name William held a special meaning to him. How could he possibly forget the name of the dying young man with a terminal illness that had donated his heart in order for his precious daughter to live? However, the thing that concerned him was that his daughter was looking at an empty bench, which made Raymond shudder. Wait, don't tell me that the boy has turned into a ghost and is currently haunting Belle. Beads of sweat formed on Raymond's forehead at the thought of William's ghost having an attachment to his daughter. After a brief internal struggle, William took out the lollipop in his mouth and appeared in front of Belle and her father. Raymond almost jumped back in fright when a red-headed teenager suddenly materialized out of thin air. Belle smiled as he hurriedly pulled William towards her father. Papa, this is William, Belle said with a smile. He is my fiancé. Raymond reached out his hand for a handshake as he appraised the handsome young man that he was seeing for the first time. Hello, so you are my daughter's fiancé, what? The middle-aged man glanced at his daughter in shock before shifting his gaze to the red-headed teenager whom Belle had introduced as her fiancé. "Hello, father," William said with a smug expression on his face. "My name is William, and I am Belle's fiancé. I'm not your father," Raymond snapped at the handsome redhead who was trying to get chummy with him. "Belle, what is the meaning of this? This is the first time I'm hearing of such a thing. That's because I was keeping this a secret from you and Mama. William was studying abroad, and it was very hard for us to meet. Fortunately, he was able to free up some of his time for a visit. I asked him to come here, so that I can formally introduce him to you and Mama." William smiled as he gave Belle 2 thumbs up in his heart. "As expected of my Belle, she's quick-witted." William felt very smug at the moment and it showed on his face. Raymond glared at William. Although he wanted his daughter to form a relationship with someone, when it actually happened, he was having second thoughts. Such was the dilemma of overprotective fathers when it came to the welfare of their daughters. The director of the hospital was feeling conflicted, but after seeing Belle hugging the young man in front of him, he decided to interrogate the boy at a later time, and ask how far they had advanced in their relationship. "Papa, I want to go home now," Belle said. "The party is almost over, and I'm not feeling well. Can we leave now?" "Of course," Raymond replied. As a doting father, how could he possibly let his daughter suffer? Since Belle wanted to go home, then they would go home pronto. "I'm very impressed," William said as he walked hand in hand with Belle towards the parking area. "I never thought that you'd be this eloquent when it came to words." "Not as much as you." Belle rolled her eyes. "When we get back home, you better tell me everything. Don't leave anything out, got it?" "Home, yes. I'm taking you back to our house. I'm sure Mama will have no complaints. Knowing her, she will definitely start the preparations for our wedding." Belle held onto William tightly. During the festival, she felt helpless and lost after William had left. It was a very heartbreaking feeling. It was then when she realized how much she loved him, and if possible, she didn't want to part with him ever again. But she knew that this was just wishful thinking on her part. William didn't belong in her world. She understood this very well. However, that wouldn't be enough to stop her from making sure that these precious moments together would not be wasted. During the festival, she had regretted her decision of running away from him. If she didn't leave him back then, the time when they had shared their feelings to each other would have been longer. She had wanted to tell him many things. Belle had wanted to pour out her heart to him, but she wasted that opportunity. She had tried to make William stay, even using herself as a way to bind him to be with her forever, but it didn't work. The boy she loved had responsibilities in the other world. There he had a family, and a home. There he had lovers, which made her jealous because she couldn't be with him due to their circumstances being different. Every night, Belle would stare at the moon, hoping that her star-crossed lover would once again appear in front of her. Now that he was here right before her eyes, she would no longer hesitate. No matter what happened, she would make sure that before the two of them parted again, the feelings that she had kept for the past year would finally find their way into her beloved's heart. Chapter 892, Where do you want to sleep tonight? Skuld smiled as she held William's hand. "Big brother, I believe in you," Skuld said. "Till we meet again." "Till we meet again," William replied as he gave Skuld one last hug. After taking a step back, he gave Erd and Verdandi a bow before taking a step towards the portal that they had opened for him. As soon as he stepped inside it, he was covered with a bright light. He was off to the place where the Norns had asked him to go, and entrusted a mission to him that only he could complete. "Don't have any regrets, big brother," Skuld shouted as William took a step inside the portal. "Because it will be too late for regrets." When the light receded from William's vision, the first thing he saw was a beautiful lady with long, silky black hair. The lady's face was flushed, and her expression wasn't looking that well, so the half-elf assumed that she might be in some kind of trouble. William didn't recognize her right away until his heart started to beat wildly inside his chest. His hazy memories started to churn, as if unearthing something that had long been forgotten. Suddenly, William heard footsteps headed in their direction. The beautiful lady's face immediately paled when she, too, heard the sound of someone approaching her location. The first thing she did was to head to one of the exits of the clearing, but before she could do that, William's body had unconsciously moved and pulled the black-haired beauty in his embrace. For some reason, he didn't want the person that was coming their way to find her. He suddenly felt overprotective all of a sudden, and he couldn't understand why he was feeling this way. As he backed into the corner of the clearing, away from the light, he made sure to cover her lips, so she wouldn't be able to make a sound. It was then, when a name appeared in his mind, as her warmth, softness, and scent assaulted his senses. Belle, William thought as a surge of emotions rose up from his heart. Her name is Belle, right? It was at that moment when a young man who seemed to be the same age as the lady in his arms, appeared in the clearing. He had a look of yearning on his face, as he scanned his surroundings. William used his power to shield their presence from the man, preventing him from looking in their direction. When the man finally left, William tried to compose the raging emotions that were burning inside his heart. A beautiful lady wearing a dress as revealing as this and walking into a maze alone in the middle of the night is just asking for trouble, William said in a teasing voice. A delicious sheep like you out in the open will make any wolf go crazy. He wasn't able to stop himself from saying these words, because he was one of those wolves at the moment. He loved her so much that it hurt. It hurt because he knew that he was starting to lose his memories of her, and it made him anxious deep inside his heart. William watched as a tear fell down the side of her face, followed by another. His heart melted at the sight. He then removed his hand that covered her soft and seductive lips and stared into her eyes tenderly. Am I dreaming? Belle asked as she cupped William's face with her delicate hands. Is this a dream? William chuckled. His beloved had said the same thing that was on his mind, and he was very eager to know if he was dreaming or not. He raised his hand to hold the hand that was cupping his face and smiled. Actually, I was about to ask you the same question, William said. Am I dreaming? If yes, then I don't mind staying in this dream for a little while longer. Those were his heartfelt feelings, for he didn't know if this would be the last time that he would remember the girl whom he had given, not only his love, but his heart as well. The tears that hovered on the edges of Belle's eyes fell like rain. The emotions that she had been holding back for the past year surged like a thunderous river that blew away all obstacles in its path. Me, too, Belle replied as she wrapped her arms around William's head. If this is a dream, I don't mind dreaming a little while longer. That was then when William tasted happiness, and knew for certain that he wasn't dreaming. Oh my, such a handsome young man, a beautiful lady said as she appraised William from head to foot. So, you are my daughter's fiancé? Yes, mother, William replied. My name is William, it's a pleasure to meet you. Good, I knew that Belle wasn't a late bloomer. Belle's mother, Adele, clapped her hands in happiness. Have you eaten? If not, I can ask our cook to make something for you. It's fine, mother, I have already eaten. Ah, don't be like that. I want to pamper the boy that had captured my daughter's heart. Are you sure you don't want to eat anything? Before William could answer Adele's question, Raymond cleared his throat before glaring at the red-headed teenager who was getting chummy with his wife. Boy, don't you think it's about time to tell us more about yourself? Raymond asked. Also, I haven't agreed to your relationship with my daughter. Belle, just where did you meet this boy? Belle smiled as she held onto William's arm. Father, I think we should move to the living room. It's not good to have a discussion while standing at the entrance of our house. Oh, dear me, I almost forgot. Adele hurriedly grabbed William's free hand and pulled him inside their house. I want to know more about you, William. So, let us talk inside. As you wish, mother, William replied, which made Adele chuckle. Although this was the first time she was meeting William, she could tell that Belle wasn't using the red-headed teenager as a prop to prevent them from finding a suitable partner for her. Adele could see the way her daughter looked at William. It was filled with love and affection. She was a businesswoman, and had dealt with many kinds of people in her career to know when someone was just faking something or not. Belle's feelings were genuine, and the thing that made her very happy was that William also felt the same way towards her daughter. I want to know more about him, Adele mused. I want to know more about the young man that made my darling daughter fall in love. As soon as everyone arrived in the living room, Belle guided William to a couch and sat beside him. Adele and Raymond, on the other hand, sat on the couch opposite theirs. Carol, please prepare tea for all of us, Adele ordered the head maid of their residence. Right away, my lady. Carol bowed and left the living room to prepare some refreshments for everyone. 15 minutes later, tea was served and several snacks were laid out on the small table in the living room. Raymond, who had an impatient look on his face, didn't even touch his tea. He merely crossed his arms over his chest as he glared at William, who was enjoying his daughter's affection. Brat, I'll give you 10 million. Take it and never show your face in front of me again, Raymond said in a threatening tone. If you think that 10 million is not enough, I'll double it. But, you better sign a contract that you will stay away from my daughter. If you do this, I will turn a blind eye on this matter and we can part ways without any hard feelings. What do you say? Belle glanced at her father with a pout. Just a day ago, her father was doing his best to make her look very attractive in the hope that several young men would take an interest in her. Now that she had told her father that she already had a fiancé, Raymond had a change of heart and wanted to chase William away. Seeing her daughter's pouting face, Adele stood up and pulled Raymond in the corner of the living room. Adele, that brat doesn't suit our daughter, Raymond said without even bothering to lower his voice. How can I possibly accept a random stranger claiming to be Belle's fiancé? I will not accept it. He had every intention of making sure William heard his complaint. This was to make sure that the red-headed teenager would understand that Raymond had no intention of welcoming him into his family. Dear, listen, Adele said with a sweet smile on her face. I came here to tell you that you only have 3 choices. 3 choices? Raymond frowned. What 3 choices? Adele's smile widened as she playfully rearranged her husband's necktie. The first choice is to sleep on the bed. The second choice is to sleep on the floor. The third choice is to sleep in the doghouse. Adele tightened the necktie on Raymond's neck, which made the latter feel a chill run down his spine. Tell me, dear, Adele said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Where do you want to sleep tonight? Chapter 893, Please, let me marry your daughter. When I first saw Belle, it was love at first sight, William said as he intertwined his fingers with Belle's. But, she was like the moon in the sky that was far away from my reach. For me, she was like a fairy that had come out of a fairy tale. If I was rich back then, I would have sued her for stealing my heart. Oh, my, Adele giggled when he heard William's words. She loved listening to William's voice because it was rich with emotions. Also, the red-headed teenager was very handsome. He was more handsome than the young men that she, and Raymond, had planned to introduce to Belle in the hope that a spark would happen between them. Adele felt that she no longer had to do something troublesome because it was very clear that her daughter and William were very much in love. Belle's mother swore then and there that if someone were to make the two of the lovebirds break up, she would hack them to pieces using a cursed chainsaw that she had bought in an auction house not long ago. Belle, on the other hand, blushed as she rested her head on William's shoulder. She felt embarrassed and proud at the same time because the half-elf didn't shy away from sharing his heartfelt feelings with her family. Raymond, on the other hand, was gnashing his teeth in anger. If looks could kill, William would have died 1,000 times over already. Right now, he was forced to keep his silence, or else, he would be sleeping in the doghouse tonight. Then, how about you, Belle? Adele asked. How did you and William become a couple? Belle smiled as she fondly recalled that bittersweet memory that happened a year ago. Do you remember when I went to the villa in the countryside to recuperate? Belle asked. It was there that I met William. Adele and Raymond nodded their heads. When Belle had returned from the countryside, she had become livelier and she was smiling a lot, too. Because of this, both of them felt that a thorn had been pulled out of their hearts. Their baby daughter, who had been depressed for a very long time, finally started to open up again, and this made them incredibly happy. Although Raymond was still staring daggers at William, a bit of his resentment disappeared when he heard his daughter's words. Belle was very precious to them. If William really played a role in her recovery, then he could grudgingly give the boy a chance. When I saw him, he was eating grass and flowers at the flower field, Belle giggled. After he realized that they weren't delicious, he started to spit them out one by one. William wanted to roll his eyes at the black-haired beauty who was obviously slandering his good name in front of her parents. Adele chuckled, and Raymond snorted. What William didn't know was that his beloved girl was just lowering the tension in her father, in order for him to listen to her tale properly. Raymond had indeed found Belle's description of the boy funny enough. In his head, he had already labeled William as a country bumpkin. Do you see his ears? Belle inquired as he playfully pulled on them. You see, he is the only half-elf in this world, which makes him one of a kind. Look at his clothes. Have you seen this design before? Adele and Raymond had noticed the peculiarity of William's ears and robes, but neither of them were fazed by it. They had already seen teenagers in TV wear colorful outfits called cosplayers, so they thought that William was one of them. Seeing the reaction of her parents, Belle continued her tale. She told them about how she and William dressed up like pirates during the festival in the countryside, and visited all the stalls in the shrine. The black-haired beauty's voice mellowed when she came to the part where she and William had visited a stall that sold jewelry. Belle then raised her hand to show her parents the ring on her finger. "The name of this ring is the Ring of Vega," Belle said as he glanced at William. The half-elf understood what she wanted him to do, so he raised his hand and showed Belle's parents the ring on his ring finger. "The ring on William's hand is called the Ring of Altair," Belle narrated. "They are the two stars that represent the tale of the star-crossed lovers during the Star Festival. Right now, we are those two star-crossed lovers who can only meet on very rare occasions." "How romantic," Adele said while sighing. "Dear, why didn't you come up with something similar when the two of us were dating? You should learn from our daughter and William." Raymond sighed as he grudgingly admitted that he wasn't as romantic as William when he was at the boy's age. Back then, he was busy pursuing his studies in medicine and had very little time to go out on dates with his wife, Adele. Belle's father then held his wife's hand and held it firmly. Although it had been many years since the two of them had been married, their feelings for each other didn't die down and continued to remain strong through the test of time. Belle smiled as she looked at her parents who had entwined their fingers together, just like her beloved half-elf. "It is quite regrettable that during our visit to the temple, we had an argument, which prompted me to run away from him." Belle sighed as she remembered that sad memory. "Back then, I knew that William had very important things to do, but I was selfish and tried to force him to stay with me." Belle looked at William apologetically, but the half-elf only smiled and nodded his head. "In the end, under that firework-lit sky, we exchanged our vows of love to each other," Belle said softly. "After that, he left me with the promise that we would meet again, and today, he kept his promise." Belle wasn't able to stop her overflowing feelings as she moved towards William and kissed his cheek in front of her parents. Adele and Raymond watched this scene with surprise because ever since the red-headed teenager had appeared, their daughter was showing expressions that they hadn't seen before. Belle's love-filled gaze was enough for them to know that this whole thing wasn't an act, and the two of them weren't pretending to be lovers. Raymond knew deep inside that if he really got in the way of his daughter's love, she would hate him for life. "Papa, Mama, the one I love is William," Belle declared. "He is the only one that I plan to marry in this lifetime. Please, give us your blessings." William held Belle's hand firmly as he gazed at Adele and Raymond, who were looking at him with complicated gazes. "I can't promise that I will always be there when Belle needs me," William said. "I have circumstances that prevent me from being with her all the time. However, I can promise you that whenever we are together, I will love her with all of my heart and do everything in my power to make her happy." William stood and bowed his head. "Please, let me marry your daughter." The half-elf didn't know how long he could stay on Earth. The only thing he didn't want was to have regrets. After seeing Belle being pursued by another man in that dark and gloomy maze, he understood that time didn't wait for anyone. If he missed this opportunity, there might be no other chance again. So, with every fiber of his being, he wanted to gain the acceptance of Belle's parents as their daughter's husband. Adele and Raymond exchanged a glance. "It might be a little too soon for a marriage," Adele said. "We need to think about this properly." Even she, who supported her daughter's love, felt that marriage was too soon for her daughter. Also, although she had a good impression of William, she didn't know much about him. Her plan was to gradually know more about Belle's fiancé, before giving her permission for the two to get married. Raymond was of the same mind. Although he had already considered the possibility of William marrying her daughter, he simply didn't know anything about the red-headed teenager. No decent father would allow his daughter to marry a complete stranger without even knowing his family's background. "I understand," William nodded. "But, please, know that I am serious in my feelings for Belle." Adele and Raymond nodded. For now, they had accepted that the two were in love with each other, so they would no longer get in the way in their relationship. What they wanted now was to know more about William. This would undoubtedly take some time. Time that the half-elf didn't have. Chapter 894, Let's Create Beautiful Memories Together. William laid on the bed of the guest room, completely exhausted from the day's events. He looked up at the ceiling and tried to recall how he appeared back on Earth, but the haze in his head wouldn't go away. The last thing he remembered was saying goodbye to Hebe and the nymphs before entering the Hall of Thunder. After that he was engulfed by a bright light, and the next thing he knew, he was standing in a clearing, looking at Belle. Is the Hall of Thunder connected to Earth? William thought. If it is, Can I bring it inside my domain so I can visit Belle anytime? William had no recollection of meeting Verdandi, and Skuld inside the Hall of Thunder. He wasn't even aware of why he had appeared on Earth. Even so, his instincts were telling him that he had arrived on Earth for a reason. A reason that he couldn't remember. Just as William was trying to break through the haze in his mind, the door of the guest room opened. The half-elf's ears had picked up the sound of someone entering his room. Even so, he wasn't afraid. There was no one on Earth that could threaten him, so he decided to close his eyes and pretended to sleep. His senses had extended outside his body and locked in on the person that was turning the doorknob of the bedroom as quietly as possible. When the door opened, the person quietly came in and slowly closed the door behind her. After making sure that the man on the bed was not stirring, the person approached the bed stealthily like a thief about to steal something important. The person then reached out to touch William's face, but before the hand could even come close, William's hand had sprang up and held it firmly in his hand. Ouch! The person cried out, which made the half-elf immediately release the hand he was holding. Sorry, William replied as he applied healing magic to the bruised wrist that he had grabbed. I thought that your father had sent someone to assassinate me. My father is a doctor, Belle replied with a pout. He would not send someone to kill his daughter's fiancé, especially with Mama around. William smiled as he pulled Belle close to him. Belle didn't resist and allowed herself to be hugged by the person whom she had always thought of since the day that they parted from each other. You're very bold, William whispered in her ears. Aren't you worried that your parents will barge in here and drag you away? Belle shook her head. No, because I know that you won't let them drag me away. The two stared at each other before Belle raised her chin and closed her eyes. William cupped her face, and kissed her soft lips until both of them panted for breath. Will, you promised that you would tell me everything, Belle said as she laid her head on William's chest. The two of them had lain down on the bed together, but aside from kisses, and words of love, the two didn't make a move to cross that final line. It was as if both of them had agreed on an unwritten rule that they had set upon themselves. Okay, William replied as he lightly brushed her head. Where do you want me to start? From the time since we parted during the festival. This will be a very long story. Are you sure? Belle nodded. Tomorrow is Sunday, I don't have to go to the university. What about your parents? William asked. They might not like it if they find out that their only daughter spent the night with the stranger they brought under their roof. Well, I guess you will just have to take responsibility and tell them that we did it. You're very bold. What do you think would happen if I did that? Belle giggled. Papa would kill you for sure, but I'm not afraid. Even if you die, I will go to where you are without fail. William planted a kiss on Belle's forehead. He was very touched by Belle's words. Although he wouldn't allow such a thing to happen, knowing that she had resolved herself to do such a thing made him fall in love with her all over again. Please, gods in the heavens, have mercy upon me, William prayed as he held the love of his life in his embrace. Don't take my memories of her away from me. I beg you, I beg you. William's body shuddered in sadness as he held Belle in his arms. The memories he had of her that had been lost, could never be restored. Belle, I love you, William said as he lovingly cupped her face. Always have, always will. I love you too, Will, Belle replied as she took the initiative to get up enough to kiss his lips for a brief moment. Even if you forget, I will remember. Forever and ever. As if a string had snapped inside William's heart, his fears and worries rose up to the surface, causing him and then Belle to sit up again. He didn't tell her about the things that happened when they parted. No, he didn't tell her that. Instead, he told her about his greatest fear. The fear of waking up one day, not being able to remember her face, her voice, and her name. Belle held William's trembling body, until he fell asleep in her arms. The black-haired beauty laid her beloved on the bed and lay down beside him. She wiped away the tear stains on William's face with her soft and delicate fingers. When he told her that he was constantly losing his memories of her, the black-haired beauty felt an ache in her chest. Because of this, she made a decision. Will, no matter what happens, I will make you remember me, Belle said softly as she held William's body that had started to turn cold. Even if you lose all of your memories, I will find a way. So, don't be afraid. Belle closed her eyes and listened to William's heartbeat that matched her own. Let's create beautiful memories together, Belle whispered in the sleeping half-elf's ears. Memories that even the laws of the world cannot erase completely. Chapter 895, Your daughter is in good hands. The soft and gentle breeze blew past the open window. Inside the guest room, William opened his eyes and saw Belle's sleeping face. The black-haired beauty was sound asleep, and her sleeper breaths told him that it would take a while before she woke up. William gazed at her. If possible, he wanted to touch and caress her face, but if he did that, there was a chance that she would wake up due to his meddling. The half-elf didn't want that to happen. For Belle, only a year had passed since that fateful day in the countryside. The day when the two of them bid each other goodbye, without knowing when the two of them would see each other again. The memories of what happened a few hours ago resurfaced in William's memory, and it made him slightly embarrassed. He had never been a crybaby, but for the past year, he couldn't remember how many times he had cried due to the things that he had experienced. Meeting Celine and stepping on the stairways of adulthood with her, his journey with Chiffon inside the Tower of Babylon, his marriage with Princess Sidonie, his time with Lilith and his future daughter, Razel, in the Deadlands. Seeing Amalthea and fighting against Deus. And now, meeting Belle on Earth. Maybe this is a reward for all of my hard work, William muttered as he stared at the girl that he had loved in his past lifetime. Yeah, right, William didn't know why he had appeared on Earth, but in his heart, he knew that there must be a reason for it. A reason that he couldn't discover through the haze in his memories. The half-elf moved closer towards Belle's face, and planted a kiss on her cheek. He did his best to endure, but his heart was adamant, so there was nothing he could do. Just as he expected, the moment his kiss had finished, the black-haired beauty's eyes fluttered open. Belle stared sleepily at William, who was only a few inches away from her face. "Good morning," Belle said before briefly kissing William's lips. "Wake me up after 5 minutes." After saying those words, Belle once again closed her eyes and slept. William blinked as he stared at the black-haired beauty who had once again fallen asleep in the span of a heartbeat. He didn't know what to think or do in this situation because it felt surreal to him. Just as he was about to think what to do next, the door of the guest room opened and a fuming Raymond barged inside the room. "Why you? What do you think you're doing to my daughter?" Raymond shouted as he pointed his finger at William. "Do you have a death wish?" Adele also entered the room and looked at the two teenagers who were sharing the same bed. One quick glance and she already knew that nothing out of place had happened because the bed was tidy, and both of them were wearing clothes. A part of her was happy because William wasn't like those other young men who thought with their lower half. However, a part of her was also disappointed. If something really had happened between William and Belle, then wouldn't that mean that they would have to have the wedding soon? That way, she could hold her darling grandkids after a year or two. "Father, don't worry," William said as he stared fearlessly back at Raymond. "I will take full responsibility. The only thing that you will take responsibility for is offering me your head." "Father, please calm down, Belle is still sleeping. You will wake her up." Adele chuckled before pointing at the sleeping beauty on the bed. "I think it's already too late for that." The black-haired beauty yawned and propped herself on a seating position. She then stared at her father in a grumpy mood as if Raymond had gotten in the way of her happiness. "Belle, you are a proper lady," Raymond said in a righteous tone. "If other people come to know that you've slept with a man before the two of you got married, your reputation will suffer." Belle ignored her father's words and held William's hand. "Let's have breakfast together," Belle stated. "What would you like to eat for breakfast?" William pondered for a bit before remembering his pink-haired wife, and sixth master who loved to eat pancakes in the mornings. "Pancakes will do," William replied with a smile. "Okay, I'll go back to my room to change. I'll come back here after I'm done." The black-haired beauty pecked William's lips before greeting Raymond and Adele good morning. After she was done, she left the room in a casual manner as if being seen in a man's room early in the morning was not a big deal. Raymond's face had already turned beet red from anger because Belle didn't seem to care about the words he had said earlier. Adele could only smile helplessly as she tried to coax her husband to calm down. "Belle might be entering that so-called rebellious stage," Adele said. "If we try to control her at this time, she would probably run away and elope with William without telling us." "Not if I kill this bastard first." Raymond angrily glared at the half-elf who was looking at the items in his storage ring for something to wear. After seeing that he didn't have any clothes that wouldn't stand out on Earth, he decided to access the god shop and bought himself a set of shorts and shirt that were stylish enough to match the fashion on Earth. William immediately equipped the items he bought, and in just a matter of seconds his clothes had changed completely. It was also at that moment when the room suddenly quieted down. William's gaze then landed on Raymond and Adele and almost slapped himself silly for forgetting that he was not alone inside the room. Why you? What was that just now? Raymond asked as he looked at William in disbelief. William, dear, did you just change your clothes instantly? Adele inquired. Although her expression wasn't as exaggerated as her husband, the surprise on her face was something that she couldn't hide. This is the first time I've seen someone do that. How did you do it? The gears on William's head churned at a very fast rate as he tried to bullshit his way out of the mess that he had just made. Actually, I am a magician, William replied. I can do magic. A magician? Magic? Raymond and Adele looked at William with doubtful expressions on their faces. Seeing their disbelieving faces, William decided to press while the iron was hot and decided to tell them the truth. Actually, I am a half-elf that came from a magical world called Hestia, William stated. It is a very wonderful place. I wish the two of you could see it. I knew it. Raymond smiled evilly. So you are a nut job. I knew that there was something off about you when I saw you. Adele, on the other hand, sighed as she lightly patted her husband's arm. Dear, William is one of those cosplayers, Adele explained. It just be the backstory of the character he is trying to portray, right, William? The corner of the half-elf's lips twitched. He had already expected this to happen, but after seeing the reaction of Belle's parents, he knew that neither of them would believe anything he said even if it was the truth. Just as William was thinking of a way to fix the current situation, Belle once again entered William's room with a smile. Let's go have breakfast, Belle said as she pulled William off the bed. I already asked the kitchen to prepare pancakes. They will be serving it soon. Okay, William replied as he held her hand firmly. Her simple gesture of pulling him off the bed warmed his heart because it felt so natural. Absolutely not, Raymond interjected. It's time for you to leave the house, you nut job. You're lucky I'm allowing you to leave this place in one piece. How dare you kidnap my daughter into your room? If you don't leave now, I will call the police. Adele ignored her husband's ravings and walked towards William and Belle. She knew her husband's temperament, so she decided to take the initiative to make her daughter happy. The weather is good today, Adele said with a smile. After breakfast, why don't the two of you go out on a date? Belle rarely goes out of the house, and I'm worried that she will grow up to be a recluse. What do you think, Will? Can you take her out on a date? William patted his chest with confidence as he gave his mother-in-law 4 thumbs up in his heart. With such a powerful helper working behind the scenes, it was only a matter of time before he and Belle could say I do. Of course, mother, William answered with a dazzling smile that almost caused Raymond to suffer an aneurysm. Your daughter is in good hands. William was quite happy that Adele was very supportive of his relationship with her daughter. The half-elf even had a very strong urge to let Adele meet his grandpa, James, so that they could talk about the details of his wedding with Belle. He knew that if the two of them were to join hands, William's and Belle's wedding would already be in the bag. William understood that it would take a while for Raymond to accept him as Belle's fiancé, but he wasn't too worried about it. After all, the one he would marry was Belle and not her father. Chapter 896. I will give you the happiest of endings. William looked at the full-body mirror with a serious expression. Right now he was wearing black jeans, a white shirt, and black blazer jacket. This set of clothes highlighted his red hair and green eyes and made him look like a model that had come out of a fashion magazine. It's a bit embarrassing, but this might be the first time I've gone out on a date with someone, William muttered as he looked at his reflection in the mirror. He almost wanted to slap himself because he hadn't spent some quality time with his wives and lovers by taking them out on a date. I failed big time, William thought as he massaged his face with his hands. I'll definitely find some time and take them out on a date after I return to Hestia. There were occasions when he had spent some quality time with them on the beach, and inside his domain, but it was more of a recreational activity rather than a date. The closest thing to a date that he had experienced was when Haleth had toured him, Chiffon, and Lilith, in the port city of Alabaster. While the half-elf was busy reprimanding himself, the door of his room opened and a black-haired beauty wearing a black, one-piece dress, with a skirt that went down to her knees entered the room. William's breath was caught in his throat as he turned around to look at Belle, who was sizing him up and down. You look very handsome, Belle complimented. She then walked towards William and held onto his blazer jacket and gazed at his face with a sweet smile. And you look breathtaking, William replied as he wrapped his hand around Belle's waist. Maybe you should change to a more dull-looking dress. I don't want other men looking at you like hungry wolves that have been starving for days. Belle's smile widened. Then, you should do your best to keep them at bay. The only one I will allow to take a bite off me is you. Don't worry, if anyone dares, I will break their bones, William stated. The only way they can touch a strand of your hair is over my dead body. Belle frowned. She then pinched William's nose and gave the half-elf a serious gaze. Don't raise death flags, Belle admonished. I want a happily ever after. You can do that, can't you? I can and I will. Promise me. William took a step back and kneeled like a knight while holding Belle's right hand. I promise you that I will give you the happiest of endings. William vowed. Regardless of the obstacles that come our way, I will break all the walls that stand before me, just so I can be with you once again. The half-elf then kissed Belle's hand as if sealing his promise. It was at that moment when the two heard a squeal of happiness come from the direction of the door. Adele was recording William's pledge using her cell phone. Belle's mother was about to send the romantic video to all of her close friends in Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter in order to brag about her daughter's fiancé, when her phone was grabbed by an embarrassed Belle. The black-haired beauty was about to delete the video, but Adele managed to snatch back the phone. Before she did, a minute later, the two had started to negotiate with each other. In the end, the video wasn't deleted, but Adele wasn't allowed to post it or share it with anyone. William watched this scene with an amused expression on his face. Frankly, he didn't mind if Adele sent the video for the whole world to see. In fact, he would even support her if she did. That way, everyone would know that Belle was already taken. This would prevent those young masters from influential families from trying to get close to Belle, which would in turn make them suffer from William's face slapping. 10 minutes later, Adele waved at the couple who had boarded one of their family's cars. Although Belle came straight home after classes from the university, her girlfriends would always tell her about the places their boyfriends took them out on dates. She marked these places on her cell phone, and asked their family driver to drop them off at one of the most famous cafes in the city called Starbucks. As soon as William and Belle entered the cafe, they immediately caught the attention of everyone. Even the waitress, who had led the two to an empty seat in the shop's balcony, couldn't help but steal glances at the red-headed teenager who was oozing with pheromones. Just as the two were about to take their orders, two pretty ladies approached their tables with excited faces. Belle, is it really you? A pretty lady with short brown hair asked. Paula. Belle's eyes widened in shock because she didn't expect to see her two besties inside the cafe. You're here too, Hannah. What are the two of you doing here? The girl with shoulder-length black hair, who went by the name Hannah, smirked at Belle who was looking at them with a shocked expression. We should be the one asking you that, Hannah replied. We have tried to invite you to come here countless times already but you refused us each and every time. When we saw you enter the cafe, we almost didn't recognize you. Hannah then shifted her gaze to William and appraised the handsome young man with a critical gaze. So, this is your type of man, Hannah nodded. Not bad. As expected of our university's Belle, you have good taste. William smiled as he gazed at the two pretty girls beside Belle. He recognized the two of them because they had been friends with Belle for a very long time. In fact, he remembered them more than he remembered Belle, which made William shake his head helplessly. The memories that were being taken from him as of late were the important ones, which had Belle in them. Although he couldn't remember them, the fact that the black-haired beauty's two sidekicks were more familiar to him than his beloved made his liver itch. Paula, the girl with short brown hair, grabbed a nearby chair and sat casually beside Belle. Hannah followed suit, and the two ladies flanked the black-haired beauty on her left and right side. Belle, why did you suddenly disappear during the party yesterday? Paula pouted. Hannah and I went to look for you, but we never found you. That's right, Hannah nodded. I just took my eyes off you for a minute and the next minute you're gone. Of course, I also noticed that several of the good-looking guys had disappeared when you left and connected the dots. So, did you manage to escape from them? Yes, Belle answered. Sorry, many things happened so I was unable to say my goodbyes to the two of you. Ho ho ho, many things happened Paula's gaze shifted over to William as a mischievous smile appeared on her face. Does that something have red hair and green eyes? Belle's face became beet red because she couldn't possibly tell her besties that they were right. Unfortunately for her, the two pretty ladies had known her for a very long time and could read her expression like an open book. Paula and Hannah exchanged a knowing glance before staring at the red-headed teenager that was pretending to take a serious look at the menu of the cafe. Both girls knew that Belle wasn't someone who would come with just any man to a cafe. It was quite obvious to them that Belle had a good impression of the handsome man in front of them, and they were dying to know more about him. Just like Belle's parents, they thought that their best friend was asexual, and had no interest in the opposite sex. Many men had already confessed to her, but all of them were politely rejected by her. This was why William piqued their curiosity. They were like paparazzis who had found a juicy scoop. Because of this, the two girls decided to observe the handsome young man for now. Paula and Hannah wanted to know why their best friend, who had never had a relationship with any man, would suddenly wear a pretty dress and come to a cafe with the red-headed teenager that they were seeing for the first time in their lives. Chapter 897, Comparing the Sun and the Moon. How did the two of you meet? Hannah asked. Also, who confessed first? Paula added. William took a sip of his coffee before answering the questions of the two pretty ladies who were looking at him like reporters who discovered the biggest scoop in their lifetime. The half-elf smiled as he placed his coffee cup on the table. He was more than happy to answer their inquiry, and let them spread the news that Belle was his girlfriend. I met her when I visited the university to take the entrance exams, William answered. It was love at first sight. Unfortunately, the timing wasn't right. My parents suddenly had a job offer abroad, so they took me with them. However, before I left, I went to meet her one last time and confessed my feelings to her. She said that she would think about it, and we kept each other's contact numbers. As the years passed, our relationship became closer. After reaching a compromise with my parents, I decided to come back here to see her. I arrived yesterday and immediately invited her out on a date. Just between the three of us, I am also planning to propose to her. Wish me luck. The two pretty ladies squealed after hearing William's bold words. They never thought that Belle had been talking to a boy behind their backs, and he turned out to be quite the hunk. You said you are studying abroad. What kind of field are you pursuing? Paula asked. William paused for a while before answering the pretty lady's question. I am taking a veterinary course. A veterinarian? You must really like animals. What kind of animals do you like the most? Dogs or cats? I'm a cat lover myself. Goats and sheep, William answered. When I went abroad, I took up the hobby of shepherding goats and sheep in the countryside. Belle knew that William was using this opportunity to tell her things about what he did in the world of Hestia, so she decided to let her friends interrogate him. The half-elf had just taken another sip of his coffee to wet his throat when the mischievous girls decided to ask him a landmine question. Well, I heard that there are many pretty ladies abroad, Hannah said with a mischievous smile. I'm not saying that you are cheating on Belle, but did you ever encounter any beauties there that wanted you to become their boyfriend? William almost choked on the coffee that he had drunk. Fortunately, he had strong willpower and managed to return his coffee cup to the table with grace. And, did you agree to become their boyfriend? Paula pressed for answers. Please be honest. Depending on your answer, we may or may not allow you to have a relationship with Belle. William didn't want to lie, but he also knew that the standards of relationships in Hestia were different on Earth. It also took a while for him to get used to the idea of having multiple wives and lovers, so he was sure that he would face stiff opposition from the two pretty girls who were like mother hens protecting their precious egg. After thinking for a while, William decided to answer honestly, but before he could even voice out his thoughts, Belle took the initiative to come to his rescue. Paula, Hannah, stop interrogating my fiancé, Belle said with a pout. It took a lot of effort for William to come here, so the two of you better behave and not ruin our date. Fiancé, the two of you are engaged. The two pretty girls gasped in shock, which made the customers in the cafe all look in their direction. Seeing that everyone's gazes were on the two of them, Paula and Hannah covered their lips with their hands as they stared at William and Belle in shock and disbelief. Are the two of you really engaged? Paula asked after regaining her calm. Yes, Belle answered. The two of us are planning to get married in the future. We just need to let our parents handle the wedding preparations. When will the two of you get married? Hannah asked. Will both of you wait until you graduate from the university? William stared at Belle. He knew that marrying her right now would be impossible. Although Adele was supportive, Raymond still hadn't accepted him as Belle's fiancé. If possible, William didn't want to have any conflicts with his future in-laws. This was why he was busy thinking of ways he could patch up his relationship with Belle's father, Raymond. After a few more questions, the two pretty ladies stopped interrogating William and decided to shift their topic to the school trip that would happen in a week. It's quite a shame that outsiders aren't allowed to join our school trip to K-City, Paula said. I'm sure that all the boys will cry bitter tears once they know that you already have a fiancé. School trip? William asked. When exactly will this school trip happen? Hannah, who was still disappointed that she didn't get to hear William's answer to the question about the beauties abroad, decided to inform him about the school trip that would be happening in a week's time. Monday next week, the 4 classes that study business management in our university will go to K-City for a 4-day trip, Hannah replied. We will mostly be visiting the city's attractions like museums, theme parks, aquariums, etc. Belle doesn't want to go, but since she is the class president, she has no choice but to go. We will be staying at the Peninsula Hotel during our stay in K-City, Paula added. All expenses are paid by the university, so we intend to enjoy it to the fullest. William lightly tapped his finger on the table as he digested Hannah's words. Right now, he had no timers that would tell him when he would leave this world. For him, this was the perfect opportunity to spend some quality time with Belle. The half-elf knew that although he had appeared on Earth twice and met Belle, the chances of this happening was extremely rare. Peninsula Hotel, got it, William nodded. Don't tell me you are planning to go there as well? Paula asked. William smiled. Why not? Although I can't go on the same school bus as you girls, I can definitely go to the city and meet you in the attractions that you are going to visit. Belle, make sure to give me the schedule of your field trip when it becomes available. Belle nodded. Okay. Actually, she was also planning to tell William about the field trip that they would be having a week from now. Just like the half-elf, Belle also wanted to spend as much time as possible with her beloved. The two then stared at each other with affectionate gazes, which made the 2 sidekicks almost vomit sugar while looking at them. Well, this will certainly be the most interesting trip I will have this year. Paula chuckled internally. Just thinking about the commotion that will be caused when the boys and the girls of our class see William is enough to make me look forward to the trip even more. Hannah shared the same thoughts as Paula. However, unlike her friend, she was more interested in William rather than the commotion that would happen when Belle's admirer sees him. She had known Belle for many years, and had long understood that a handsome face was not enough to make her best friend act like a love-struck maiden who was unable to hide her feelings towards the boy who was seated across from them. Also, something was telling her that William wasn't an ordinary person. Hannah wanted to know if she was just overthinking things, or if the red-headed teenager in front of her was someone that had an extraordinary background. William, his name reminds me of that sickly boy that always stole glances at Belle when she was practicing archery, Hannah thought. The pretty lady had seen the sickly William many times in the past, and even had the opportunity to encourage the boy to confess to Belle. Hannah eyed William, unable to stop herself from comparing the 2 boys. One was like the sun, radiant and lively. The other was like the moon, pale and hidden in the darkness. I sure hope that this guy is seriously pursuing Belle, Hannah thought as she drank her iced coffee. Because if not, I will make sure that he regrets it for the rest of his life. Chapter 898. Redheads cannot be trusted. Are they still following us? Belle asked. William smiled as he lightly squeezed Belle's hand. Yes, your friends seem to really care about you. After leaving the cafe, William and Belle strolled through the city. They had no particular destination in mind, so they just randomly checked different places as they went. Paula and Hannah followed them from a distance while staying out of their sight. However, who was William? If such amateur stalking skills were to get past his detection, then his training in Hestia would have all been for naught. If you like, we can try to lose them, Belle proposed. William shook his head as he walked steadily. There's no need to lose them. If we suddenly disappear from their sights, they will certainly panic. Who knows, they might even do something reckless in their attempt to find you. Thank you, Will. You're welcome. By the way, are you tired? We can rest if you want. The half-elf was paying close attention to Belle's condition because he didn't know if she had already fully recovered from her ailment. Belle smiled as she held onto William's arm, as they walked side by side. I'm not as fragile as you think I am, Belle stated. Your heart is very strong and it has kept me safe all these years. I'm fine. William was doing his best to prevent himself from kissing the lady beside him because she had the knack for saying the things that made him happy. The 2 lovebirds had also attracted the attention of the people walking on the streets with them. Some of them even discreetly took a picture of the both of them, thinking that they were celebrities taking a stroll in the city. Several meters behind them, Paula and Hannah looked at this scene with complicated expressions on their faces. They were happy that Belle seemed to be having fun on her date with William, but they were also worried that the red-headed teenager might just be playing with Belle's heart. This was the first romantic relationship that their best friend had, and both girls were worried that William was just after Belle's beauty and the wealth of her family. They were afraid that once the boy had gotten what he wanted from their best friend, he would just toss her aside like a used rag. "Hannah, what do you think?" Paula asked as she eyed William from their hiding place. "Can he really make Belle happy?" "You saw her face in the cafe," Hannah replied. "She is smitten with William. They usually say that one's first love never works out. This is Belle's first time having a boyfriend, the possibility of them breaking up is high." "So, you mean that after he has had his way with her, he will call it quits?" "The possibility exists." "I knew it. Redheads cannot be trusted." Paula gnashed her teeth. "Come on. They're getting farther away. We might lose them if we don't hurry." Hannah nodded as she followed one of her besties from a distance to ensure that William wouldn't take her somewhere unusual. Several hours later, William and Belle sat on a bench in the park located at the center of the city. They had visited many shops, and even had several snacks along the way as they toured the city without any destination in mind. Now that their date was coming to an end, the two decided to just relax for the time being while looking at the flowers that bloomed in front of them. "So, among your wives, who is your favorite?" Belle asked before drinking the canned soda in her hand. "You must have a favorite." "No." William drank his own canned soda as he pondered Belle's question. He had never considered this matter before, because for him all of his wives and lovers were important. "Each of them has their own unique set of traits that make them special in my heart," William replied after giving the question some thought. "For example, Wendy, she was the one that first confessed her feelings for me. She also showed me that it was possible for me to fall in love all over again, so she's very special in my heart. Her straightforward attitude, along with her genuine feelings, made me feel that I am someone capable of loving others. Esta's my first best friend outside of Lant. Because she has been cursed, I never thought of her as a love interest. In fact, the transition from being best friends to lovers wasn't easy. She had held her feelings for me back for so many years, because she didn't know if the curse on her body was going to be lifted. However, in the end, we decided to give it a try. My feelings for Est are complicated to say the least. As a boy, he was firm and steadfast. You could even say that he is the dependable guy you can always count on when things go south. But, as a girl, she's way too innocent. I feel like I'm corrupting someone pure when I'm with her inside my sea of consciousness." Belle frowned. She didn't understand the term sea of consciousness, but decided to put it aside for the time being. She waited for William to organize his thoughts to continue his descriptions of his wives and lovers. The black-haired beauty wanted to know all of her love rival's characteristics, so she would be able to deal with them whenever William found a way to take her with him, or he brought his wives to Earth for her to meet them. "Then we have Ash." William smirked after remembering his beautiful mermaid bride that was hard on the outside, but very soft on the inside. "As a boy, he always bickered with me. He was like this rabid dog that would bite if you came close to his strike range. I swear that there were many occasions that I was tempted to give him a good beating in order to show him who's boss." Belle rolled her eyes at the red-headed teenager who was obviously bitten by the rabid dog that he was currently bad-mouthing. Of course, if Belle knew that Ash liked to bite Wills, then the black-haired beauty would definitely tease William for acquiring rabies. "But, she still became your wife, no?" Belle raised an eyebrow as he gazed at the half-elf beside her. "Yes," William answered as he held Belle's hand. He then pressed her hand over his chest, where the gem was embedded. "If it wasn't for her, you and I would have never met again in this lifetime." Belle's jealousy of Ash disappeared after hearing how she had saved William's life. William told her about the demons, invasion of the academy he was studying at, and the battle he had with the astral worm that had made his spiritual world collapse. "I will properly thank her when the two of us meet," Belle said softly as she rested her head on William's shoulder. William nodded his head in understanding before continuing his tale. "Then we have my master, Celine." William sighed after mentioning the name of his master whose whereabouts he was not aware of. "After reincarnating in Hestia, she was my first crush. She was the most beautiful lady that I had seen back then, and I couldn't count the number of times when I wished that she was my girlfriend." Belle snorted. "She must be really beautiful for you to have a crush on her." It's a shame that I am not able to see this elf who had turned you into a slave. Do you want to see her? William asked as he looked at his right side. Of course, not only her, but I want to see all of your wives. Well, I'm not sure if it will work, but it's worth a try. Belle blinked in confusion before looking at William's face, who was looking back at her with an expectant gaze. You can really make that happen? Belle asked. William smiled. I don't know, but we won't lose anything by trying. Let's go back. It's not safe to use that method out in the open. Belle was still unsure about what William was planning. However, if she could really see the people who also loved the red-headed teenager with all of their hearts, it would allow her to understand these mysterious ladies who were able to always be with him, back in the world he now called home. Chapter 899, Worries of the Heart. Before the two left the park, Belle called Paula's cell phone to tell them that she was going home with William. The two girls immediately felt embarrassed because their stalking plan had been discovered. After making sure that Belle and William were picked up by Belle's family chauffeur, the two pretty ladies also headed back to their own homes to rest. When William and Belle returned to the residence, they were greeted by a smiling Adele and a fuming Raymond. William could only sigh in his heart because his future father-in-law was a tough cookie to crack. He really wished that his grandpa James was here to talk to Belle's parents and handle the negotiations. The half-elf had full confidence that as long as James was able to step inside the residence, he would be able to fix Raymond's attitude and make Belle's father take the initiative to host the wedding as soon as possible. After changing her clothes, Belle went to talk to her mother, Adele, and told her that she would be staying in William's room until dinner, and they shouldn't be disturbed. Naturally, Raymond just happened to walk past the mother and daughter pair at that exact moment and heard Belle's words. Of course, his first reaction was to drag William out of their house and toss him out onto the streets, but Adele's glare stopped him in his tracks. Adele took the matter in her own hands and went to William's room alongside her husband and Belle. William, we need to talk, Adele said. Seeing his mother-in-law's serious expression, William felt that she didn't come into his room to give him a pat on the back. For taking Belle out on a date. What can I do for you, mother? William inquired. Adele walked until he was only a meter away from William and stared straight into his eyes. I can tell that you love Belle and that my daughter also loves you, but my husband and I are worried that the two of you might do something inappropriate when the two of you are alone together, Adele said. William, can you promise me that you will not cross that line when you are together with Belle? At least, don't cross it until both of you are married. Can you promise me this? The half-elf was well aware that the standards on Earth were vastly different from Hestia. Adele was a woman who deeply cared for her daughter, so she was willing to give William a chance. However, that trust had a bottom line. If the red-headed teenager broke that bottom line, even if Belle would hate her, she would definitely take the initiative to break the relationship of the two apart. William met Adele's gaze and nodded his head. If that is your wish, mother. I promise that I will not do anything inappropriate. Thank you, William. I'm glad that you understand. But, is kissing allowed? Of course. As long as you don't go below the belt, everything else is fair game. Understood. William nodded his head. I promise that I will not break your trust, mother. Adele patted William's shoulder. Good. I'm glad that my trust wasn't misplaced. Raymond felt slightly relieved because he knew how his wife operated. Adele was a businesswoman and trust was something that she prioritized above all. Once that trust was broken, no matter what the other party did to try and fix it, she wouldn't budge and break ties with them without batting an eye. William and Adele chatted for a little while longer before she dragged Raymond out of the room, leaving the two teenagers behind. Well then, let's start, William said as he locked the door of the room. He did this just to ensure that no one would interrupt them while he conducted his experiment. He then held Belle's hand and led her towards the bed. Lie down. William smiled as he lay down on the bed. It will be more comfortable this way. Belle had full trust in William, so she did what she was told. The half-elf then pulled the black-haired beauty in his embrace and asked her to close her eyes. You might experience a weird sensation, but bear with it, William stated as he pressed his forehead over Belle's. Synchronization. Belle felt light, as if she was floating in the air. A moment later, she opened her eyes and found herself in a blue world. Up above, she could see clear skies as far as the eyes could see stretched across the horizon. That sky was reflected on the crystal blue waters of the sea below her. If there was something in the scene that seemed out of place, it was the countless weapons that had embedded themselves in the sea, giving it an unusual beauty. At the center of it all was a clearing. There she saw a red-headed teenager looking up at her with a smile. "Welcome, Belle," William said. "This is my sea of consciousness. I will do my best to make sure that your stay will be an enjoyable experience." William made a pulling gesture, and Belle's body slowly descended from the sky. He also waved his hand to put a dress on Belle's body because she was practically naked inside his sea of consciousness. Although he would be more than happy to have intimate moments with her, now was not the time for that. He brought her here, so that she would be able to see his wives, and that was what he was going to do. After Belle was safely beside him, the half-elf once again waved his hand and a realistic image appeared before the two of them. Belle stared at the blonde-haired beauty that was happily playing tag with a husky-like dog with black fur. "She's my first wife Wendy," William said with a smile. The dog she was playing with is named Thor. Right now, she's in the southern continent and learning the secret arts of her family. William waved his hand once again, and a handsome boy with short, light brown hair and green eyes. "He is Est, my best friend, and lover." William then snapped his finger and Est transformed into a silver-haired beauty with crimson eyes that made Belle take a deep breath because of how charming she looked. "So, this is the girl that you are trying to corrupt?" Belle asked in a tone filled with sarcasm. "Are you going to train her to become your perfect wife?" William chuckled before shaking his head. "Est only acts like this when we are alone, but she is a very strong-willed person. However, I can't deny that I feel like I'm corrupting something precious whenever we are together. Even so, I have no intention of letting her go." Belle could tell the firm resolve in William's voice and realized that he really loved the silver-haired beauty that was looking back at him with a tender gaze. Soon, the image of Est disappeared and was replaced by a good-looking young man with brown hair and blue eyes. "Ian, my worst enemy when I was still young." William smirked. He then snapped his finger and the boy transformed into a beautiful mermaid with blue hair that fell upon her body like a waterfall. "Ash, the person who gave me half of her heart in order for me to live. Even now, I still can't believe that the two of us are already married." Belle appraised the mermaid in front of her and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. William had given her his heart, so that she could live. Ash had done the same, making her William's and Belle's benefactor. Deep inside, Belle had a feeling of superiority over William's wives and lovers because she was the one who held his heart. Not only figuratively, but literally as well. The strong heart that was beating in her chest that reminded her every day that she was alive and well. A heart that remained strong even though she had suffered depression due to William's death, which had also paved the path for their miraculous reunion. Now that she had seen the person who had done the same for her beloved, the superiority she felt vanished and was replaced by helplessness. She understood that even if she were together with William right now, it was only a matter of time before he returned to these beautiful ladies, who had carved their place in her lover's heart. To make matters worse, William was also losing his memories of her. This was something that Belle couldn't accept. Not only was she not together with him in his world, the memories that bound her to him were also fading away. If all of William's memories of her disappeared, then would his feelings for her also cease to exist? Belle didn't know the answer. She also didn't want to think about such a possibility. It was at that moment when she silently prayed to whatever gods that could hear her to allow her to stay in William's heart, even if his memories of her were to disappear completely. "What's wrong?" William asked because she noticed that Belle had gone completely silent. "Nothing," Belle answered as she hugged William. "Go on, you still have other wives and lovers to show me. Make sure not to miss any of them. I want to see the girls who will become my sisters when the time comes." William smiled as he once again waved his hand. He wasn't aware that the black-haired beauty beside him was feeling anxious due to the fear of being forgotten by the one person she wanted to spend her lifetime with. Chapter 900. She's legal, right? When Belle saw Princess Sidonie, she momentarily forgot the anxiousness and worry in her heart. Belle had often heard of beautiful women who could topple nations, but this was the first time that she was seeing someone who perfectly fit that description. The beautiful princess with long, reddish-brown hair was so charming that even Belle, who was a girl, felt strongly attracted to her. She couldn't believe that such a beautiful girl existed, and it made her question her own preferences. "Sidonie is a bit special, you see," William whispered in her ear. "There are very few individuals who can resist her alluring charms." The half-elf's words broke Belle out of her daze. Even so, she still wasn't able to tear her gaze from the princess who was one of William's wives. Only when William stepped forward to block her view did she completely regain her composure. She must be your favorite, right? Belle asked as she inwardly shuddered. Belle knew that she didn't fall short in the beauty department. Even in the face of William's other wives, she thought that she was at the same level as them. She had been pursued by countless young men in her university, and although she didn't want to admit it, she felt very proud of the fact that William had fallen in love with her. However, after seeing Princess Sidonie, she felt inferior. How could any man resist such beauty? Even she, a girl, had been charmed by her. Because of this, she had labeled the princess as her greatest rival when it came to gaining William's affection. No, William shook his head. Sidonie isn't my favorite. My favorite is you. It's the truth. Belle gazed at William's eye to look for any trace of falsehood in them, but the half-elf stared back at her with eyes filled with love and affection. After gazing at his eyes that only reflected her image, the black-haired beauty finally calmed down. I find it hard to believe that she's not your favorite, Belle replied, still half in doubt. Maybe you're just saying this to make me feel better. William chuckled because Belle's current attitude was almost the same as Lilith's when the two of them were strengthening their bond in the Deadlands. He had to admit that any girl would feel inferior when compared to his succubus wife, and there was nothing he could do about it. No, William held Belle's hand and gave it a light squeeze. I'm telling the truth. Belle sighed as she hugged William, and the latter patted her head until she felt better. You have to tell me how the two of you met, Belle insisted. Don't leave out any details. The half-elf smiled mischievously as he thought of Belle's reaction when he told her that Princess Sidonie's goal was to have his babies. William nodded. All right, I will, but after I introduce you to everyone, okay? I'm so tempted to slap you right now. Belle pulled back as he gazed at William in frustration. She knew that the half-elf had many wives, but after seeing 4 of them, she had the strong urge to strangle William and call him a womanizer. Just like Adele, Belle's concept of relationships still matched the standards of Earth. Although she had already prepared herself for this, she still found it hard to stomach that she had to share her beloved with so many women. After Princess Sidonie's image faded away, an adorable little girl with long pink hair appeared in front of Belle. The pink-haired girl was like a doll, which made the black-haired beauty's heart melt. She even subconsciously reached out to hug the little girl, but her hands just passed through her, which made her somewhat disappointed. Her name is Chiffon. She is half-dwarf, half-demon, and she is my 3rd wife, William said with a smile. Sidonie is actually my 4th wife. Do you know, when she found out that I married Chiffon before her, she threw a tantrum and talked to her grandfather so he would prepare a grand marriage as soon as possible for the 2 of us. You should have seen her back then. Belle hummed after listening to William's explanation. Like all girls, she liked cute things, and Chiffon was very cute. In fact, seeing her, Belle felt that she wouldn't mind sharing William with the adorable girl who made her feel fluffy inside. How old is she? Belle asked as he gazed at William. She's legal, right? William nodded. Chiffon is a few months older than me. Even so, she still has the habit of calling me big brother from time to time. You must really like that, don't you? Seeing that William refused to answer his question, Belle pouted. Even so, she didn't make a move to pinch William's waist, just like Ash did when she found him doing something behind her back. When the 2 of them parted a year ago, she had said that William could have 9 wives. It was too late to take her words back, and she couldn't really blame the half-elf because of the circumstances behind his wives and lovers. Chiffon's image disappeared and was replaced by the Amazon princess Lilith. Belle scrutinized the warrior princess and found that her body was well proportioned. Not only that, she exuded a very exotic feel due to her sun-kissed skin. The black-haired beauty could feel the strength radiating from Lilith's body even though it was just a projection. Among William's wives, she was the one that had the warrior feel to her, which made Belle realize that the half-elf had a wide selection of beauties that each had their own charm. So, she's your 5th wife? Belle asked. No, William shook her head. We're not married yet. Actually, we only became lovers just recently. Just recently. It's a bit complicated. I will tell you about it later. Belle nodded in understanding. Who's next? Go on. Don't hide anyone from me. William smiled and waved his hand. He had no intention of hiding any of his wives and lovers from Belle. For him, this was a good way for her to see her future best friends, when he found a way to bring her back to Hestia with him. Suddenly, a breathtaking beauty with long purple hair, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses appeared in front of them. She is my first master, Celine, William stated. She was my first love in Hestia. The beautiful elf looked like someone in her early 20s. Although she was wearing a conservative dress that covered her entire body, her curves still stood out, which made Belle understand William's attraction to her. Celine wasn't trying to make herself look attractive or anything, even her hair was tied up and hidden by a hat, to make her appear less beautiful. However, Belle knew that if Celine were to let her long hair fall freely down her back, and remove the gold-rimmed glasses on her face, it would make all the boys howl like wolves because of her surreal beauty. Tell me something, have the two of you done it? Belle asked without even looking at the boy beside him. She was still observing the purple-haired elf who seemed to be lost in her thoughts while looking at the clouds in the sky. How was it? Simply amazing. You're not holding back, aren't you? Belle inquired with a voice filled with sarcasm. Instead of answering, William pulled her in his embrace and hugged her tight. How was she with her hair down and her glasses removed? Belle asked as she rested her chin on William's shoulder. Breathtaking, William answered. I think that was the day when I truly fell head over heels for her. So, you love her more than you love me. I love you more. How many times must I say this? Belle lightly nibbled William's ears to vent out her frustration. After seeing so many beauties beside her beloved, she was really tempted to tie him up in bed, so he wouldn't be able to go anywhere. The black-haired beauty was starting to feel very jealous and she knew it. Even so, she couldn't do anything about it except nibble on the half-elf's ears to make him feel her helplessness. After 5 minutes, Belle finally had her fill and left William's ear alone. That's 6, is there anyone else? Belle asked as she stared back at Celine, who was now dozing off while standing up. William shook his head. There's no one else. Good. Belle sighed in relief. What she didn't know was that William still had one more possible candidate, which was Kathy. The mysterious pretty lady had told William that she would become his 9th wife, but without any definite proof, the half-elf couldn't take her words at face value. Because of this, he decided to not mention her to Belle. Okay, now, tell me everything that happened after we parted, Belle said. Don't hide anything. I want to know everything that happened to you. The two stayed inside William's sea of consciousness as he shared the memories of everything that happened to him with his beloved. Belle watched these scenes like a movie, while William narrated from the side. There were times when Belle would gasp in shock, there were times where she cried, and there were times when she waved her fist in anger. Several hours later, tears were streaming down the black-haired beauty's face after William's tale ended. She couldn't believe how much William had suffered in Hestia, while she was living her life in peace back on Earth. Thank you for continuing to love me. Also, thank you for doing your best to remember me. William's lips trembled when he heard Belle's words. It really had been hard on him to keep his memories of her. Even now, he still didn't know if he would still be able to remember her in a few years. It was at that moment when a pair of delicate hands cupped his face. William and Belle stared at each other with gazes that matched what they were feeling. Don't think of anything else, Belle said. Just think of me, that is enough. A second later, his lips were covered with Belle's own lips that hungered for his love. William had tossed his worries aside and returned her overflowing love for him. Inside that beautiful blue world, both of them held each other until the worries in their hearts subsided. They knew that when morning came, they would have to greet the new day with a smile on their faces. This was the only way they could keep on making happy memories, while the two of them were together. Memories that both of them wished would stay in their hearts till the end of time. Chapter 901, Public Enemy Number 1. Jack, please pull up on the side, Belle ordered. I will be walking to school from here with William. Understood, my lady, Jack replied. Should I take Sir William back to the residence after he drops you off at school? There's no need to do that, Sir Jack, William replied. There are some places that I am planning to visit. I will return to the residence with Belle later, so you don't need to pick her up. Very well, Jack nodded. I will inform Sir and Madam about this when I return, so they won't worry about the young lady's safety. Everyone in the residence had been told that William was their young lady's fiancé, and everyone made sure to stay away from the two in order for them to have some quality time together. After the car pulled up, William and Belle walked hand in hand towards the university where they had studied together. Belle was wearing the university's uniform, while William was wearing black jeans, a white shirt, and a gray blazer. This feels nice, William said as he walked hand in hand with Belle. Back then, I dreamed of walking hand in hand with you like this, but I was too scared to confess to you and get rejected. Do you regret it? Belle asked. A bit, William answered. The time we had together was simply too short. Belle wrapped her arm around William's shoulders as they walked together. I pray that our time together will be a little longer than what we had a year ago, Belle said. You'll tell me when you are about to leave, right? William nodded. He also didn't want to experience the heartbreaking scene that they shared last time. Back then, he wanted to stop time so badly, but he couldn't. Even now, with his powers, he was still unable to do it. That was why he wanted to treasure every moment he could while he was here on Earth. This was to ensure that he would have no regrets later on, even if he were to once again lose his memories of this time. Since the two were walking on the path leading to the academy, several of the students couldn't help but stare at them. Most of them recognized Belle. She was the most beautiful lady in the university and she had a good background as well. This made her the ideal candidate for the young men to pursue as their girlfriend, especially those heirs that belong to the upper circle of society. Who is that guy? Do you know him? A good-looking man wearing glasses asked his friend who was staring at the two from a distance. First time I've seen him with Belle, the young man with above-average looks replied. Judging by his hair color, he must be a foreigner. The ladies were also looking at William with flushed expressions on their faces. The red-headed teenager's hair and eyes were simply eye candy to the girls, and some of them secretly took a photo of him as they walked past them. As expected, you are gaining a lot of attention, Belle said softly. William smiled as he wrapped his arm around Belle and rested his hand on her waist. It is best to let them know that I am your man. Just as William intended, his action caused different reactions to come from the people around them. Some looked at them in surprise, while others looked in envy. The guys were also openly glaring at William for his audacity, which the half-elf brushed off like a passing breeze. This scene continued all the way to the gate of the university, where a small crowd had gathered. Those who had seen William and Belle walking like a couple had sent picture messages to their friends who were already inside the university. These people had immediately rushed to the gate in order to see the red-headed teenager, who had made their university's Belle look like a blooming flower that was watered with love. So, it's true, one of Belle's classmates muttered. Just who is that guy? Do you guys know him? The other boys shook their heads because they really didn't know who William was. When the two lovebirds arrived at the gates, William wrapped his arms around Belle and gave her a kiss on the cheek, which immediately made him public enemy number one for all the boys who had a crush on Belle. The girls on the other hand squealed in delight after seeing the handsome boy confidently kiss Belle in front of everyone. I will pick you up after school, William said as he stared into her eyes. Don't miss me too much, okay? I'll try, Belle replied. She knew what William was trying to do, so she decided to play along in order to make those who are pursuing her back away completely. I love you. Belle kissed William's cheeks, which made the girls squeal a second time. The boys on the other hand, felt their hearts break. After seeing this public display of attention, which made them very jealous and envious. William then glanced at the spectating boys who were looking at him as if he was the one that killed their family. The half-elf planned to give them the killing blow to ensure his claim on the girl who held his heart. My name is William and I am Belle's fiancé, William declared. Nice to meet all of you. After making his declaration, he gave Belle one last peck on the cheek before letting go of her body. Originally, he planned to kiss her on the lips in front of everyone, but he thought that it would be too much, so he compromised and gave her another kiss on the cheek instead. As expected, it had the desired effect that he was looking for, which made him look at the boys with a smug expression as if telling them that he's the chosen one and all of them could just suck an egg. Belle blushed because she didn't expect that William would not hold back the display of his affection in public. After that scene, Belle walked through the gate and waved at William one last time. Although she wished that she could skip school just to be with him, it was not possible. She had responsibilities to take care of, and many were relying on her to do the things that only she could do. The half-elf waved back and even blew her a flying kiss, which made all the boys want to stab him with kitchen knives. Paula and Hannah appeared and flanked the black-haired beauty on both sides as if they were her trusted bodyguards. Both girls glanced at William, who gave them a brief nod to acknowledge their presence. After Belle and her besties disappeared from view, William left the school with a spring in his steps. Just as he mentioned earlier, he planned to visit a few places while he was still in the city. One of those places was the orphanage where he had stayed in the past. He wanted to see if Belle's father, Raymond, had honored his word and supported the place where he had grown up, alongside with the children whom he had treated as his brothers and sisters, when he was still alive on Earth. Chapter 902, The Smiles Orphanage. Smiles Orphanage, William muttered as he looked at the place where he had been raised with love and care. Although there were times when the food wasn't that good because they didn't receive enough donations, it was still a place that William had called home. With a glance, William could tell that the white paint that now covered the outside had been done recently. It was a stark contrast to the old orphanage that he remembered, where the paint had already turned gray with some parts of it flaking off. His gaze then landed on the newly built steel gate, and the small guardhouse that was manned by 2 guards. Back then, there had only been one rusty old gate, and there had been no guardhouse. Seeing these improvements, the half-elf had to admit that Raymond had kept his promise and ensured that his old home was well taken care of. Approaching the gate, the 2 guards asked his reason for coming to the orphanage. William looked too young to adopt a child, so they didn't tag him as someone who would come to visit for an adoption. "I came here to personally give a donation," William said with a smile. "Can I meet the person in charge?" After hearing the words, "give a donation," the 2 guards' attitude completely changed and they enthusiastically allowed William to enter the premises of the orphanage. William sighed internally as he walked the familiar path that led to the entrance of the orphanage. A few years ago, the place looked so bare, but now, the path was littered with flowering plants and trees, making the surroundings look more alive. After arriving at the main entrance, a chubby, middle-aged woman wearing glasses greeted William. William noticed the 2 small children clinging to her legs. Though he didn't recognize the 2 of them, he estimated that both of the children were around 5 to 6 years old. She was none other than the director of the orphanage, whom William and the other kids called Mama Beth. William wanted to hug the kind woman who had taken good care of him all these years, but he forced himself to hold back as he greeted her with a smile. "Good morning. My name is William Von Ainsworth, and I have come to give a donation," William said. Upon hearing the name William, a sad expression momentarily passed across Beth's face before she tried to force herself to smile. "My name is Beth, and I am the director of Smiles Orphanage," Beth replied. "Thank you for taking the time to come to our humble orphanage. Please, let's talk in my office." Beth held the hands of both children as they walked beside her. William followed a few steps behind the 3 as he observed the inside of the orphanage. Things were almost the same, except that the interior of the orphanage had also been repainted to look new. The children were wearing clean and proper clothes, and their laughter could be heard in the hallway, which made William feel at ease. It made him feel that what he did was worth it. Before arriving at the office, Beth entrusted the 2 children to one of the staff, so that she could talk to William in private. "Please, take a seat," Beth said as she sat on her chair. She eyed William with a calm expression on her face, but deep inside she wasn't feeling calm. The boy in front of her greatly reminded her of the boy who had passed away in order to give all of them a better life. William may have been sickly, but he was a very hard-working boy. All the kids in the orphanage looked up to him. This made it very hard for Beth to break the news of his passing to them. In the end she told everyone that William had been adopted by a good family, and had to be taken abroad as soon as possible to cure his illness. Although the children dearly missed him, the thought of their big brother being adopted by a good family made them happy. After reminiscing for a while, Beth pulled herself back to reality and smiled at the red-headed teenager, who was looking at her with a tender gaze. This was the first time she was meeting the handsome boy, but for some odd reason, she had a feeling that they had known each other for a very long time. "I came here to give my donation," William stated as he handed a check to Beth with both hands. "Here, please accept this." "Thank why?" Beth wasn't able to finish her words because of shock. After she received the check from William's hands, her eyes subconsciously locked on to the amount of money written on it, and it made her body shudder. $250 million. The director of the orphanage almost dropped the check in her hand due to her surprise. William, I'm sorry, but you shouldn't play a prank on this old lady. Are you planning to give me a heart attack? This check is real, Miss Beth, William replied. Of course, if you are still doubting whether this money is real or not, I can just have it directly transferred to the orphanage's bank account. Please, just transfer it directly to our account, Beth stuttered. I'm afraid that I might lose this check on my way to the bank. She was still half in doubt if William was telling the truth or not, so she decided to play it safe. The middle-aged lady knew that she would be heartbroken if the boy in front of her was just teasing her, and let her go on a fool's errand. William nodded in understanding. He had considered that this scenario might happen, so he decided to just let Adele handle the bank transfer. Raymond had already injected a good amount of money into the orphanage, so his credibility would be higher compared to William's. Before the half-elf had accompanied Belle to school, William had a private talk with Adele. He asked for some money in exchange for the gold bars in his possession. Adele almost lost her composure when William presented her with 2 suitcases of gold bars. Naturally, this gold came from the resources that he had commandeered when he was still in the southern continent, and negotiating with Princess Sidoni during the war with the elves. He had acquired several mines in the process, and among them were 3 gold mines. The Requiem ants had helped him mine these resources and process them into gold bars for him. This gave the half-elf unprecedented riches, which he didn't plan to share with his grandpa James because both of them were 2 peas in a pod. The Ainsworth family seemed to have a popular saying that went along the lines of, "What is yours is mine, and what is mine alone." Since that was the case, he would just hoard all the gold he could get, and hide it from the old coot, who always told him that their family was poor. After a series of negotiations, Adele decided to give William the base price of 255 million for the gold bars in his possession. The half-elf didn't plan to bargain because these were Belle's parents, who would also be his in-laws in the future. Naturally, if his in-laws were happy, he would be happy as well. What William didn't know was that after he had left with Belle to school, Adele hurriedly told her husband about his exchange with the half-elf. After confirming the authenticity of the gold bars, Raymond's impression of William changed. He had originally been worried that the red-headed teenager was a country bumpkin whose sole intention was to marry his daughter because of her duty and their wealth. The thought of William mooching off on their family fortune made Raymond quite dissatisfied with the boy. But now, things had changed. After seeing that the red-headed teenager could casually exchange 2 briefcases of gold bars with his wife, Raymond had to re-evaluate the person who claimed to be Belle's fiancé. After regaining her composure and giving an apology to William, Beth took her guest on a tour of the orphanage. They visited the dining area, the playground, the bedrooms, the prayer rooms, as well as the other facilities that were recently added to the orphanage, like the badminton court. William couldn't help but smile when he saw the children playing badminton outside the orphanage. All of them were having fun. It was at that moment when one of the guards that was stationed at the gate came running towards Beth and whispered something in her ear. "I didn't ask for a delivery of toys," Beth said. "Are you sure that they didn't get the wrong address?" "No, Miss Beth," the guard replied. "The address written in their form is the address of this orphanage." "But, I didn't make any orders for toys," Beth shook her head firmly. While the director of the orphanage and guard were unsure about what to do, William spoke up and cleared their confusion. "I was the one that asked for those toys to be delivered here," William stated. "Don't worry, those toys have already been paid for." Before William went to the orphanage, he visited the largest toy store in the city and bought toys in bulk. He then asked them to be delivered at the Smiles orphanage to serve as a gift to his brothers and sisters. Beth stared at William in disbelief. She was starting to wonder if she was dreaming or not. Fortunately, after giving herself a pinch, she realized that this was not a dream but reality. With the red-headed teenager taking the lead, the toys that he had bought were distributed to all the children in the orphanage, which made the kids extremely happy. Beth had tears streaming down the side of her face when she saw the happiness in the children's faces. For a brief moment, Beth thought she saw the sickly William's image overlap with the handsome, red-headed teenager who was handing a little doll to a 3-year-old girl with a doting smile on his face. Chapter 903, They're Poking the Wrong Tree. "Thank you very much for your donation, William." Beth gave William a respectful bow, which the half-elf had no way to decline. "You're welcome, Miss Beth," William replied. "I am glad that the Smiles Orphanage is doing its best to bring smiles to the children inside it. If fate wills it, I will come and visit again. We will be waiting for you, Sir William. Goodbye and, please, take good care of your health, Director." William smiled as he waved at the children who were standing behind the gate and waving at him. All of them were holding the toys in their hands, which made the half-elf feel that a burden had been taken off his shoulders. After taking his leave, he wandered aimlessly as he waited for Belle's classes to end. Adele had given him a special credit card that had 5 million on it. With money on hand, he bought toys for the children, and still had plenty left to spare. As he walked around the city, he came upon a bike shop and thought of buying one to use for travels. Right now, he didn't have a license, so he couldn't use motorcycles. "Sir, I want to buy this bike with a passenger seat attached on the back," William said as he handed his card over to the salesman. The buying process was smooth, and after a few minutes, William was touring the city on his new bike. William had lost several memories, and some of them had been his favorite places in the city. There were times when he would unknowingly get lost after going to places that he had forgotten. While the half-elf was touring memory lane, or what was left of his memories, Belle was having lunch with her two best friends, Paula and Hannah. After William's bold move at the school gates, the rumor of Belle dating a handsome, red-headed foreigner spread like wildfire. Naturally, this made all of Belle's admirers use their connections in an attempt to find out William's true identity. However, all of their search came to a dead end, which made all of them frustrated. "We can't let this happen," a handsome guy with glasses said as he ate lunch with his love rivals. "We need to teach that boy a lesson." "I agree," another good-looking man that seemed to be a model commented. "He should know his place." "I have an idea. According to one of my acquaintances, that boy will be back after classes end," a guy with sharp features stated. "How about we send some people to beat him up?" "Let's do that. I'll contact the gang that our family sponsors. I know a martial artist for hire. I'll get him here before school ends." More than a dozen second-generation rich kids banded together in order to form a united front against the red-headed teenager who had struck their bottom line. None of them knew how far William and Belle had gone in their relationship, and they had no intention of finding out. After their love rival had openly declared that he was Belle's fiancé, everyone in the university knew that a storm was coming. Paula and Hannah didn't need to pay attention to their surroundings because they already knew that Belle and William were the current talk of the entire university. "Belle, I think it is best that you tell William to not pick you up after school," Paula said. Even though she was still unsure about whether William was being serious with his relationship with Belle or not, she didn't want the red-headed teenager to get hurt by the people who were madly in love with Belle. "Paula is right," Hannah commented. "It is too dangerous for him to come and pick you up when classes end." Belle understood their worries, so she decided to video call William and tell him not to pick her up later. After the call connected, the handsome half-elf appeared on the screen and gave Belle a mischievous smile in greeting. "Missed me?" William asked. "A little bit," Belle replied helplessly at the handsome half-elf who was giving her a teasing look. "Yes, so, don't think too highly of yourself." William chuckled, and it sounded like music in Belle's ears. If not for Hannah tugging on her arm, she would have forgotten the reason why she had called her beloved in the first place. "Will, I don't think it's a good idea for you to pick me up later," Belle said after regaining her composure. "It's dangerous." William smirked. "Don't tell me that your admirers are planning to gang up on me after school." "How did you know?" "Well, I would have done the same in their place. Anyone who dares make a move on you, I'll beat them up real good." Belle felt something warm spread inside her chest after hearing William's declaration. She had seen how he fought against those who had tried to take his lovers away from him, and she would be lying if she said that she didn't feel envious of them. "Just wait for me," William said with a confident smile plastered on his face. "No one in this world can prevent me from picking up my fiancé from school." "Be careful, okay? You should tell that to your admirers. They're poking the wrong tree." After the serious talk was over, Belle asked William what he did after he left the school. The half-elf narrated the events that had happened at the orphanage, in addition to showing her the bike he'd bought so that he could use it to pick her up later. Paula and Hannah listened to their conversation as they ate their lunch beside their bestie who was now focused on chatting with her fiancé. "I'm going to hang up," Belle smiled. "Classes will start soon." "Okay." William nodded. "We will continue what we started last night." "Sorry, but I'm not going to let you get any sleep tonight." Paula, who had just taken a sip of her iced tea, almost choked after hearing William's words. Hannah, on the other hand, blushed because she didn't expect that William and Belle were already at that stage of their relationship. Belle, who had realized William's motive, only shook her head helplessly before admonishing the half-elf who was doing his best not to chuckle. "Don't say things that can be misunderstood," Belle admonished. "Paula is coughing right now because of what you said. Also, take a look at Hannah. Her face is as red as a tomato." "My bad," William replied. "All right, I'll hang up and meet you later." "Don't be late." "Okay, I won't. I'll be there like your knight in shining armor, riding on a brand new bicycle with a 2-year insurance plan." Belle giggled after hearing William's comedic antics. She then disconnected the call and looked apologetically at her two besties that were looking at her with injustice. Someday, I will get your fiancé back for that. Paula pouted. I'll give him a good beating. Don't, Belle replied. The one who will get beaten up is you instead. HMPH. Let's see if he can still keep that smile on his face later, Paula commented hatefully. Belle, you'd better be prepared to call an ambulance later, okay? I'm afraid that your fiancé's face will be used as a rag to clean the floor. Belle looked troubled after hearing Paula's words. Her two best friends exchanged a glance at each other because they thought that Belle was really thinking about calling an ambulance for William. What they didn't know was that Belle was really considering calling her father, Raymond, to send some ambulances to the university after school. These ambulances would ensure that the people who tried to attack her beloved would not accidentally kick the bucket after receiving one of William's blows, which could easily shatter a boulder to pieces. Chapter 904, Face-Slapping School of Martial Arts. Belle, this is bad. Like really bad. Paula sent a video call to Belle as she pointed the camera at the dozens of men wearing black suits outside their university gates. Aside from them, there are also burly guys that screamed the, "I am a gangster," vibe that made Paula feel anxious for William's safety. Several other men were also here, Paula reported in a shaky voice. One of them is this year's MMA champion. Looking at his expression, he seems to be here to deal with your fiancé. Tell William to not come to the university, or he might end up getting beaten to death. Belle blinked as she looked at the intimidating men that numbered over 100, camping outside their university gates. If she hadn't seen William's memories of his life in Hestia, she might have become worried for her beloved. However, after seeing those wars which William had fought head-on, Belle felt that the number of people that came to try and beat her fiancé to death was underwhelming. In fact, what Belle was worried about was William getting carried away and punching a hole in their bodies. Okay, I'll send him a message to not accidentally kill anyone, Belle replied. Huh, what are you talking about? Paula became confused after hearing Belle's reply. Are you so blinded by love that you can't understand the current situation? Belle, if you really love William, tell him not to, OMG. He's already here, it's too late. Just as Paula was about to urge Belle to tell William to change his plans, the red-headed teenager appeared in her vision while riding a bike. After seeing Paula in the distance, William smiled and even waved at her, which made Belle's best friend suddenly have the urge to throw her cell phone into his face. Several students of the university had also gathered at the gate, including the masterminds that had called their subordinates to beat up William and make him understand his place. The crowd that had gathered already expected something like this would happen, and were even looking forward to a wonderful show. The security guards of the university were in a bind. They didn't have enough manpower to challenge the men in black suits, gangsters, MMA champion, and other martial artists that had gathered in front of their university gate. Just for the sake of one person, this is overkill. I know, right? Belle's fiancé will definitely not show his face here again after today. He'll be lucky if the ambulance arrives here on time after he gets beaten. There's a good chance that they'll beat him until he's half dead. Poor guy, he should have kept his relationship with our university's Belle a secret. Being low-key is the best. Several students chatted with each other as they looked pitifully at Belle's fiancé, who seemed to have no idea what was happening in his surroundings. The men didn't do anything until he reached the gate of the university. They merely formed an encirclement to prevent him from escaping their grasp, while waiting for their young masters to give the signal to attack. I'm here at the gate, William said while talking to Belle on his cell phone. Let's hurry up and go home. I'm not going to let you get any sleep tonight. A pin-drop silence suddenly fell on the gate after everyone heard William's words. The half-elf didn't bother to lower his voice. In fact, he even raised it in fear that the students would not be able to hear him. Belle, who was on the other side of the call, blushed and even cursed William internally for purposely making trouble. In the end, she could only shake her head as she told him that she would be at the gates in 10 minutes. Just as soon as William ended the call, a handsome guy wearing glasses walked towards him. So, you are Belle's fiancé, correct? The handsome guy asked as he fixed the glasses on his face using his middle finger. Yes, William replied. What can I do for you? The handsome guy smirked as he raised his hand. Well, for starters, how about you kneel and beg for mercy? And why should I do that? Because if you don't, you'll be sorry. William sighed as he got off his bicycle and leaned it on the wall beside the gate. And how exactly do you plan to make me sorry? William asked as he flipped his hair. The red-headed teenager's display of arrogance made some of the girls looking at him squeal internally. The guys, on the other hand, clicked their tongues and waited for the stupid boy to get gangbanged to oblivion. "It's either you are very brave or very stupid," the handsome guy wearing glasses said. "I wonder which is it. Oh, please, can you not be a pussy and just tell me what you want?" William replied, "Didn't you hear me earlier? I said I want you to kneel and beg for mercy. How about you kneel and beg for mercy, while I'm still in a good mood?" The handsome guy sneered as he pointed his hand at the red-headed teenager who didn't know who he was dealing with. "Impudent fool, make him kneel for me," the handsome guy ordered. "Yes, young master," a man wearing a black suit stepped forward. He was one of the bodyguards of the handsome guy, and had already been told about the current situation. The other bodyguards only crossed their arms and sniggered. For them, ganging up on a mere teenager was beneath them, so their comrade alone would suffice. When the man was only a meter away from William, his body suddenly stiffened before collapsing on the ground, unconscious. Everything happened so fast and no one present knew what happened. "That's it?" William asked as he walked towards the handsome man who still had no idea what happened to one of his bodyguards. Sensing a threat to his young master's life, the other bodyguard grabbed the handsome guy wearing glasses and backed away before giving out his orders to his men. "Get him, don't hold back," the bodyguard shouted. Seeing their fallen comrade, the over a dozen men wearing black suits stormed William like a proper unit. All of them were veterans in the trade and knew how to fight as a group. Although they felt it a bit shameful to attack the boy together, their superior's order was absolute. William yawned and covered his mouth with his left hand, as the men approached him from all sides. Each of the bodyguards then unleashed a blow aimed at different parts of the boy's body, in order to bring him to his knees. It was at that moment when a resounding slap was heard at the gate of the university, and what followed next made everyone gasp in disbelief. The red-headed teenager slapped the nearest man with his right hand and sent him flying a few meters away. Several more slapping sounds spread in the surroundings as the half-elf slapped all the bodyguards like pesky flies, and sent them flying in different directions. William had controlled his strength properly, and even applied a healing spell on his hand, so although the bodyguards were sent flying, their injuries were healed right away. The handsome guy wearing glasses looked at this scene in disbelief. He was not the only one who thought the same way. All that were present at the scene, including Belle's best friend Paula, were looking at William with their mouths agape. Just what the fuck happened? That was everyone's thoughts at the moment as they watched the half-elf in awe. "Well, who's next?" William asked. "I'm sure you didn't come here to watch, right? Come, I only used 1% of my strength." While everyone was still trying to digest what happened, the MMA champion walked towards William with a serious expression on his face. "What school of martial arts are you using?" the MMA champion asked. "Face-slapping school of martial arts," William answered. "My name is Chad, and I'd like to challenge you to a duel." "What a Chad. Alright, my name is William. I'll do my best not to hurt you too much." Everyone recognized the MMA champion, Chad, because he had been the talk of the town after winning the championship a month ago. Every aspiring MMA fighter looked up to him, and even went to his training gym in order to receive pointers from him. However, in front of William, Chad knew that he was fighting against another master. He couldn't afford to be careless, because he was putting his name and reputation on the line. "Here I come," Chad shouted as he charged towards William with the intention of giving him one of his ultimate combo moves that had paved the way for him to become a champion. "Come at me, bro." William smirked as he prepared to knock the guy unconscious. However, something unexpected happened that Chad and William didn't expect. The gangsters had also entered the fray brandishing their steel pipes at William. They were natural law breakers, so they didn't care about rules or anything. This sudden act of violence made the girls in the crowd scream as they covered their eyes to prevent themselves from seeing a gruesome scene of William getting beaten up to a pulp. The half-elf ignored the gangsters, and just focused on the man in front of him. He was wondering what Chad was going to do in this situation. The MMA champion immediately stopped his attack and backed away. He was tempted to help William deal with the gangsters, but he knew that these people were the unruly bunch. In order to not be targeted by their backers, he decided to just back off, while feeling sorry for William. "Good choice," William said before reaching out to grab the steel bar that was descending on his head. The gangster's eyes widened in shock when he saw that his attack was completely blocked by the red-headed teenager, who held his steel bar in a vice grip. Time to clean up the trash first, William said as he grinned evilly. Although he felt a little guilty for bullying weaklings, it was also the perfect opportunity to show everyone who they were dealing with. As Belle's fiancé, he needed to make them understand that he was not a pushover. He also wanted everyone to know that Belle made the right choice in choosing him as her significant other. A few moments later, several screams filled with pain reverberated in the surroundings. Paula gulped as she saw the bodies of the gangsters fly several meters away after receiving a palm strike from William. It was at that moment when she realized that her best friend's fiancé was not the ordinary country bumpkin she thought he would be. Chapter 905, Do You Know Who I Am? Unlike the bodyguards, William made sure that the gangsters would be in a world of pain after they received his palm strikes. Although he controlled his strength, he made sure to break their arms, so they would never be able to hold a weapon again in their lives. William had no mercy for ruthless people, especially those who attacked him with the intention of killing him. Howls of pain permeated the surroundings as the gangsters held onto their broken arms. Even with the best medicine in the world, they would never be able to use it again because William had made sure that they would be crippled for life. After dealing with the pests in his surroundings, William cracked his knuckles before glancing at Chad, who stood several meters away from him. "Okay, let's go for round 2, William said with a devilish smile. "Come at me, bro." Chad waved his hand in a friendly manner. "I'll pass. No need to fight anymore. I don't want to end my career just yet. If I knew that I was being pitted against this monster, I would have never come here." These were the thoughts that were playing in Chad's head as he looked at the red-headed teenager in front of him. "Fine by me." William shrugged before walking towards the handsome guy with glasses who was shuddering behind the bodyguard protecting him. "You were saying earlier that I should kneel and beg for mercy, right?" William asked as he cracked his knuckles. That was just a joke," the handsome guy hurriedly said as his teeth chattered in fright. "I was just joking." "Oh, it was just a joke then?" "Why yes, it was just a joke." William chuckled as he continued to walk towards the handsome guy with glasses. "Stop." The bodyguard hurriedly stood in between his employer and the red-headed teenager who had the smile of a devil on his face. "Don't come any closer. You don't know who my young master is. You're in the way," William said as he casually slapped the bodyguard, sending him flying towards the side unconscious. Seeing his last line of defense broken, the boy collapsed and fell on his bum, while looking at William with horror. I'm sorry, please, forgive me," the handsome guy pleaded. "Stay away." As one of the sons of the richest people in the city, he prided himself for being above others. He had never encountered someone that could threaten his life because he was always surrounded by dozens of bodyguards. However, today, his worldview changed completely as he stared at the red-headed monster who was looking down on him with eyes that were void of mercy. William crouched down and lightly tapped the handsome guy's cheek with his hand. "Do you know who I am?" William asked in a tone that carried an underlying killing intent that was enough to paralyze the handsome guy's body. "I'm Miss Belle's fiancé," the handsome guy answered. "That's right, I am her fiancé, so, stay away from her, okay?" "Why yes, I will, I promise." William's killing intent was not something that an ordinary person could handle. If he wished for it, he could traumatize someone and make them go crazy for life. William then moved his head closer to the handsome guy and whispered something in his ears. "If I see you going near my girl, I will find you and kill you. Do I make myself clear?" William whispered. The man was overcome with panic and fear that he couldn't even answer William's simple question. Because of his current mental state, he had pissed himself out of fright, as William's words made his whole body tremble. The half-elf knew that the handsome guy was near his breaking point, so he backed away, allowing the latter to take a breather. The handsome guy's tears and snot were freely flowing down his face and he no longer looked as cool and suave like he always did. William then scanned the crowd of students who were looking at him with fearful eyes. "Is there anyone else?" William asked with a dazzling smile on his face. "I am going out on a date with my fiancé, so if any of you still have any complaints, please step forward." All the students unconsciously took a step back after hearing William's words. Even those who had planned to teach him a lesson had all lost their confidence. They no longer wanted to have any connection with the red-headed teenager whom they had branded as a monster, since he didn't even bat an eye when breaking people's arms. "Will, I'm here," Belle said when she arrived at the gates. The people blocking her way created a path for her, and she moved towards her beloved with a sweet smile on her face. "What took you so long?" William inquired before kissing her cheeks. I called my father so he can send some ambulances here. You held back, right? Of course. If I didn't, all of them would have turned into meat paste already. I only used 1% of my strength. Good. Belle kissed William's cheek before handing her bag to him. Shall we go? Of course, my lady. William grinned as he held her hand, and led her toward his bike. After Belle had sat on the passenger seat, she wrapped her arms around William's waist to secure herself in place. Paula, Hannah, see you tomorrow, Belle said as she waved at her friends, who were too shocked to react to her farewell. See you guys tomorrow, William commented as he gave Belle's two besties a brief nod before pedaling away. Only when the two lovebirds had disappeared from sight did everyone manage to breathe normally. A heated discussion immediately ensued as the students talked about what had just transpired before their eyes. The guys were in awe of William's strength. Some of them even fervently wished that they could be just like the red-headed teenager, who was like one of those martial arts experts in the movies. Did you see that? That guy must be a hidden martial arts master. Damn, is he perhaps accepting disciples? So, this is why our university bell has fallen for him. Now it all makes sense. How can our number one beauty just choose a random guy on the street? William's performance also affected the ladies who had watched everything from start to finish. The majority of them were Belle's classmates and they envied the beautiful lady because not only was her fiancé handsome, he was also strong enough to protect her. He's so dreamy. Why are all the good men taken? I wonder, does he have a brother? I don't mind if there is an age gap. I just want someone like him. Just looking at his red hair, he must be a foreigner. Maybe we should ask Belle later if he could introduce us to guys like him. I want my own handsome redhead, too. Paula and Hannah glanced at each other with complicated looks on their faces. Both of them knew that when morning came, the students of the university would not look at William and Belle the same way again. Chapter 906. Are you human? Raymond frowned after seeing the video that was sent to him by the agent that he had tasked to follow William. He was watching the scene in super slow motion, in the hope that he could understand how a red-headed teenager was able to single-handedly beat all the people that had tried to assault him in the university. Adele was sitting beside him and paid extra attention to her future son-in-law's performance. The first bodyguard that had tried to attack William collapsed just before he was able to touch the boy. In the slow-motion video, they saw the red-headed teenager tap the man's chin using a finger to knock him unconscious. This move couldn't be seen if you were watching the video using normal speeds, which made Belle's parents get a better understanding of the boy's fighting prowess. The next scene where William sent the bodyguards flying in different directions with a slap made Raymond's liver itch. For some reason, he imagined himself getting hit by one of those slaps, if he pissed the red-headed teenager by getting in the way of his relationship with his daughter. Adele, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow because her earlier suspicions were confirmed. William wasn't someone ordinary, and he was more than capable of protecting her daughter. Not only does he have stacks of gold bars, his fighting ability is also amazing, Adele said. I guess our daughter managed to get a good boyfriend. What do you think? Raymond snorted. Those who resort to violence to handle situations will not have a good ending. Dear, he was only using self-defense. It doesn't matter if it's self-defense or not. He should have done things civilly and talked things out. Adele shook her head. Raymond, you and I both know that those punks didn't go there to talk civilly. They came to hurt him. William only acted to defend himself. Raymond understood this point, but he still didn't like William. This was a natural reaction to fathers that had raised their daughters in an overprotective manner, so Adele could only sigh as she continued to watch the video. I think we should have a good talk with William when he gets back, Adele commented after watching everything. I want to know his family background. I agree. We need to determine what kind of background this boy has. If his family has a shady background, I won't hand Belle over to him even if she resents me for life. Dear, do you really want to get in the way of our daughter's happiness? Do you want her to revert to that depressed state? Are you sure that is what you want to happen? Raymond got tongue-tied and had no rebuttal to his wife's questions. He had completely forgotten that Belle had just recovered from her depression. It was a dark and difficult time for their family because the black-haired beauty seemed to have lost all will to live. This was why they decided to let her stay in the countryside for the time being, in the hope that the fresh air and beautiful scenery would help her recover from her depressed state. Raymond sighed deeply. He was like a deflated balloon that had lost all the anger he had for William. He would rather let Belle marry the red-headed teenager than watch her wither away like a dying flower. It was at that moment when a warm and assuring hand held his own. "I think it's time for us to respect our daughter's decision," Adele said softly. "I know that it's difficult, but we have to let her go. We can't let her stay trapped in a cage all her life. Doing so will be too cruel." Raymond lowered his head as he lightly squeezed Adele's hand. "Give me some time, okay? Give me your answer after Belle's school trip." William and Belle had an early dinner before continuing to tour the city while riding the bike. They were not aware of the commotion that had happened at the school after they had left. Several ambulances arrived at the scene, and brought the injured people to the hospital that Belle's father owned. Everyone was talking about William's one-sided face slapping, and the rumor of him being a martial arts master had become the talk of everyone in the university. Aside from that rumor, several stories of how William and Belle met also started to spread like wildfire. Some said that William had saved Belle from a group of bad guys when she went to the countryside to take a vacation. Others said that William and Belle met after the black-haired beauty went on a pilgrimage to visit the temple where the red-headed teenager was practicing martial arts, and both of them fell in love at first sight. There were other variations of the story, but all of them had one in common. All of them stated that William had saved Belle, and in order to reward his bravery, she decided to marry him. These stories made the ladies hold their cheeks in embarrassment and left them wishing that someone like William would appear in their lives. Paula and Hannah weren't able to escape the countless inquiries from friends and acquaintances, asking them for any information they had about William. Even if the two girls said that they didn't know anything about him, none of their friends and acquaintances believed them. Paula was so frustrated that she started to curse the red-headed teenager to the high heavens for making life difficult for her. While all of this was happening, the two lovebirds were spending some quality time with each other. The half-elf was aware that he was being followed, but he didn't try to shake the agent that was hired by Raymond to follow him. Right now, he wanted his future in-laws to trust him, so he behaved properly and allowed the agent to tail him. Belle was not aware that there was an extra set of eyes that were following them from behind. She was too happy to worry about anything around her, and simply rested her head on William's back, while the half-elf toured her around the city. "Let's go back," William said. "Mother and father might get worried." Belle giggled because her beloved had already started calling her parents mother and father. This made her feel at peace because this proved how serious William was when it came to their relationship. "Okay," Belle replied. "Where will we be sleeping tonight? In your room, or in mine?" "Let's sleep in your room this time," William answered. "I will sneak in when everyone is asleep and leave before everyone wakes up." Belle nodded her head. With Adele's blessing, the two would usually spend their time together in William's room. He had promised that he wouldn't do anything inappropriate to Belle, and he had stayed true to his word. The two of them only kissed and held each other, and didn't nudge the other to go any further. Although it was frustrating for William, he knew that Belle was also not ready to take that final step that would allow the two of them to become one. Because of this, William didn't insist and just went with the flow. Although there wasn't a timer or anything, William knew that he couldn't stay on Earth forever. This was why he was hoping that, before he returned to Hestia, Belle's parents would finally give him their blessings. When the two returned to the residence, they found Adele and Raymond in the living room waiting for their arrival. "William, come with us to the library," Adele said. "There are a few things that I want to ask you. Also, Belle, go back to your room and change. Your father and I want to have a private talk with William." Belle nodded before heading towards the stairs. She knew that her mother was on her side, so she wasn't worried about her talk with William. Raymond kept his silence and only followed behind his wife as they headed to the library. William walked a few steps behind Raymond. He was quite curious about what Belle's parents wanted to talk to him about. When all three of them arrived in the library, Raymond firmly locked the door after William had walked past him. This was an important talk and he didn't want anyone to overhear their discussion. Just like Adele, he was dying to know the truth. He wanted to know everything about William, and the true reason why his daughter was head over heels over him. "Please sit down, William," Adele said as she made a gesture for William to sit on the chair across from her. William did as he was told and sat properly like an obedient boy. Raymond sat beside his wife and crossed his arms over his chest. Adele and him had already talked about this, and he would leave the interrogation to his wife. When the boy was properly seated, Adele decided to begin their heart-to-heart talk with the red-headed teenager whom they had acknowledged as Belle's boyfriend. Personally, she had no qualms with him becoming her son-in-law, but for the sake of her husband's peace of mind, she decided to conduct this interview to put Raymond, and her, at ease. William, if possible, please answer us honestly. Depending on your answer, we will decide whether we would approve of you as Belle's fiancé or not. The half-elf was caught by surprise by Adele's opening statement, but he still nodded his head in agreement. Okay, so, my first question is this, Adele said with a serious expression on her face. Are you human? Chapter 907, The Boy Who Died, So That Others May Live. Are you human? After hearing Adele's first question, a smile appeared on William's face. He had already introduced himself, but it was quite obvious that Belle's parents didn't believe him. Now, they were starting to entertain the notion that he might not really be an ordinary human, which was very obvious from Adele's question. Half-human, William replied. Half-elf. Therefore I'm a half-elf. William even playfully touched his ears to make his point across. It was also at that moment when Adele's and Raymond's expressions became serious. So, you didn't lie the first time. Adele nodded in acknowledgement. There's no need to lie. William commented. After all, even if I tell the truth, both of you will not believe me. Adele glanced at her husband, but Raymond's gaze never left William. He was trying to scrutinize the half-elf in front of him and looking for the faintest of changes in the boy's expression. A year ago, you met my daughter in the countryside, Adele stated. However, according to the information I gathered from our servants taking care of our villa, who Belle met was a boy who was around 14 to 15 years old. Adele showed a picture of William and Belle wearing pirate costumes, which they had worn during the festival. Yes, William nodded. That's me. But, you look older now. Time flows differently in my world and this world. Adele frowned. She could tell that William wasn't lying. As a smart individual, she was able to connect the dots and came to the conclusion that William really came from another world. What is the name of your world? Adele asked. And, how did you manage to come to Earth? William leaned back on his chair as he crossed his arms over his chest. The moment Adele asked the first question whether he was human or not, he knew that this was a turning point for him and Belle. The name of my world is Hestia, William replied. As to how I managed to appear here on Earth, even I do not know its specifics. Can you freely travel from your world to this world? Adele's frown deepened as her gaze locked on the red-headed teenager in front of her. If William couldn't travel freely from his world to their world, wouldn't that mean that his comings and goings would be uncertain? You said you want to marry my daughter, correct? Adele asked. I'm sorry, but I think I will not be able to agree to your request, Adele stated in a firm tone. Don't get me wrong, William. I want my daughter to be happy, and I can see that being with you makes her happy. However, the fact that you can't freely travel from your world to ours is a big problem. Raymond, who was only listening to Adele's one-sided questioning, glanced at his wife. He didn't expect that his wife, who was fully supportive of William's and Belle's relationship, would be decisive enough to reject the half-elf's proposal. To their surprise, William nodded his head as if acknowledging Adele's words. It is true that I am unable to freely travel from our world to this world at this moment, William replied, but that doesn't change the fact that I have come here twice already. This means that there is a way for me to come here, but I still haven't discovered how it is done. Adele reluctantly nodded her head because William did have a point. Even so, I can't allow my daughter to keep hoping until her hair turns white, Adele countered. Let's say the two of you get married, then you suddenly disappear to return to your world. We don't know how many years it will take for you to find your way back here, or if there will be a way for you to return here. In that case, wouldn't that mean that my daughter will become a widow? As a mother, I don't want to see this happen. It will be very heartbreaking, not only for her, but for us as well. So, unless you can discover a surefire way to come and go between the two worlds, I cannot give the two of you my blessing. William sighed internally. The way to travel from Hestia to Earth was something that he hadn't discovered as of yet. To be perfectly honest, it was something that he couldn't deal with at the moment. His priority was to break the curses from Est's, Ash's, and Isaac's bodies, so his attention had been focused on his mission. If not for the fact that his job upgrade in the Hall of Thunder had allowed him to come back to Earth, he wouldn't have met Belle, or her parents, at this point in time. It was at this moment when the door of the library was forcefully opened. Belle entered the room holding a key in her hand. She often visited the library to read, so she was given a duplicate key by her parents. This was something that Raymond and Adele had completely forgotten, so they didn't expect that their daughter would suddenly appear in the middle of their meeting with William. The black-haired beauty didn't say a word and simply sat on William's lap. The half-elf's hand wrapped around her waist to support her, holding her in place. An awkward silence descended inside the library. Belle's sudden appearance had disrupted the flow of the conversation, and even Adele, who was adept in her social skills, didn't know how to proceed. Suddenly, Raymond cleared his throat, which caught everyone's attention. "Tell me, William," Raymond said in a calm and even tone. "Have we met before? Was it 3 years ago?" Once again, William nodded his head. His gaze never wavered as he stared at Belle's father, whose eyes never left his face. "Unbelievable," Raymond sighed. Adele, who didn't understand what her husband meant, lightly tapped his arm as she gave him an inquiring look. "I think fate is playing with us." Raymond sighed for the second time before glancing at his wife. "Do you remember the name of the boy who had donated his heart to Belle?" "Of course," Adele answered. Suddenly her body stiffened as her eyes widened in shock. She stared at her husband in disbelief, before shifting her gaze back to the boy who was currently hugging her daughter. Seeing her gaze, William nodded. "Your guess is right, Mother," William said. "My name is William, the boy who died, so that others may live." Chapter 908. Which one do you love more? "No, this can't be," Adele muttered in disbelief. "It's impossible." "How? Just how?" Raymond looked at William and Belle with a complicated look on his face. "Belle, did you already know about this?" Raymond inquired. The black-haired beauty turned around to look at her father and nodded her head. "Yes," Belle answered. "We first met in the countryside a year ago. I didn't recognize him right away." "How could I?" His looks from before were completely different from his looks now. However, due to an unexpected turn of events, I was able to discover his identity, and the rest was history. Raymond now understood why his daughter had suddenly broken out of her depression and became lively after spending some time in the countryside. It was because she had met the boy who had given his heart to her, and the guilt she had been harboring disappeared completely. While Belle's parents were digesting the information that their daughter had shared with them, William lightly nudged Belle to make the latter look at him. "Which one did you love more?" William asked with curiosity. The black-haired beauty smiled mischievously before answering William's question. "The old one," Belle replied with a smile, before whispering in William's ear. "The new one is a womanizer, so that is minus points for me." William smiled after hearing Belle's answer. Although his past self was nowhere near as handsome as his current self, he wasn't too shabby looking either. As for the part of him being a womanizer, this was completely unfounded. He wasn't the one actively hitting on girls left and right. His current circumstances were just a bit complicated, especially with the culture of Hestia, as well as his memories of Asgard. He didn't choose the harem life, the harem life chose him. Yes. The author had nothing to do about why things ended up this way. "I am innocent, Your Honor." "So, you are that boy," Adele said with a complicated expression on her face. "I know that it's a little late, but I want to thank you for what you did back then. Our family is indebted to you and your sacrifice." William nodded. This was already in the past, so he didn't think much of it anymore. For him, as long as Belle was living a happy and healthy life. A few years ago, she was very busy with work. It was a very crucial time for their company, so she left Belle in her husband's care and focused on their family's business. Adele never had the opportunity to meet the person that had given her daughter a second chance at life. Seeing that the person that was supposed to be dead was right in front of her, she couldn't help but have a sudden change of perspective when it came to matters of life after death. "Belle, do you know that he doesn't have the capability to travel between his world and ours?" Raymond asked. This time, he took the initiative to ask the questions instead of his wife. Adele, on the other hand, was more than happy to let her husband do the talking. Although she had managed to regain her composure, she still felt embarrassed about how she had rejected William's attempt to deepen his relationship with her daughter. "Yes," Belle replied, "even so, I won't change my mind. I will wait for him, no matter how long it takes." Raymond eyed William because he knew that once his daughter had made a decision, it would be extremely hard to change her mind. "William, I no longer have any issues with you becoming Belle's fiancé," Raymond stated. "However, as a father, I have to take my stand when it comes to the variables surrounding your relationship. I know my daughter won't budge no matter what I say, so I want to have an agreement with you." Raymond paused before continuing what he wanted to say. 5 years. Within 5 years, you must find a way to bridge the gap between your world and this world, Raymond said. If after 5 years and you still haven't found a way to travel between worlds, please, free my daughter from your hold. She doesn't deserve to be lonely for the rest of her life. William and Belle stared at each other. Both of them understood the uncertainty that they would face in the future. With no definite way of being together, their relationship would undergo the test of time. Belle, what do I? William wasn't able to finish his words because a delicate hand pressed over his lips. 5 years, Belle said. Within 5 years, find a way for the two of us to be together. If you can't find a way, I will come and find you myself and strangle you at the first opportunity I get. Do I make myself clear? Yes, William replied with a helpless smile. I will do my best. So, wait for me. Belle nodded. Make sure that you don't forge. This time, it was William's hand that pressed over Belle's lips to stop her from continuing her words. The word, forget, had become a taboo in William's dictionary. Belle also realized this, so she didn't continue what she wanted to say. Instead, she gave William a kiss on the forehead and rested her head on his shoulder. Raymond and Adele sighed in unison. They needed some time to digest everything that they had learned from their talks with William, so they decided to leave the library to return to their own room to have a private discussion. William and Belle, on the other hand, went to the half-elf's room to spend time with each other. Just as the two lovebirds were about to engage in passionate kissing, Belle's phone suddenly rang. William lifted himself enough to move behind Belle to give her a hug, while the latter accepted the video call from her best friend Paula, who had been suffering from the onslaught of questions from her friends and acquaintances. I finally managed to get in touch with Yo. Paula's words stopped in her throat when she saw that her best friend, Belle, wasn't alone. Right behind the black-haired beauty was William, who was looking at the camera with a smile. Just like the two lovebirds, Paula wasn't alone. Hannah was right beside her and was staring at Belle's and William's image that was being shown in the video call. Do the two of you have any idea of what kind of mess the university had to deal with after the two of you left? Paula asked in a grumpy tone. Don't know, don't care, William replied. If anyone comes to me looking for trouble, I'll make sure that they will be troubled for life. You idiot redhead, the members of the gang you beat up earlier are part of a big organization. Paula stated in an anxious tone. They are the rulers of the underworld that runs this city. Now that you've hurt their members, they will not stop until they have dealt with you. What I am afraid of is that they will not stop with just you. They may also target Belle's family. This is a serious problem. How do you plan to deal with this? If something happens to Belle, I swear that I will fight you to the death if I have to. William raised an eyebrow after hearing Paula's words. Do you know the name of their organization? William inquired. Paula nodded. The name of their organization is called the Black Gate. I can tell you with certainty that their big shots are now having a meeting on how to deal with you at this moment. Black Gate, all right, thank you for the information, William said before kissing Belle's forehead when she turned to look at him. I'll be out for a while. Will you be here before 10? I will. So, make sure to wear that nightgown we bought earlier. I want to. Belle blushed before reluctantly nodding her head. Although they couldn't do anything inappropriate, that didn't mean that they were not allowed to spice up their relationship. It was not only Belle that blushed after hearing William's words. Even Paula and Hannah felt their cheeks burning because of the things that were playing inside their heads. The black-haired beauty felt regretful that her intimate moment with William came to an untimely end because of the news that her best friend had shared with them. The moment William left the room, the smile on his face disappeared, and was replaced with an expression that was out for blood. Optimus, find every member of Black Gate and their affiliates in the city, William ordered. Make sure to not leave even a single one of them behind. That night, under the cover of darkness, the once powerful overlords of the underworld were wiped out from the face of the city. When morning came, stories about the eradication of the organization known as the Black Gate had spread among the other organizations and gangs in the underworld. According to the rumors, a red-headed teenager was seen at several of the scenes where a one-sided slaughter took place. After doing an extensive investigation, they were able to uncover the incident that sparked members of the Black Gate to go to the university where Belle was studying. They also saw the video recordings of William single-handedly beating the gangsters of Black Gate, which made the leaders of the other gangs and organizations shudder. Because of this, they issued a decree that no matter what happened, they were not allowed to touch the red-headed teenager, the black-haired beauty, and her family. They were afraid that if they poked the hornet's nest, the calamity that befell Blackgate would happen to them as well. Chapter 909. Are you perhaps lost, my lady? A week had passed since William, Adele, and Raymond had their discussion in the library. Belle's parents had already made their stance known, that William must find a way on how to cross between worlds within 5 years before they would give him their blessings. The half-elf accepted this agreement because he understood that Raymond and Adele were only doing this because they cared about their daughter. Belle had already voiced her opinion about the matter also, so the talks ended there. Today was also the day where the students of the business management classes would go to K-City for a 4-day field trip. Since the black-haired beauty was the president of their class, she needed to be on the same bus as her classmates. If possible, she wanted to be with William, so that both of them could travel to the city together, but she had her hands tied because of her responsibilities. I'll meet you in K-City later, William said with a smile. I have reserved a room at the hotel where your class will be staying. Let's just meet up there. Okay. Belle nodded. How are you planning to get to K-City? Don't tell me you are planning to bike all the way there. William chuckled. Of course not. I'll be taking other means of transportation. Actually, the half-elf had indeed planned on biking all the way to K-City. However, after seeing Belle's scrutinizing gaze, he decided to thrash the idea and think of an alternative to reach his destination. It's time to go, Belle, Paula shouted from the door of the bus. Stop your PDA and board the bus now. The students of the university were looking at William and Belle from the windows of the buses that the school had rented for this trip. After the incident at the gates of the university, the red-headed teenager had become a minor celebrity, and all the students wanted to know more about him. However, no matter what they did, they weren't able to get any information from Paula's and Hannah's lips because the two were also not in the know about William's background. In the end, they just came up with their own backstory for William, in which the latter was a martial arts student, who had descended from the mountains to find Belle, and ask for her hand in marriage. See you later, William said as he waved goodbye to the black-haired beauty who was dragged away by her two besties. Belle gave William an apologetic look before boarding the bus to check if everyone in her class was present for the field trip. While this was happening, the half-elf was busy formulating a plan with Optimus about how to reach their destination. William's original plan was to follow behind the bus where Belle was at to ensure that nothing out of the ordinary was going to happen to her. Since that was no longer possible, the red-headed teenager decided to just use Soleil to instantly teleport in K-City. After formulating the plan in his head, William left the university to find a place without people. There, he summoned Soleil and used his quick-shot war arts to turn it into a railgun, by using the system's navigation guidance. The half-elf had already placed a tracker on Belle that allowed Optimus to monitor her all the time. With these steps taken, he would be able to instantly go to her location using his lighting strider skill if something life-threatening transpired. Several hours later, the management classes arrived at their destination. The travel had been smooth, which made William breathe a sigh of relief. The university had made a reservation for the Grand Pavilion Hotel, which was also the best hotel in K-City. As soon as the students were properly guided to their respective rooms, Belle took the elevator on her own to room 369. Before she could even knock on the door opened by itself, showing William, who was looking at her with a smile. Are you perhaps lost, my lady? William asked with a mischievous smile. If you are looking for good company, then you came to the right place. I will be your host and ensure that you will have a pleasurable stay in my accommodations. William didn't even wait for Belle to reply to him as he gently pulled her inside the room before closing the door and locking it properly. What method of transportation did you use to get here? Belle inquired. She was quite curious about how William reached K-City before her. I flew, William answered as he led Belle to sit on the couch. So, Miss President, what is your itinerary for the day? Belle smiled as she snuggled into her beloved's protective embrace. We have no plans for today, Belle replied. Everyone was told to just check out the facilities of the hotel, and not leave its premises. Tomorrow, we will spend the whole day at the theme park. It has been years since I've gone to one. This time, I would like to challenge myself and ride the roller coaster. What a coincidence, I also plan on going to the theme park tomorrow, William said with a smile, and, to be honest, I also haven't experienced riding the roller coaster. I would be honored to take the challenge with you, my lady. Belle hummed as she closed her eyes. When she was younger, she wished that she could go to the theme park with someone special. Now that William was here, her wish would soon be granted. William was enjoying his intimate moment with Belle, but for some reason, something was niggling the back of his mind. It was as if he had been in K-City before, which he found weird because this was the first time that he had come to this place in both of his lifetimes. Am I just overthinking things? William thought as he poked Belle's nose with his finger. I guess I'll know tomorrow when I accompany Belle to the theme park. There's no rush. In the end, the half-elf decided to toss this matter aside and focused on teasing the black-haired beauty in his arms, which ended up being a passionate kiss. Right now, the only thing that mattered to him was Belle. The half-elf would not allow anyone, or anything, to get in the way of their precious time together, which the duration of was still unknown to him. Chapter 910. Stop spouting nonsense, you virgin. William stared at the entrance of the amusement park with a serious expression on his face. Will, is there something wrong? Belle asked in a worried tone. Are you perhaps not feeling well? William broke out from his daze as he lightly squeezed Belle's hand to tell her that he was fine. He had already felt that the city was familiar to him, but after going to the theme park, the haze that clouded his mind finally disappeared. The half-elf didn't know what to think about this discovery, because it still felt surreal. After regaining his composure, he smiled at Belle as he gave her an excuse in order to ease her worries. This is the first time I'm coming to an amusement park, William replied. I'm just overcome with emotions. What are you, a country bumpkin? Paula commented from the side. You've never gone to the amusement park all your life. William could only smile bitterly at Paula's inquiry. He would be lying if he said that he hadn't been in an amusement park. The only problem was that the amusement park he visited was already in ruins and the rides were no longer working. Paula frowned when William didn't give an answer to her question. She and Hannah had decided that they would follow Belle inside the theme park. Although they didn't plan to get in the way of the two lovebirds' date, they also had no intention of leaving the two of them alone. After William's performance at the gates of the university, Paula had flagged him as a dangerous individual that might take advantage of her best friend's innocence. Hannah was of the same opinion, so they decided to tag along with the two and not let them out of their sights. Let's go, Belle said as she lightly tugged on William's hand. The four of them showed their tickets and were allowed entry through the gate. William didn't want to ruin the mood, so he tossed away all his worries to the back of his mind for the time being. He didn't lie when he said that this was his first time visiting an amusement park for enjoyment. The orphanage didn't have the funds to take the children out to visit this place to play. It was at the moment when the half-elf decided that when he returned to the Smiles orphanage, he would take all the kids out to the amusement park to play. Maybe I should rent out the entire theme park for a day. William thought as he walked side by side with Belle, while looking at the various rides in his pamphlet. At most it will just cost me 10 million or so. Belle had no idea what her lover was thinking, but looking at how serious his expression was, she just thought that William was deciding on which ride they would take first. Where do you want to ride first? Belle asked after their group stopped in front of a billboard that showed the different rides of the theme park. Bumper cars, William replied. I've always wanted to ride them when I was young, but I never had the chance to do it. Hannah looked at William with a tender gaze because he reminded her of his little brother who had also asked her to ride the bumper car when she first took him to the amusement park. Paula, on the other hand, didn't expect that William had this childish side to him. She had expected the red-headed teenager to choose the daring rides like the roller coaster or the theme park's signature attraction, Trip to Hell. William noticed Paula's stare, so he glanced at her with a smile. Is there something wrong with my face? William inquired. Yes, Paula replied. Your fly is open. The smile on William stiffened before he looked down on his pants. Just like Paula had said, his fly was indeed open, which made the half-elf feel embarrassed. Belle and Hannah giggled after seeing William's cute reaction. Paula joined her besties and giggled as well. This made the atmosphere between the four people more amiable, which made Belle quite happy. She had known her two besties all her life, so she was aware that they still hadn't fully accepted William as her fiancé. But, seeing their reactions, she could tell that they were willing to know more about him, and support her in their relationship. A few minutes later, William drove his bump car like a carefree child with a big smile on his face. Belle was seated beside him and enjoying the ride together with him. Paula and Hannah were also seated together. The one driving their car was Paula and a mischievous glint could be seen in her eyes. Without any warning, their car bumped William's and Belle's, which made the half-elf look at the pretty girl with a challenging gaze. Paula smirked as if telling William to bring it on. Half a minute later, the two bumped cars started to clash against each other. Like they were having a duel. Belle and Hannah could only shake their heads at the two kids who were going at each other's car as if their lives were at stake. Several minutes later, their battle ended with both sides unwilling to admit defeat. "You're such a kid," Paula scoffed. "Hemp, I'm already an adult, unlike you who still doesn't have a boyfriend," William replied with a smirk. This comment of his made Paula and Hannah look at Belle in disbelief. Naturally, Belle shook her head telling her two besties that the rice was still uncooked. Both girls breathed a sigh of relief as Paula glared at William for lying to them. "Stop spouting nonsense, you virgin," Paula stated. "Next time you lie, make sure you come up with a better story." The half-elf rolled his eyes at the pretty lady who thought that he was lying. If Paula only knew how many wives and lovers William had, her face would certainly turn as red as a tomato out of embarrassment. In the end, William didn't correct her, which made Paula think that she had won the argument. "Where do you want to ride next?" William asked Belle, who had a smile on her face the whole time. "Roller coaster," Belle replied. "Let's go." This time, Paula and Hannah felt like backing out. They had never ridden a roller coaster before, so a part of them was hesitant to follow William and Belle on their next ride. However, before the two could even voice their thoughts, William gave them a teasing gaze, which made both girls hold back the words that they were going to say next. "It's fine if both of you are scared," William said in a teasing tone. "You don't have to force yourselves." One of the things that Paula hated was losing. She felt that if she really didn't ride the roller coaster with them, the red-headed teenager would keep on teasing her for the remainder of the day. This was something that she couldn't take lying down, so she had accepted William's challenge. "Who's afraid of who?" Paula replied. "Don't go crying to me later when you get motion sickness. Isn't that right, Hannah?" Hannah, who really didn't want to ride the roller coaster, wanted to back out, but seeing the pleading gaze of her bestie made her reluctantly nod her head. A few minutes later, the two pretty ladies regretted their decisions. Both of them felt nauseous, but refused to give up. However, when William said that the next ride would be the theme park's main attraction, the trip to hell, both girls bid their goodbyes as they went to the bathroom to excuse themselves. William smirked as he watched Belle's best friends make their escape. "Now, it's just the two of us." William smirked. "Do you want to visit the haunted house with me, my lady?" "Sure." Belle smiled as she firmly gripped William's hand. She wanted to spend the day alone with him, but didn't want to chase her best friends away. Now that the two had left on their own volition, the black-haired beauty smiled because this was something that she had wanted to do for a long time. Her time with William was very precious, so she didn't want to miss even a second of it. She had learned her lesson a year ago, and had regretted it ever since. Now that a second chance had been given to her, she would do her best to fulfill the wish she had long ago. A wish to go to an amusement park with the person she loved, and have a fun-filled day together. Chapter 911, A New Kind of Thrill. Several hours passed, and the group was once again reunited at lunchtime. Paula stared hatefully at William because of the discomfort she had felt after riding the roller coaster. Hannah had mostly recovered, and was able to enjoy the food that she had ordered. Meanwhile, Belle looked like a flower in full bloom, which made the guys in the cafe stare at her with great interest. After her besties had left, William took her to the haunted house, and the two stayed there for a while. The black-haired beauty felt a kind of thrill that she had never felt before as she and William kissed, while hiding from the monster staff that were roaming inside the haunted house. This was also William's first time doing such a thing, but with the powers he possessed, it was quite easy for him to hide himself and Belle in the darkness, surrounded by people and monsters alike. Several of the students from Belle's academy were inside the amusement park, so it was hard for the two of them to do intimate things in public. Although Belle didn't mind, William did. As much as possible, he didn't want Belle to have a bad reputation in the university. Although he had kissed her on the cheeks in front of everyone, that was only on the cheeks. The impact of being seen, while sharing a passionate French kiss, was vastly different from a mere peck on the cheeks. Paula and Hannah knew that something was off, but they didn't have the energy to make a fuss. For the time being, they just focused on eating their food, while watching Belle and William hand-feed each other. After eating lunch, the four decided to take the easy rides like the Grand Carousel, Journey to the Center of the World, Jungle Log Bang, and Jurassic Prank. When the sun was starting to set in the horizons, William decided to take Belle to the Grand Ferris Wheel. This particular Ferris wheel takes exactly 30 minutes for a full rotation, and William had made certain preparations in order to make this last ride memorable for his beloved, who was looking at the Ferris wheel with an excited gaze. "Paula, Hannah, please, take a different passenger car," William said with a serious expression. This was the first time that William had asked the two girls for a favor, which surprised both of them. "Okay," Paula replied. Hannah also nodded her head in understanding. "Thank you." William smiled as he and Belle entered the capsule together. After spending some time with William, they had gotten to know how William cared for Belle's happiness. Although they had been together with Belle for a very long time, this was the first time they had seen her looking so happy. She was practically blooming, and it made her charm increase by many folds. As the Ferris wheel started to turn, Belle rested her head on William's shoulder. "Did you have fun?" William asked before planting a kiss on her head. "Yes," Belle replied, "I had loads of fun. How about you?" "I enjoyed it too, especially our little expedition in the haunted house." Both of their hands intertwined with each other, as they casually chatted about the rides that they had visited during the day. The sun had mostly set and the sky was starting to turn dark. When their capsule was about to reach the highest part of the ride, a beautiful flower illuminated the sky. What followed next was a dazzling array of fireworks that made Belle's eyes sparkle with delight. However, the happiness inside her eyes suddenly faded when she remembered the festival in the countryside. It was one of the saddest memories of her life because it was also the day when she parted with William for the second time. Belle's free hand subconsciously held onto William's arm, as if to prevent him from going away. The red-headed teenager somehow understood Belle's fears and cursed himself for being unreasonable. He didn't consider that Belle might have gotten a trauma after their parting. He only thought of making their final ride memorable. Earlier, he left Belle and her two besties in the cafe, while he went to look for the staff that was in charge of the firework display for the theme park. Naturally, he gave the man an offer he couldn't refuse, so the schedule of the fireworks display was changed according to William's preference. After sending a text message to the man, the fireworks display immediately started and he had timed it perfectly. However, his plan backfired because Belle's memories of their parting resurfaced. "Belle, I'm sorry," William said as he held his beloved. "I didn't mean to make you sad." Belle wrapped her arms around William as she nodded her head. "I know, it's just, the thought of losing you makes my heart ache. Don't worry, I will find a way for us to be together. I promise." William lightly patted Belle's back to give her some assurance. Belle just immersed herself in William's warmth and love until the fear in her heart subsided. She understood that William would once again return to his world sooner or later, and she couldn't do anything about it. This was why she was also doing her best to prepare herself for their inevitable parting. Her only wish was that this time around, they would part with smiles on their faces, instead of tears in their eyes. Fortunately, Belle had regained her composure when the ride ended. William lovingly wiped the tear stains from her face, and promised himself that he would make it up to her once they returned to the hotel they were staying at. "Will, I love you," Belle declared as she stared straight into his eyes. "Let this be the last time we will part from each other. Please, find a way so that we can be together, forever." "I will, you have my word," William replied. "I love you too, Belle." The two of them smiled at each other before leaving their passenger car. Although William's plan didn't get the result he wanted, the time they spent together was still precious. William raised his head to look at the sky. It was very difficult to see the stars in the city, but it posed no problem to him. High above the heavens, amongst the countless stars in the sky, the constellation of Capricorn shone brightly. It was as if it was observing the half-elf from afar, and making sure that he was safe from harm. Somewhere in the world of Hestia, an otherworldly beauty with light blue hair sighed with her eyes closed. She was currently riding a passenger ship headed towards the central continent to reunite with the half-elf, whom she had raised ever since he was a baby. "Love doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to be true," Ella said softly. "Just like the feelings he has for me, and for you." The blue-haired lady then opened her eyes to look beyond the horizon. Her gaze was tender and filled with affection. "Some naughty children managed to sneak past the walls between worlds." Ella smiled. "Oh, Will, what am I to do with you?" Chapter 912. I have a bad feeling about this. After returning to the hotel, Belle stayed in the room she shared with Paula and Hannah. She told William that she needed some time alone to think, and the half-elf respected her decision. Paula and Hannah didn't know what transpired inside the Ferris wheel. All they knew was that Belle seemed to look a little sad after they returned to the hotel. "Belle, did you and William break up?" Paula asked as she sat on the bed. "Don't worry, I will lend you a shoulder to cry on. I can also help you beat up William if you want." Belle giggled after hearing her best friend's concerned words. "No, we didn't break up," Belle replied. "Also, I doubt that you can even scratch him. Have you forgotten the way he slapped those men in black suits as if they were flies? Do you think you can do better than them?" Paula stuck out her tongue at Belle's witty comeback. A part of her was relieved that her best friend and Will hadn't broken up. However, a part of her was also disappointed. Hannah, who was listening to the conversation between her two best friends, only smiled as she dried her hair. She had just come out of the shower, so her hair was still wet. She wasn't too worried about Belle because although she looked sad, it was not the kind of sadness that came from an argument or a breakup. "What happened then?" Paula asked. "You were all smiles when you entered the Ferris wheel and looked sad when you left. Did William try to force you to do something you didn't want to do?" "No." Belle shook her head. "Nothing of the sort happened. I just remembered a sad memory, that's all." Paula still looked unconvinced, but since she felt like Belle didn't want to talk about it, she didn't force the issue and change the topic. "Did you see the fireworks?" Paula said dreamily. "It was so beautiful, and romantic at the same time. If only I had a boyfriend to ride the Ferris wheel with me at the time, it would have been perfect." "Well, sorry for not being your boyfriend," Hannah, who had started to use the hairdryer to dry her hair, commented from the side. "Why don't you ask William if he has a brother? Who knows, he might be the Prince Charming you are looking for." Paula smirked as she stood up from Belle's bed and tickled the pretty lady who was teasing her. Belle smiled as she watched her two friends' antics. Although she originally planned to stay in William's room tonight, she decided to stay in her own room for the time being. She still hasn't fully recovered from what had happened on the Ferris wheel. She was afraid that if she were to be embraced by William tonight, the last strand of reasoning in her head would break, and they would cross that line that they weren't supposed to cross. Although she knew that this was what both of them wanted, she didn't want to spend their first time together with these anxious feelings bubbling inside her heart. William left the hotel and strolled the city with his bike. Belle said that she wanted some time alone, so he decided to give her some space. For the time being, he decided to confirm for the last time if his suspicions were right. This was the only way he would be able to stop the nagging feeling inside his head that had made him feel uneasy ever since he stepped foot in K-City. After a quarter of an hour, he finally reached his destination. Orion Grand Stadium. William read the big, bold letters that hung on the entrance of the stadium in front of him. It was where he had experienced many unexpected things. A place where he shared wonderful memories with a red-haired beauty, an Amazon princess, and a mysterious lady who was nowhere to be seen. "Glory Shelter," William muttered. "Without a doubt, this is indeed Glory Shelter." William then stared at the theme park where he and Belle had just left a few hours ago. It was none other than the Mimamator shelter that Avril had ruled back in the Deadlands. So K-City and the Deadlands were one and the same, William thought. "I have a bad feeling about this." The half-elf knew that he might just be overthinking things, but after his hunch had been confirmed, he started to feel a little worried. He still didn't know why he had appeared on Earth, but he knew that there were no coincidences in the world. After visiting a few more places, William returned to the hotel to rest. Even if K-City was indeed the Deadlands in his memories, what could he do about it? Right now, the city was vibrant and filled with life, which was the complete opposite of the dilapidated city that was infested with skeletons and zombies. William shuddered when a thought came to his mind. The half-elf then used both hands to rub his face in order to chase away the nightmarish possibility that had popped up inside his head. "No good," William sighed. "I can't remove this thought inside my head." In order to regain his calm, the red-headed teenager returned to the hotel to rest. He would rather wish that he was just overthinking things than to entertain the possibilities of the worst-case scenario happening. That night, William tossed and turned on the bed. No matter what he did, he couldn't fall asleep. It was only when the sun was starting to rise did sleep come to him. 2 hours later, the door of his room opened and a black-haired beauty walked towards the bed to check on her beloved. William would usually be awake by this time, but after seeing his troubled sleeping face, Belle decided to not wake him up. "Sleep well, my love," Belle whispered in William's ears before kissing his cheek. She then left the room to have breakfast with her two besties. Today, they were going to the museum as part of their university's itinerary. Although she felt a little disappointed that William wouldn't be able to accompany her, she didn't take it to heart. Belle knew that there was still plenty of time for the two of them to be together, so she allowed the half-elf to get some much-needed rest. She promised herself that when she returned, she would pamper her beloved and make sure to let him know that she had managed to get over her trauma, and wanted to spend the night with him while they held each other in a firm embrace. Chapter 913, A Looming Disaster Right Above Their Heads Part 1. Parker Residence. Adele sighed as she looked at the garden of their residence. As someone who appreciated the appeal of flowers, Belle's mother made sure that their garden would be well taken off, year-round. Right now, she was thinking about what to do next. After William's unbelievable revelation, she no longer had the heart to prevent her daughter from deepening her relationship with the red-headed teenager. Her only concern was, what will happen once William returns to Hestia? The half-elf had admitted that he didn't know how to cross between worlds, and his meetings with Belle were always an unexpected event. This was why when her husband, Raymond, said that he was willing to give William 5 years, for him to find a way to travel between worlds, she didn't say anything and gave her silent approval. I might be too old for this, Adele thought as she massaged her forehead. Adele had given birth to 3 children, with Belle being the youngest. Her eldest son was currently abroad and studying under the guidance of a longtime friend whose company had branches all over the world. Her second-born, Belle's older sister, was currently traveling around the country, looking for places where she could build a resort to start her own business. Belle, the youngest of the 3, was everyone's treasure. No one in their family would want to see her cry, or fall into depression. The way Adele saw it, she had no problems with William marrying Belle, on the condition that he could stay by her side on a regular basis. However, if Belle's mother and father knew that William was already married to 4 wives, with a 5th just around the corner, they would probably go ballistic and strangle the half-elf until he croaked. "You're still thinking about the boy?" Raymond asked as he casually walked towards his wife who was seated on her favorite bench, with a dazed look on her face. "Yes," Adele replied, "I'm worried about the future. I'm worried about our daughter's happiness. Dear, are we really doing the right thing?" Raymond didn't answer and simply held his wife's hand, giving her a form of assurance that everything was going to be well. "We can reach K-City in 2 hours if we use our helicopter," Raymond proposed. "Didn't you say that you wanted to inspect our company branch over there? I'm free right now, why don't we go together?" Adele smiled before nodding her head. She was the kind of person that felt uncomfortable if she didn't face a problem head-on. A week had already passed since their meeting with William and a heavy atmosphere had fallen inside the residence since then. "Let's go," Adele said as she stood up from the bench while holding her husband's hand. "Let's have a short vacation with Belle in K-City." Paula kept on yawning as they visited one exhibit after the other. She was someone who didn't really have an eye for art, and preferred looking at fashionable clothes, as well as handsome models in magazines. Belle and Hannah, on the other hand, weren't that knowledgeable when it came to art, but they were able to appreciate such things, making Paula feel like she was the oddball in their group. Naturally, they were surprised when they didn't see William in the museum. They thought that the half-elf would be waiting for them at the entrance, just as he had been at the amusement park yesterday. When they asked Belle what happened, she just smiled and told them that he was still asleep. Belle had slept in the same room with them, so they immediately ruled out the possibility that William had been exhausted due to physical exercise. The boys of Belle's class also noticed this, but they just thought that the red-headed teenager was just not interested in works of art. Ever since William's amazing showcase of strength, none of the boys who had a crush on Belle made any further moves on her. They all decided to back away and forget about her completely, looking for other beautiful fishes in the open sea. Near the end of their tour in the museum, one of Belle's professors approached her. Her intention was to remind her about their next stop in today's itinerary. They were scheduled to visit the Orion Grand Stadium to watch a baseball match, after they had all eaten lunch at a fancy restaurant that their school had reserved for them. Belle's role was to ensure that no one would play truant, and go to other places, aside from what was written on their schedule. All offenders would be punished after they returned to the university, and the black-haired beauty was there to remind them that they wouldn't be able to get off scot-free if they broke the rules. She was always the one chosen to play this role because all the students listened to her, especially the boys who liked to create trouble. It is very hard to say no when a beautiful lady was telling them to behave, especially when that lady's fiancé could easily clap their cheeks and send them flying several meters in the air. After the tour of the museum, everyone returned to the parking lot where their buses were waiting for them. After making sure that everyone in the business management classes were all accounted for, the buses left the scene and headed to their next destination. Belle stared outside the window thinking about her beloved who might still be sleeping inside the hotel. She hoped that when she returned, William would be there to meet her, so that they could have dinner together. While this was happening, a black orb of darkness, the size of a basketball, appeared in the clear blue sky. It was slowly expanding, and getting bigger in size with each passing minute. Unfortunately, everyone in K-City was so busy living their day-to-day lives that they didn't even have time to look up at the sky, to see the looming disaster that was slowly forming above their heads. Chapter 914, A Looming Disaster Right Above Their Heads, Part 2. James, who was currently exploring the void, stumbled across two little girls, who seemed no older than 10, walking hand in hand. Both girls were looking in their surroundings teary-eyed, looking so helpless and lost. A single glance was enough to tell James that they were twins because they looked exactly alike. What made the old coot frown was the fact that they were in the void. A place where space and time flowed erratically. One single mistake and you would find yourself trapped in an unknown world, or sent back to the past, or to the future. When one of the girls spotted James, she immediately pointed at him, which alerted her other twin. Great-grandpa! Both girls cried out at the same time as they ran towards James, crying like, well, the little lost girls that they were. Although James had his doubts, he still dismounted from Sleipnir and knelt down to receive the two adorable, pink-haired girls that had called him great-grandpa. For James, the words great-grandpa were music to his ears. Besides, he had a hunch that he knew who these twin girls belonged to. Woo-woo-woo-woo, great-grandpa, I'm scared. One of the pink-haired girls buried her head on James's chest as she cried her heart out. Maple is scared, great-grandpa. Woo-woo-woo-woo, great-grandpa, I'm scared. The other pink-haired girl also buried her head on James's chest as she cried her heart out like her twin. Cinnamon is scared, great-grandpa. James lovingly patted the heads of the two adorable girls. There, great-grandpa is here. James coaxed the twins so that they would stop crying. Where are your parents? What are you doing in this place? Woo-woo-woo, big sister took us out to play, Maple replied. But we got separated after a strong wind blew us away. Woo-woo-woo, great-grandpa, help us find our big sisters, Cinnamon pleaded. They might be here somewhere. James nodded as she lifted the two girls to ride Sleipnir. The moment sat on top of James's 8-legged horse, the two pink-haired girls stopped crying and started patting its neck. Sleipnir had the ability to ensure that the riders he had recognized wouldn't fall off his back no matter how fast he ran. Since James personally made the two girls mount his back, Sleipnir had also recognized them as his riders. Even if James didn't secure them in place, they wouldn't fall off even if he ran at full speed. The twins were already shouting things like, "Giddy-up," or, "Run horsey run," which made James smile. The image of the pink-haired girl that always stayed beside William appeared in his mind, and it made James want to go back to Hestia, just to give his grandson a good smacking, for being an irresponsible father. You said you got separated from your big sisters, James said. How many big sisters accompanied you to this place? Cinnamon started to count with her fingers, while Maple tugged on James's arm. We came with 3 big sisters with us, Maple said, while showing 4 fingers. That's 4. James chuckled as he put down one of Maple's fingers. This is 3. Maple, seeing her mistake, happily raised her 3 fingers again and showed it to James. 3 big sisters. Okay. James nodded. Let's look for your 3 big sisters. Sleipnir, run around the surrounding area. If you find any traces of living people, head in their direction right away. Sleipnir neighed as he ran at a speed that wasn't too fast, or too slow, which made the 2 adorable girls cheer and laugh on his back, which made the old bandit's heart melt at the heartwarming scene. Back at K-City, the black orb of darkness had already expanded to be the size of a car. A minute later, a mirror flew from its dark depths and flew towards the north of the city. 2 minutes later, another mirror appeared. This time, it flew towards the south. As time passed, more and more mirrors appeared and flew in different directions. After an hour, exactly 9 mirrors hovered at the skies above the borders of the city. On their surface, a bright pulsing light could be seen, which was slowly but surely, expanding on the entire surface of the mirror. It was at this moment when the buses of the university were headed towards Orion Grand Stadium to watch the baseball match, on which their university's baseball team was competing. Currently, the buses were not moving because the traffic light was still red. It was at this moment when they heard a loud cracking sound that reverberated in the entire city. A black tower suddenly appeared in the sky, and with its appearance, all the power in the city went out. Even the battery of the bus that Belle and the others were currently riding was drained of its energy, making its function cease to exist. What is going on? The professor who was seated near the driver asked in confusion. However, before the bus driver could give a reply, a gigantic black foot suddenly stomped down on the road in front of them, making the ground tremble, and the bus shake uncontrollably. Manually open the door now, Belle ordered as she stood from her seat. Open the door, we are in danger. As someone who had seen the unbelievable scenes in William's memories, Belle understood that what was happening was not normal. Fortunately, the bus driver was already a step ahead of her, and was already attempting to open the door manually. Half a minute later, the door of the bus opened and everyone started to leave the bus in a disorderly manner. When Belle finally made her way out, her eyes widened at the unbelievable scene in front of her. A golem made out of darkness was slowly materializing right in front of her. Are they shooting some kind of movie? One of the boys looked around, hoping to see a movie camera to assert his claim. Damn, are they shooting the sequel for Avengers Endgame? Where's Thor? I want to see Thor. Spademan, where are you? I'm a big fan of Captain America. Do you think I can get an autograph? All around Belle, people were pointing at the giant black golem with shocked expressions on their faces. Some of them were recording the scene, while others were busy taking pictures with their cell phones. In minutes, the appearance of the black golem had spread across several social media platforms, making K-City the focus of everyone in the country. Instead of panicking, the people in the area found the whole thing interesting. Because the golem wasn't moving and simply standing in place, they even thought that it was part of a movie scene, and they were lucky enough to be included in the production of such a film. However, Belle knew that this wasn't a movie or a TV shoot. She knew with absolute certainty that sooner or later, the giant black golem would start to move, and that was when their nightmare would begin. Everyone, leave this place, now. Belle ordered. This is not some kind of movie. That's a real golem. Everyone run. As if waiting for that cue, the black golem roared, making everyone in its surroundings unable to move their bodies. The black golem looked down and stared at Belle. After looking at her for a few seconds, it extended its hands towards her, wanting to capture the strong-willed young lady, who had recognized it for what it was. Chapter 915, Worst Fears Coming to Life. Half an hour before the golem appeared in K-City, William had just stepped out of the shower room, while drying his hair with a hand towel. It was already lunchtime, and he only had a few hours of sleep. Even so, he didn't have any problems with it. His only concern was that he was unable to accompany Belle to the museum and tour the exhibits with her. After wearing a matching pair of pants, shirt, and blazer, the half-elf left his room to go to the restaurant inside the hotel to eat. The moment he entered, he received playful winks from the staff that were tasked to assist their guests in the buffet-style restaurant that William chose to eat lunch. Feeling mischievous, the half-elf returned their playful winks with winks of his own, making the ladies blush in embarrassment. After choosing a few dishes that caught his eyes, William sat on the table near a 60-inch TV that was currently showing a noontime K-drama. William had just finished taking a bite of a fried chicken when the program came to an abrupt halt and the face of an anxious news anchor suddenly appeared. At the bottom of the screen, bold letters in red could be seen which read, "Live Emergency Report. We interrupt your daily program to bring you this emergency broadcast," the news anchor reported with a serious expression on his face. A large, unidentified object, which looks like a black tower, has appeared in the skies above the city. Suddenly, something emerged from the black tower and descended on the city. It was a giant black orb that made William immediately bolt out of the restaurant as he ran towards the exit of the hotel. Everyone was so preoccupied with what was happening, that they didn't notice that the red-headed teenager had left in haste after seeing the news on TV. It was at that moment when the giant black orb started to transform. A pair of legs appeared and stepped on the street with a loud crash, creating a mini shockwave that sent nearby cars flying several meters in the air. The guests of the restaurants gasped in shock as they listened to what the news anchor had to say next. This just came in from the mayor of the city, the news anchor announced as he read the words that were appearing on the computer in front of him. A state of emergency has been declared in K City. Everyone near the center of the city are advised to evacuate as quickly as possible. The police force has already been mobilized to head to the scene in order to help people evacuate. Please, cooperate with the authorities to ensure your safety and wait for further instructions. Roads are expected to receive heavy congestion. Do not hesitate to travel on foot in order to reach a safe location. Everyone, please, proceed with caution. William flew a few meters above ground, traveling over the streets towards the center of the city. When the people saw him fly past them, all of them looked in his direction and started snapping pictures. Wow, is that Superman? He must be one of the Revengers. Where is the camera? I want to join the movie. Did you get a picture? Mine is blurry. I knew I should have pressed the record button instead. As William neared the center of the city, he could see a lot of people running away in panic, while looking behind them. The black golem had mostly materialized itself, and was currently standing still, motionless. According to William's estimates, the black golem was around 100 meters tall, 328 feet. Suddenly, the black golem roared, which made the people near it paralyzed in fear and shock. As if seeing something interesting, the black golem looked down and reached out to grab something from the ground. William's heart almost stopped beating when he saw where the hand was headed. Immediately, his entire body was covered by lightning, as he shot towards the hand that was about to grab his beloved. Belle could only stare helplessly at the giant hand that was about to grab her. Just like her classmates, she was standing rooted in place, unable to move even the fingers on her hands. Just as the hand was about to grab her, a flash of light suddenly appeared, and knocked the giant's hand away, making the giant scream in pain. "Bastard, how dare you covet my fiancé?" A red-headed teenager shouted as he stood between Belle and the black golem who had attempted to grab her earlier. The half-elf raised his hand and snapped his finger, which caused everyone in the surroundings to regain control of their body. "Belle, take everyone away and leave this place," William said as he turned his head to look at Belle, whose face was filled with anxiety. "This is not my first time dealing with giants. I can handle this, now go." William flew to the air and summoned Rui Jingu Bang. Right now, he needed to buy time and ensure that the giant black golem wouldn't be able to hurt the civilians. For that to happen, he needed to block all of the giant golem's attacks. William's brows were furrowed because no matter how much he, and the system, tried to appraise their enemy, they couldn't tell its rank, or any information about it. The red-headed teenager briefly glanced at the ground, just in time to see the university students, and the other people running away towards the south of the city. His and Belle's gaze met, and the latter gave him a firm nod to tell him that she understood. He was quite thankful that Paula and Hannah were there to pull Belle away because the latter kept on looking behind her. After seeing that they had run a safe distance away from him, the half-elf shifted his attention to the giant black golem whose eyes glowed crimson red. This might get messy, William thought as the giant swung his arm to give him a punch. The half-elf didn't panic and activated his heroic avatar. Right now, he needed to ensure that everyone would be able to evacuate safely. The giant hand and Rui Jingu Bang met, creating a metallic ring that spread across the center of the city. It marked the start of a battle that would bring William's worst fears to life. Chapter 916. Even Heroes Have the Right to Bleed, Part 1. Isn't that boy Belle's fiancé? One of the teenage boys that had just snapped out of his paralyzed state pointed at William. Yes, his friend answered. I can't possibly forget that red hair of his. Even now, I'm still in awe of how he slapped those gangsters. Turns out that he's not an ordinary person. Damn, did you see how he knocked that giant's hand away? That was wicked. I knew our university's Belle would not choose an ordinary person as a fiancé. That boy was a freaking superhero. Is he perhaps one of the Revengers? Will his superhero friends make an appearance too? Everyone watched as the red-headed teenager floated between Belle and the giant black golem who was roaring in anger. As William flew towards the giant black golem, Belle ordered for everyone to run towards the south, away from the battle. The professors who accompanied the students on their trip snapped out of their daze and hurriedly repeated Belle's orders. Those who didn't want to budge were reprimanded heavily. The professors even threatened that they would be suspended, and their parents called to the university. The threat of the teachers worked, and the students obeyed. But some of them weren't able to stop themselves from taking out their cell phones and started to take pictures of the William and the giant golem. Some of them even attempted to record the scene, but stopped after getting smacked by their professors in the head, forcing them to evacuate the place with bitter expressions on their faces. Paula and Hannah ran behind Belle, but both of them were still in shock and in disbelief. They never thought that the red-headed teenager that they casually talked to was actually someone with superpowers. "Belle, is William really a superhero?" Paula asked as she ran beside her best friend. Belle gave her best friend a sidelong glance before turning her head to look at her beloved, who was busy blocking the giant golem's repeated attacks. "No," Belle answered, "but right now, he has no choice to be one." Although Belle knew that her beloved was strong, there was an unexplainable anxiety inside her heart that she couldn't explain. The mirrors that were floating around the borders of K-City started to glow brightly. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from one of the mirrors, and flew towards the nearest mirror that was located on its right side. When the beam of light landed on the surface of the second mirror, it bounced off and traveled to the next mirror on its right. As the beam of light traveled around the borders of the city, a magic circle started to form in the skies. When the beam of light hit the surface of the last mirror, a barrier appeared along the border of the city, preventing anyone from coming in and going out of the city. However, before the barrier completely covered the city, a helicopter managed to enter it at the last minute. This was the helicopter that belonged to the Parker Corporation, which was managed by Belle's mother, Adele. "What in the world is going on?" Adele frowned as she looked at the black tower, and the giant black golem that could be seen at the center of the city. Just what is happening? Raymond also didn't understand what was currently happening in K-City because they had just arrived at the scene. "Contact Belle," Raymond said. "We will pick her up and get out of this place." Adele nodded. The reason why they came to this place was to see Belle. Now that an unknown threat had appeared in the city, it was best to take their daughter to safety. Fortunately, Belle picked up after her phone rang twice, which reduced the anxiety in Adele's heart. "Belle, where are you right now?" "Your father and I are here in K-City and riding a helicopter," Adele asked as soon as the call connected. "Are you safe?" "Yes," Belle answered. There was a trace of worry in her voice after hearing that her parents were also in K-City. "Ma, why are you and Papa here? The city is not safe. You should turn back now." "No, we will not leave without you," Adele replied in a firm voice. "Where is William? Ask him to accompany you to a safe place and we will pick both of you up." "Are Paula and Hannah with you?" "We can take them with us as well." There was a brief moment of silence before Belle answered her mother's question. "Paula and Hannah are with me," Belle stated. "However, William is not here. He is currently fighting against the giant golem, in an attempt to buy time for the people in the surrounding area to evacuate." "What? William is fighting against that thing?" Adele gasped in shock as she gazed at the giant black golem in the distance. The giant golem was currently swinging its arms to attack something, but it was too far for Adele to see who it was fighting against. Adele was shocked enough that she was grateful to be using the helicopter's headset instead of her cell phone, since she would have most definitely dropped her phone when she heard Belle's words, that the one that was fighting against the giant golem was the same boy who had asked for her daughter's hand in marriage. Raymond, who had just been listening to his wife's and daughter's conversation, flipped the comm switch so he could talk to Belle. "Where are you right now?" Raymond asked. "Let's meet up first. We can talk about what to do next when you and your friends are safe and sound." Belle knew that time was crucial, so she immediately told her parents the nearest landmark near her location. Raymond flipped the comm switch again so he could talk to the pilot of the helicopter. "Sir, we can only stay airborne for 1 more hour," the pilot stated before pointing at the light barrier that surrounded the city. "Also, I'm not sure if we can get past that light anomaly that looks like a barrier from a movie. I suggest that after we pick up the young miss, we refuel at our company's helipad." Raymond nodded in understanding. "Very well, let's pick up my daughter first. We can worry about refueling and getting out of this place later." The pilot nodded as he steered the helicopter towards the center of the city. Although he didn't want to be near the giant golem, his employer's daughter was currently in the danger zone, so he gritted his teeth, while praying to the gods for their safety. William, who was currently doing his best to minimize the damage in his surroundings, was getting pushed back little by little. Right now, he couldn't actively hit the giant golem because he was afraid that the golem would knock down the skyscrapers around them, causing massive casualties. Due to his heightened senses, he was able to see that there were still many people inside the buildings. Some of them were even recording the battle in real time, which almost made the half-elf vomit blood in anger. "Motherfuckers, do you think this is some kind of movie stunt?" William shouted with all of his might. If you don't want to die, then evacuate the buildings now. The half-elf waved his hand and shot a barrage of stone bullets at the windows of the nearby skyscrapers to make the fools who were recording his battle realize that they were in great danger. The sounds of windows shattering, and screams of people echoed in the surroundings. William made sure that only the windows of the buildings would be destroyed, and the people behind them would be unharmed. Fortunately, the destroyed windows had the intended effect that he wanted. All the people in the building started to evacuate for real this time, which made the half-elf sigh in relief. However, after seeing his display of concern to the surroundings, the giant golem suddenly changed its strategy. Instead of attacking the red-headed teenager in front of it, the giant golem swung its arm towards the nearest building with the intention of destroying it completely. Chapter 917. Even Heroes Have the Right to Bleed, Part 2. Shit. William cursed out loud as he swung Rui Jingu Bang upwards. The golden staff extended, and slapped the giant black golem's hand upwards, preventing it from hitting its target. However, as if it expected that to happen, another arm grew out from the right side of its body to deliver another strike to the building that William had just prevented it from hitting. Before the attack connected, William delivered his own punch to deflect the attack, while his entire body was clad in lightning bolt. A resounding crack was heard, but it was not the golem's hand that broke, but William's. The half-elf had a pained expression on his face, as he landed on the ground. The knuckle of his right arm was bleeding, and the bone could be seen from his injury. He didn't expect that the golem was incredibly hard, that his full-forced attack wasn't able to destroy its intended target. The thing that surprised him the most was that Sun Wukong's body was nearly invincible. Right now, he was in his heroic avatar form, so very few things could withstand his might even if William fought barehanded. The fact that the one that got heavily injured was him, and not the golem, only meant one thing. The golem far surpassed the threshold of the ranks of demigods. William immediately changed his job class to Life Wizard and cast a powerful regeneration spell on his arm. He also drank a rejuvenation potion to speed up the process because he couldn't afford to wait for it to recover completely. He and Optimus couldn't gauge the strength of their opponent, which further strengthened his guess that he was at least fighting something at the pseudo-god rank and above. However, there was one thing that confused William: those with that kind of power had to pay a price for descending into the mortal realm. Since the giant golem dared to do so, it only meant that it was not afraid of the repercussions of its actions. This golem is simply a puppet, William thought as he glanced at the black tower floating in the sky. The mastermind must be inside the black tower. If I can break past its defenses, I might be able to stop this golem's attacks. William's plan was good, but there was one problem. He couldn't leave the giant black golem alone because if he did, it might start a rampage that could kill many innocent people. Damn it, William cursed internally. Unlike the scenario in the Deadlands, William was able to wield his powers on Earth without any repercussions. The only problem was that he couldn't summon his King's Legion from his domain, because the laws of the world didn't allow it. While William was staring daggers at the giant golem that towers above him, the giant raised its head to roar at the sky as if telling the owner of the Black Tower to give it permission to unleash its powers. A few seconds later, several arms jutted out of its body, which made William's face turn grim. Fuck. The half-elf wasn't able to stop the F-word from escaping his lips after the giant golem grew 6 menacing arms that gleamed in the sunlight. William then stared at his injured arm and the frown on his face deepened. For some reason, his regeneration powers weren't working properly. Although the injury to his right hand was regenerating, it was healing at a much slower rate. Unfortunately for him, the giant didn't intend to wait for him to fully recover. It once again attacked the building beside it with a fervor that made the hairs at the back of William's neck stand on end. The half-elf knew that the giant golem knew that he didn't have a choice. If he didn't block its attack, the building would collapse, killing the people inside it. William gritted his teeth as he turned into a lightning bolt. He knew that it was a futile endeavor, but he still did it. If he could only buy the people some time to evacuate, even if it was just a few seconds, perhaps some of them would be able to survive. Raising his left hand, he blocked the first attack, and blocked the second one as well. However, the third sent him smashing towards the building, breaking the skyscraper in half. The half-elf's body flew hundreds of meters away from the building before crashing on the hard stone pavement. Blood streamed down the side of his lips, as he glared hatefully at the giant golem who was looking down at him with ridicule. Although the giant golem didn't say anything, its eyes seemed to tell William that whatever he was doing was meaningless. William's body was aching, but he still forced himself to stand up. It was at that moment when he realized that the place where he crashed down was a place where people had gathered to escape the center of the city. Once again, William changed his job class and used a powerful healing spell on his entire body. Although he seemed fine on the surface, the giant golem's attacks had caused him some internal injuries. Now I'm sure of it, William thought as he grimaced in pain. That golem is a divine creature of some sort. Blood was also coming out from his nose and ears, which made him look like a sorry sight. After chugging another bottle of rejuvenation potion, William was about to fly and confront the giant golem. Once again a little girl approached him to offer the half-elf her handkerchief. "Big brother, are you a superhero?" The girl asked with an anxious expression on her face. "Can you beat that monster?" William smiled as he accepted the handkerchief, to wipe the bloodstains on his lips and nose. However, before he could even answer, a teenage boy stepped forward to drag the little girl away from William. The half-elf assumed that he was the girl's older brother, so he just continued to wipe his face with the handkerchief given to him. "He's no superhero," the boy said as he stared at the disheveled red-headed teenager who was holding the golden staff in his hand. "How can a superhero get beaten up? Look, he's bleeding all over." The people around the two children nodded their heads. They didn't see William fighting against the giant black golem, and only thought him as a lucky person who managed to survive the golem's attack. "You're right, I am not a superhero," William answered as he used his magic to clean the handkerchief in his hand. "But right now, I have no choice but to be one. Also, I think you have a misunderstanding about heroes." William returned the little girl's handkerchief before his body hovered above the ground. Lightning bolts snaked around his body, making the air around him tremble. Stormcaller and Soleil hovered above him as William decided to bring out his big guns to fight by his side. "Even heroes have the right to bleed," William said softly as he flew towards the giant black golem with a determined look on his face. The people who didn't think much of William earlier all gasped in shock as they saw him transform into a lightning bolt, and streak towards the giant golem that had started to destroy the buildings around it like it was having fun. Chapter 918. Sit down, son. William was feeling frustrated. His injuries were healing at a slow rate while the giant golem in front of him was wreaking havoc like a little child throwing a temper tantrum. In short, the situation was very tricky, and his mind was working at full capacity in order to think of a way to deal with his current dilemma. It was not as if he couldn't beat the crap out of the giant black golem, but the problem was that the entirety of K-City was filled with people. Fighting against the giant golem would require him to devastate the surrounding area, which would lead to thousands of people dying. This was something that the half-elf couldn't do, so his hands were tied. The giant golem, on the other hand, didn't have this problem. It was a creature that was born to destroy, and take the lives of others. It had noticed that William was only resorting to defending against its attacks, so it decided to just destroy the surroundings, and force the puny insect to meet his attacks head-on, causing the latter's injuries. Its initial plan worked, and it successfully dealt a great blow to William. After realizing that its strategy was working, it focused on destroying everything in its path, killing thousands of people within minutes. K-City had a population of 3 million people, which made it very difficult for William to go all out, especially since a barrier had erected itself along the borders of the city, preventing people from coming in or going out. The red-headed teenager's heart ached after seeing the bodies of the people that had been crushed by the collapsed building in their surroundings. A good number of them had been trampled by the giant black golem, who seemed to think that destroying buildings and killing people were fun. This infuriated William as he smashed Rui Jingu Bang on top of its head, making it cry out in pain. Stormcaller and Soleil took that opportunity to fire lightning bolts and fireballs at its eyes, intensifying the damage it was accumulating. William flew towards the giant golem's head as he summoned one of the weapons in his possession. This was the first time that he was personally going to use the weapon, but he was confident that he would be able to give the giant golem in front of him a very painful experience. "You think killing people is fun, right? Since that is the case, I'll make you feel what dying feels like." William roared as he pulled back his arm in preparation to throw the weapon in his hand. Lightning God War Art 13th form. William's eyes were filled with killing intent as the weapon in his hand turned crimson red. "Go for the kill, Guy Bolg." The famous spear that was known to cause mortal pain and death to whoever it pierced, flew towards the giant golem's right eye, leaving a trail of crimson light behind it. The black giant golem wanted to swat it down, but Stormcaller and Soleil fired their long-range attacks at its head, making the giant golem miss its target. Guy Bolg pierced through its eyes, and firmly embedded itself inside its head, making the giant howl in pain. However, the deadly spear was far from finished from its onslaught. 2-meter-long jagged spikes jutted out of the spear's blade in every direction, making it look like a porcupine, causing immense pain to the giant. A minute later, several red lines appeared on the giant's head, and started to spread across its entire body like giant bulging blood vessels that were writhing out of control. Legend had it that once Guy Bolg had pierced its target, it would make them suffer insufferable hell, making them wish they were dead. Right now, the giant golem was feeling that pain and it was driving it crazy. It no longer attacked its surroundings, but solely focused its attention on William, wanting to have its revenge on the pesky fly that dared to antagonize it. However, William had already thought of a way to deal with the giant without endangering the populace. William held Rui Jingu Bang with both hands as he rose above the giant's head. He then swung the golden staff as it grew in size, becoming as long and thick as the giant golem in front of him. 4. William shouted as he hit the giant black golem like a golf ball, sending it flying towards the sea. Rui Jingu Bang was also a divine weapon, so it didn't have a problem when fighting against objects of the same tier. The moment the giant golem landed on the sea, it made a huge splash, sending waves flying in every direction. William immediately turned into a lightning bolt to go towards the golem and prevent it from coming back to the city. The giant black golem was furious after receiving William's attack, so the moment it was able to, it stood up from the sea and roared towards the sky. However, that was a mistake because the infuriated half-elf was 100 meters above its head. "Sit down, son," William ordered as he slammed Rui Jingu Bang into the giant golem's head. Currently, the thickness of the golden staff was that of a castle, which forced the golem to sink down into the sea like a nail being hit by a hammer. The size of the Rui Jingu Bang further increased as the half-elf smashed down for the second time, pinning the bastard golem in place. "That's William," Adele gasped in shock as she stared at the unbelievable battle that was happening in the sea. "Yes," Belle replied with a trace of pride in her voice. "That's him." Belle's parents had managed to pick up their daughter at the place they had agreed upon. Since there were plenty of seats in the helicopter, they also took Paula and Hannah with them. The two girls had been Belle's best friends for several years, and Raymond and Adele were very fond of them. Paula, who used to be at odds with William, was rendered speechless after seeing how the red-headed teenager was single-handedly fighting against a giant that was almost as tall as a skyscraper. Amazing," Paula muttered. "Belle, your fiancé is amazing." Belle nodded. After seeing the battles that William had fought in his memories, she was sure that the half-elf was capable of dealing against the giant black golem. However, for some reason, there was a nagging feeling at the back of her head that seemed to tell her that this was just the beginning of something more sinister. As if waiting for that cue, the black tower that was floating in the sky glowed 3 times. Half a minute later, 2 giant black golems descended upon the city, sending a new wave of screams and panic through the people who were caught in the 2 golems' landing sites. William, who was about to smash his golden staff to the struggling golem that he had pinned down on the sea, froze in shock. He was already having a hard time pinning a single giant golem down, and 2 more had just appeared. Images of the deadlands flashed inside his head, which made him grit his teeth in frustration. Although the half-elf had faced many difficult situations in the past, he had to admit that the current situation was making him feel a sense of helplessness. Chapter 919, a price that he didn't want to pay. It was not only William who felt helpless with the current situation that they were in. Raymond, Adele, Belle, Paula, and Hannah, who were inside the helicopter, had a bird's-eye view of what was currently happening in the city. People running through the streets, screaming and crying for help. Cars crashed against each other as they tried to get as far away from the golems as possible. People along the borders of the city were banging on the barrier with whatever they could smash at it, in the hopes that they would be able to create an opening and get through it. The policemen tried to assure the people that everything was going to be fine, but were unable to quell the fear and anxiety that was taking hold of everyone's senses. If there were 2 words that could be used to describe the current circumstances of K-City, they would be none other than complete pandemonium. Suddenly, loud noises came from the sky as several fighter jets appeared over the horizon. All of them fired their missiles towards the barrier, while aiming at the 2 giant golems. Unfortunately, their missiles weren't able to destroy the barrier. Not even a crack appeared on its surface. Even so, they didn't give up. They fired all of the missiles they were carrying, hoping that a concentrated attack would create a miracle. After a series of loud explosions, the hope of everyone crumbled. The barrier remained strong, and the aerial reinforcements of the country couldn't break it. The appearance of the fighter jets gave William an idea. He aimed the oversized Rui Jingu Bang on the barrier and fired a railgun to break it. A deafening sound reverberated in the surroundings as William's attack collided with the barrier. Unlike what happened to the missiles, William's attack had caused a small crack on its surface. However, before the half-elf could even rejoice, the crack regenerated instantly, forcing William to try something daring. Quick-shot war art fusion form, William aimed at the barrier for the second time. Blitzer railgun. William fused with Rui Jingu Bang as it smashed towards the barrier with great tenacity. Several cracks started to appear on the barrier, which gave everyone hope. But, before they could fully celebrate, the earth under their feet shook. Just as William finally created a hole through the barrier, something unexpected happened. The entirety of K-City rose up 100 meters to the air, making William's plan to allow the people to escape by breaking the barrier useless. The hole that he had also made a while ago regenerated in less than 5 seconds, preventing the fighter jets from entering the city's air space to provide military support. William knew that creating another crack on the barrier was a futile idea. Even if the jet fighters were able to get past the barrier, so what? Their current weapons were ineffective against the giant golems, and their entry might just make the entire situation take a turn for the worse. Just as the half-elf was about to think that things couldn't get any worse, the Black Tower once again glowed brightly. This time, the people that had died during the golems' rampage started to stir from their deathly slumber. "Gods, please, don't do this," William muttered with dejection as the dead people propped themselves up and stood on their feet. Their body parts that had been crushed earlier reformed and reattached themselves to their owner's body, making them complete. The once lively city had now taken a step to become a full-blown apocalypse movie in real life. Just as William was thinking of what to do next, the sole helicopter flying in the sky caught his eyes. Due to his heightened senses, he was able to tell that Belle, her parents, and her best friends were inside the helicopter. It was that moment when William resolved himself that no matter what happens, he would do his best to allow the helicopter to leave K-City in one piece. Although it was a bit selfish of him to prioritize saving the life of his beloved, this was something that William had decided. Even if many people died, as long as Belle was alive, he would be able to fight against the giants without holding back. After making his decision, he flew towards the helicopter in order to tell them about his plan. But, before he could even get near it, a red beam of light shot out from the Black Tower and destroyed the helicopter's rotors, making it free fall towards the ground. "No!" William shouted as he turned into a lightning bolt to catch the falling helicopter. Due to his speed, he managed to catch the helicopter and dodge the Black Tower's second beam attack, which was aimed at the body of the helicopter. William carried the helicopter near the border of the city, away from the giant golems and the zombies that were now starting to hunt for those who were still alive to feast on. After finding a good place to land, the half-elf slowly placed the helicopter on the ground. He then tore open the door to check if everyone was safe. Belle. William glanced at his beloved, who seemed to have lost consciousness while strapped to her seat with a safety harness. Raymond and the pilot were the only one conscious, while all the girls had fainted when the helicopter started its freefall. After a quick diagnostic, William breathed a sigh of relief after finding out that the ladies were fine, and had just passed out from fright. Just to be on the safe side, he cast a healing spell on all of them, which allowed them to regain consciousness after the spell ended. "Listen," William said as he held Belle's hand. "The city is no longer safe, and I can't take you out of this place even if I wanted to. The best thing you can do is hide. I will do my best to prevent the golems from coming to this location, but the zombies on the ground might pose a threat. Do your best to find a hiding place where they cannot see and reach you." The red-headed teenager wished that he could summon his King's Legion to defend Belle, but it was not possible. Suddenly, a small chirp reached his ears as a small portal, the size of a golf ball, appeared beside him. Athon, William's little wren, forced itself out of the small portal, but it was stuck. The half-elf hurriedly tried to widen the gap in order for the little guy to pass through. A few seconds later, the wren circled William's head before landing on Belle's shoulder. "You will protect her." William looked at the little bird with a dumbfounded expression. The red-headed teenager didn't know if he should laugh or cry on Athon's confident reply. He didn't know how the little wren was able to get past the laws that prevented his other friends from coming over to help him, but he was still thankful that at least one of them answered his call. Okay, take care of her, William said with a serious expression. If you fail, I will make sure to roast you later. Athon patted its chest with its wings as if telling William that he had nothing to worry about. Right now, the half-elf could only trust that his little wren had something up its sleeves that gave it the confidence to tell its master that everything was going to be fine. I'm going, William stated. All of you, please be safe. Just as William was about to fly away, a delicate hand grabbed onto his arm, stopping him in his tracks. The half-elf turned around to see Belle look at him with a worried look on her beautiful face. Be careful, Belle said before kissing William's right cheek. That is for good luck. Don't you dare die on me. William smiled and nodded his head. How could he possibly die when he still hadn't kept his promise to Belle and his other wives? He had no intention of doing so. So many people were waiting for his return, and he couldn't allow himself to fall here. Understood, William replied. Be safe, Belle. The half-elf then flew in the direction of the nearest giant golem without looking back. It was at that moment when William realized that if he wanted to turn this entire situation around, he must pay the price of it. A price that he never wanted to pay unless he was left with no other choice. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.